425 brake horsepower rather than 500 brake horsepower. And within each division, you've got 2 categories of drivers fighting for separate championship points: the AMs, the amateur drivers, and the professional drivers. So the session underway. Drivers just starting to get up to speed. I think I can hear Ian down in the pit lane.
Yes, I'm here, Chris. Hopefully. You can hear me now. I'm a little bit gutted as well, actually, because I've had to move my sun lounger out. The assembly areas, I don't get signal over there, which is a shame because I'm not allowed to put it up in the pit lane. So I don't know what I'm going to do about my tan now. But
you can have one of your people bring it to you.
Did you put a towel on it first thing this morning? Because I did see something down there.
I got here at 4 AM.
Yeah.
And put my towel on it. Nobody would get anywhere near it. But yeah, great place to be in the pit lane. So much coming up. Remember, everybody, do stay hydrated today. We're at Oulton Park, of course. There's plenty of trees around. Make sure you get some shade if you can as well. Now, you mentioned the number already, Alan and Chris, but I want to know where, if you're at Oulton Park, where have you travelled from today? And if you're listening on 94.9 FM, where are you listening from? Of course, that shout-out number 07482 877 877. We want to hear from you guys. So, yes, we're well underway now for this qualifying session, and I'm going to pot around the pit lane for you chaps.
Fantastic, thanks very much. Ian Waterhouse down in the pit lane with lounger and sombrella and probably some cocktails later as well.
I thought you nearly said sombrero then.
Yeah. It's an early day.
Early
start today.
It is.
Right, so the session underway, 30 minutes of qualifying, and they have to get not just 1 but 2 quick laps in this session. The fastest lap time sets the grid for race 1. Second fastest lap time for each driver sets the grid for race 2. Well, this is Tom's home circuit as well, so we're looking to go and try and close that gap this weekend. He's 7 points back, which isn't a lot really. You get 10 points for a race win, 8 for second, 6 for third, goes down to a point for 8th place. You also get a point for pole position in each category, so, and they all count at the end of the season as well. So Tom's had 2 wins this year, 1 at Donington, 1 at Brands Hatch, had 3 second place finishes and 1 retirement in the 3rd race of the season, which is why he's in Toby Trice, but not much. And Joe Marshall is 3rd in the championship, who's had 4 podiums this year, hasn't quite got a race victory. His best so far being 2nd in the 1st race of the season at Donington. So Toby Trice, number 20, leads the category in terms of the pros, with again 5 wins out of 6 in his category. So Jonathan Moore, that second half of the page in the programme, number 12 is the leader there. Lydia Wormsley, ex-mini racer, first season of Porsches for Lydia. She has been running him close though. She's had a win in the class and has been 2nd in all of the other races. So there's only 12 points between them and Lydia in the number 82 car. Then we've got Hannah Chapman leading the Club Sport AM division, another ex-mini racer who's come into Porsches for the first time this season. The Scottish driver for JBMotorsports with 4 category wins out of 6 so far this season, 59 points and a 5-point lead over Paul Porter, who's been either 1st or 2nd in all of the category races so far this year. In terms of qualifying this year, before we start to get into the times for this session, the best qualifiers have been, unsurprisingly, the top 2 in the championship. Toby Trice and Tom Bradshaw have averaged 2nd on the grid. Been 2 class poles for Tom Bradshaw, 1 at each venue, and Toby's had just the 1 last time out at Brands Hatch, but he's never been out of the top 3 in qualifying. So that's the form guide there. They did have 2 test sessions yesterday, and it was Jacob Tofts that topped the times yesterday overall with a 1 minute 23.358. We're not quite as quick as that yet, but we're getting down to those sorts of times now, a few minutes into the session. Tom Bradshaw was 2nd quickest yesterday with a 1:23.4, and Samuel Harvey with a 1:23.6 was 2nd quickest in the session yesterday. But for now, Matthew Carl Henney, it is that tops Tom Bradshaw that tops the times with a 1:23.497. He's 39 thousandths of a second clear of the championship leader Toby Trice, who's got a 1:23.536, and only 62 thousandths of a second back the driver 3rd in the championship, Joe Marshall, 1:23.559. So that is incredibly close. And Matthew Carl-Henny on second best lap times. At the moment, he's on provisional pole for race 2.
Got a couple of messages already on WhatsApp. Morning, Al, Chris and Ian. Let's hope it's a decent weekend for the BTCC. Cheering on Robo at his home circuit this weekend. Although looking forward to Chris being on the Hoppers Motorsport vlog page on Thursday evening.
Oh, that's right, yes.
You're doing a little...
doing a little live interview,
a little video blog with Andy Hopley, so that's great news, Chris, and Andy works incredibly hard putting his video vlogs together, and it's a really cool place to go. Yeah. So well done. That's Thursday evening.
Try not to talk about Wolves for the whole. We're both Wolves fans.
Oh, I see.
For the whole session.
And this message comes from Mike, Jono, Billy, Matt, and Ross, and it says a big shout out to Toby Trice in the Porsche Sprint Challenge with clean racing, racing awareness for male fertility, and that is one of the things that Toby Trice does promote hugely. And it is my intention at some stage to get Toby into the studio. Yes, we've not achieved it yet. I know we were trying to do it at Brands Hatch. It has not happened yet, but it will happen before the end of the year, because that's a really important thing, that message that Toby cares very passionately about, and something that we'll talk about. So good to have your messages come in. A reminder, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only. Message plus your first name. Ian is down in pit lane.
Yeah, chaps, did you know another thing actually that Toby Trice does is he's a train driver by trade as well. Can you imagine?
Is he really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. He'd be just the kind of train driver that I'd like.
You're going to get there pretty quick, aren't you, wherever you're going?
I should think so.
How fast that train goes.
I should think so.
Really makes up a bit of time around the corners if it's late leaving the station, I suppose. He's just gone through. His last lap time was a 1:23.544. It wasn't his best lap time, but it was only 0.08 of a second behind his best lap time. That means it's his second best lap time, and it's better than everybody else's. So Toby Trice, although he's not on overall pole position at the moment for race 1, he is now on pole position for race 2, ahead of Matthew Carl-Henny based on second best lap times. Incredible consistency, 1:23.536 and a 1:23.544. We've had Ethan Hamilton, another ex-British touring car racer, move up to 4th place now. Ethan, number 32, with a 1:23.8. But Jacob Toffs has just crossed the line to go onto the front row of the grid with a 1:23.396 in the number 27 car with his best lap of the session. Remember, he was quickest here yesterday. His dad, Neil Toffs, a very competitive Formula Ford racer, and he was the RS Club Sport AM champion last year, Jacob Tofts. He's moved to the newer model car this year, the 500 horsepower Cayman, and he's up into the Club Sport category. They had a very successful season last year, 7 class wins, including 1 here at Oulton Park. Also did some Formula Ford racing himself before he came into Porsches. It's getting busier already in the pit lane though, as we approach, but are not yet quite at the halfway stage in the session. We've got more and more cars coming in to have the cars checked over, the tyre pressures looked at, and to feedback to the engineers. So Dan Zielos, the most successful ever mini racer, JCW mini category racer, did a part season at the end of the season last year with Team Virtue in their Hyundai in the British Touring Car Championship. Did very well, but didn't quite get the budget together to come back to touring cars. He's come across them for the first time into Porsches. It's been a bit of a struggle so far this season, but Danny's a quality driver, and that quality will come through. He's got himself, he was up into 4th place. Ethan Hamilton goes slightly quicker than him, and then Zielos comes back through again for 4th place. So second row of the grid at the moment for Dan Zielos in car 45.
Yeah, Chris, sorry to interrupt. Toby Trice has just come into the pits, just taken some water on board. I wonder if very quickly I might be able to have a very quick check through some of the data at the minute. Of course, he's the leader in the championship, isn't he? He's at 6 career wins in the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, and absolutely flying this season as well. He is just looking at his sector times now. We've got a number of cars in too. Matthew Carl-Henny's just next to me on my left-hand side. Lydia Walmsley's in the pits as well. In fact, it's getting very, very busy down here too. Just bear with me, stay with us for a little bit if you can. Reece Summerfield's just coming through now as well, and Dean Burden, also the man from Lincolnshire, in his debut season. So let's see if, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go see if I can just jump in with Lydia, because she doesn't have her mechanic with her. So let's just find out what the track conditions. We know it's very hot. Lydia, a very quick chat if we can. What's the circuit like?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's quick. I'm just trying to figure it out on the new tyre because I didn't have a new tyre yesterday. So yeah, just trying to figure it out. I think we've got another set of tyres going on it now, so hopefully we can pull it out the bag.
Fantastic, thank you. Try and stay scored. Jakarta, the heat coming out of these cars. Jonathan Moore is just coming into the pits as well. Very busy down here. I've got Amy Watts here as well. I wonder if I can just grab a quick chat with Amy. Amy, you got to stay hydrated today, haven't you? You are sweating in there.
Oh God, am I not just? I have Irish blood, okay? I was not built for this kind of heat.
You normally do MX-5s and they've got no roof.
I know, in the rain you'll think, damn, I wish I had a roof, but my goodness, it's not like cabs. I keep trying to unwind the window, which is obviously riveted together, and like the aircon button is just like glaring at me and, oh, press me, but I can't.
Right, Amy, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there, and drink plenty of water. Chaps, back to you.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, good to hear from Amy Watts there, who's in the number 7 car. Nightmare start to her season when she came into the first weekend at Donington Park. The huge crash at the start of race day, and that put her out for the weekend, but came back well at Brands Hatch. She was the runner-up in, as Ian was saying there, raced in Mazdas previously, was the runner-up in the Mazda Super Cup Club Championship last year, former mini class champion in historic racing as well. And she's the daughter of Patrick Watts, who used to race, of course, in the British Touring Car Championship in the 1980s and 1990s, most famously, I suppose, with Peugeot. Also raced the glorious MG Metro Turbo as well, and got some class wins in that. So Amy Watts, you heard before with Lydia Wormsley, a familiar colour scheme from her mini days, the bright blue and pink and white with the Union flag on the roof. And saying that we've got new tyres on the car. We didn't have the new tyres on yesterday. That's worth mentioning, actually. The tyre situation with Porsches is that you get 2 new sets of Michelin tyres, slick tyres, that you can run across the course of the weekend. But that's it. You can't keep putting new tyres on each time you go out. So you've got to figure out where to use them, when to use them best. Obviously, you're going to want to use them in qualifying, a brand new set. They will have saved them yesterday. But the track is a living, breathing thing. It's got different tyre temperatures. It's got different types of rubber going onto it. And the track temperature changes all the time. And what worked yesterday on an older tyre might not work today on a newer tyre, newer, grippier tyre. So into the qualifying session with a bit of an unknown there. And that was what Lydia was referring to in the number 82 car. Made history last year by becoming the first ever female to get onto the overall podium in the JCW Mini Challenge. And she's, as I said, acquitted herself very well at the start of this season as well. In her first season of Porsche Sprint Racing, best overall qualifying so far this year has been a 17th, but she's obviously in one of the older cars, and she's second to Jonathan Moore, as I said, in the Club Sport Pro Championship. So overall, at the moment, the top 5 are all in the pit lane. So number 43, Tom Bradshaw, 123.094. He's got a 0.3 of a second advantage now over number 27, Jacob Tofts. The championship leader in the pros, number 22, Toby Trice, is third with a 123.5. So just under half a second away from Bradshaw's best. Then it's Joe Marshall, number 99, third in the Pro Championship. He's only a whisker behind Toby Trice, 23,000ths of a second slower. So 99 Marshall, fourth. Fifth, number 45, Dan Zelos. And Dan's best qualifying so far this season is a 5th at Donington Park. So he didn't qualify too well at Brands Hatch around the Indy circuit, which was the last time they were in action. So this is a big upturn for Dan, going well in 5th place. 6th is number 32, Ethan Hamilton. 7th is number 25, Matthew Carlhenny. Matthew is the best of the amateur drivers, the AM drivers in the RS division, Club Sport division. Ben Moore Ryan, number 11, is in 8th. Number 29, Jason Baker, is in 9th. Now Jason, this weekend, after starting the season in the Club Sport category, has moved up to the more powerful cars. Used to powerful cars because he started his racing career in the first season of the Ferrari Challenge UK, racing Ferrari. So he has moved up now into the Club Sport Pro division this year, or Club Sport division. He's an AM driver, but he's moved up to the more powerful car. Number 29, Jason Baker. 9th overall, and 10th overall is number 88, Oliver Meadows. 11th, number 70, Harvey. 12th, number 98, Cottam. 13th, number 19, Lewis. 14th is number 56, Burden. 15th, number 33, Summerfield. 16th, number 7, Watts. 17th, number 3, Sekat. And then 18th, number 12, Jonathan Moore, who's the pro leader in the Club Sport division. He is on Club Sport pole position at the moment. He's the best of the Club Sport cars in 18th overall, number 12. Then Lydia Wormsley is about a second behind him at the moment, number 82, 19th overall. And the best of the Club Sport AMS is number 95, Charlie Tuthill, who's making his debut this weekend.
Chris, things about to get very, very busy on track. All the cars heading back out. The only one now still stationary is Jonathan Moore, but he's about to be pushed back out. So eyes on the track, everybody. It's going to be very, very busy.
Indeed so, yeah. It's just under 10 minutes left on the clock. So one of the ones that went out a bit earlier, and she came in early as well compared to the others, is Hannah Chapman, and she's just made progress to move on to the CSAM pole position in the number 44 car. So the Scottish driver with a 128.328 goes up to class pole position now, 20th overall, moves ahead of the number 95 car of Charlie Tuthill, who I say making his debut this weekend. He's from Oxfordshire. His background is in rallying. So he's been competing in the Spanish Cross-Country Championship this year. And he's done rallying for the last couple of seasons. His dad, Richard Tuthill, was a rally competitor in the British Rally Championship back in the 90s. So welcome to Charlie Tuthill in the number 95 car on debut. One thing worth mentioning is that we haven't seen a lap time yet from number 87, Paul Porter, who is second in the Club Sport AM Division Championship. So 87 Paul Porter has had an outlap, but he's never actually completed a lap in the session yet. So he's obviously had an issue somewhere out on track, because I don't think he's in the pit lane either. In terms of second best lap times to set the grid for race 2, Tom Bradshaw is on a double pole position now, because he managed to get another good lap time in, a 1:23.497. So he's quickest overall. He's best on second best lap times now, ahead of Toby Trice as well. 1:23.497 for Bradshaw on second best times, 1:23.544, just 47 thousandths of a second behind for Trice. Then Marshall, 1:23.656, third on second best lap times, slightly better off. And then it is Matthew Carl Henny, number 25, also slightly better off on second best lap times than he is on best lap times, where he is 7th, but on second best lap times he's 4th. Then it's Toft, still in the pit lane, number 27, 5th on second best lap times, and 45 Zelos in 6th place, with just about 8 minutes left to go in the session now. So is anybody going to find that bit more time? They're already going quicker than they were yesterday, not surprisingly, because they're on the newer Michelin tyres for qualifying, which they wouldn't yesterday, I would imagine, in the vast majority, if not all cases. Number 29 going through now is Jason Baker, the aforementioned driver that's moved up class. We've had Reece Summerfield, spent a few seasons now in Porsches, but he's an ex-Ginetta racer, moving up into 13th place. And a big mover has just been the number 70 car of Sam Harvey, which has gone onto the front row of the grid. 1:23.273, absolute best in sector 2 of the lap, to put him just behind Tom Bradshaw, 0.179 seconds behind. So he's second overall. He's 8th on second best lap times. Bradshaw is just going through to start another lap. His last lap was a build-up lap, but he's now heading down Cascades, down towards the bottom of the hill there to start a quick, hopefully from his point of view, quick lap time. Harvey, though, has done a as well of this lap with a 1:23.273 as his best lap time. So 24.378. He's about a tenth down on, well, half a tenth down on the best first sector time. So he's certainly within striking distance to close that gap to Bradshaw. The lap divided into 3 sectors. He's gone through sector 2 with a 31.551, which is not a personal best, but he's very close to the absolute best. He's only a few thousandths back, so let the fact that he hasn't got a green or purple sector time fool us into thinking this is not going to be a good lap still from Samuel Harvey. So he is charging along, trying to get himself onto the very front row of the grid. He's second at the moment. Can he get onto provisional pole position? He looks the most likely challenger. He comes through, he crosses the line, and does his best lap of the session with a 1:23.222, but it's not enough, not quite enough to close the gap to Bradshaw, who is still ahead by just over a tenth of a second. So he's had half a tenth on that lap, but it wasn't enough. He's got it down from 0.17 to 0.12 seconds. So Harvey does at least cement his place on that front row of the grid. Bigger gap to Toft, who is third quickest and on an out lap, and he's got the best second fastest lap time because he's done 2 very quick lap times. His previous one now becomes his second best, and that's a 1:23.273, and so he's on pole position for race 2 at the moment, ahead of Bradshaw. So overall, Bradshaw number 43 quickest, number 70 Harvey second, 27 Toffs third, number 22 Tri, and 25 Carl Henny has just gone up to 6th place to become the best of the RS AMs on second best lap times. Harvey is on provisional pole for race 2, number 70, ahead of 43 Bradshaw, third 22 Trice, 99 Marshall just coming into the pits, he's 4th, 25 Carl Henny, best of the RS AMs again, he's 5th on second best lap times, ahead of number 27 Tofts. In terms of the Club Sport drivers, Club Sport Pro pole position for race 1 still belongs to number 12 Jonathan Moore, and the Club Sport AMs to Hannah Chapman, number 44, albeit only by just over a 10th of a second at the moment. And then on second best lap times, Lydia Walmsley is the best of the Club Sport Pros, and Hannah Chapman again best of the Club Sport AMs. So we've got 2 different pole sitters in Club Sport Pros for each race at the moment. For race 1 it'll be Jonathan Moore, for race 2 as it stands it'll be Lydia Walmsley, because Jonathan hasn't quite managed to get 2 consecutive mega lap times in. So Sam Harvey doing a great job in the number 70 car, not improving at the moment but still there up on the front row of the grid. His best qualifying so far this year has been a 4th, that was last time out at Brands Hatch. But he's been super consistent, Samuel Harvey. He's never been out of the top 6 so far this year in qualifying, but he's looking for his first front row start in the championship. He's from Sutton Coldfield, just outside Birmingham, the West Midlands, and he was 2nd in the Club Sport Pro division last year. He's another driver that's moved up to the more modern Cayman this year, had 6 class wins last year, one of which came here at Oulton Park. And prior to that, spent a couple of years racing in Ginettas in the Ginetta GT5 Championship. So Harvey doing a great job, number 70, 2nd overall with 3 3/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Chris, you may notice as well, no Alistair Weston this weekend. Unfortunately, he was out in practice yesterday, but did have an off and the car is damaged. He is going to hang around though. He's got a hotel for tonight, so he's going to enjoy the action, but there is no Alistair Weston, the number 52 for Graves Motorsport.
Thanks, yeah. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a line we can draw through Alistair, who is sadly not going to make it by those things. A real shame after coming all the way up from Kent as well. We've got 3 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock. We've still got some potential improvements here because Toby Trice has just done the absolute best first sector of the lap. So Toby, one to watch here in the number 22 car, the championship leader, who's averaged 2nd on the grid. He's only 5th at the moment, but he is on a push lap here, a real push lap. The lap here is divided into 3. The first sector takes in the run through Old Hall Corner, down through the Avenue of Dentons to Cascades, and then past Lakeside before you get to the Hairpin and Island. That's the end of Sector 1. Sector 2 takes in the Island Bend Hairpin, Hilltop, the Hislops, Knickerbrook section, and ends at the start of Clay Hill. And then Clay Hill, Druids, Lodge and Deer Leap at the end of the lap is Sector 3. We've got a black and white track limits warning for Dan Zielos. He's not the first one to pick one up in this session. Trice comes through and puts himself up to 2nd place onto the front row of the grid. So he gets 3 positions higher up. He's, in terms of overall time, second best lap times. He's 3rd at the moment with a 23.536. So Bradshaw still on pole position for race 1. Ahead of Trice now. Harvey down to 3rd. Mulryan 4th. Tofts 5th and Marshall 6th. 2nd best lap times. Harvey still hanging on to pole for race 2. Be his first pole in the championship. Bradshaw 2nd. 2 tenths between them. And then Trice 3rd. It's only 39 thousandths adrift now of Bradshaw on 2nd best lap time. So still get something more out of this session as Harvey retaliates and gets back up to 2nd, back onto the front row of the grid with a 1:23.112 and nearly got pole position. He was 18 thousandths of a second adrift of Bradshaw. So Harvey now back up to 2nd, both in terms of his best lap time and his 2nd best lap time. He's on for a double front row start today with both of their first 2 races coming this afternoon. We're into the final minute and a half of the session. How's Toby Trice getting on? Did a 24.3 through the first sector, which is 2 tenths down on the best sector time, sector 1 time, which he has.
Well, Chris, I'm down here in the pillar now. Ethan Hamilton's in the pits. The left rear has just been changed. It's like it's seen better days. Ethan, what happened out there?
I was coming up to Druids and then just lost the rear. The rear left tyre blew out. So we're trying to put another tyre on now, but I think it's too late. There's not enough time left. So.
Yeah, right, there we go. He's time almost running out, isn't it? They're trying to get it changed, but I think that is almost the checkered flag, isn't it?
35 seconds left on the clock. Thanks for the update. They're going to get him back out to check it at least. Gets Will back out the pit lane apron and forces Reece Summerfield to stand on the brakes. He flashes his lights, but none of them are going to get time for more laps anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. Anna Chapman coming into the pit lane as well. And Bradshaw hanging on by a whisker to pole position, 18 thousandths of a second ahead of Harvey. While we were listening to Ethan Hamilton, we did have an improvement for Jacob Tofts as well. Third quickest with a 1:23.116. He's still third, getting ahead of Trice, but he's only 4 thousandths of a second away from the front row of the grid. There's actually only 35 thousandths of a second between the top four in this session now. Bradshaw, Harvey, Tofts and Trice as the checkered flag comes out. Has anyone got time to improve? Nobody looks like they're on a really hot lap towards the front. However, we've had two personal bests from Jonathan Moore. Now, he's already on Club Sport Pro pole position, but he was looking to get a better second best lap time in to get a double pole, which he might just do. He's only got to find 63 thousandths of a second to improve his second best lap time to get himself ahead of Lydia Walmsley. So Lydia just clinging on at the moment to that pole as the flag comes out. We'll see if Jonathan Moore in the number 12 car coming through now can improve overall. He goes through with a 1:26.286. He does improve his overall best lap time. That means, therefore, he improves his best second lap time as well. And it is enough to move ahead of Lydia Walmsley. So right at the end of the session, Jonathan Moore, the championship leader in Club Sport Pro, make sure he gets a double pole position because he improves his overall lap time. That means his old best lap becomes his new second best lap, which is enough to get ahead of Lydia Walmsley by a good amount, actually, in the end as well, by half a second. So double pole position for him. Championship point coming the way of all four drivers that top the times within their group in that session. And a championship point coming the way of Tom Bradshaw, therefore, pole position. That'll move him on to 49 points. It'll close the gap to Toby Trice to 6 championship points, because he gets a double pole position. Number 43 on his home circuit, Tom Bradshaw, 0.94 by just 18 thousandths of a second. He finishes ahead of number 70, Samuel Harvey. He gets his best qualifying so far with a double front row. So for race 1 and race 2, number 43 and number 70, Sam Harvey, Bradshaw and Harvey will be the front row lockout. And third and fourth, the same on both counts as well. So third on the grid for both races today will be number 27, Jacob Tofts. Fourth on the grid for both races will be number 22, Toby Trice. And fifth is also the same on both counts. Number 11, Ben Moore Ryan is fifth overall and fifth on second best lap times.
Toby, how was that? Well, that was intense, really tight. I mean, what are we, 300ths of a second between the top four? Yeah, I thought that was good enough for pole position. I absolutely sent it in that lap. Made tiny mistakes, there's room in the lap for sure, but oh man, this championship's so close. So yeah, I can't be too disappointed with people with a margin that small. We're going to have some pretty exciting races today, aren't we, I think? Yeah, I mean, we're so evenly matched, it's going to be difficult to pass. I think qualifying super key. Down the inside at turn 1 and see what we can make up.
Man, Toby, thanks for talking to us. That's Toby Trice there, chaps.
Thanks very much, Ian. Apologies for the sound issue at the start of that interview. That's hopefully now rectified.
Well, I don't know about that. We're still doing things.
Twiddling knobs. It was
Yes,
all a
we
bit
are.
quiet for the first half, which is why I couldn't hear Ian, but he's now nice and loud for the end of that interview. Great to hear from Toby Trice, the championship leader, but only by 6 points now in the Pro Division. So top 5 I've given you. 6th place overall, number 45, Dan Zierloff, number 25. Pole position for Matthew Carlhenny in terms of the AM division. So he'll extend his championship lead by a point from 8 to 9 over Oliver Meadows. And then in 9th place overall, number 32, Ethan Hamilton. 10th place, number 88 in the session, Oliver Meadows. And then 11th, number 98, Oliver Cottam. 12th, number 29, Jason Baker. 13th, number 56 in that session, Dean Burden. 14th was number 33, Reece Summerfield. 15th, number 19, Daniel Lewis. And then 16th, number 7, Amy Watts. 17th, number 3, Karim Sekat. And then we move to the Club Sport Division drivers. Jonathan Moore gets another championship point for class pole position for the Toro Verde GT squad. That's now moving him on to 64 points and a 13-point lead over Lydia Walmsley. And it's a double pole as well for him in the class. Because he's got the best overall lap time, the best second fastest lap time to set the grid for race 2. So Jonathan Moore, a double pole in class in car 12, Lydia Walmsley is nearest rival on both counts, number 82. She was 19th. 20th, number 44, Hannah Chapman, who is on pole position in the Club Sport AM division, gets a championship point to extend her lead from 5 to 6 points. Paul Porter didn't set a lap time in that session. And so in 21st on his debut, number 95, Charlie Tuthill. 22nd, number 5, Katia Loggi, and no lap time for number 87, Paul Porter, classified 23rd and last. On second best lap times, the top 5 exactly the same on the grid for race 2 as there will be for race 1. Bradshaw from Harvey, from Tofts, from Trice, from Mulryan. 6th then, Carl Henney, and that's where the timing screen clears itself, set to go for the next session. But of course we'll go through the full grid before each of the races this afternoon. The first race coming up at 1:40 this afternoon. It'll be the first race of the weekend, and it's going to be a 20-minute race for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that a little bit later, but I'll tell you something, chaps, I spy a number of British touring cars making their way out of the garages. Actually, I was just chatting to a couple of people from a number of tyre manufacturers, and we've just tested the track temperature. 30 degrees at the minute is the track temperature. It is only going to get hotter. Managing tyres is going to be pretty crucial this weekend, I think.
The track temperature is always... the sun's out through the clouds, which is going to be today always way above the actual air temperature. So certainly that is going to be the case. The soft tyre is the main tyre for this weekend. The hard tyre is the option tyre that I have to use in one of the races. So I get 3 sets of one and 1 set of the other, but you can carry over tyres as well, which you might see some of certainly in qualifying today if they've been able to save some sets of, for example, medium tyres. So as Ian says, the next session coming up is for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It's going to be a 35-minute free practice session. They'll get another one at 12:05, and then we'll go qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at 3 o'clock for 60 minutes ahead of tomorrow's 3 races.
Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts, or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
And we are getting messages in on WhatsApp. Thank you very much indeed. All you need to do is send a message plus your first name to 07482 877 877, and that's how you get in touch with us here in the studio. I do apologise for a couple of little audio breaks that we've had this morning. We are still plugging and unplugging things to get the best quality for our online stream at tokalive.net on the BTCC.net website, and of course on TSL-timing as well. We go to so many different places. There's live streaming on the live timing page on tsl-timing.com, also on FM radio here at Oulton Park 94.9 FM, and of course around the circuit on the PA system as well. So loads of ways to listen over the course of this weekend, even if you're not here enjoying the lovely sunshine here at Oulton Park. But as Chris and Ian have been saying, we are just a couple of minutes away from getting the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship cars out on circuit. Oh, we've got a very special guest that's joined us. The editor of Motorsport News, Matt James, has popped into the commentary box, so we'll get him organised with a headset and a button as well, and we'll get back over to the commentary box and Chris Hartley and Matt James.
And we have got cars looking glorious. The liveries this year are fantastic, aren't they? The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So they're all pointed out of the garages at a 45-degree angle, ready to go into action for 35 minutes of free practice. And of course, this is their first session, because unlike their support series, they didn't get to go on track yesterday. So 2 35-minute free practice sessions ahead of the all-important qualifying session, which of course these days is divided into 3 sessions, with a quick 6 shootout for pole position at the end of what will be around about an hour of qualifying this afternoon. A reminder then, after the first 4 weekends of the championship situation, 4-time champion Ash Sutton is the points leader. He's had 3 wins so far this year and another 4 podiums. He's been on the podium at least once every time this season. Super consistent for the Napa Racing UK driver. With 181 points, he leads the championship. But he's only 9 clear of Tom Ingram and got his first win of the season at Thruxton in the sunny Sunday conditions, unlike the soggy Saturday conditions that we had there, and had a great weekend at Thruxton. His best so far of the season with a win and 2 second place finishes. And Tom, as always, the 2022 champion, has also been mega consistent. Only the 1 win this season, but he's had another, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 podium finishes. So 9 points for a race win in each of tomorrow's races. Bonus points for leading a lap, bonus points for a fastest lap, and of course this afternoon you can get a point for being on pole position as well. Dan Rowbottom's had his best ever start to a Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship season, and the driver from Kidderminster in the West Midlands for Napa Racing UK, 3rd in the championship on 132 points, 49 points behind Ash Sutton. 128 points for his teammate Dan Camish, who's twice finished 3rd in this championship, the former 3-time Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain champion, former Formula Ford champion as well, Formula Ford championship winner back in the day. Dan Camish, one of 5 Yorkshiremen that we've now got in the championship this week. And Jake Hill, the defending champion, is in 5th place at the moment on 114 with 1 win and 1 podium, which both came at Brands Hatch around the Indy circuit. With Adam Morgan, had a mixed weekend at Thruxton last time out. Still 6th overall for Team Virtue in the Hyundai on 92 championship points. So that's the scenario as we come into Oulton Park. The car's heading out onto the track now. And as Alan said, Matt James from Motorsport News has joined us up in the box. Matt, welcome along. What are we expecting this weekend from Oulton Park then? Any ideas?
Well, it's been a very hard championship to read so far, hasn't it? We've had so many different winners, as you've just pointed out. Ash Sutton's the only multiple winner. Hence he's leading the points. It's very difficult to predict. What's going to be interesting, I think, is the pace of the BMWs here this weekend, because it's traditionally kind of been a good place for them. They need to get back in the hunt. Jake Hill needs more points. So, yeah, he's definitely going to be gunning for it. And he's got a good track record here as well. Yeah,
I remember speaking to Charles Rainford after he got his maiden win. Great weekend for BMW and West Surrey all round at Brands Hatch. But he said to me, I think I might just be masking our issues there. We said we're improving, but we're not quite there. That's always been a great track for us, but we're not necessarily going to go out and start winning all the races now, and that's proven to be the case, hasn't it? Yeah, but it's ebbs and flows, isn't it? Each circuit suits each in particular car in different ways, and we've also had a little bit of weather that gets involved as well. When it's wet, we know the BMWs struggle a little bit. When it's too wet, that's changed the picture a little bit. But you'll go to places that will suit certain types of cars, and it has ever been that way, you know. It's always been like that, and some tracks will suit a BMW and some tracks won't. Yeah, they're struggling a little bit this year in terms of the setup changes they've had to make to the car with the lesser weight over the winter, because there's no hybrid systems in the cars anymore. That kind of knocked them off kilter a little bit. They thought they'd got back, as you said, at Brands, but weren't quite sure. We'll see. You know, this I think is going to be a big sort of pointer as to what the form for the rest of the year might look like for them. Yeah, well, Jake Hill had a pretty good weekend here last year, didn't he? Had a win in the reverse grid race, but 3rd and a 5th as well. Tom Ingram also had a good weekend here, though, in a front-wheel drive car last year, 1st, a 2nd and a 4th. So, you know, both of those drivers will come into it with hopes that this is going to be a good one for them. Yeah, Jake's win last year only came on the last lap, didn't it, when he overtook Mikey Dapple? Yeah, Mikey led the whole race, didn't he? He's a race winner now, though, which is good to see. He had a pretty rotten weekend last time out at Thruxton, though, didn't he? With broken engines and penalties and all sorts. Mikey Dapple was a real shamey racer after a great drive through. He picked up track limits penalties to come from near the back of the grid up to, I think, got to 7th place at one point. Somebody else who had a real up and down weekend at Thruxton was the king of Thruxton, wasn't it? Josh Cook. He had that mighty crash in the wet, aquaplaning off the road at high speed and ending up in hospital for a checkup. Damaged his right foot. The car was hugely damaged, but these days with the NGTC cars, you can take the rear and the front subframe off, and they had it pretty much repaired by 11 o'clock that night, which was amazing because it was a massive amount of damage to his car, wasn't it? Well, some of the mechanics said 1 o'clock, so I think you might be underestimating the job a little bit there. That's still amazing, but yeah, though, it's still pretty good to get that car back together, because it was a high-speed crash in the wet. And it's a shame, actually, because Josh was looking strong up to that point. Always kind of had to battle his way back through the pack. Again, Josh is one of those guys that you almost feel like there is a title coming somewhere, but it's just never quite clicked all together, is it? And you know, he's had a few struggles so far this year, but with everything on an equal footing, should be all right this weekend. It's a great chassis, and this is a chassis circuit, if you like. So He's back in the exact same chassis that he got all those wins in when he was with Honda before.
That's right, yeah. So it's something that's familiar to him.
Yeah, and as he said as well, the team had a year out, so there's going to be a degree of rustiness there, isn't there?
Yeah, although they'll tell you that they didn't stand still during that year off, and they were working on the cars, but haven't really seen any evidence of that yet. But hopefully, as the season progresses, we will.
Absolutely right. So, as is always the case, a lot of them just going out doing a quick recce, coming back in. This is about systems checks really for the first 5 or 10 minutes of the session. Then they'll get going. And then they've got to look at, obviously, pace for a single lap and what they can do for qualifying this afternoon, but also longer run pace, because you've got to be out there on the grid, but you've got to then have a car and tyres which are going to run all the way through the race and hold up to the rigours of Oulton Park. But is it fair to say there's probably more priority given to qualifying pace here at Oulton, because it is quite difficult to overtake?
Yeah, I would think so. You'll see that in the second part of free practice, second free practice later on this morning. That's when they'll start concentrating on what they can do. And also with this new qualifying format that we've got with the 3 sessions, the progression sessions, if you like, up to the shootout at the end. Getting that 1 lap pace is crucial to get you through all those segments as well. So it's possibly even more important now.
Yeah, and the pressure's immense, isn't it? Because they've got no time to get down to that pace. I mean, you've not got a half-hour session to build up to it anymore. You can even have a problem, come into the pits before, get it sorted, go back out again and still get a good qualifying. But now you've really got 3-lap window and that's it.
Yeah, thankfully this isn't like Oulton. It's not like it's not like Snetterton where there's an almost 2-minute lap. Here at least you've got a chance to do 1 or 2 flyers, but yeah, it ramps up the pressure, and you can see actually the guys that always consistently make it through to the quick 6 are the guys that are the cream of the crop in this series.
Yeah, they deal with that pressure, and there's been a few examples this year where they've had Tom Ingram, I can remember at Brands Hatch, lost his lap times, didn't he, in qualifying, and he literally had in the first part of qualifying 1 lap to get out of that first part of qualifying, and it could easily crumble there and just try too hard, make 1 mistake. Didn't do that at all, did he?
That's why he earns the big bucks, you see. But yeah, obviously, losing a lap time to track limits, which is a scourge of motorsport at the moment, but it's a necessary evil, I suppose. There's going to be a few key areas on this track, including coming out of Old Hall, the first corner, coming out of Cascades, the second corner, are areas where you can benefit by running a little bit wide and gaining some extra speed, and also coming out of Lodge too onto the start-finish line up that hill. So the officials are going to be looking at that, and if you do lose a lap time, then yeah, like you say, you've got it all to do again and start from scratch. So it puts the heat on.
Best qualifier this year has been Dan Camish, 2 poles, a 3rd and a 5th. That's been really impressive, hasn't it?
Absolutely,
it's something that he's always been good at in the past, but not all the time. He's plenty of pole positions in the past, up there on many an occasion, but that's certainly his best back-to-back start to a season in terms of qualifying all the time at the front, and it's really helped him have a pretty decent start to the championship as well.
Yeah, Dan's had he's had a few things that have gone against him in the past, early on in the season, which kind of has meant he's played catch-up. I think actually over the second half of last year, if you look at the points scored, he outscored Ash Sutton from the midpoint onwards. So he's quick, we know he's quick, it just needs to string it all together. It's gone well so far. There's been a few hiccups, like Brands Hatch when the car unfortunately broke down when he was in a position to win the race. There have been those hiccups, but he's quick enough, Dan. He deserves a good weekend.
Yeah, I think so. And as I said, they're taking over. 5 Yorkshiremen that are racing in the championship.
I hadn't spotted that.
So there were 4 before, and now we've got a youth that's come in. Car number 26, Finn Leslie, coming in the Toyota Gazoo Corolla with IAA. He's from Wakefield, so he's our 5th Yorkshireman. So he joins Dan Camish, Dan Lloyd, James Dorlin.
Who's the other one?
Who is the other one? Who have I missed? 2 Dans, James Dorlin, Dan Lloyd, Leslie, and come on, Chris. Dan Lloyd said that.
Yep.
James Dorlin, did I say James?
Yep.
Camish, come on. We're going to get there.
I think there's only...
You think there's only 4?
Oh, Proctor. Senna
Proctor.
There
you go. I knew it was 5.
Of course.
So yeah, a 5th of the field from Yorkshire. That'll be celebrating at Croft if that's the case. Although we're not sure if Finn Leslie is going to be in for more than this one weekend. He's 17 years of age. He's been racing in TCR this year. He's currently 5th. He had a decent weekend at Croft last weekend with a 2nd and a 4th. Fiesta Junior Class Champion in 2024. It's only 3 years ago he was karting, racing in the Kart Masters in 2022.
Wow. So
incredible. So it'll be interesting. I mean, he's right at the deep end. It's not the easiest place to come for your first time in a touring car, Oulton Park, is it?
No, absolutely. It's you know, it's going to be a big learning curve. Now, I had a long chat with him on Thursday actually, and he's quite relaxed about it. He said, "Well, look, I really haven't got anything to lose. This is just about me learning and finding my way in a BTCC car." He's got some fantastic teammates to learn from, with Aaron Taylor-Smith, Gordon Shedden, James Dorlin as well, of course. And I've watched Finn in a couple of TCR races earlier on this season. I was really quite impressed actually, because it's a very, very competitive series, and he was in the Power Max car, able to run in sort of on the fringes of the top 8. So yeah, quick guy.
He's in a Hyundai, isn't he, in that championship?
Yeah.
So that's a nice surprise for him. A real shame though that Ronan Pearson has dropped out. That's the car he's driving, Ronan Pearson's car. So again, finances and commercial support has been a letdown for Ronan. He's a very talented driver, also a really nice guy, and it's a shame that he's had to drop out. For the team that run those Toyota Gazoo Corollas though, this of course is their home race, because they're only about 10 miles away from the circuit where they're based in Northwich, the Speedworks team, Christian Dick's team. So certainly some signs of improvement for them at Thruxton. James Dorlin had a good top 7 finish. He was on pole for the reverse grid race, was running in the top 6. Spoke to him this morning. It was a sensor issue in the end that caused a misfire that caused him to retire. And he said that's always the way, isn't it? You always get those technical problems when you've got a chance for a good top 6 finish or a podium. They never come when you're 18th in the race.
Yeah, it was a heartbreak for him, that wasn't it?
But and he hasn't been here for a while as well. It's 3 years ago since he raced at this circuit. That was back in British GT. Wow. Good weekend that weekend as well, if I remember rightly.
I think James is actually super talented. I think he's a very, very good driver. He's definitely one to keep an eye on, progressing up the order. Yeah,
when he was in Clio's, I remember that season he started like a train, didn't he? I think he won 5 or 6 races right at the start of the season. He lost that in the end to Paul Rivette. I mean, not a bad person to lose to in Clio's. But that was the driver you thought back then, 5-6 years ago, he's going to be touring cars. But then he got sort of sidetracked into the GT route, didn't he?
Well, that was his aspiration for a while, but didn't quite work out, and did some historic racing too, very successfully. And now he's back here. But it's definitely, he's proving it, isn't he, at the moment? Definitely one to look out for.
Seems to be that historic racing, I think, helps the drivers, doesn't it? I mean, Jake Hill's doing a lot of it these days, for example, and totally different types of car, none of the gizmos that you have, power steering, ABS, skinny tyres, slippery, but I don't know, it seems to do something to improve them, to help their car control maybe somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and they absolutely love it. All the touring car drivers that do it, they love it. And it is because it's a triumph of power over grip, isn't it, really? In a historic car, it's power always wins and the grip is minimal, so you've got to learn how to extract the most from something that doesn't want to have the most extracted from it, which is quite good.
Very true.
Hello, chaps. Ian, just making sure you can hear me. Actually, I was in the pit lane. I was trying to chat to Colin Turkington, but I don't think it was quite coming through. Just a number of cars in the pits. Tingram's just leaving the pit lane now. Nick Halstead is about to come out. He wasn't very well at Thruxton, you may remember. Actually had to leave, so didn't race that weekend. But what a couple of weeks it's been from him. We'll catch up with him a little bit later. But success at Le Mans for Nick Halstead.
Yeah, on the podium, wasn't he? Fantastic, and that was a late call-up from what I understand as well. He had no plans to be at Le Mans until very late on, got the opportunity to go and race in the McLaren and got on the podium in the support race, which was absolutely fantastic. Having never driven there before and having learnt it for about a week on the sim, one of Ash Sutton's sims as well. So we've had about half the drivers that have now set our lap time, and 2 soft tyre shod cars. 2 Fords are the fastest 2. Dan Camish and Dan Rowbottom. 125.8 for Camish, 126.008 for Robo. Just about 2/10 between them. On the hard tyre, the aforementioned James Dorlin, 3rd quickest at the moment with a 126.094. Then it's Dexter Patterson, 126.233 in the Cupra. Jake Hill's BMW, he's on a medium tyre, 126.335. Also on a medium tyre, another BMW, 6th quickest, just going up to 6th place actually, is Aidan Moffat. So Matt, quite a few have carried over tyres, and we've got about 5 of them on the medium tyre for this part of the session. Yeah,
although they might not necessarily be the tyres that you're going to use over the course of the race weekend, it's still useful to get mileage onto a car, bedding in the pads and brakes and things like that, and getting the drivers up to speed. So that's and they can use those tyres from the last meeting that they were available to use, which would have been Snetterton. They can carry them over to the beginning of this weekend just to help the allocations go. It's going to be an interesting session as well in terms of this is where drivers will learn how much hybrid they can use and where's best to use it. Because if you've got a limited amount...
Hybrid?
And it's not hybrid, turbo boost, sorry,
Thank
Al.
you. That's okay.
Turbo boost.
I
knew I was going to make that mistake.
I'll cross everything, don't you?
Yeah, no, you were quick with that one, mate, weren't you? You were waiting for that.
I know.
But yeah, where they can use the turbo boost, because obviously here it's quite a hilly track.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to think about coming out the hairpin, you're going to want it up that little brow. Coming out of Knickerbrook, you're going to want it going up Clay Hill, or even coming up Deer Leap. But if you've only got 1 second or 2 seconds or whatever, where's best? Which gives you the most advantage? So that's something they can learn from these sessions. It's important for them.
Absolutely. You're right what you say about that, because drivers have said that before. This is one of the circuits where it really does affect you, especially in qualifying when you've got that lack of boost because of the undulation predominantly.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, exactly. That's part of what they're doing as well. It's become a hugely complicated process these days when they have to work this out as part of everything else that they've got to work out during free
just push a button. It's not that complicated.
It is.
Okay, right. Okay.
Work out when and where. Do everything else. There's all sorts going on, isn't there? So yeah, it's a lot more to it than just driving quickly around a circuit. That's for sure. They have a lot going on in these sessions. A lot of feedback between driver and engineer as well. Mikey Doble on a hard tyre, going well. Fourth quickest at the moment in the Vauxhall, 125.694 seconds. The first ever driver to spend 3 consecutive seasons with the Power Max Racing team, and they've gelled nicely. A race winner, of course, now as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, from what I've heard, it wasn't. It was a late deal anyway, and then they only had the one car. They lost the sponsor. Did a great job to get onto the grid at all. He didn't really have much pre-season, did he?
No, not at all.
But it was all pretty late coming together, and Mikey doing a great job.
I just point out to Mr. Hyde.
Oh yes.
It wasn't just you that corrected me. John Cleland texted me straight away.
Did he really?
Turbo boost, mate. Thanks, John.
We work as a team.
Thanks, John. Yeah,
He's still quick as a flash, isn't he?
He is, isn't he?
Robo's just gone quickest of all with a 124.608. Is a whopping 20,000ths of a second quicker than Ash Sutton, who's put his best lap time in as well to go second. And then it's a third Napa Ford that's third overall. Dan Camish, 125.086 from his lap time earlier, although he's on a pretty good lap at the moment. Dan, and Sutton goes across the line and goes quickest, 124.580. 28 thousandths quicker than Robo. Camish on a good lap, still third. Smiley up to fourth. Doble down to fifth, and they're in the mid 125s. A 125.7 on the medium tyre for Charles Rainford, who rounds out the top 6, Ian.
Yeah, did I hear somebody say flash? I'm down here with Gordon Shedden. Just a quick tyre change for him. Bonnet was up, but no concerns at all, and he's been pushed back out to continue qualifying.
Good stuff, yeah. So have we got what? We've got Halstead, Proctor, Shedden, Cook and Jelly have yet to set a lap time. Proctor's just done one, actually, his first lap time of the session. But yeah, lots of improvements out there. Most of them out on track, apart from Jake Hill now and Max Hall is the other one in the pits. Osborne and Halstead also in. A few track limits warnings.
Yeah, we're getting quite a few track limits, aren't we?
Yeah, well, that's part of it, I suppose. In practice, find out what you can and can't get away with, isn't it?
You know, we don't have to call it Toka Turbo Boost anymore either. We can just call it Boost. That was an official.
Well, no one official told me that.
No, well, I'm telling you now.
Well, you're official, I suppose, yeah.
Well, not really, no. I'm merely the conduit between officialdom and you.
Well, a very nice conduit you are too, let me say that.
Yeah, we can just refer to it as Boost.
OK, mate. Thank you.
Well, it's less syllables for us to remember, I suppose.
Yeah. It is.
Robo's just done a 124.645, which was only 30-odd thousandths slower than he'd gone before. He did the absolute best first sector time, though, but didn't quite improve his overall lap time. So stays within 28 thousandths of a second of Sutton. No surprises, the fastest four are all on the soft tyre now. The soft tyre, which is going to be used by the drivers in 2 of the 3 races, but it's quite hard on tyres around here, isn't it, the Oulton Park circuit? So
yeah, it is.
They might want to look at doing longer runs to see what they can do to maintain that tyre throughout the course of a race.
I've got breaking news, by the way.
Is it from John Cleland?
No, it's
what we done wrong now?
It is merely regarding the weather, and many of you that have the weather app, the Met Office weather app, will have noticed that yesterday we had a yellow warning given for a thunderstorm towards the end of today, end of this afternoon.
Towards the end of today?
It's just been cancelled. So this is good news.
Don't worry.
Oh, Mr. Gales cancelled it, has he? Oh, that's good of him. Well, that's very kind.
He brought it forward to about 3 o'clock.
3:15. Yeah. Thank you, Alan.
Good, no thunderstorms. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Good
There
news.
was supposed to be thunderstorm last week when I was at the cricket, and it never happened.
No.
It was lovely. So,
No.
yeah, it's fine. It's going to be sunny. Don't worry
All
about
good
it.
news.
It's got a little bit cloudier though, but Ash Sutton comes in.
Ingram's put his first sort of proper respective lap in, isn't he? He's done a 1:24.9, so 4/10 away from Ash Sutton. Slightly less boost available for him to use, but that's a good time.
The current crop of BTCC drivers, it won't be a massive surprise to learn that just about one of the most experienced and the three-time champion Gordon Shedden's the one with the most wins at this circuit. 6 wins he's had here and another 9
I think his
podiums.
very first win was here as well.
Yeah, 2016, yeah.
No,
not 2016, 2006, yeah.
2006, yeah.
Chaps, sorry to interrupt. Jake Hill about to go underway. Jake, how's it going? It's got to go, chaps, just straight on out. We were just about 20 seconds too slow.
You could have got in here with him and done the interview on the track. It would have been fine. A bit of
He
success.
could tow my sun lounger, couldn't he?
He could have, yeah. Ooh, that was a bit interesting. Yeah, so he was pushed out into the pit lane apron right in front of Mr. T. Ingram, who was trying to come into the pit lane and had to stand on the
wasn't for
brakes.
slowing down there, was he?
No. He was maybe checking something else, but it was pretty close, that, wasn't it?
It was pretty close. A bit alarming.
Anyway.
No need for that, chaps, particularly in FP1.
I was hearing quite an amusing story this morning. I don't know if you picked this up just before driver briefing, Matt. So Napa Racing are on the back of one of their trucks, or maybe all of their trucks, I don't know. But they've been inviting people to, you can have your name on the back of the truck for the Race Against Dementia.
Yeah.
And someone has registered under the name of Tom Ingram. So Tom Ingram can get his name on the back of the Napa truck.
Fantastic.
Ingram was denying all knowledge. Obviously, it would have involved in spending money, so that wasn't a
That's more the
possibility.
point, isn't it? That is more the point, yeah.
Got to blow the budget. If
Goodness
I like it though. It's a good story.
It is a great little story.
Just go back to trying to figure out whether this is a front or a rear-wheel drive circuit. Still don't know really. Last 3 seasons, Tom Ingram's had 3 wins in a front-wheel drive. Jake Hill in a rear-wheel drive's had 3 wins. Stephen Jelly's had a win here. Josh Cook in the last 3 seasons, and Colin Turkington has had a win here in the last 3 seasons. So it's fairly mixed.
Yeah, it is, but I still think it's a place where the BMWs would expect to perform well.
Do well, yeah.
Chaps, sorry, down in the pit lane. Sorry to interrupt again. You mentioned a little bit earlier, Finn Leslie in the car, in the pits, the bonnet's up. Finn, is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's all good. I'm getting settled in the car really. First time I've listened to properly on track. Yeah, it's getting really good.
Good man, I couldn't hear any of that, chaps. I hope you did, but I was actually at Croft
Not a
last
word.
week. I was actually at Croft last week watching Finn in TCR, and it's nice to see him here this weekend. A very, very quick young man indeed. One to keep your eye on.
You'll have to ask the question, Ian.
But not
he's
your ear.
If he's passed his driving test yet, because he might have and he might not have. He's only 17.
That's true.
Let's ask him now. Finn, quick one. Have you passed your driving test?
Yeah, only just.
I've no idea what he said. Was that a
said
yes?
Yes, it was a yes. Yeah.
Thank you, yes.
I should hope so. Really. I mean, he ought to be able to drive a normal road car, hasn't he? I suppose keeping to the speed limits might have been the issue. I tell you, if he's 17, he's done well to get a driving test. It takes about 6 months to find one these days. I know from personal difficult experience of being online trying to find a spot for my son for the last 12 months. So, yeah, he can drive on the road, but only just 17 years of age. It's incredible, isn't it?
It will come to the stage that you sort of register someone for a driving test when born. So you apply for a birth certificate and apply for a driving test as well.
You can't do it until you get your theory test.
Can you not?
No, until you do your theory test, you can't apply. It's a nightmare.
We never had a theory test in my day.
We live in Gloucestershire. My son did his test in Gloucestershire, but he failed, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Blooming parallel parking, that old Chester.
Oh.
So we had to go to Merthyr Tydfil in Wales for our second one.
Did you really?
All wait, yeah.
Did you?
All wait 6 months.
Wow.
Anyway, he passed, so it's fine.
Good news.
Yeah, good news. Well, not good news for my wife. She hasn't got a car anymore. He's never there.
Did you chaps pass first time?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it was, possibly a bit easier back in those days. there was less. I mean, there wasn't a theory test for a start.
I must admit, I was second time, which is perhaps why I'm in the pit lane and not behind the wheel.
Well, you're right. Apparently half past first time and half past second time, or worse. I mean, obviously not everybody passes second time, so you're all right.
My mum took it 7 times.
7?
Yeah, yeah. But it wasn't until later in life that I discovered it's because she quite liked the driving instructor.
Blimey, that might be a record one. It's 7.
True story.
My granddad was 4, and you could see why it took 4 when you sat in the car with him. He did 40 miles an hour everywhere. Motorway, in a 20 zone, just 40 everywhere.
Yeah, good
on a drive.
Consistent driving.
Right, it's been a bit of a lull, but it's starting to get a bit busier. We've only got 10 minutes of the session to go. Ash Sutton is quickest, Dan Rowbottom is second, Dan Camish third. Tom Chilton popped up before he came into the pit lane into 4th place. All on the soft tyre when they set their times. Ingram 5th, Morgan 6th, and they were on the medium. Cook in 7th, Shedden in 8th, 9th on the hard Smiley, 10th Osborne, then Doble 11th, Rainford is 12th, Hill 13th, Lloyd 14th, Moffat 15th, De Leon is 16th, Patterson is 17th, Dorlin 18th, Proctor 19th, Taylor Smith is 20th, Leslie is 21st, Hamilton 22nd, Hall 23rd, Halstead 24th. Jelly hasn't done a lap time yet, which might be worth a look.
Yeah, I was worried about him because he's been out and then come straight back in again, and that was his first lap.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if Ian can head up that way if there is a car. I can't even see the car there, but it might be in the garage, I suppose.
I'm on my way now, chaps.
Thanks, Ian. He's had a couple of kind of recce laps, but he's never yet done a proper lap, has he?
No. So could be issues there for Stephen Jelly. Unfortunately, as you mentioned earlier, a previous winner at this circuit. So.
Yeah, Stephen, one of the winners in the last few years here, last 3 years, as Aaron Taylor Smith goes through looking pretty racy. That's him going on to his first flying lap since going back out. So James Dorlin, his teammate, heading out as well of the pit lane, as is Charles Rainford, ex-Porsche Carrera Cup racer.
Is Charles Rainford the smiliest bloke in the paddock?
Yeah, I think he is.
Probably.
Yeah, he's
Without
always
doubt.
smiling.
He's a smiley man.
Yeah.
You're smilier than Chris Smiley.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Ironic.
Isn't it?
Max Orr goes out. He's pretty smiley as well. Off he goes.
Yeah, he is.
There is Chris Smiley heading out now as well on track. They got a bit unlucky, didn't they, restarting that 3rd race at Thruxton last time out, looking like they're going to get 2 good results.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a torrid couple of rounds for that team, really. But they've shown that Snetterton was fantastic for them. They were really, really quick on it. But yeah, you get it's another sort of team where you feel the ingredients are there to pull off some really good wins. Actually, when it all comes together, just needs to slot together at the right time.
Yeah,
could be here. You never know.
Yeah,
it'd be great for Dan Lloyd if he can have a good performance after his massive shunt here a few years back.
Yeah, home race coming up for him next time, and 4 others, as we said, when they go to Yorkshire Croft for the start of the second half of the season.
Which Dan Lloyd still says he's still sort of recovering from that.
shunt.
But not just himself, but sort of financially the implications of that. They roll on from season to season.
Chaps, hopefully you can hear me. Sorry to interrupt. I'm here with Stephen Jelly now. What's up, Stephen?
Unfortunately, we've got an issue with the exhaust manifold on the car, so went out absolutely fine, and we shook it down the other day absolutely fine, and we scrubbed 2 sets of tyres and then started to pick up a misfire, started to sound a bit weird in the pits on the cool down map, and then went out to do my first flying lap, and it's just unfortunately
it's never good when it does that.
No, and yeah, it's quite a lengthy change, and we've only got 25 minutes left, so yeah, done.
I'm sorry to hear that, Stephen. Thanks for updating us, though.
Thanks, Ian. Good to find out the issue. Exhaust manifold there.
Good description as well.
It's all a bit.
I'd like you to write that up in Motorsport News as a direct quote.
Okay, I shall
if
work
you
out
would.
tonight how to spell it.
It's all a bit. That's something like a fast show, that, isn't it? So that is 35 minutes and a free practice session basically wiped out for Stephen Jelly.
Yeah, that's a bit
not
of a
easy,
blow,
is it?
That is a bit of a blow. I think we're into the part of the session now where people are just... Well, there's no faster lap times being set really amongst the front runners, are there? So I think they're just working out tyre life and different strategies, things like that. Although, having said that, Ash Sutton's just gone back out. So possibly see an improvement from him. So Aaron Taylor Smith found his way into the top 10 now.
Yeah, I was watching him. He's done 2 out of 3 personal best sectors. So Aaron Taylor Smith, number 40, up to 9th, as you say. Dan Rowbottom has just done the absolute best first sector with a 24.358. So he's negotiated the run down to the hairpin. It's in the middle section at the moment, which takes you through to the start of Clay Hill. So watch for number 32, Robo. He's only got to find 29 thousandths of a second to go to the top of the times.
Is that the length of time it takes to blink, essentially?
28,000, yeah, pretty much. 28,000 a second.
That is close.
It'll be like a better metre, I think, on the track.
Yeah.
It's nothing, is it? And what have we got? We've only got 0.8 of a second between the top 12, so it's pretty tight. It'll get tighter as well, no doubt, as we go through the day. 32.4 though through the second sector for Robo, and he's lost time there. In fact, he lost about 0.3 of a second through there, so it was looking good at the start of the lap, but for whatever reason the middle of the lap not good, the end of the lap really good, absolute best as well, so 2 absolute bests, but he lost time in the middle sector. However, it is his best lap time, 1:24.587, and he's now definitely within the blink of an eye, because it's only 7 thousandths of a second slower than Ash Sutton.
Goodness me.
As really interesting on I don't know if you've heard of this show show called Auto Glim Tin Top Tuesday.
Never heard of it.
No, it's a
good show.
The guy that does it.
Great show.
Great show.
It's pretty good, the guy that
Great
presents
show.
it. Yeah. Alan something or another.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought it was a really interesting interview with Dan Rowbottom on there, where he was talking about the fact that when Ash Sutton came to the team and sort of dragged them up to a championship winning team, kind of everything was built around Ash, understandably. He's a top driver. But Dan was saying we've all got our own little nuances with setups of cars, and it's taken a bit of time for us to find the setup that's working for me. He's got a new race engineer last year, Paul Ridgway, but it's kind of clicked this year. He's got it a bit more suited to him. I think he's had a bit of pressure taken off him, from what I can gather, with his sponsors, for long-term sponsors, Cataclean, have said, just get on with being a racing driver. You don't need to look after us so much. We're with you. And he's focused a bit more on the driving. He looks super fit coming into this year. He had that operation over the winter as well. And he's definitely stepped up a notch, hasn't he? Yeah,
I mean, the things that Dan says, it's the same with a lot of drivers. It's now, as Dan Rowbottom now goes fastest, actually, just by as we talked him into the fastest time. But each top driver that you'll find has a little nucleus of people around them, and that could be a data engineer, the race engineer themselves, number one mechanic. There's little groups, and those groups tend to move from team to team to team now, which is what Ash did when he went to Napa. That's a common thing, and building that group is as important as driving the car quickly, because they're the ones that can help you extract the most from it. So it's a common thing up and down the grid amongst the leading drivers now.
And thank you, Chris, for bringing up that interview, because I thought it was a really interesting one as well. And
one of many.
Well, thank you very much. And it is lined up to play out at lunchtime, because I thought it was interesting. It's still relevant because we haven't had the next competitive session on track. So yeah, I'm going to replay that one and very possibly the one that we had with Josh Cook as well, because that was fascinating.
Yeah, really interesting. Talking about his crash and the comeback from that.
Yeah, exactly that.
So how can people listen to Tin Top Tuesday,
Al? On exactly the same link that they're listening if they're listening online.
I'm guessing it's on a Tuesday.
It's on a Tuesday, 8 o'clock every Tuesday after a round of the BTCC. And thank you for asking.
No, that's
thank you.
But what if you miss it? What if you can't listen live?
Well, you can catch up. You could on all your usual favourite podcast outlets, Spotify, Apple Podcasts,
BTCC website,
or indeed the BTCC website.
Good, fantastic. Glad I asked.
So am I.
2 minutes to go. Matt, what have you got coming up in the foreseeable in motorsport news? Any interesting features you're working on?
Well, in a couple of weeks' time, we've got our 70th anniversary issue. We're 70 years old, celebrating 7 decades of motorsport news, and we're doing a 100-page special issue, which is
that's been a bit of work then, hasn't it?
Taking up quite a lot of time at the moment.
I remember your 50th anniversary. That was a big deal.
I remember that. We had a party at Brands Hatch.
We had a party in the Kentagon at Brands Hatch.
We did, yes.
And lots of special guests, including Jason Plato.
And Ian Flux.
And Ian Flux.
I don't remember the end of that night. But nor does Jason Plato.
Yeah.
Ian Flux is still there.
It probably is, yeah.
Fantastic. So that's coming out. That's the next issue.
10th of July.
10th of July, right.
And
fantastic.
Gary Paffett. Didn't he? Yeah.
Jonathan Palmer, of course.
Yeah.
All the big.
Are you having a big
stars.
party this time?
It might be slightly smaller scale.
Okay, right. Okay.
I'll tell the landlord of my local in Guildford.
Party of one. Right, we got a minute or so to go in the session, and we've still got one or two pushing out there. Tom Chilton, fourth, has just done a personal best first sector, which is a 24.6. He's 0.3 down on the best first sector time, and he's just about half a second away from the best time in the session so far. Rowbottom, Sutton, Camish still the top three. Chilton fourth, Ingram fifth, Morgan sixth. Only just over half a second between those top six. Cookie's seventh. He's just done one personal best sector and a 125.4, which is one of his better lap times. Gordon Shedden has quietly worked his way up to eighth, 6 times winner here. And then Aaron Taylor-Smith ninth, and 10th is James Dorlin. Smiley 11th, Osborne 12th, Doble 13th, Patterson 14th, Rainford 15th, Hill 16th. Do we need to worry about that, Matt, or not yet?
Not yet.
Good,
not yet.
Good. And then Lloyd 17th, Moffat 18th, De Leon 19th, Proctor 20th, Hamilton 21st, Leslie holding his own in 22nd, Hall 23rd, Halstead 24th, no lap time with an exhaust manifold issue.
Well,
Stephen Jelly.
One of the BMWs has just come in under a white flag. As if it was going very slowly up Deer Leap. It's the first one coming down the pit lane now. Yeah. I can't see from here, Chris, which one that is.
That is...
Is it Aiden?
No, it's Charles Rainford.
It's Charles Rainford, okay. But it had a white flag as it was coming into the pit, so I wonder if everything's okay there.
It's got a puncture, chaps.
Yes.
Right front, it's punctured.
Oh, a puncture,
thanks,
okay.
Ian. Right front puncture, okay, yeah, thanks, Ian. Yes, a little bit low there. So he's got it back, get it back as slowly as you can, because you can cause all sorts of damage to the bodywork in the car, and worse if you're going too quickly back to the pit lane on a puncture. So he's nursing it back there, Charles Rainford. So ending the session with a puncture on what was a medium tyre, or his carryover tyres.
Probably just ran out of life in it.
Possibly so, yeah, possibly so. So Rowbottom quickest, 95 thousandths of a second. Thanks very much to Matt. So Matt
he's
James
gone,
from
clearly.
News. He's off. Well, you mentioned the party. He's got to go and organise it now.
Oh yeah, that's a very good point.
He's also got a rather large issue to put together, you see.
Yeah,
and he's got to go and report on what's just happened. Thanks, Matt. Great to see you as always. Matt James up here for free practice one, the first of 2 35-minute sessions for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It's gone a bit cloudy here. That wasn't in the forecast.
It's a bit overcast, like it was about this time yesterday as well.
A bit windy.
It did, just sort of clouded over a bit.
But it's about midday-ish, supposed to get up to about 27 degrees. Still very warm, of course, but just a bit more overcast than it was. So Rowbottom quickest in car 32 with a 124.485, 95 thousandths quicker than Ash Sutton in the 116 Ford Focus. Third, one of the other Napa Racing UK Ford Focus is Dan Camish, third quickest, 124.794, 0.3 off the best time. Tom Chilton, number 3 in the Hyundai, 124.932. Tom Ingram, number 80, on a medium time when he was last out, 124.978, just a 46 thousandths slower than his teammate Tom Chilton, and 6th overall to make it 3 in a row for the Team Virtue Hyundais was Adam Morgan, number 33, with a 125.044 on his home circuit as well. 7th, number 66, Josh Cook in the Honda, 125.182 for One Motorsport. And then it was Gordon Shedden in the Toyota Corolla, number 52 in 8th, number 40 Aaron Taylor-Smith, and number 132 James Dorlin in the similar run car, 125.2 and 125.3 respectively, with Aaron in 9th and James in 10th. 11th, number 22, Chris Smiley. 12th, number 77, Sam Osborne. 13th, number 88, Mikey Doble. 14th, number 17, Dexter Patterson. 15th was number 99, Charles Rainford, coming in with a puncture right at the end on the front right. 16th, number 1, Jake Hill. 17th, number 123, Dan Lloyd. 18th, number 16, Aidan Moffat. 19th, number 2, Darryl De Leon. Of course, a race winner now in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship after his great victory at Brands Hatch a couple of months ago. 20th, number 18, Senna Proctor, in his second weekend since coming back for the first time for 4 years to the British Touring Car Championship. Had a really impressive weekend at Thruxton, with points finishes, top 10s in all the races. 21st, number 28, Nick Hamilton. 22nd on his debut, number 26, Finn Leslie in the Toyota. 23rd, number 93, Max Hall. 24th, number 50, Nick Halstead. And no time set for number 12, Stephen Jelly. The next session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship will be free practice 2. That will be 35 minutes long and is due to get underway at 12:05. Qualifying starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And our next session is going to be qualifying for the Virtue Mini Challenge, the JCW cars, with 20 minutes of qualifying.
on speakers, on radio, online. This is Toka Live.
And loads of messages have been coming into the Toka Live studio. Thank you very much indeed for that. A reminder how you get in touch. It's on WhatsApp. We need your message plus your first name. Only your first name. We don't need your surname. Just a message plus your name to 07482 877. Happy 30th birthday to Joshua Brody. And that comes with a love from Mum, Dad, Matthew and Danny. Thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp. Message plus your name to 07482 877 877. And happy 30th to Joshua Brody. Great to have you here at Oulton Park. More messages coming in. Can we say hi to Alex and Emily? First time at Oulton Park and already enjoying the racing here at Oulton Park. This one says, hi, my name's Greg. It's my first time back since 1994. Looking forward to it. Can you shout out all the marshals doing a fabulous job? Greg, better late than never. Great to have you back here. This one comes from Dan. He says, please can you play Travis? Why does it always rain on me? Well, it's not going to rain today. I'm certain it's not going to rain today, but Dan, we'll see what we can do at lunchtime. Hi, Alan and team. Can you say hi to our 7-year-old son, Gavin? It's his first time at Oulton Park and he's really excited for the weekend. He's a big fan of Josh Cook and Stephen Jelly at One Motorsport and is also looking forward to seeing Lydia Walmsley in the Porsche Sprint Challenge with lots of love from Mum, Gemma and Dad Richard as well. Good use of the checkered flag emoji, one of my favourites. And can I have a shout out to the MPFY Racing Series as we race touring cars on a Sunday whenever BTCC is on, and our weather is determined for each race to the weather in the real BTCC in real world. Love racing the series, and I race the Mercedes A-Class in the Mac Tools paint scheme, and race number is number 33. That comes from Perrin. Great to have you listening, Perrin. This one says, got to say, guys, really enjoying the morning listening to you this morning while we do what we plan to do today. If you could give Jen a hello, and nicely done, Robo P1 in FP1. That comes from Hoppers and from Jen. And this one says, can you say a big hello to Steve, Jerry and Mad Steve from Aidan at FCS. Yes, we can. All you have to do to get a shout out on the radio on Toka Live on Radio Oulton 94.9 FM is to send a message on WhatsApp, message plus your first name to 07482 877 877.
Live from the BTCC, this is Toka Live.
And this one comes from Elliot. Can you please say happy 6th birthday to my son, Arlo? He's here supporting his favourite champion, Jake Hill. A big thank you and a very good use of the golden trophy emoji as well. I do like the emojis on messages for radio, Chris, because I have to describe them. And describing things I quite enjoy doing. So it's very good.
Very good. Golden trophies. I
know.
Like it.
Beautiful.
A few more of those, please.
Favourite emoji. I quite like that one.
Yep.
I'm not too sure which is my one.
What, your favourite emoji?
I think we all know what yours is, Ian.
Go on. Actually,
no, I'm not going to say it.
Maybe don't say.
I'm absolutely not going to say it. It's obviously a Sunlander. That's where I was going with that.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
It's
Good
overcast, Alan, but it's 24 degrees. So
it is. It's still warm. Yesterday, when it clouded over, it did become really quite sticky and muggy in the afternoon. So it's going to be whatever. Today, it's going to be hot work inside a car. That's for sure.
I was going to say, Alan, spare a thought for the driver just watching.
Air temperature to the temperature in the car. So if it's 24 here, it's about 54, 55 degrees in the car. And they're not exactly wearing summer gear, are they? Shorts and flip-flops. They're in all this fireproof underwear, balaclavas, gloves, boots, helmets, just what you don't really want to be wearing in this heat.
I can provide Ian Waterhouse with a list of drivers that I would recommend he avoids when they get out of a car on days like today, but it would be much more fun for him to find out for himself.
Oh, Alan, you're so good to me. You really are.
So we'll leave it at that. Qualifying coming up, everyone, for the Virtue Mini Challenge weekend, and we've got someone from ITV coming up today to talk about the various things that have to be put in place leading up to the weekend and what they have to do to keep everything rolling over the broadcast over the course of Saturday and Sunday. So James Wilson will join us up here in the Toka Live studio sometime between 12:40 and 1:40 this afternoon. And that is when we've had all change around. We'll send Chris Hartley out to the commentary box down at Knickerbrook to talk through two of our races. 1:40 is when we get our first race of the weekend underway. That's for the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB 20-minute race, followed by a race for the minis, and they'll be racing for 20 minutes as well at 2:20. 1 hour of qualifying is set aside between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock for the BTCC, and then 2 races to finish the day with the Virators F4 British Championship and the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, bookending our racing this afternoon at 10 to 5. Right, I can hear engine noises down underneath. I can see a green lighting panel as well. I think we're ready to go.
Looks
in
like
the commentary box.
A little bit ahead of schedule, actually.
Going a bit early. Going a bit early.
We are, aren't we? Can I just say as well, talk about the temperature. I've literally just walked past Daryl De Leon's car and almost burnt myself. They are roasting hot.
Yeah, they get exceptionally hot. It's pretty hard.
Hello everybody and welcome to Oulton Park. We're in the middle of the session. We've just ended free practice 1 and we're going to go for a little bit of a walk before the start of the next session. Might overrun a little bit, just as a heads up. But let's see who we've got around as well to have a word with. Dan Rowbottom top then in that first session. Impressive actually as well with how quick he could go for it as well. He's put up the weekend as well, which is because it's so hot. Also, we've got raining coming. A thunderstorm, 90% chance of rain coming in around about half an hour's time. So everyone's just sort of got around. End of the session, drivers are mulling around a little bit. My main, as a fly goes in me, find out where, find out where anybody is who is in the know. Hello, Steve. You found anybody? Oh, good. No, he hasn't, so there's nobody around. That's typical, isn't it, at the moment? Coming through. Team boss of Team Virtue there as well, coming through. A few driver changes. They're coming into this weekend. Ronan Pearson is not here anymore. He's given up the tour cars for budget issue. So that's very unfortunate that he's not going to be here for a while. He's out for the rest of the season, I understand it. Now here's our guys that they like to be around as well. Always like to huddle. Never get much after first practice. We're sort of here, there, and everywhere. We're in the pit lane for qualifying as well. That's going to... Oh, there's a man I want to talk to. Tom Gray. Get through here as well. And I think he's doing something at the moment, is he? Is he busy? I'm not too sure. Hi again. I'm working now. Trying to get a second. He's giving me a second. You calmed down yet from Dan TikTok? Just about. Steve Ryder. Hello. Your last weekend, how are you feeling?
You know.
Is it not?
You're breaking the news to me, are you?
I am sorry.
All right, no, this is my last weekend. Yeah. No, really up for it. And yeah, it's the perfect point to bow out, I think.
Yeah, you say that. We don't. But we have got you a little gift that we'll bring tomorrow.
Oh, right.
We're on behalf of the team.
I've got to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we didn't bring it because we thought it might evaporate. So that's a little hint for you.
Oh, right. Well, that's very kind of you.
It's very kind of you to be on here for 45 years as well in action. What's been your one moment for it all? You've done loads.
Well, with this, I would say, the chance to speak to you. And
you're too kind, my friend. Good luck today, and I'll see you around.
Thanks very much. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, yeah. Oh, it's raining.
Changes everything. I might retire today.
Yeah, go on. Qualifying be fun. I'll see you later, Steve. Steve's last weekend. It is now starting to rain. So we were promised sunshine and roses. What we get is rain. And I just spotted Steve Ryder. So now I've got to go back to get Tom. He's being accosted by everybody, isn't he, today as well, to come into it. I'm waiting.
I will be.
Dan, how was the session out there? It's now started to rain. Is that going to impact qualifying?
I guess as good as mine. And yeah, it's just started a bit as warm. If it doesn't rain too much, the track will.
Good luck out there. Running around doing everything now. Tom Chilton, hello. It's just started raining. How's that going?
It was great, P4.
Good P4. Can you P1 in the race?
I hope so. It's a good start to the day, isn't it?
See you later. I'm seeing everybody right now as well. This is what it's like. Hello? It's my back. Oh, that's right. Hello. Ooh. It's more chaotic than the grid walk. I'm glad I've got new trainers because I'm darting around everywhere here today. Sharpest dressed man in the paddock. I've gone for shorts and a lovely shirt. How are you? Enjoying your time yet?
Yes, no, I'm very much a little bit jealous of your outfit there, sir. Cotton trousers, maybe not the best for a sunny park, but I don't know, a little bit of light precipitation in the air. Maybe I'll just cool off that way.
It did start raining and then it stopped again, but it's due to be 90% thunderstorms.
Well, so fun little fact, that does not mean that there's a 90% chance of it going to rain. It means that there's a 100% chance that 90% of the area that you're looking at will get rain.
Will we have rain? Can we have you all weekend?
Oh, I don't want there to be rain. I'm wearing a Panama hat. Panama hats don't do too well in the rain. But no, I think we should have. I want to have a nice warm weekend. I want to see drivers pushing the limit of the tyres and not having to worry about wet and dry setups. Just get the cars set up, send it Mac Jesus, and see what happens.
I last spoke to you at Donington. You've now 5 weekends into your new job. How are you finding it?
Oh, absolutely loving it. Good.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, I felt rude wearing my sunglasses. No, really enjoying it with Quick Fit. Great time. Working as hard as I possibly can to get the invite back next year.
We're enjoying it, and again, nice on the Danica Patrick stuff as well.
Thank you.
We share the same opinion quite a lot in the comments box.
I want this to get in the bin. Yeah,
yes.
Perfect.
Yes. I'll see you later. See you later. As we got who's left? Hang on a second. You're always running around. How you doing?
Very good, thank you. Yeah, I understand it just started to rain.
It did. It just little spots. Now it's gone again.
Well, I'm not happy about this.
No.
Someone wrote into the studio and they said, "Can you play Travis? It always rains on me." And I said, "Well, it's not going to rain this weekend." 5 minutes later,
Yeah, well, you sure?
So you can blame me.
Can you do it about what was it? 12:05 tomorrow.
No, it's no.
What, race one. In the
No. It's this is a minor hiccup. It's not going to rain this weekend.
Right, I'll see you later, Alan.
Although the thunderstorm that's been cancelled.
Oh, is it?
That's not.
We just said it was. Well, we was gonna.
No thunderstorm.
Right, I'll see you in the pit lane for qualifying. See you later. Alan Hyde, everybody. Where are we? We're at Napa. What about Napa? Yes. I want to get Dan Camish, but I think Sam Osborne's there as well. At the back. Ash has disappeared. That's what I've just noticed as well. Because they got Osborne. Okay, they're in a debrief. That's the one problem now. How long have I got, JT, until the session? Because we're not. Oh, actually, we're a slight delay with the red flag. 2 minutes. So that's okay. I saw Adders walking through. I spoke to him a minute ago about where his studio is. We're going to record that, by the way. I wanted to have a look and see what that ITV studio was about coming through. I'm trying to look around for everybody because that's what the paddock's like. It's huge. It's not just the pit lane area as well. I'm going to get Dick. Oh, he's gone. Missed him. Okay, Q. Know where we are. It's Rainford. Interviewing people. God, it's hotter. Dude, this is harder than Donington. It's the same basic paddock setup. Not Ronan Pearson. Oops. I want to get down towards where the Lloyd is. Toyota Kazoo Racing with James Dorlin. He's in a debrief. I'm not too sure if I can. I don't want to door stop him too early. But I know we're running out of time before the start of the next session. I've got to hand back. Alan's not in the box, I just noticed. Coming into it. Hang on a minute. Oops. Dow, you got a second? Well, first win came up. How are you feeling? When we first met, you were at the back of Donington Park. Not very happy that the car wasn't working last season. To come into BMW and win, it was a fantastic win. Cloud 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's about trying to repeat it now, but of course, like you said, last season, it's a completely different, mentality this year, being in a different car. And this championship's a very difficult one. So to get a win, it's a massive confidence boost. The only hard thing now is just trying to repeat it.
was happy in the commentary box, and I'll be happy. See you later. Good luck later. I think Steve might be after you in a minute. Steve, don't want to get interviewed with his interviews. Okay, I think I'm about to. How can we get James Dorling? Can I interrupt James Dorling? I'll get him for fan finishes. No, I'm going to wait a second because there's interviews, not a lot. Who else is around? Shedden. No, Flash always likes to hide as well. That's what I've noticed as well. He's sort of a one and done champ. He gets out of the car, done, thank you very much, and that's pretty much the end of it. Try and get James. I'll wait. Hello, have you got a second, James? How was it? I've just looked my backpack up. Sorry. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was good. Bit tricky initially. We just got a few bits of balance improvements to make in terms of setup, which is expected. We've not done any running around here, so yeah, pretty good first run. Keep trying to improve from there.
What are you doing with the humidity here as well? Because it's going up and down. It's you know.
Yeah, a lot of water.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Key. Yeah, just car. So yeah, just drinking plenty of water and trying to stay hydrated, but same for everybody. So it's this is where that training out away from the track helps.
I regret to tell you that thunderstorm that could have is now not going to happen. So there's not going to be a lift in the humidity.
I was praying for rain after trucks quality. We'll see. Tomorrow is another day as well. So I think we've got decent pace in the drive, but see how we get on.
Catch up after qualifying. James, thank you. Hello. Right, where are we? How much time have I not got, JT? Because I think I can hear the cars revving up. 42. How much time have I got? Not long. Not long. Not long at all as well. As Steve walks through. Okay. This is One Motorsport, but they've got all their... Now, this isn't usually allowed. I'm not surprised because if the team, they have to be on show. So there's something about One Motorsport. Arguably, you can say, Michael Peace. Arguably, you can say that they're on show here, but I'm not exactly 100% on. Right, let's head down towards the media area and sweep back up because I know we're running out of time. We only had 20 minutes to talk to you today. Let's come through it. Watch that. It's a tricky one. Oh, they've got some cars here now, safety cars. I do love talking to Alan Hyde as well. Later on, it might get busy because for the first time, we're in the pit lane. So we're going to be running up and down, commentating on the session, but also doing the qualifying and getting the reports during this, to get driving straight after. So that could be interesting, to say the least, about how difficult it's going to get. This is ITV, and there's ITV's shed at the top there. That's what we're going to be having a look at later, because I did ask. It's been very nice. This is just a shed, isn't it? That's quite a steep hill to get. Right, into the secondary paddock, because I don't hear any cars on the track right now, which has got time. Some people are fighting with lightsabers, safety umbrellas. Is that Chilton? Yeah, it's not Tingram that I wanted. Tell you what, new trainers, absolute delight. As well, because I can run around a lot quicker. I feel sorry for Tom trying to keep up with me now. But the green light has just gone on in the next session, and I can't see anybody else out there. So, which means it's probably a good time for to shut up talking and to hand back over to the International World Fair with Alan Hyde up as well in the booth. So we'll be back during practice 2 tracks.
It's a 130.339 and a stud for 3 years now. 2022, Sam Wellett set the qualifying lap record in the JCW category. Albert Webster, the aforementioned ex-Sport Class driver, has got the Sport Class record, only one season of that, but that was a 133.355 set in qualifying last year. So we've got to keep an eye on fastest lap times and second best lap times to set the 2 grids for the 2 races, the 20 and the 25-minute race that we have this weekend, with the first race of the weekend coming this afternoon, the second one, the slightly longer race, tomorrow. We've had, nearly 3 minutes of the session have elapsed, but nobody has yet, of course, set a lap time because the red flag came right as they were about to start their first flying lap. So they all came into the pit lane. They're now going to lose another couple of minutes getting back to the start-finish line, and then I'll probably need another lap or two to get into the flow. So a 30-minute session is more likely going to be something like effectively a 22, 23-minute session. So still got a reasonable amount of time, but they've certainly lost a chunk there. It's still overcast, but that little light smattering of rain, I think, has gone now, although it is kind of wall-to-wall cloud at the moment, and certainly breezier than it was. But the track temperature is still hot at 30 degrees at the moment. Josh Porter in his distinctive orange and black livery comes across then and has got himself to the front of the queue now to lead the cars around. So he's heading them around, clear track in front of him to see what he can do in the session in terms of moving up the order. He is a driver that was 9th in the championship last year, and there's another driver that stepped up from the Cooper class, the normally aspirated class, of seasons ago, to come into this category, but he's a very competitive driver, Josh. So I've given you the championship standings. In terms of qualifying performances so far this year, Tom Overton has had the grasp on qualifying so far this year, better than anybody else. He's had 3 poles and a second from the 4 qualifying performances based on best lap time and second best lap time at Donington and Snetterton. So he's had 3 pole positions. The other pole position has gone to the championship leader, who was on pole for the first race at Snetterton. He's had 2 other front row starts, and his worst grid, Jamie Osborne, has been a 4th. So Osborne and Ovenden have been the 2 that have pretty much locked out the front row of the grid this year. The only other driver that started on the front row of the grid based on qualifying times is Charlie Hand, who's on the front row of the grid at Snetterton for race 2, but otherwise it's been those top 2 in the championship. Lewis Selby's 3rd in the championship, hasn't quite been there in qualifying. He's been okay, top 6 in all of the sessions, best of 4th, but he hasn't yet got onto the front row of the grid, so that's where he's perhaps lost out a little bit compared to the others. Right, first lap time's coming in. 1:33.088 for Josh Porter is pretty decent first throw of the dice, so he's got his head down straight away, which is not a bad idea in case there are any more delays or stoppages. So he goes through with a 1:33.088 in the number 94 car. Josh has not been on the front row of the grid yet this season, the best of 4th on the grid at Donington Park. And Josh Porter currently sitting, was in the top 10 in the championship, but would like to make a bit of ground up this weekend. He's only had 1 podium finish. That was in race 2 with the 3rd at Snetterton. Lewis Selby does a 1:33.507 as his first lap time. Driver 3rd in the championship, 0.4 of a second away from Porter, but ahead of Tom Ovenden, who is one of his championship rivals, who's 3rd off that first lap time. Then it's Charlie Hand with a 1:34.401 currently. The best of the rookies was the best of the rookies because Albert Webster comes through in the number 2 car to go to the top of the times early doors. 1:32 now. The first into the 1:32s with a 1:32.707 second lap. That puts him nearly 4 tenths up on Josh Porter. They are going quicker than they went yesterday now. And just keeping an eye on this. I don't know if it's mini related or not. Napa uniformed engineers running up the pit lane towards the pit lane entrance, but can't see any minis there. We've still got Edmonton's car up on the jacks as the only car in the pit lane, but Jamie Osborne, which is probably where they're going now, to the Parc Fermé area. The championship leader is one that hasn't been able to put a lap in yet. I think he was the cause of the red flag, so he's not in the pit lane, but I suspect he's somewhere in the Parc Fermé area.
Yes, he is, chaps. Actually, I can see his car. It's been pushed into the pit lane now, and I'm going to have a little look at it. Charlie Hand's come into the pits as well, but let me just walk down a little bit. I'm not seeing any damage on Osborne's car at the minute as it comes down. I wonder if we can...
just stopped on track from what I can see on the CCTV pictures. So
I'm going to just see if I can grab a quick word of Rhea from Mini Challenge. She's just coming over very quickly. Let's just having a quick look. Rhea, can we just have a... Rhea, sorry. How are you?
Oh, very good. I just had a bit of a run.
Yes, yeah, a bit out of breath. But look, we've got Jamie Osborne's car back. What happened out there?
I understand he pulled off at the first chicane, so what we're going to try and do, obviously, most of you know in motorsport, we have to get the 3 laps done for qualifying. So the team are going to work hard now and try and see if we get him back out so he can get his 3 laps done.
Fantastic, Rhea. Thanks for keeping us updated and good luck. And keep running, keep running.
You made her run. Rear bow shot there. There's a championship coordinator. She's gone into a fast walk now. So Jamie's got out of the car. Helmet's coming off. The body is up. The Napa crew, and there are many of them, looking at the car now. So the championship leader, Drama, early on has been, as I say, one of the best qualifiers this year, but at the moment he hasn't got a lap time in, so they are working away at the car. They've got time, 21 3/4 minutes to go, but it's obviously not going to be the work of a moment. I was going to say because Jamie's got his helmet off, but he's just adjusting his balaclava and then he puts his helmet straight back on, so that's a good, hopeful, positive sign. The other one that hasn't yet put a lap time in is the number 10 car of Archie Johnson, who's third in the JCW Sport category. So he hasn't yet put a lap time in. Edmondson has now been dropped off the jacks and has gone out on track. So great job done by the team there to get that number 33 car back in action.
Charlie Hand's just coming back out as well, so it looks like it was nothing but routine for him.
Yeah, indeed so. The orange and white number 55 car of Charlie Hand heading back out. So, yeah, great job by the... to get the drive shaft changed that quickly. Had a bit of help with that red flag and that, 5 or 6, it was probably about 10-minute delay in the end, wasn't it? But they've got, the Pro Alloys racing team have got Max Edmondson back out there, which is a sigh of relief. And Napa are going to try and do the same now to get the 77 championship leading car of Jamie Osborne out there on track as well. I can see Peter Osborne, the team boss, overseeing things. His son in the car, back in the car now, ready to go as soon as he's got the opportunity. While we were hearing from the pit lane, we've had changes up the top of the order because Tom Overden has now gone quickest, as has been his mantra this year so far in qualifying. 1:31.968 in the number 24 car. He's nearly 0.4 of a second up on Lewis Selby, who's second on a 1:32.322. And then it's Josh Porter third in car 94 with a 1:32.336. Only 14 thousandths behind Lewis Selby. Alex Solly, top rookie at the moment in this category, former front runner in the Cooper class, number 12. He's gone fourth quickest with a 1:32.470. All of that means that Albert Webster, who was quickest about a minute and a half ago, he's now down to fifth, down to sixth, in fact, because Nathan Edwards has just gone through and put himself onto the front row of the grid with a 1:32.292 in the number 21 car. Only 30 thousandths quicker than Selby, so he's in just squeezed onto the front row. Alex Solly comes through in the number 12 car, the Napa car, but doesn't improve his lap time. There is an improvement, though, for the number 70 car of Owen Hillman, which has put him up to fifth place now with a 1:32.3. Half a second, just over half a second, covering the top 8. So it's pretty tight out there in this qualifying session. Charlie Handy's gone back out now, starts a flying lap. He's got number 2, Albert Webster, for company as they go into Old Hall Corner. And Webster put his best lap of the session in with a 1:32.431. But it is all changed because we've got Porter improving with a 1:32.366. He's also just done the absolute best first sector on this lap, a personal best in sector 2. And Webster goes up to 4th, Solly up to 5th. Hickton up to 6th place. Hillman's lost his lap time, which is why they've all shuffled up. So that will be a track limits offence, no doubt. Number 70 drops back out of the top 10, down to 11th place, which is why they all shuffle up. But Porter coming through now and goes to the top of the times with a 1:31.731. It looked a good lap 2/3 of the way through. He sealed the deal in sector 3 with an absolute best at the end of the lap as well.
Right, chaps, I'm in the pit lane and I've got a very special guest down here, 3-time Mini Challenge winner, former British touring car racer as well, and of course currently racing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Dan Zillos is here. Dan, who are you supporting in the Minis?
Oh, I've got to stay a little bit neutral. I've got lots of friends in this paddock, but no, I just want to see some close time and good racing. I can't lie, I do miss it a little bit.
Well, you're out in the Porsches now. How did it go earlier?
Yeah, not too bad. We were P6, and then for our second fast lap, which is another grid later on the weekend, was P8. So we're making slow progress. It's so close, just like the Minis are. And yeah, every time I go out, I'm learning a bit more how to drive a rear-wheel drive car. It's still new to me, but every session is almost a test session, and we're making slow progress.
We just need to get you out in an F4 car, and you've completed the TOCA package, haven't you?
Yeah, we'll have to lose some weight for that one.
Dan, thanks for talking to us. Chats, back to you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, great to hear from Dan, a superstar of mini racing and a former British touring car racer, but hopefully also a future British touring car racer, because absolutely deserves a chance to do that. But of course it's all about trying to get the finance together as well. Dan's absolutely, as he's proven already, got the talent to be up there in the British Touring Car Championship.
That was probably my big disappointment of the winter.
Yeah, that he didn't get through. Yeah, it was looking close for a while, wasn't it?
I know.
But it's good to see him try something else as well, isn't it? In that sense as well. And he's had a good qualifying session this morning, top 6 in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in the Cayman, which is good to see.
Takes a little while, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a very different beast to drive, isn't it? But
oh, hugely. And the drivetrain as well. Yeah.
But if you're a good driver, you're a good driver, and he's a very good driver, and he'll get there. Absolutely no doubt about it.
Totally.
Porter's still quickest then, with that 131.731. Selby has improved to second, though, in the number 18 car with a 131.812. 81 thousandths of a second between them. Overton is third, so third in the championship is second. Second in the championship is third. First in the championship is still in the pit lane, Jamie Osborne, having had the car stop out on track. They're still working on it, and Spanner's on the go at the moment, bonnet up, but let's see if they can get him back out. Meanwhile, one of his teammates heads into the pit lane in, which is the
Cameron Richardson is just coming into the pits now. I'll tell you who also is in the pitch is Nicky Gauci. Now, he travels over from Malta for every single race meeting. What a life, huh?
Very nice. Well, he's brought the weather with him, which is a good thing, isn't it? So, yeah, he's in the number 22 car, Nicky Gauci, with a 136.480 at the moment as a best lap time. One of the sport division drivers. The points leader in the sport category is currently quickest in the class as well. That's Henry Howarth. Number 42, his best lap time is a 136.319. He's just about a tenth and a half up on Gauci in the 22 car, who's in the pits. Then Crooks, number 29, third in the category. Now, Josh Porter is quickest on overall lap times, but on second best lap times, to set the grid for the other race, Tom Ovenden has got the upper hand here with a 131.939. So it's about getting two really good lap times in if you can. So we've got two different pole sitters at the moment for each race. On second best lap times, it's Ovenden, number 24, ahead of number 18, Selby. Third, number 94, Porter. Fourth, number 12, Solly. Fifth, number 2, Webster, who's in the pits now. Sixth, number 64, Hickton. Seventh, number 27, Cordell. Eighth on second best lap times, 33, Edmondson. Ninth, number 21, Edwards. And 10th on second best lap times is number 13, Campy. The sport division at the moment is a double pole position for Henry Howarth. More and more cars though coming into the pits because we are just into the second half of the session now, albeit the first half was interrupted by that red flag and losing time on getting the cars back up to pace. But with 14 minutes 48 seconds to go, it's suddenly become a very busy pit lane. Porter, number 94, still on provisional pole position for the first race though, with second race rather, with a 131.731, best lap time for him. 81 thousandths up on Selby. 24 Ovenden is third with a 131.902. He's in the pits. Edwards is in the pits, number 21. He's fourth, 132.183 for him. Also in the pits, the driver fifth at the moment, Alex Solly, number 12 with a 132.263.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody's in the pits at the minute. I'm just walking past a cluster of cars right now. I wonder if we can grab a quick word with Tom Ovenden, of course, going very well in the championship. Tom, what's the track conditions like out there?
Yeah, fine. The rain seems to be staying off for now, so yeah, we're all still going around on dry, so it's okay at the moment.
I'll tell you what, I'm leaning in. It is roasting in there. How are you coping?
I'm a little bit warm, and I've still got 14 minutes to go, so hopefully I'll be all right.
Good man, that's Tom Ovenden there. Stay with me, chaps. We'll take a little walk down, shall we? Harry Campy here, and he's got a fan right now. You can probably hear it. You are the envy of the pit lane right now, Harry, with that.
What's that?
I say you're the envy of the pit lane with that fan right now.
Yeah, it's very hot in here.
How's it going out there?
Yeah, it's going okay. Track's getting quicker. It's getting more rubbered in every lap, so keep pushing and keep going.
Top man, second half still to come for qualifying here for the Virtue Mini Challenge, JCW Sport. Of course, only 2 races, as you rightly said, this weekend. Normally have 3. I'm just walking down, and I might be able to grab a quick word, guys, with Jamie Osborne. Of course, we had that car stopped, we believe. How was practice yesterday? Because you've had, I believe, you've won all but one of the races so far this season. But practice, was it just testing the circuit?
Yeah, I mean, we ran on probably the oldest tyres we've run on this year yesterday, so it was just a case of getting used to the track again and making bits of progress. We didn't really try too hard, really, to put a good lap time in, so the times never really showed it, but we made really good progress in the car, so overall was really happy with yesterday.
Good man. Fingers crossed we can get you out as soon as possible. If he does go out, my word, Jamie Osborne certainly the man to watch this season. Actually, just before he goes out as well, guys, he does have a thank you Steve Ryder written on the roof of the car. Nice touch.
That is a nice touch, isn't it? Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, Steve Ryder's last weekend helming the ITV coverage of the British Touring Car Championship this weekend. Something on that will be touching upon a lot this weekend.
Who I can confirm is a guest on Oulton Tin Top Tuesday on
you got
Tuesday
him.
night.
Fantastic.
Yes, indeed.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So that'll be this Tuesday. Steve Ryder on Autoglim Tin Top Tuesday at 8 o'clock live. Right, so fuel pump issue, they think.
If he answers the phone. He's not brilliant at answering emails, texts or phones, no.
Well, he's got more time now, so after this weekend,
it
should be fine.
That, yeah.
Still conversations going on. They've had the laptop plugged in. It's looking like they're getting there, though, with Jamie Osborne's car. They've got 11 and a half minutes just under to go. Remember, he needs to get 2 good lap times in. Your best lap time sets the grid for race 2 this weekend, the live race on ITV tomorrow. Your second fastest lap time sets the grid for the race this afternoon, race 1. And we've got 2 different pole sitters at the moment. So for tomorrow's race, Josh Porter, overall quickest in the 94 car. He's in the pits now. So is Lewis Selby, who's second. He's just underneath the commentary box at the moment. He's got out of the car as well, I think, hasn't he? Yes, he's got out of the car. So he might not be going any further in this session. Saving the tyres, can't get any more out of them potentially. But on second best lap times, the grid for tomorrow's race will have the driver that's had the most poles so far this year, 3 out of 4. Tom Ovenden will be on pole tomorrow. As it stands in the 24 car, he's got a 1/10 of a second advantage on second best lap times over Selby, with Porter third in that respect.
Chaps, you're right. Lewis is out of the car. Lewis, it's not normally a good sign when somebody gets out of the car before the end of the session.
No, I think I've done all I can, to be honest. You put some new front tyres on it. They've got a life. Mine have just ended. So I've done the best I can with it, and I think we'll end up P2 or P3, so yeah, I'll take that. That's good.
Do you know what? I really appreciate the no-nonsense approach there. Best of luck for that, Lewis Selby there. They have just tried to fire Jamie Osborne's car up, but it wouldn't tick over yet, so still waiting to see if Jamie Osborne can get out, chaps.
And we're having front tyres swapped on the number 29 car of Crooks as well, which at the moment is, what is he, 4th in class, in the Sport Division class. So trying to get out the order, but if you can, Will. Crux swapping the front tyres left onto the right, right onto the left. Still working away. More mechanics have now arrived at Jamie Osborne's car. And yeah, Ian talking to Lewis Selby there, and Lewis saying, look, I can't get any more out of these tyres. There's no point going round and round and round. But if I get second or third on the grid, which is at the moment, he's going to get 2 front row starts. He'll be happy with that. It'll be his best qualifying of the year so far. Crooks front tyres swapped. The Goodyear's switched around. He's about to go back out in the number 29 Sport Division car. And in terms of the Sport Division at the moment, with what we've got left, 9 minutes of the session to go. Currently, it is Archie Johnson who's quickest overall in the category for the slightly slower entry-level cars with a 135.816 in car 10. Nearest rival is Henry Howarth, the championship leader, with a 136.3. So he's got a good, 8/10 of a second gap here, or half a second or so gap over second place. So number 10 Johnson quickest in the session in the category, ahead of 42 Howarth, and Gauci number 22 third in the category. On second best lap times, the grid for tomorrow, it is still Howarth, the championship leader, that has pole position for Sunday's race in car number 42, ahead of Gauci number 22, and Crooks number 29. He's just gone back out there. So Johnson's had a really good lap, but not 2 really good laps, because he's only 4th on second best lap times.
Can I just ask, chaps, how Max Edmondson's getting on? He's just gone back out of the pits. Of course, he had that issue earlier. It was very quick in practice yesterday. So how's he getting on now?
Yeah, he was only 19 thousandths away from being quickest yesterday, wasn't he? As I say, team have done a great job to get him back out there. He was 5th. He's just gone down to 6th, because Albert Webster's just crossed the line to go ahead of him in the number 2 car. So good effort that. 6th place overall and 7th on second best lap times.
And a good effort from Albert Webster as well. He had an off yesterday. The car did sustain a little bit of damage, but great work by the team to get him back out. And confidence is still high from Mr. Webster, it seems.
Yeah, certainly dealing with the extra power that he's got in the car this year. This is going to be his best qualifying by a mile, though. So far, 9th, 11th and 12th have been his grid positions from qualifying. But at the moment, number 2, Albert Webster, he's the top rookie. He's 5th overall in the number 2 car on best lap times. And 4th overall, even better off on the grid for tomorrow's race on second best lap times. So really big step up in qualifying for him. And his third weekend, his third qualifying session in these cars, having stepped up from the Sport Division car and the H-pattern gearbox last year. Time still ticking down, of course. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go, and they're still working on Jamie Osborne's car to get him out there to try and get some laps in. But as it stands, Jamie, who's been on the front row of the grid most of the time this season, leads the championship. He's going to be stone last on the grid for not just one, but 2 races this weekend.
Chaps, it's raining again down here in the pit lane. Despite it, just as I say that, so the sun comes back out again. I'm down here with Josh Porter as well. Looks like there's issue with the fronts here. Josh, what's going on?
I had a slight incursion and touched the wall by going offline on one of the second corner, but seems to be all good. I don't really know where the times are saying right now, but I knew we were on pole and I'm quite happy with that at the moment. So just going to go out there, see if we can go any quicker. If we can't, then hopefully we can hold it.
Good, just as long as there's no damage. You're just checking the alignment at the minute?
Yeah, we're going to go out, we're going to do a couple of laps to see if it's all okay. It seems okay when I was driving back. I got it back out of the barrier. It was only like a slight touch, so everything should be right.
Top man, thank you very much, Josh Porter today, and it is raining in the pit lane.
Which is exactly what Jamie Osborne didn't want, because the Napa crew, who are all congratulating each other, have done a mega job. They've got him out there to at least get on the track, but he could do without it raining now. He's trying to get 2 laps in. Everybody else has been going around in the dry, and we've got 1 or 2 spots around. I don't think it's enough really to affect things at the moment, but they've got him 6 minutes. They've bought him 6 minutes to get 2 lap times in here. It's going to take him until the clock ticks down to about 4 3/4 minutes to go before he can even start a lap time. But he should have time, if the car holds together, to get 3, maybe 4 laps in here. But 2 of them are going to be really, really good ones. But it's Jamie Osborne. He's the championship leader. He ought to have a chance. He'll lose his fastest lap time as well, because he was effectively the cause of the red flag, even though the session hadn't really got going. We hadn't set any lap times. So he's got to get 3 good lap times in. 1 of them won't count. Only his 2nd and 3rd will count. Lewis Selby out of the session now. He's dropping down the order, in threat of dropping down the order, isn't it? He's 3rd at the moment, was 2nd, but Porter and Ovenden now ahead of him, because Ovenden's last lap time was his best lap time to get onto the front row of the grid with a 1:31.781. Only half a tenth down on Josh Porter as well, who's gone back out after grazing the wall, as he said there, with Ian. So up onto the front row of the grid has gone the driver 2nd in the championship. Down to 3rd has gone Lewis Selby. That's for the race tomorrow on 2nd best lap times. The race for that's for the race today. For the race tomorrow on 2nd best lap times, Lewis Selby is 2nd behind Tom Ovenden. Porter is 3rd. So it's the same top 3 in a different order. An improvement for Gauci in the 22 car. She's gone up to 2nd in the sport division with a 1:36.3. So we've still got to find 0.6 of a second to get ahead of Johnson. Johnson has now got 2 good lap times in, though, which means he's on for a double pole position, because his best lap time is quicker than anybody else's, and his 2nd best lap time is quicker than anybody else's 2nd best as well. So he'll be on pole position for both races as it stands. 2nd best lap time set in the grid for today. Best lap time for tomorrow in the 25-minute, slightly longer race in front of the ITV cameras. So on his first flying lap, he's going to be Jamie Osborne, but this one still won't count, because he'll lose his fastest lap time for causing the red flag. And life gets better and better for Max Edmondson, up to 4th place in the number 33 car, which was up on the jacks with the broken drive shaft at the start of the session. He was 4th, he's now 5th, because Molo Cordell has just gone through slightly quicker in the number 27 car with a 1:31.897, and I mean slightly quicker. He's 1/1000th of a second quicker than Edmondson, and that's just enough to get him onto the 2nd row of the grid in the 27 car. So Edmondson at the moment 5th, and then 6th on 2nd best lap times.
Yeah, I'm down here. Alex Solly out of the car. Alex, done enough?
I think that's all that I can do today. I think there was a couple more tenths in it, but we were just a couple laps too short in terms of time, so I think that's all we can do today. Quite happy with it. We're in the right pack, so hopefully we can work from there. We know we've got the pace, so yeah, look forward to the race.
I'm going to enjoy watching Alex. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck a little bit later.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, good to hear from Alex Solly. 8th overall he is. But first overall, while we're hearing from Alex, Tom Ovenden has gone to the top of the times, just by 36,000ths of a second in the 24 car. The driver's 2nd in the championship with a 1:31.695, really trying to capitalise upon the problems for his nearest rival in the championship, Jamie Osborne, who has now got a lap time in, but that one, remember, won't count. And his 2nd and 3rd best lap times are going to count. So 1:35.4 134.29 on his first try, 16th overall, but scratch that one. So Ovenden quickest from Porter by 36 thousandths of a second. Right at the end of the session, 2 3/4 minutes is all, well, 2.5 minutes is all that we've got left now. 18 Selby, who finished a while ago, third, and about a 1/10 of a second away from pole position. Marlowe Cordell, only 85 thousandths of a second behind him in 4th place. Edmondson, number 33, 5th. 21 Edwards, 6th. Number 2 Webster, 7th. 12 Solly, who you just heard from, is 8th. 64 Hickton, 9th. And 70 Hillman, lost a lap time earlier on, is in 10th place as it stands, with Ovenden on for a double pole position now, with the best second fastest lap time as well, to put him on the front row on the pole position for today's race. Selby still second on second best lap times, and we've got a red flag, just exactly what Jamie Osborne didn't need at all, trying to get some lap times in here. What's the cause? You can see on the monitors, you can see anybody that stopped out on the circuit or had an off, and from the CCTV pictures that we get, we can only see really the start finish straight from the commentary box, but elsewhere we've got some CCTV pictures, and I can't see anything obvious there as it stands, but we have nonetheless got a red flag, and because there's less than 2 minutes to go, that might well be it now, in terms of that'll be the end of the session, and that will mean that despite the best efforts of Napa, the championship leader Jamie Osborne, because he'll have that one lap time discounted for causing the red flag, he's going to start stone last on the grid anyway for both races, albeit it was still worth getting the car out there, because at least they know potentially, hopefully, it is now working. I suppose the worry is if it's Jamie that's caused the red flag again, if he's had another issue, but we can't see the cause for that at the moment. We'll just try and work out who it is when they all come back to the pits and work out who is not yet returned. But 1 minute and 49 seconds on the clock as it stands. Medical crew is going out, so I think somebody has had an off.
Yeah, I think that will be it as well. The cars are being pushed to Parc Ferme now, so that will be the end of qualifying for the Virtue Mini Challenge JCW Sport. I'm going to head up to Parc Ferme actually and see who's missing.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, that's certainly looks the case, doesn't it? It's not confirmed yet, but I think that's certainly going to be the end of it for the session, with only 1 minute and 49 to go anyway. So Tom Ovenden will get the championship points as well for qualifying on pole position in car 24, and it's a double pole as well. Best lap time, best second fastest lap time. So pole for today's and tomorrow's races, 131.695 for number 24 Tom Ovenden. Second, number 94 Josh Porter with a 131.731. Looked like he was going to get pole, his first of the year, but then right at the end, Ovenden by 36 thousandths of a second getting ahead of him. Selby, number 18, with his best grid of the year, starts third. This is for tomorrow's race, based on fastest lap times with a 131.812. Fourth, number 27, Marlowe Cordell. Fifth, number 33, great job by the team to get him out there at all, was Max Edmondson, who was quick yesterday, 131.898, just a thousandth of a second away from being on row 2. He'll start on row 3 for tomorrow's race, 5th on the grid. 6th on the grid, number 21, Nathan Edwards, and then 7th on the grid with his best so far, number 2, Albert Webster. Matt has just spotted just a tiny dot on one of the screens on the exit to Druids. We have lost a car, but it's a tiny dot on the exit, but that is right at the end of the gravel trap. So that is the cause, high-speed section that. So that's the cause of the red flag. A car off on the exit to Druids. Where did we get to? Number 2, Webster 7th, best of his qualifying in this division so far this year. 8th number 12 Solly, 9th number 64 Hickton, and 10th number 13 Campy. 11th number 70 Hillman, 12th number 55 Hand, 13th number 32 Anthony, 14th number 15 Richardson, 15th number 95 Hodgkiss, 16th number 210 Mackenzie, and then 17th on class pole position Archie Johnson. With a 135.707 in the sport division. 56 Crossley was 18th, 19th was number 22 Gauci, 2nd in sport division, and 20th overall, and 3rd in the sport division, number 42, the championship leader of that class, Henry Howarth. 4th in the category, 21st overall, number 29 Crooks, and no lap time for the championship leader, Jamie Osborne. He therefore starts at the back of the grid for both races this weekend. So Ovenden and Porter will be on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's race. For today's race, based on second best lap times, it will be slightly different. Still Ovenden on pole, but Selby will be his company on the front row of the grid. On second best lap times, there was 0.2 of a second between them. A 131.781 for Ovenden in car 24, a 132.050 for Selby in car number 18.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I'm all the way over in Park Ferme, the complete opposite end of the pit lane. Have been told it's Owen Hillman is the man off. That's why we have the red flag. If you want, I'll go chat to some of the drivers whilst we're down here, if we can. We've got, Jack Oddfant's popping around and as well. I did want to find, there's Albert Webster. Let's go talk to Albert Webster, shall we? Albert, come over and have a chat with us. Come do your customary media duties, because qualifying went quite well for you.
Yeah, it weren't too bad, to be fair. You know, I think it was 7th in the end, so, you know, I'm not sad with that. You know, I made a few mistakes on my lap, and I know I did. You know, my ideal was probably a little bit further up than we are now, but yeah, really enjoyed that session. You know, got a little bit nervous when I saw spits on the rain. Did get a little bit nervous, but
it's still spitting now, isn't it?
Yeah, like at one point it was. I nearly had to put the windscreen wipers on, so got a little bit scared, but no, it was a good session in the end, and yeah, really enjoyed it.
I saw your sister this morning, and she was telling me you had a bit of an off yesterday. You just finding the limits.
Yeah, maybe pushing a little bit too hard, but you know, we're out today, and it looks as good as ever. So not too stressed about it yesterday. So not bad.
Albert, it's good to see you. I might join you for a drink later as well. Here we go. Let's have a quick chat with Tom, the fastest man out there. Tom, what is it about Oulton Park?
I love it. Absolutely love it. It's a really roller coaster of a track, definitely. That was a really tough session. I was nip and tuck with Josh for a lot of that session, and the track was getting better and better. And I got it in just at the last lap, which is always the most tense situation in a qualifying session. But no, really good. Happy.
Excellent. Could be a great weekend for the championship. Thanks, Tom Ovenden there. Let's move around, shall we? We've already spoken to Lewis. We've got Jamie Osborne again. We did have a quick catch-up with him, but unfortunately, Jamie, that red flag coming out scuppered things a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really want to rush into it and just go for one prep lap, so I did my usual 2 prep laps to kind of just keep the longevity of the tyres as fresh as possible. And then we managed to set, I think, a decent lap until the last corner, and then the red flag came out, which is unfortunate. But we'll just have to make better progress in the race and see how it goes. We've only got 2 this weekend, so I've got to make the most of it.
Well, we always enjoy watching you race. We certainly do. And a bit of a shout out to the team. What a job getting the car out.
Yeah, the boys have done a great job to get it back out. Obviously, it's unfortunate that we had, I think it was a problem with one of the pins for the fuel system, so we struggled there. But no, the boys did a great job to get us back out, and it's just very unfortunate, but definitely be one to watch.
There you go, you will certainly. Thanks, Jamie Osborne there, the man at the top of the championship standing, certainly the man to watch out. It's going to be spicy a little bit later. Chaps, I'm going to make my way back to the pit lane because we've got qualifying for the Vera Tools British F4 Championship coming up.
Thanks very much indeed to Ian Waterhouse down in Park Ferme pit lane, and this afternoon podiums and commentary box as well. We are getting our money out of Waterhouse this weekend.
Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts, or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
And a big hi to Charlie and Oliver. Hi, can I have a shout out to my dad, Neil? We're here for his birthday present, having a great time, looking forward to the weekend. And that comes with love from Charlie and Oliver. Great to have you here, guys, from Charlie, Oliver and Neil as well. Great to have you all here at Oulton Park. This one is from Adrian and Sarah. First weekend camping at Oulton Park. Good emoji use as well. Thank you very much. It always helps. Thank you very much indeed. Great to have you here, Adrian and Sarah. And this one says, hi, can you wish a big happy 12th birthday to Lewis, please? For the last 5 years, he's asked to come to BTCC qualifying as part of his birthday present, and now it's a yearly tradition to come to Oulton Park with his mates. That comes from Dad Mark, Freddie, Todd and Harry. To all of you, great to have you here, and good decision. Great way to have a bit of your birthday present here at Oulton Park for qualifying day. Qualifying for touring cars is coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. There is now a little bit of rain forecast, just a drop here and there as we had during the mini challenge qualifying. That's going to be up until midday, but this afternoon sunshine makes a reappearance, which is really good news. This one says, it's from Caroline, our first time back at Oulton Park since COVID. We're loving listening to your banter this morning. Could you please wish my hubby Andy an early happy birthday? Thanks from Caroline. Caroline, great to have you here, and welcome back. I think quite a few people during that period in 2020 got out of the habit of going to motor racing, and gradually they are now coming back. So great to have you back here. Could you please wish Andrew, no, I beg your pardon, could you wish John a happy 50th birthday from all the boys? Yes, we can. Happy birthday, John. Can you say hello to Emily, who's 8 on Thursday, and her sister Rosie and baby brother Robbie? Robbie, Rosie and Emily, great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, please say hello to Paul and Sam. This is our 13th year here. Sam has come every year since he was born. That is great to hear. Paul and Sam, great to have you here at Oulton Park. If you want a message on Toka Live, all you have to do is to WhatsApp message us, message plus your first name to 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877, or if you wanted to email us, you can do that as well, studio@tokalive.net, studio@tokalive.net.
This is Toka Live.
On 94.9 FM here at Oulton Park, a very good morning to you. We are standing by, we're ready to go. We are just about 4 minutes away from getting single-seaters out on the Oulton Park circuit, qualifying for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Down in pit lane will be Ian Waterhouse, and in the main commentary box is Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much indeed, Alan. Yeah, the entry list for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. If you're here at the circuit, you'll find on page 52. If you're listening at home, you'll just have to imagine it. But the programme entry list on page 52, the colour schemes and spotter's guide on the adjacent page on page 53. So our single-seater championship. This championship was formed 10 years ago now, back in 2015. It originally started life as the MSA Formula, and essentially took over from Formula Ford. Formula Ford racing for older Formula Ford cars still exists, of course, but Formula Ford was always seen as the first stepping stone into car racing for kart racers. Now it's been taken over. Of course, it started as the MSA Formula, quickly became the Formula 4 Championships, and Formula 4 Championships run around the world now, and the British F4 Championship, albeit British in name and at all British circuits, has always been a very international field. And a lot of these drivers, in fact all of these drivers, I can safely say, all with ambitions to become Formula 1 drivers. And they've got a chance as well, because the winner of that first ever championship back in 2015 was Lando Norris, who of course is now a star for McLaren in the Formula 1 World Championship, and will be no doubt cheered along in a couple of weeks' time at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. In 2017, the runner-up in this championship was his current title rival and teammate Oscar Piastri, raced in the British F4 Championship. Jack Doohan, who started the season in Formula 1, raced in this championship a few years ago as a rookie driver, a Red Bull rookie driver as well in this championship. Logan Sargent, who's raced in Formula 1, competed in that same period in 2017 that we saw the Oscar Piastri running third in the championship, or running second in the championship overall. So these names that you see in the programme, have a look back at this programme, keep this race programme, look back at it in, what, maybe 5 or 6 years' time, and you might just see that some of them have made it all the way up to Formula 1. That's certainly the ambition. The cars...
sorry, Chris, I believe as well, actually, Oscar Piastri won his first race in British F4 here at Oulton Park. Right,
so perfect, yeah, here at this circuit, and what a place to get a first win as well. If you can do well around here, you can drive anywhere. Lots of drivers say this is almost like a street circuit. It's so narrow in parts, the barriers are so close, so you can drive here. Monaco, no problem whatsoever for Oscar Piastri. These cars are second-generation cars now. These Formula 4 cars, the exact same spec cars that they run in other series all the way around the world. So second-generation Tatius chassis as it now is, brought in a couple of years ago. It's 180 brake horsepower Abarth engine that run the cars these days, 1.4 litres. Originally, they used to be Miguel chassis and Ford engines, but now it's a Tatius chassis and an Abarth engine. They all run on Pirelli tyres, and that's key really, because these drivers will aspire to then go from Formula 4 up to Formula 3, Formula 2 and Formula 1, and to do that you need to get used to racing on Pirelli tyres, because that's what's used all the way through the motorsport ladder to the very top rung in Formula 1. So all run on Pirelli slick tyres. They've got 6-speed sequential gearboxes, paddle shift of course. The cars, including the driver, only weigh 605 kilograms. So your typical family hatchback will weigh about a ton, 900 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms, something in that vicinity. These weigh about 2/3 of that, and they've got 180 brake horsepower. So the power to ton ratio is way up there, but they're also incredibly aerodynamically efficient, these cars, with the front wings, the rear wings on the cars. These days they'll all have the halo on the cars as well around the cockpit to protect the drivers, and lots of safety features to protect these drivers in terms of the internal structure of the cars and the anti-intrusion panels on the sides of the cars to help the drivers. This year we have a main championship, as we've had for a number of years, a rookie championship. That's for drivers with no more than 3 previous car racing weekends prior to the start of this season. And the winner of the Rookie Cup this year gets a £25,000 contribution towards their entry in next year's championship if they come back to Formula 4. Also this year, new for the season, and you'll see in your race programmes, some of the drivers in the right-hand column have an R next to their name, which is rookie class. Some have a C next to their name. Some are in both categories, but the C stands for Challenge Cup. That's been brought in this year, and that's for drivers who can't commit to a full season. That might be for financial reasons. It might be because you're not old enough to race at the start of the season, which we sometimes get. You've got to be 15 to race in this championship. Only 15. But you've got to be 15. And if you're not 15 for the first part of the season, then you can still come and compete in the Challenge Cup. And that is where you pre-select 7 of the rounds that you're going to compete in. And they're the ones that count towards your Challenge Cup Championship. And again, if you win that category, you get £25,000 of funding towards your 2026 season. The Formula 4 Championship, run by Motorsport UK, the governing body of British Motorsport, also have great connections with various Formula 1 teams and various prizes for the champion, and to connect them with Formula 1 teams and get experience there as well. So that is the format of the championship. The championship standings being led by one of the returning drivers from last year, the first ever Hungarian actually to compete in the championship, Martin Molnar. And he's had a very solid start to the year. They've already had a busy start to the year because they competed at Donington Park at the start of the season. They've had a non-toker round at Silverstone, ran the full Grand Prix circuit. Then they were at Snetterton and Thruxton with touring cars. Here at Oulton.
Well, it turns out that Toka Live have once again had a microphone failure, so we will do what we can with 22.5 minutes left in this session, and I can tell you that Toka Live are currently going through the British F4 schedule, so, well, let me just grab the schedule up and I'll go through it as well for you guys while we wait for the microphones to return at Toka Live. So, round 5 of the season here for the British F4 Championship. Then they go to Zandvoort on the 26th to the 27th of July. Then Knockhill on the 16th to the 17th of August. Donington Park on the 30th to the 31st of August. Silverstone National for the 21st of September 2025. And then they end out the season on the same weekend as BTCC at Brands Hatch GP for the 4th and the 5th of October. But of course, between now and Zandvoort, they are at Silverstone for the Formula 1 British Grand Prix. That was confirmed a couple of weeks ago. And it'll be F1, F2, F3 and British F4 at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix weekend, and it'll be the first time that a full pyramid of single-seater motorsport has been on the world stage at the same event. British F4 also going to be shown on Sky Sports F1 on TV, so lots of publication and getting out there for these junior drivers, also looking to rise the ladder up into FIA Formula 3, then FIA Formula 2, and then the big league Formula 1. Well, as you can see, time is ticking down, and we, after this, trackside, as it's currently 11:30 local here in the UK. After this, we have free practice 2 for the British Touring Car Championship, where hopefully we will join back trackside with JB and crew. That is from 12:05 to 12:40. Lunch break is from 12:40 to 1:40. Then after the lunch break, we get into our first race action of the day for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. That is 20 minutes. That kicks off at 1:40. At 2:20, the Virtue Mini Challenge have their first race of the weekend, 20 minutes long. Then 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. qualifying for the British Touring Car Championship. And then at 4:15, back to racing for the Weratools F4 British Championship, which are out on track qualifying now. That is a 20-minute race. And then at 10 to 5, the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain have their second race of the weekend. That is also at 20 minutes length, but note, as always at every single motorsport event, the programme may be brought forward or the programme order may be amended, and competitors should listen carefully to instructions from their championship coordinator and or paddock announcements. Well, 18 minutes left to go here. And it is currently Campbell Pillen leading the way with a 1 minute 20.834. But the microphones at Toka Live have just kicked back in. So let's go join Toka Live once again. And hopefully their microphones stay alive.
Times, each driver's fastest time, but with the top 12 reversed. They've had different formats of this over the years. It's been the top 10, it's been the whole grid that's been reversed, but the last couple of years it's been the top 12 reversed. So whoever ends up 12th quickest in this session is going to be on pole position for the middle race. And there's a point scoring system because it's an FIA championship, like Formula 1 for the main races, races 1 and 3, 25 points for a win, 18 for second, 15 for third, down to a point for 10th. For the middle race, that reverse grid race, fewer points available, only the top 8 score, 15 points for a win, down to a point for 8th. But you also get bonus points for coming through the order. Each position you gain from your grid position, you get an extra bonus point, up to a maximum of 10 bonus points. So there's lots of opportunity for the drivers to score. It puts a lot of pressure on the drivers in this qualifying session, Ian, because they've got to get 2 really good lap times in and also think about where they might be on the reverse grid.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we've not had any cars into the pits yet. So if you did follow the action at Thruxton, you may remember Salim Hanna made his debut there. The Colombian won a race. He's not here this weekend though, but what a weekend performance that was from him. Hopefully we might see him out later in the year.
Yeah, hopefully so. And second half of the year, you tend to get drivers dipping their toe, getting ready for maybe a full assault in the following season's championship. But a good field, 20 drivers, a very, very international field as well. In his second season of the championship, Rowan Campbell Pilling is the driver that is currently quickest in this session in the 42 car. 120.834 seconds for Rowan, is one of the JHR developments drivers entries. He switched teams from his first season. So last year he raced with Argenti, this year he's moved to JHR. He's from Sheffield, another quick Yorkshire driver. He's 18 years of age and he was 10th in the championship last year. not on the top of the times anymore though, because 1, 2, 3 drivers all go quicker than him as they cross the line, and one of them is the championship leader. And he was 10th in the championship last year, couple of podium finishes at Brands Hatch and at Donington. He's not on the top of the times anymore though, because 1, 2, 3 drivers all go quicker than him as they cross the line, and one of them is the championship leader. Martin Molnar, number 24, has gone to the top of the times, 1:20.515 for Martin, just about 2/10 up on Henry Jocelyn, number 26, who's gone second. And then in only his second weekend of the championship, because he missed the first one, it is number 46, the Indian driver, Ari Bansal, that's gone third quickest for Fortec. A really good effort with a 1:20.812. And also going ahead of Campbell Pilling is Thomas Behrman, number 7, top rookie in this session at the moment, with a 1:20.829. He's only 0.05 of a second quicker than Rowan Campbell Pilling, who's in the pits, but he is quicker than him. So from first down to 5th in the blink of an eye for the British driver. And with August Raber, number 47, rounding out the top 6 as it stands.
Yeah, I was just about to say Rowan Campbell Pilling's pulled into the pits, but you beat me to that
Sorry.
one. It's about to get quite busy. It's okay, Chris.
It's quite early
okay.
though, isn't it, to pop in, really? He's only done
it is.
one proper lap.
It looks fairly routine, to be fair. There's not too much activity going around. In fact, he's not going to be the only one. It's getting quite busy down here with mechanics, so I expect a few cars to pull into the pits very soon.
Yeah, just already kind of halfway into well, sorry, it's already 5 minutes gone. It's 20-minute session. We've got 2 laps to get in. Bansal's actually on pole position on second best lap times, which would be the grid for today's race. So he's second and first. Second best lap time is a 1:20.812, a 1:20.865 for Martin Molnar, puts him second on the grid provisionally for today's race, with Thomas Behrman 1:20.875 third. On second best lap time, 63 thousandths of a second is all that covers the top 3 as it stands.
Yeah, very busy down here now. Chase Fernandez right in front of me because he was a race winner at Donington Park. I want to go very quickly. Chase, conditions out there, how is it?
You wouldn't think it, but absolutely dry. No worries.
No worries at all. Right, I'll let you crack on. It is very busy down here indeed, so lots of tyre changes going on as you might expect. Let's just move along a little bit further, shall we? See if we can grab a quick word. I've got Cole Hewitson, the man from South Africa. I'm trying not to make too much of a nuisance of myself down here. Let's just jump in. Cole, early stage of this qualifying session, but how's it going?
Yeah, just feeling the track, seeing where the grip is, just knowing where we can be fast for this qualifying run.
What do you make of Oulton Park?
Yeah, it's a great circuit, enjoyable, very technical.
Top man, there you go, short but sweet, chaps. But as you can imagine, I'm getting in everybody's way, so I'm going to move a little bit further up the pit lane, see if there's anybody else I can quickly have a chat to and keep my distance from the mechanics.
Good man, yes, busy down there, isn't it? You've got to watch, you have eyes in the back of your head around here because they're almost all in the pit lane.
I've got to watch my toes as well, Chris, I think. Jimmy Pizik's down here very quickly. Jimmy, quick chat, how are we feeling today, this weekend, all good?
Yeah, all good, I think I'm about to go, so.
Right, he's going, he's off. In fact, a lot of cars now started to head out. Ella Lloyd's just headed out as well. Thomas Behrman, he's just pulled into the pits as well. Of course, he's the brother of Formula 1 driver Ollie Behrman. He was fastest in practice 2 yesterday. Jimmy Pizik, who I've just spoken to, he was fastest in practice 1 and second fastest in practice 2. So do keep your eye on Thomas Behrman and Jimmy Pizik this weekend.
You mind your toes, Ian. We need those toes this weekend.
I've got steel toe cap boots on, chaps. I'm fine.
Quite right too.
Quite right, yeah. No, it's mega busy out there. A race, almost a race. It's almost like an endurance race. This in and out as quick as you can.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? It is so. What a place to be in the pit lane when these cars come in and start firing up and head back out on track.
Brand new stickered front tyres. Pirelli's on Ethan Jeff Hall's car. I noticed the number 25 machine, one of the blue Virtuosi cars. Sorry, the blue Argenti cars that's heading out on track. So some of them putting brand new tyres on for this second part of the session. In terms of the tyres, as I say, they're all Pirelli P0 slick tyres, but again, you can't just bolt on a set of new tyres every time you fancy it. There is a limitation of 2 sets of new slicks which you run for both qualifyings and both races. So a much less busy pit lane and a much busier track. Martin Molnar, number 24, quickest. Number 46, Ari Bansal, second quickest. 0.172 seconds between them. And then it's Henry Jocelyn, number 26, who's had 4 poles so far this year. Third, 120.696, only 9 thousandths away from the front row of the grid. And as Ian said, Thomas Behrman, quickest overall yesterday across the 2 practice sessions. He did a 120.046. So we're not quite down to the times that we saw yesterday, 1:20.5 so far, so we're about half a second away. But we might get quicker now that some of them have bolted newer slick tyres on, and the track may be gripping up a bit. Jimmy Pizik was 1:20.238, nearly 2/10 off Thomas Behrman's times yesterday. Ari Bansal doing a great job yesterday, third quickest as well, ahead of Leo Robinson, who's one of the returnees from last season. The British Algerian driver, 8th quickest at the moment. He's one of the drivers that's still in the pits, actually, in the number 6 car. So too is Avramidis, the Australian, number 4 in the pits, and Larson is also in the pits, number 14, Alba Larson, the Danish driver, is also competing in the FIA Academy single-seater international championship this year, running 4th in the standings in that. And she at the moment, though, 20th. But this is so tight out there. There's 0.8 of a second between the top 18 of this session. That is all incredibly close. Some great racing at Thruxton. Formula 4 cars just suit Thruxton. They always have terrific racing there. Qualifying is going to be mega important here, though, because it's certainly not as easy to overtake at Oulton as it is in a single-seater. We get all that slipstreaming up the Woodham Hill into the chicane. You don't get that here at Oulton Park, so qualifying absolutely critical. Molnar on for pole position for race 3 tomorrow. Bansal on pole position provisionally for today's race. 12th overall, just to keep an eye on that as well for the reverse grid race. 12th at the moment is number 25, Ethan Jeff Hall in the Argenti car. So that would be a reverse grid pole for race 2 tomorrow morning. We've got just under 10 minutes still of the session to go. Nobody's yet lighting up the timing screens, although Finn McLaughlin has just done a personal best through Sector 2. So Finn McLaughlin second in the championship at the moment. Where is he overall? He's only 11th overall on best lap times. He's slightly better off on second best lap times, 5th. But he's certainly one that you would think would be wanting to improve, hoping to improve upon where he is at the moment. Having already been one of the stars of qualifying this year, McLaughlin, with 2 pole positions at Snetterton. He's not been out of the top 10 in qualifying so far this season, and he's averaged 4th on the grid. So he's a bit down on where he normally is, Finn, but I'll be looking to put that right in the second half of this session.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's a super talent as well. Caught up with him at Thruxton. A driver to look out for, Ari Bansal. He was 3rd quickest in practice 2, but he is just getting quicker and quicker as this season goes on. He could be challenging for top spot later.
Yeah, did a good job, the Indian driver, didn't he? You mentioned Finn McLaughlin. It's his first season of car racing. He's already been picked up by the Red Bull Academy as well. Not
a bad place to be, huh?
Yeah, if you can stay there, because that's tough, isn't it? The Red Bull Academy, they don't take any prisoners, and if you don't perform, you're out pretty quickly.
Just don't take that F1 seat, the second one anyway.
There's quite a lot of drivers queuing up for that, isn't there? His karting pedigree is excellent. So he finished 6th in the World Karting Championships last year, 7th in the European Karting Championships, 2022 runner-up in the British Karting Championships for McLaughlin. So the talent absolutely there, and now transferring that pretty quickly, it seems, the transition over to single-seaters and Formula 4 cars, but a bit further down on the grid at the moment than he would like to be. Thomas Behrman is the best rookie in qualifying currently, number 7, he's 4th overall. First full season of cars for him as well. Second best rookie is Avramidis in the number 4 car, who's 7th overall, and then McLaughlin, who's 11th overall, 3rd best of the rookies. The best of the Challenge Cup entries, they're not doing all the rounds, and that's one of those is Bansal, who's 3rd overall. 3rd overall because Jocelyn has just gone onto the front row of the grid with a 1:20.578. So number 26, Jocelyn, 2nd quickest, and he's 63,000th adrift of Martin Molnar.
Yeah, he was 3rd in practice 1 yesterday, Henry Jocelyn, so he's looking very racing indeed. It's worth noting as well, it's big on the teams as well, the Veritools British F4 Championship. We do the podium ceremony a little bit later, and we do award a trophy to the teams. So far this season, Rodin have had 4 wins, Argenti have had 3, High Tech 2, Virtuosi have had 2, I believe 2 of those came at Thruxton actually, and XL Motorsport have 1. So a bit like Formula 1, it's a bit of a constructors race as well.
Yeah, Teams Championship really important, as you mentioned, for those guys as well. Many of whom have been supporting this championship for a long time now, the British F4 Championship. Also worth mentioning that there are 2 points available for qualifying on pole position as well. It's just your fastest lap, so the second best lap time that sets the grid for today's race. That's not a separate 2 points, so just the overall fastest lap time, 2 championship points. Martin Molnar on course for that at the moment. A big improvement though, 14 places are at the order, has come Theo Palmer in the number 23 car, now top rookie and all the way up to 4th place overall. Was 18th, now 4th, and first is Jocelyn. He's just gone through to the top of the times by 15 thousandths of a second, so the time's getting quicker and quicker now. 1:20.5 dead for number 26 Henry Jocelyn, and that puts him top of the times by just 15 thousandths of a second. Martin Molnar, the championship leader, down to second, and then third quickest now, also improving, is Chase Fernandez, one of the Excel Motorsport crew. Who've done a lot of their racing over and still do a lot of their racing in karting over in the UAE. So Fernandez third. Up to 4th place now has come Finn McLaughlin. So Finn, number 5, gains 10 positions up to 4th place overall. So he gets ahead of Theo Palmer, but Theo still improved massively up to 5th place now in car 23.
Just looking at the timings there, it's remarkable, isn't it? 0.4 of a second separates the top 14. Wow.
Yeah, and 0.9 of a second between 19 of the 20 cars. Amazing. Now, we've got improvements for Rowan Campbell-Pilling up to 4th place in the 42 car. So that's the driver that was quickest right at the start of the session. He's now up to 4th place. So it's now all change again, because Martin Molnar, next one through, is at Old Hall Corner, top of the times again, and he's found a good chunk of time there, 3/10 quicker than he'd gone before. So 1:20.238. That means we're now down to the sorts of times we were seeing yesterday almost. 1:20.238. He was the absolute best in sectors 2 and 3. McLaughlin goes through and goes onto the front row of the grid with him in car 5 as well. Top rookie, 1:20.415. So top 2 of the championship now will be the top 2 on the grid, at least for tomorrow's 3rd race of the weekend. Molnar and Jocelyn are still the fastest 2 on 2nd best lap times, which is the grid for race 1 today. So Molnar, number 24, quickest. 5, McLaughlin, 2nd. 26, Jocelyn down to 3rd. Number 90, Fernandez, 4th. Number 42, Campbell-Pilling, 5th. 23, Palmer is 6th. Number 46, Bansal is 7th. Hold that. Hold the phone, because there's a change again. Fernandez squeezes up to 3rd ahead of Jocelyn with a 1:20.469. Finds another half a tenth. He'll get on the front row of the grid. Although there's a bit of a gap from Molnar back to McLaughlin, the next, 6, 7 cars are all within 0.2 of a second of each other, as Behrman now puts himself up to 4th place in car 7.
This is fantastic, isn't it? It's so close. Chris, what's the weather forecast saying? Because I tell you something, the clouds look like they're looming in a little bit, and I'm feeling a few...
Rain until about midday is possible.
Right, because I'm starting to feel a few bigger drops landing here in the pit lane now.
Yeah, we're still up, and actually they've extended that now, so maybe until 1 o'clock there's a chance of a. But however, towards 1 o'clock the clouds are clearing, and it's going to be a dry afternoon, which is good news.
Just spots, isn't it? So it's not enough to affect them at the moment, but it's a bit of a worry. If you're down the grid, you want to get a lap in quick, just in case there is a short, sharp shower. Molnar quickest, McLaughlin 2nd, Fernandez 3rd, Behrman 4th, Jocelyn 5th, Campbell-Pilling 6th. Palmer's just gone and improved his lap time to 7th. Jeff Hall, number 25, in 8th. There's no point reading the screen out, because as soon as I do, something changes. Somebody else comes through and somebody else goes quicker. Molnar and McLaughlin are now the front 2 for both races 1 and 3 as well, by the way.
I was going to say, where did that lap come from Martin Molnar? It's about 0.4 of a second faster than anybody else.
Yeah, 1:20.080 last time around to extend his advantage. Yeah, 0.335 seconds quicker than anybody. And then you've got 0.3 of a second covering the next cars from 2nd down to 13th place, 9/10 covering 19 of the 20 cars. Molnar on for pole for today's race as well, with race 1 set by 2nd best lap times. He's ahead of McLaughlin in that respect. Fernandez 3rd, so same top 3 for races 1 and 3. Jocelyn 4th, he's 6th overall, but 4th on 2nd best lap times. Palmer 5th on 2nd best lap times, and Bansal 6th on 2nd best lap times. He's another one that's just improved, by the way. Was up there in the top 3, dropped down to about 6th or 7th a while ago. He's now back to 4th, Ari Bansal, with a 1:20.484. His best lap time coming last time around. Time, though, is running out. 2 minutes, 12 seconds left on the clock. Can Molnar hold on to this double pole position and the very valuable 2 championship points that might well be coming with it for claiming pole position? Remember, he's only 10 points ahead of Finn McLaughlin. That could work out to 12 points, and he'd be ahead of him on the grid for 2 of the 3 races as it stands.
Proper
Chris,
rain now, isn't it?
It is, Alan. I was just coming on to say that.
Yeah.
It is properly raining now, and we've got a car just pulling in to the pits, and I imagine that might be done for them. That is Ari Bansel, who we spoke about, has been having a strong early weekend so far.
Yeah, very impressive from Ari, given he missed the first round of the season. So
Red flag.
certainly on our side of the circuit, fairly heavy shower. It might not be all the way around the lap, but here on the start-finish line, enough to make the officials go, right, not safe anymore. It is, we know all the drivers are on slick tyres. Red flag. There's only 1 minute and 35 seconds left on the clock, so that, I'm pretty sure, will be
Good
that.
decision. Yeah.
Yeah, completely right. In fairness, I think most of the drivers had squeezed as much as they could out of those tyres anyway. There wasn't really anybody improving that last sort of minute or so.
Trees here at Oulton are really useful, aren't they? See everyone using them as a huge umbrella.
Umbrella against the sun earlier, against the rain now.
I might make a few enemies here, but dare I say it's quite refreshing.
Well, fair enough. It's not good for the hair, though, is it? Put it that way. It's not going to last long, I don't think. Although, who knows? Because we weren't expecting any rain at the start of the day. And then the forecasters switched it up pretty much ever since Alan said it definitely wasn't going to rain today.
Yeah.
The forecast changed.
You can rely on me.
Nice one, Alan.
Did you say that at Thruxton as well?
I think he did, actually.
Yes. I did, yeah.
And it was slightly wet on Saturday, wasn't it, if I read the report
Just
correctly?
a bit.
Yeah.
I saw a photograph on social media of Jake Hill, Simon Hill, his father, and me watching a timing screen in the garage. And I have never seen me look so miserable in a photograph. Beanie, a big jacket, and really miserable.
I don't know. I remember about 3 years ago at Donington in April when it hailed. You were pretty cold that day. You had blue hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
But he's all right now. He sent Ian out there, and he's in the nice warm commentary box. You see, so you got the short straw.
Have I told you the story of at the start of the year when I got blue hands? It was so cold at Donington Park.
It's always Donington.
It's always Donington. It was a GT meeting at the start of the year, and I was doing the podium, and we had to wait some time for the podium. And I looked down at my hands, and they were blue. And the guy, Christopher Haynes, who was making the presentation, said to me, "You need to see a doctor." And I was quite worried, and I got back to the hotel room, and I sort of was getting ready to go out and have something to eat, and I washed my hands, and all the blue washed off, because basically what had happened was I was getting excited during the day, and I was rubbing my hands on my knees while I was commentating, and I rubbed off all the blue dye of a new pair of jeans. So that's why I had blue. So no need for doctor.
How did you manage that?
I have absolutely no idea.
He's got holes in those jeans now.
I just do it as I get excited. I just, like that.
Like Vic Reeves in Shooting Stars.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Ask your parents.
But not with the same. Not with the same intention. No.
Chaps, I have come down and braved the rain for you.
Oh, well
I have popped down to Parc Ferme. Yes, confirmation, by the way. Qualifying has now finished. I've got Henry Jocelyn down there. I didn't actually see how it all finished up. I can't get signal from for the timings. But, Henry, I think it went quite well for you out there.
Yeah, it was all right. I think, we had a lot more time there, just didn't put it together. It's a shame. But, yeah, it just is what it is. We'll have to fight back in the races.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us. That's Henry Jocelyn there. I wanted to grab a word with Jimmy Pizik, but he's made his way off already. I wonder if we can grab a quick chat over here with Finn McLaughlin. In fact, I'll tell you who we've got, who I can grab a word with. Somebody I've wanted to talk to for a while is Tommy Harfield over here, because Tommy Harfield going very well in the challenge as well. Tommy, the right call to end this with the weather?
Sorry.
Just saying the right call with the weather to end it.
Yeah. Do you know where I was?
I don't have a. I'll tell you
16th.
what. 16th. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sucks. My radio box fell on me. It came off and it was just on my arm on the last lap, and yeah.
Not good for you, but for us as viewers, it's going to be quite exciting, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, Tommy. Tommy Harfield, not delighted with that one, as I'm sure you can imagine, chaps.
Slightly better news on second best lap times, where he's 11th. So 11th on the grid for today's race one. and he'll be 16th on the grid for race 3 tomorrow. Martin Molnar, double pole, 2 more points, 12-point advantage in the championship. Number 24, this is the grid for race 3 tomorrow. Based on best lap times, it will be number 24, Martin Molnar, quickest. Number 5, his nearest rival in the championship, Finn McLaughlin, second. Then number 90, Fernandez, third. 46, Bansal in fourth. 7, Behrman in fifth. 26, Jocelyn, who you just heard from, in sixth. 42, Campbell Pilling in seventh. 23, Palmer, eighth. 25, Jeff Hall, 9th. 47, Raber in 10th. 93, Pizik in 11th. And 13, Mercier in 12th. And that's significant because race 2, the top 12 get reversed. So for race 2, tomorrow morning, Mercier is the driver that will be on pole position for the reverse grid race, and the top 12, as you've just heard, will be completely reversed for that middle race of the weekend.
Chris, sorry to interrupt. I'm just down here with somebody we've been raving about. Actually, Ari Bansal's down here. Ari, you're looking pretty quick this weekend.
Yes, I feel quite confident in the car, and I think we have a lot of pace, and I'm quite confident with the race pace also. We're very consistent. And quite fast with the old tires, so I think, quite good.
Looks like you've been getting to grips with Oulton Park pretty quickly.
Yes, recently I did a GB4 race around here, so I managed to get the hang of that car here also and get my references in also for this track. So I managed to settle into the F4 around here also quite well.
Ari, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck this weekend.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, did a great job, did he, Ari? 4th overall. Just to go through the rest of the runners, 13th place, number 6, Robinson. 14th place, number 12, Al Hazari. 15th, number 69, Fu. 16th, number 21, Harfield. 17th, number 4, Abramides. 18th, number 20, Lloyd. 19th, number 33, Hewitson. And 20th, number 14, Larson. Second best lap times, which is the one that sets the grid for race 1 today. It was, again, Martin Molnar on pole position. So double pole for Martin. McLaughlin will be on the front row of the grid for this one with him as well this afternoon. So 24, Molnar from 5. McLaughlin on second best lap times. Third on second best lap times on the grid for today's race, Fernandez, number 90. Then 4th, number 26, Jocelyn. 5th, number 23, Palmer. 6th, number 46, Bansal, you just heard from. 7th for today's race, number 7, Behrman. 8th, number 42, Campbell Pilling. 9th, number 47, Raber. 10th, number 25, Jeff Hall. 11th on the grid for race 1 provisionally, 21, Harfield. 12th, number 6, Robinson. 13th, number 20, Lloyd. 14th, number 69, Fu. 15th, number 93, Pizik. 16th, number 4, Abramides. 17th, number 33, Hewitson. 18th, number 13, Mercier. 19th, 12, Al Ashari. And 20th, number 14, Larson. So qualifying complete. That shower still raining, but it's eased up a little bit, but it's still certainly going to be interesting for the next cars on track.
It's done the damage to the circuit, hasn't it?
It is very damp, I would say now, and it's going to, of course, be free practice 2 coming up next for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
And we've got so many messages to get through. Thank you so much. For a little while, I thought, I wonder, is my WhatsApp working? Because messages weren't coming through. And then I discovered the scroll button, and I'm very pleased that I did, because there are loads of messages. This one says, good morning, Al, listening at home in the coolness of my basement. Have a great day and keep safe in the heat. Well, Vicky, thank you for writing in. It's not that hot at the moment. We're dealing with a bit of rain at the moment here at Oulton Park, but it's going to fizzle out as we get closer towards 1 o'clock. That's about an hour away. Big birthday shout-outs to Emily Brennan, soon to be the big 10 years old, and to Sarah Brennan, soon to be a much bigger number. Ha ha, it says. And Emily and Sarah, great to have you here at Oulton Park. Thanks for writing in. This one says, John and Jane, shout out to the flag marshal on the start-finish straight. You must have a tired arm after all those track limits. That's from John and Jane, and great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Graham from Aberdeen here, 750-mile round trip to the Cheshire Sunshine and the BTCC. Looking forward to the Tin Top Tuesday Robo interview at lunchtime. That's coming up after this session between 12:40 and 1:40, the lunch hour. And thank you very much indeed. Hoping for a windsy and pointsy day tomorrow for Tingram number 80. Graham from Aberdeen, it is well worth that rather huge round trip that you've made down to Oulton Park. This is from Tracy. Morning, Alan. Please give you a shout out to Ben and Tracy on the start-finish straight. Please and thank you. Tracy, thank you for writing in. I wonder if you're still on the start-finish line, because quite a few people rushed for the shelter of the trees, and they are plentiful around Oulton Park. It's probably the most beautiful circuit we have on the calendar, isn't it? It's so beautifully green right the way around the circuit. So many gorgeous old trees as well here. And this one, last one for now, from Harrison. Hello, we're here for our 4th year on the trot. Just wanted to shout out to my dad, Rodney, for being my biggest idol, role model, and taking me on these amazing racing and camping weekends. That comes with cheers from Harrison. Thank you, Harrison, and thank you to Dad Rodney as well for making these dreams come true with the BTCC and travelling around and camping for the race weekend. Super stuff. You can get in touch with us on WhatsApp, message plus your first name to 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp. Message plus your first name. We don't need your surname, just your first name. And I will just do this one because it relates to the cars we've just seen on circuit. Good luck to Argenti in British F4 qualifying, and happy 21st birthday to one of their mechanics, Adam, also known as Noodles, from Mum, Dad and from Ryan as well. I'm not sure Adam's going to be particularly happy with the fact that Mum, Dad and Ryan have shared his nickname Noodles, but still, there you go. We can just read out the messages that we get on WhatsApp. Right, that's it for now on your messages. We're back to the important business of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We are just 5 minutes away from getting our second free practice session of the day underway. Down in pit lane is Ian Waterhouse. Ian, have you got something for us?
Oh, I can do if you like.
No, I just thought I heard your microphone. I do beg your pardon, in which case I'll carry on.
No, stay with me, because I do have Chris Smiley down here. Chris, what are we thinking with the track at the minute?
I think it's wet at the minute, but I think it's going to dry very quickly.
So, dries?
I think initially it's going to be wet, obviously, but I think we're not going to be doing a lot of laps before we're needing to put slicks on. You know, we've got the temperature in the track. You know, it's been warm for the last few days, so I think it's going to dry quite quickly. But yeah, I think initially it's going to be wet, but it's just it's how long it takes to dry, which I don't think is going to be very long, if I'm being honest.
It's a good job it's a practice session and not qualifying, eh?
Listen, we might have this in qualifying, so yeah, any data that we gather here might be valuable for later on.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us, Chris. Best of luck out there as well.
Well done, Ian. Thank you very much indeed. Good to hear from Chris Smiley. And yeah, that was quite a shower. So I think he's absolutely right. Wet conditions at the start of this session. I'll finish the sentence.
Alan, so I'm just going to interrupt you again. I'm really sorry about that. Finn Leslie's got the dry tyres on. Josh Cook's got the wets on. So Mikey Doble's got dries on as well. So it could be a bit of, let's see what happens.
Yes, indeed. We shall find out. Engines beginning to fire up down in pit lane. Ian Waterhouse, thank you very much indeed. Let's get over to our commentary box and rejoin Chris Hartley, who has been joined once again by the editor of Motorsport News. Matt James has joined us. But first of all, Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much. Yeah, that's the most lonely-looking object in the commentary box now is this yellow bottle of Kids 50+ sun cream that's next to me, which looked really useful about 2 hours ago.
Not required.
Not required anymore. No, umbrella please. It had eased a bit. It's now got a bit stronger again. That rain is coming down. So Chris Smiley saying, yeah, I think it's going to be long before the circuit dries out. Well, it's got to stop raining before that happens. And it's getting more and more heavy.
My advice to Finn Leslie would be to take the dry tyres off.
Do you know what, Alan? I agree. It's just getting heavier now here as well. Something else that's not getting used is my Sunlander as well. So if anybody wants a free Sunlander, you're welcome to it.
We'll go and find you a bin bag to put it in.
Still, on the plus side, you can use the towel to dry yourself off.
Very true, Alan. Very true.
There you go.
There's always a plus.
Always a plus. Always look for a plus.
So, Matt, just what the drivers wanted this.
Not really.
Especially Stephen Jelly, who is now potentially going to go into qualifying with no dry running whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a possibility of an engine change down there. I don't know if that's actually happened or not.
They're working on it right now, actually.
Yeah.
I can see them. They're just opposite me.
So that's not really what you want. What I want to know is what's happened to Alan Hyde's weather app that told us it's going to be glorious all the way through.
Yeah, the problem with the weather
he
app,
said that.
it's sort of updated its prediction. So now the potential is that it could rain. You need to listen to every minute of Toka Live.
Sorry, I was working.
The weather updates by the minute.
Oh,
so
okay.
up until 1 o'clock, there is a possibility of a bit of rain.
And what about this afternoon, 3 o'clock, 3:15?
Yeah, dry.
Dry for qualifying.
Dry.
Are you confident with that?
Yeah.
You don't look it. Look very confident, mate.
Anybody else not believing?
Do you remember that BBC weather forecast many years ago? We've got this letter from, I don't know, Eileen in Hemel Hempstead, who said she's heard there's going to be a hurricane tonight. No, there's not going to be a hurricane
1987
tonight.
was this? Yeah.
1987. And there was quite a hurricane that night.
Big hurricane, yeah. Good job. Yeah, you weren't working for them at the time.
No.
Just asking.
No.
So what I think happened is that Alan put into his weather app Tenerife instead of Tarpoli this morning.
Which is
which is nice and sunny.
Enjoying really good weather today.
However, do you know? I don't know what it's like anywhere else, but I bet this is the one spot in the whole country that's got a bit of rain.
Do you think?
It's supposed to be all right everywhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, it gives us a bit of drama, doesn't it? And well. As Chris Smiley said, it might be useful. We might get some rain in qualifying. We don't know. But it ain't
not according to Alan Hyde, you're not.
Not according to Alan Hyde, but we're taking that with a whole litre of sacks of table salt, aren't we? Based on his previous predictions.
You will be pleased to know as well, Finn Leslie is now putting a wet tyre on.
Good. Only because Alan said so.
That is a massive relief.
Yeah.
He heard you over the PA, Alan.
Good.
Yeah. The team weren't sure what to do, and then they heard Alan and said, he's probably right. We don't need the slick tyre yet. Right, so it's going to be a wet session for sure. 35 minutes getting underway in 20 seconds time. And, well, you never know. It might be useful if there's more rain across the weekend. If there's not, this is going to be a difficult session. What it will be is a session that still gives us something, though, because the finishing order in free practice 2 determines which group you're in for the first part of qualifying this afternoon. So if you finish this session in an odd-numbered position, you're in one group, first, third, fifth, etc., even number position, second, fourth, sixth, etc. You're in the other group. You're in the other half of the draw.
He's on slicks.
Dan Camish has gone out on slick tyres. I did not expect to see that.
Yeah, Mikey Doble and Nick Halstead are going out on slicks as well.
And
very usefully, the little square badges in the back window give you a bit of a clue, don't they? Which is a good thing it's a new thing for this year. It's good, very good.
Yes, the new colour system that we have they're brought in for 2025 to let us know which tyres they're on. The colour lit around the lighting of their rear quarter or rear window tells us which they're on. White being a soft, yellow being a medium. If it's lit yellow, if it's lit red, it's the hard tyre. If it's lit blue, like Maxwell's car, it is a wet tyre. And there's a fair old mix that's gone out there actually.
Yeah.
It's in a bit of everything except for a medium, I think, so far. Interesting. Didn't think they would necessarily be trying that. Now the worry is if it's not wet enough for a wet tyre, it can destroy the wet tyre, can't it? You don't get anything out of it. But I'd be amazed if a wet tyre is quicker than a slick.
I'm puzzled as to what the mixed choices are here and why people have done that.
It's not. You don't look at the track and think, there's a dry line. It's 50-50 at all. Do you think definitely wet?
Is that right? Nick Halstead on a soft tyre,
Yes.
soft dry tyre.
Yeah. Mikey Doble on a hard. Good luck.
Brave, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's full of Le Mans.
He's full of Le Mans.
Le Mans podium.
Le Mans bravado.
Interesting. So, and 17 of them have ventured out early, which I wasn't sure that was going to be the case either, whether they'd sit and wait and hold station. But 17 have gone out so far.
Well, they know it's going to be dry later because Alan Hyde told them. So there's not really any need for any running.
Chris Smiley said it's definitely going to dry out really quickly. Robo's gone through. He's on the wet, and he's taken a fairly confident approach to Old Hall Corner, having topped the times in free practice 1.
Somebody who hasn't gone out is Dexter Patterson. Dexter, a quick word. You just wait and see what track conditions are.
They've just finished a little bit off, so we're almost there.
Excellent, good stuff, thank you. I couldn't hear what you said actually, chap, so hopefully you can shed some light on it.
Not really.
I think he's going out soon was the general gist of it, I think. But yeah, it was sitting tight for the time being. Tingers is about to go out there. So Tom Ingram heading out onto the track now. We've had Adam Morgan out but straight back in, and yeah, Finn Leslie's going out on the wet presumably after you saw him switching tyres. So Finn going out now.
Yeah, he's
and,
on the wet.
Coming here off the back of some GT experience, racing in the GT World Challenge at Monza a couple of weeks ago in a BMW, which was an odd sight to see, and finished 6th despite getting a puncture in the Bronze Cup race, and they were looking like they would do better than that at one stage as well. So interested to see Ash branching out a bit. I mean, his heart certainly seems to be set on touring cars and breaking all the records that he can break. But there's no reason why he can't go off and do other things and compete. He's that level of driver, isn't he?
No, and also it gives you a shop window, doesn't it, for any manufacturers that might be looking around for talents to employ. So, yeah, great thing for him to go and do in his first race at Monza as well. Never raced there before, so impressive performance.
Did well, yeah. We've already touched upon Nick Halstead getting on the podium in the sport race, the McLaren hats.
And we shall touch on it again and again this weekend.
Good.
Just quickly, chaps, Mikey Doble's come into the pits and actually fitted the soft slicks.
Okay.
Right.
There's a confident...
all right. It's all very odd, isn't it?
Went out on the hard, didn't he, to start with? Nick's still out there on the soft. Looks like he's the only one now that's currently on track on a dry tyre. Mikey Doble is about to change that.
I wonder if it's still grippy enough that you could put a heat cycle through them. I don't know.
I suppose it's not wet everywhere, potentially as well. It feels like it probably is. We can only see our side of the circuit. It's hard to tell on the CCTV pictures how wet it is. It certainly looks damp down at the hairpin, down at Island and Lodge, which is at the end of the lap. Definitely looks a bit skittish, but maybe it's not quite as wet everywhere as it is here.
Chaps, I'm down here with Nick Halstead. Nick, you went out on the slicks. What was it like?
It's still very greasy out there, especially out the back coming up to Druids. No one's going to set any really fast times, so we're going to just go play on the wet for a few laps, because it's probably another 10-15 minutes and it'll be dry enough again. But yeah, one of those ones that's just a bit wasteful, rather it just poured down or not.
Nick, we've mentioned it a couple of times, but we want to say big congratulations onto your Le Mans exploits. Just tell everybody what happened over there.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing experience. First time out of Le Mans, learning the circuit, and to get on the podium is a dream come true.
Fantastic. Best of luck, Nick. Thanks for talking to us. He's going on to the wets now, chaps.
Yeah, seems to be the case. And it'll dry out in 15 minutes, he says, but only if it stops raining, which it hasn't yet. It's eased a bit, but it's still coming down. But there are more and more cars heading out, but pretty much all of them on the wet tyre. Ash Sutton from underneath the commentary box heading out. Having been driving a GT4 car, now back into touring car mode. And Napa marked their 100th race at Thruxton with a pretty good weekend for Ash, although it could have been even better, but for that quick fit number plate coming up and holding up his process, and potentially a race win from pole position in race 1. He had a Usain Bolt start in the next race though, from 4th to 1st in the blink of an eye off the line.
That was astonishing.
Amazing
that, yeah.
Wasn't it?
It's good.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Straight to second, and then by the time they hit the first real braking zone, into the lead from 4th place.
He's a cool character, but I think it even sort of impressed him.
Yeah. Well, I think he said, didn't he say it was one of the best starts I've ever had, certainly in a front-wheel drive car.
It really was.
And then he still got good points and a 5th despite a spin in race 3, which he didn't lose that much time with, despite going round. And he dropped to 7th place, got a couple of those back at the end. So it's a solid weekend. Could have been a really, really good weekend for him. But it's a pretty decent weekend for Napa. They've won 27% of their first 100 races in the championship, which is pretty awesome, isn't it, the record that they've got. And they are looking like a really strong force this season as well. We're not just one championship contender, but Dan Rowbottom and Dan Camish are certainly up there in the points this first 4 races of the first 4 race weekends of the season as well.
Yeah, Robo's looks really on it this weekend, doesn't he?
He says he loves this place as well. This is one of his favourite tracks, Dan Rowbottom. So yeah, he's feeling more and more confident. I think that builds the confidence of it. I think he admitted that he lost a little bit of confidence last year and the year before that, but he's certainly got it all back here. He's performed well here in the past, Dan Rowbottom. So So likes the place, looking good. And just to remind you, quickest in the dry this morning in free practice 1 was Robo. Towards the end of the session, his best lap time did a 1:24.485.
10 seconds off that in a minute.
Yeah. Ash Sutton just behind with 95 thousandths of a second difference. Dan Camish third. A 1-2-3 for Napa. Tom Chilton, the first of the non-Napa Ford Focuses, was fourth with his Team Virtue Hyundai teammate Tom Ingram fifth, and his other teammate, one of his other teammates, Adam Morgan sixth. So 2 teams looking at the dry conditions, but it's very different now. 1:34.050. As Matt said, 10 seconds slower in the wet now for Dan Rowe. Well, not wet, but damp, I would say. It's not really wet, is it? He's easing a bit, but it's still coming down. But there's not exactly rooster tails coming off the back of the cars here, is there? There's not a lot of surface water.
The tarmac is that warm that it probably won't stay for long, will it? But as Dan Lloyd goes out on the soft tyres now, I notice.
Right, yes. In fact, you've got Shedden, Dobor, Dorlin, Morgan, and now Lloyd, who've opted for the soft tyre.
It has stopped raining down here now, so I imagine the track will dry up pretty quick.
Yes, I can see umbrellas being put away more frequently, and chairs inching forward from underneath the cover of the trees on the start-finish line as well. So Robo quickest, and there you go, bit quicker again, was Ash Sutton, 1:32.992. It was on the wet tyre, mind still, but a 1:32.992 for Ash, a 1:33.557 for Robo. Smiley third, Rainford fourth, all on the wet tyre, but all putting personal best lap times in. We'll start to see in the next lap, in the next couple of minutes, what those on the slick tyres can do, where the crossover might come.
Josh Cook just gone out on softs as well.
Yeah, one of the bravest drivers you'll come across, so you won't be worried about that, Josh. One of the last of the late breakers. Senna Proctor, he's heading out on the soft tyre as well. So, his first time racing here for, 4 years. Max Hall has just put himself up to 6th place, 1:34.807. He's on the wet tyre as well. But we haven't really seen a lap time yet from anybody on the slicks, but it will come. And it'll be interesting to see how close they are. It's still spotting with rain, but as I say, the track, certainly plenty of cars running around there. Still high track temperature, as Matt said. Maybe it will dry pretty quickly. Robo's done the best lap of the session again, 1:32.850. Absolute best in sector 1, absolute best in sector 2. So we're now more like 9 seconds, 8.5 seconds slower than we were in the dry. It's the gap coming down.
Yeah, gap's going to continue to come down as well. All of the wet runners are now starting to come into the pits and change onto the slicks.
Yeah, I think so. Rainford comes through, 1:34.5 slower. You don't destroy the wet tyres either. Is the thing. There's no point running around. And
Robo might be going quickly, but he's had a black and white flag, hasn't he? So he's
track limits,
just to watch himself.
Turns 1 and 2, so through Old Hall Corner and the exit to there predominantly, which is the usual spot, isn't it, as they try to carry as much speed as possible through there. Tom Chilton's just gone 3rd quickest with his best, his first proper lap of the session, really, 1:33.212. Tom's gone well in pretty much all the free practice sessions this year, hasn't he? Just needs to make that translate to qualifying a bit more regularly. But he's had a decent start to the season, Tom Chilton.
He's been a winner, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looked good. And again, the continuity with the same car, the same team, the last few years certainly seems to help Tom. He's found a natural home there.
A very, very strong relationship with Tom Ingram as well. So those two working really well together in that squad.
Yeah, absolutely right. And then you've got the experience, plenty of experience with Adam Morgan in there as well now. So it's a good, strong lineup for them, isn't it, in terms of experience, that's for sure. So Dan Lloyd now on his first lap running on slick tyre. Keep an eye on him, number 1, 2. Oh no, he's coming to the pits actually, hasn't he? Yes, he's come in.
Back out, probably done a tyre cross.
Yeah, but he's about to go back out. So he did an out lap, but he's about to go back out. It is, I think, almost stopped now. That rain. So Morgan out on the slick, Lloyd out on the slick, both on the soft tyre with that white lighting around the LED lights in the back windows telling you which tyre they're on.
Jake Hill about to take to the track on softs as well. See, Charles Rainford's carrying on with his wet tyres, isn't he? He's 5th quickest at the moment, and he's not come in yet.
True, and he's not getting any quick. No, he did 1:33.453. The last lap before that was off a bit, but that one's back on it. 1:33.4. but it's nowhere near the 132.6 that Rowbottom did earlier. 132.9, in fact, it's just done 132.6. Rowbottom quickest by nearly 4/10 from Sutton, who's done a 132.9. So still getting quicker mostly on the wet tyre. Nick Halstead, who switched to the wet, has just gone 6th quickest with the 134.204. Right, Jake Hill on the soft, 134.7. So he's just dropped down to 9th place overall, but he's about second away, isn't he?
Literally just gone out on those tyres, so this will be his build-up lap.
Yeah, I think that's going to get quicker, isn't it? But he's already going to be pushing when we look at the first set of times. I think him, Lloyd De Leon has gone onto the soft tyre as well. Going to be worth a watch. And as soon as they get near the wet times, they're going to all come in anyway and get rid of those wets. In fact, Sutton, Chilton and Smiley have already come in.
This must be such a frustrating session because you don't really know what to do you?
No. What do you gain, really, from going out there? Unless we get another random cloud in qualifying and you've got a bit of experience of how quick it dries up, what the crossover point might be.
But that's the only benefit, isn't it? That's the only benefit. Otherwise, it's like, well...
It's also a risk, isn't it, if you throw it off the road? And
absolutely, yeah. And in these
cause
conditions,
some damage,
it's like, it's possible.
Black and white track limits warning for Dan Camish this time, turn 1, Old Hall corner.
Maybe they're playing Napa Bingo, trying to ping all of them.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job at the moment, that's for sure. So, yeah, Dan Camish, the latest one to get a track limits warning. Mikey Doball has gone up to 8th on the soft, 134.2, which is 2 seconds away from Robo's best time, but it's only a second away from being 3rd or 4th quickest. So that maybe the next couple of minutes, that crossover I think will come, and they're all going to switch onto the slick tyre. We've only actually had 18 drivers that have set a lap time, and only really kind of 12 or 13 of them meaningful time so far.
I'm surprised that Gordon Shedden goes top now. He's on the softs as well. How much faster was that?
4 seconds
4 seconds
quicker.
faster than anybody else. Okay.
Well, 28.076. There's the answer.
Well, that's the answer. Well, I was just about to say I'm surprised that Robo and Camish are still out there on the wets.
They won't be for long, will they? As soon as the teams see the timing screen, they'll get on that radio.
Oh, as I say that, yeah, here comes Robo down the pits now.
Yeah, get off those wets. They are no longer the tyre to be on. It is slicks now. So Robo comes in. They're right at the end of the pit lane, Napa. So he's directly underneath the commentary box.
Yeah,
you can see the
thank
thank you, Steve
activity
Ryder.
down here, chaps. And I'm down here with Tom Chilton, actually. The bonnet's up. Tom, is everything okay?
We've got a bit of an electrical issue. We're not quite sure what, but basically the dashboard shut down. And then to the point where I even switched off the master switch and it still didn't switch off. So there's a few issues.
Well, at least you got your shades on and you're looking cool, Tom. I appreciate that. But yeah, electrical issues down here for Tom Chilton.
Thank you. Gordon Shedden, absolute best sector 1, absolute best sector 2. It's going to go even quicker on this lap then. The 3-time champion in the number 52 Toyota will be coming up towards the end of his lap very shortly. Jake Hill, also on the soft tyre, goes second with a 129.267. So they're absolutely destroying the wet times now. James Dorling goes second quickest, 128.399. Gordon Shedden, though, want to improve for now and become top of the times by a mile. 126.237, 2 seconds quicker than Dorling, 3 seconds quicker than Hill. But Hill has just done the absolute best first sector time. So essentially, Matt, James, this has become a 20-minute session now.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, we're now getting down to something like a representative time, aren't we? And this is when they can continue to work through the programs that they'd started. But of course, there is now only 20 minutes left, and you know, like you say, this can shape how the qualifying is going to look later on this session as well. So it's important for guys to lay down a marker here. And Rowbottom's going out on the softs now. What price him getting himself back to the top of the timesheets?
They've all had a nice plan as well, weren't they? The teams are, all right, 35 minutes, this is how we're going to divvy it up. We'll do this for the first 15, we'll do this for the middle. That's all gone out of the window now. And as you said, probably session 2, the focus really on qualifying and a single lap time. It's absolutely got to be on that now, with almost half the session effectively gone out of the window.
Chaps, I'm down here, Senna Proctor. Looked like there was a bit of an issue with the front right. Senna, is everything okay with the front right?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, we're just doing the ride height change. Negotiated ride height from wet to slick. So we, just putting the slicks on. We're going to go see what the circuit's like. We're not going to go crazy this session. See where we end up.
Tom and Senna. There we go. Senna Proctor there going on to the slicks now.
So that's the ride height change that all the cars will do, because the difference between a soft and a wet tyre, it alters the actual height of the car, and of course your car needs to be legal at all stages. So once you switch tyres, you have to make an adjustment to the car as well to make sure it's legal. So that's what's happening with Senna's car there.
And in the past, some teams have fallen foul of not making that critical adjustment.
Well, Ronan Pearson at Donington, wasn't it? Had a podium taken away.
It's generally
to switch tyres in the middle of the race.
Well, it's generally when there's a last-minute rush minutes before the race, and everyone has to change everything, and sometimes it gets overlooked.
Clicks don't happen.
Yeah.
And the other ride height infringement can be, as Josh Cook found out at Throxton, if you get damage to the front of the car on the front splitter, and that's lower down, and you hear the horrible noise. I didn't realise. He said on Tin Top Tuesday that they can actually hear it in the car as well, so they know straight away if they're going to be out. Yeah.
Do you know there is also, I don't know,
the roller of doom.
Do you know it's got its own cam?
It's got a camera.
It's got its own camera attached to it. Yeah. So there is footage for judicial purposes, I guess. Yeah.
Roll cam.
So this is the roller.
Roller cam.
Has to fit under the car to make sure the car isn't too low. If it touches the car, you're excluded, and that can be if you've got damage to the front, and it's not necessarily improving the performance of the car, but the rule is the rule. And the reason, Matt, is if a car is lower down, it's quicker through corners generally.
Yeah, exactly. It's better aero. So
yeah,
rules is rules.
Yeah. So as I was going to say, thank you, Steve Ryder, voice of the BTCC since 1988. Has been emblazoned upon the roofs of all of the Napa cars, whether they're minis or touring cars. That's nice touch
what
from
the
Napa.
Television cameras were doing in the garage in between the two sessions.
Right.
Then I saw Steve going in there.
Okay.
How cool is that?
Yeah, nice touch that, isn't it, from Napa. No doubt they'll be having a special livery when we get to Knock Hill in a few weeks' time as well, as they normally do for our Scottish round.
They have raised the game apparently this year.
Oh, right,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Do really like the tartan livery they've had for the last couple of
years.
years.
The last 2 years
really
have been
cool.
spectacular.
Yeah.
Absolutely spectacular.
Yeah. Very good. They're all on soft tyres except for Ash Sutton, who's gone on the hard, apparently. 8th quickest last time he went round. He's in the pits at the moment. I'm sure he'll be on the soft when he goes out. So the soft is the main tyre this week, and they get 3 sets of the softs for race day tomorrow. And
they're just bolting the softs on now, as you said that, Chris.
Yeah. Just bed them in as well, because you've got to use the hards at one of the races tomorrow, haven't you? So you don't want to brand new. You want to scrub them in a little bit to make sure that they're good. And the top 3 from race 1 will have to use the harder tyre for race 2 as well. So if they're all on the softs.
Yeah, that's proved to be a real jeopardy this year, isn't it? That because it means the top 3 in race 1 are pretty much sitting ducks in race 2 if everybody else goes for the softs in that race.
It can be a massive difference between the two, the lap times between 2 tyres.
The delta between particularly those at either end of the spectrum is, it's going to be a second of that perhaps.
Yeah.
And the top 3 in race 1 are going to be facing that for race 2 with a swarming pack behind them, all on the preferable rubber. So that should make the racing absolutely really spicy in race 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's definitely better to have just the top 3 rather than the top 10 as it was last year. And yeah, it's quite often those are the 2 tyres this year. It's the most common combination, the soft and the hard. Right, Hill is quickest, 125.304, 2/10 up on Dorlin. He's done a 125.518.
Jake Hill's now gone faster than he went in FP1,
yeah,
which was dry all the way through.
That's true. Yeah, absolute best time was Dan Rowbottom with a 124.4, but Jake was down the order a bit, wasn't he? Finished 16th overall, with a 125.8.
I've got some good news, chaps, regarding Tom Chilton. They've put the slicks on, fired up the car, and he's about to head back out. Looks like those electrical issues have been solved.
Great stuff, yeah. So he's lost, like everybody, 15 minutes because of the weather, and he's lost another 5 or 6 minutes because of tech issues. So Tom Chilton wheeled out into the pit lane apron now by the Team Virtue squad.
With his shades on.
With his shades on.
With his shades on.
Well, it's all about how you look, isn't it, really?
Is it? Does it make him faster? I don't know. Having shades on
makes him feel faster.
Is it really necessary right now?
I'm not really sure it is. What if it suddenly got really dark and sort of stormy?
Yeah.
Well, I think they are prescription sunglasses.
Right, yeah.
And if Tom's anything like me, he looked at the weather forecast before packing for the weekend.
Does he look at his app?
And I think he might have
Not
looked
the
at the
same
app
one.
and thought, well, I don't need waterproof clothes this weekend.
Well, you never know. You never know.
I suppose earlier the glare's an issue here because the section out the back through
Absolutely.
Druids and Lodge, you go in under the
Absolutely.
trees. It's pretty
Yeah.
dark out there, and that will be the part of the circuit that takes longest to dry up normally because it's got it's completely covered parts of that circuit by the tree cover, so it doesn't get the. Not that we've got any sun at the moment, but it doesn't get the sunshine. Doesn't get the.
Chris Smiley, Mikey Doble 1, Dexter Patterson 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, about that.
That's pretty unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, take a photo. 124.654 for Chris Smiley. Doble 124.751. Patterson 125.295. Hill in the pits down to 4th. Dan Lloyd 5th. His 150th race start in the championship comes in race 3 tomorrow. So he's 5th at the moment with 6th place. Adam Morgan now in the 33 Hyundai. And then James Dorlin has gone down to 7th. Gordon Shedden down to 8th. Darryl De Leon 9th. Josh Cook in the pits in 10th. Nick Halstead going all right, isn't he? He's just improved up to 11th place with a 127.311.
What's going on with Tingram? He's only done 5 laps. He's just on an out lap now, back in to swap tyres, but maybe, as we were saying earlier, there's not that much to gain from being out there at the moment. Or there wasn't in the first sort of 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
I think that might be it. He's heading back out now, though, as he's got Senna Proctor just having a tyre change, and Jack Hill's in the pits as well, and Tom Chilton comes back in too.
You're in for a treat if you're out on track watching at the moment, because about to exit the pits, 3 of the top 4 in the championship are together. With Ash Sutton, Dan Camish, and right behind them, Tom Ingram, all in a line going out onto the track now on their tyres. We've got 11 minutes 19 seconds to go. Well, the track is quicker than it was seemingly in free practice 1, because we've gone almost as quick. 124.6, 124.4 was Robo's time this morning, so it's a good time to go out now, and I think we'll see some quick lap times. Don't forget, we'll get their practice starts as well.
Gosh,
that
very
was
close in the pit lane, wasn't it?
Our second close call today. That was Hill coming out in front of Patterson. To put the hazards on, is that to say sorry?
I don't know. Or to say back off.
Yeah, one or the other. So yeah, another close coming together. It is a pretty narrow pit lane, to be fair, though, here, isn't it? Quite as narrow as we'll get at Croft, but it's not the widest. Tom Chilton did a recce lap, came in, going back out again now.
Probably do the tyre swap.
So, well, Taylor Smith has set a lap time, but it's 10 seconds off the pace. Ingram has set a lap time, but it's 16 seconds off the pace. So they haven't really done anything yet, those two. And Proctor hasn't set a lap time at all. Hasn't been able to get that car sorted yet, as we were hearing. So, yeah, difficult potentially going into qualifying blind for Senna Proctor.
Well, Charles Rainford, who's spent a bit of time on the hards, is now swapping over to the soft, so maybe expect him to start climbing that leaderboard.
Yeah, I think so. He's back in 21st place at the moment. Sam Osborne's just shot up a few places, as has Aidan Moffat. So Aidan goes into the top 10. Osborne goes 13th quickest. Ingram's back in again.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. See if that is
tyre swap again.
It is kind of tyre swap, isn't it?
There's no drama,
but I thought he'd
there?
come in. I thought he'd gone out, come in, gone out again.
Yeah, it did tyre swap before, didn't
Very
it?
weird, isn't it?
Yeah, left rear off, going to the front right. So rear's going onto the fronts, front's going onto the rears. Tyre swap on the soft tyre. There's no drama, there's no conversation with the driver that externally that we can see, and there's nobody looking around the car, bonnet's not up. But he has been in and out a lot so far.
I'm right in front of him, actually, chaps, and no, everything seems, other than a tyre change, everything's pretty calm down here. Let me, I'll see if I can find out.
Thank you, yeah. So, leaving it late, but got plenty of experience, hasn't he? That's for sure, Tom Ingram.
Well, as he's proven this year, he needs one lap, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. And he knows the track's going to be at its best in this part of the session, really, this last 8-9 minutes. So it's going to be like a mini qualifying rehearsal there, I think, that we're going to have coming up. Robo has just improved up to 5th place, 125.219 in the number 32 Napa. And suddenly lots of green sector times coming up, which tells us personal best sector times. So, yeah, we've got Taylor Smith going up the order. We've already had Moffat going up the order. We're going to see Leslie and Osborne improving their lap times, I think, on this lap as well. Moffat goes through, and where is he at the moment? 12th, didn't actually improve on that one. Did some green sectors.
Chaps, I've just spoken to Tingram's mechanics, and
Yeah.
they're saying it's just routine. Nothing to worry about. They're quite happy with everything, and yeah, nothing to worry about.
Good. Or keeping cool then. Yeah, I didn't think so, but yeah, he still hasn't. I mean, he's stone last now because Proctor has managed to get a lap time in. So Ingram, 16 seconds off the pace. Don't see that very often, do you?
No.
I don't think it's going to last.
Right.
No. Robo improves again, 124.899. So the driver third in the championship, up to fourth place now. Remember,
Robo's still not as fast as he was this morning.
no, he's not. He's 4/10 off that, isn't he? Some of the drivers have improved on what they did earlier. Overall, the fastest lap time is a couple of tenths away from what we had on completely dry and sunny free practice one. Dan Lloyd goes out, soft tyre for him. So I think they're all exclusively on the soft tyre now. Chilton has got himself into the top 10 with his first proper lap, really, of the session with a 125.341. It's pretty good. And Morgan going back out onto the track now. The top three, Smiley, Doble and Morgan, are all in the pits currently. They'll have the practice starts at the end of the session as well, so that will be their one chance to practice getting off the line.
I was talking to Finn Leslie about that. He's looking forward to that.
Yeah, he needs it.
Get a bit of practice.
Yeah, he needs it, because it's not the easiest things to get off the line, are they?
No.
It's a very complicated procedure that they have, so yeah, he needs that, absolutely. He's doing okay at the moment. He's certainly holding his own. 16th place currently, 126.4. They just dropped back one because Max Hall has improved upon him in his first season. The former mini racer, runner-up to Dan Zelos in the mini challenge JCW category last year, Max Hall. Senator Proctor got late into the session, but he's got going pretty well now. He's up to fourth place and a 124.869 for him. Aaron Taylor-Smith also improving to go sixth. He was ninth. He's up to sixth place now. So, yeah, just to see what Tom Ingram can do now. No surprise, he's done two personal bests. Sectors, 3/10 off in the first sector. The second sector, the middle of the lap, did a 32.2, and the best is set by Dan Camish. He's a 32.2 as well.
There he is.
So it's going to be pretty good, but he's going to get quicker. And through he goes, and yeah, Tom Ingram straight up to third place. But I think there's more to come. 124.753.
So Smiley's quickest, wasn't he the one that told us at the start of this session it doesn't really count for a lot? He was the one that said that, wasn't he?
He did say that.
Yeah.
He did say it would dry up quick, which he was right about.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I know it's only free practice, but it's got to give you some confidence going into the qualifying session if you are top of the times. Everybody wants to. They all tell you it doesn't matter, but they all look at the screens, don't they, in the garage? Right, so Smiley, Doble, Ingram now the top three. Morgan into the pits fourth, Proctor fifth, Chilton sixth, Rowbottom seventh, Taylor Smith eighth. Camish has just gone up to ninth.
They're all coming out of the pits now, aren't they?
Yeah, 5 minutes. 12
Everybody's coming out.
Which group are you going to end up in? Odd or even, depending on. I mean, this is going to change right to the wire, I think. So we won't even go through that yet, but. That depends which group you're in for the first part of qualifying when we split them into two groups.
I could pick a group of drivers that would be in the odd department.
yeah, but for a different reason. They'll probably say the same about us, though, to be fair.
If you want to send us your suggestions.
Well,
very good.
You'll probably get some messages from drivers now, won't you?
And their parents.
And their parents, yeah. Complaints to Alan Hyde at tokerlive.com. As Tom Ingram goes quickest, 124.458. That's almost exactly what we got in free practice one, isn't it? Yeah, 124.485. Other way around. So it's the quickest lap of the day so far. Ingram quickest, and Lloyd has put in a pretty decent lap as well to go second, 124.610.
Excellent work. Yeah, that's what we were expecting, wasn't it, over these dying moments.
And now 25 cars have joined the track because Stephen Jelly finally gets out there on the outlap. So yeah, that's good. Just if anything, just to check it's all working really, rather than going to qualifying completely blind, knowing that you've only got 3 laps to try and find a lap and get out of the first part of qualifying. At least I know, hopefully it's all going to work now. See if you can get up the order a bit and see which group he ends up in. So Ingram, Lloyd, Smiley the top 3, Doble's 4th, Camish is 5th, Morgan is 6th. Camish was the other one to improve his lap time fairly significantly last time around with a 124.755. We've got 3 of them in the 124.7s, Doble, Camish and Morgan. the entry to Island Bend hairpin up to the start of Clay Hill. That's where he's found the time. Did a personal best in sector 1, and he could go to the top of the times if he holds it all together on the run through Druids and Lodge. And the Yorkshireman, let's see what he can do when he comes through, which he does now. Goes across the line. It's his best lap, but it's still not quickest overall. 124.584. And a black flag for Max Hall for repeated track limits offences. So that basically is the end of his session, isn't it?
It's been all over the place.
At Old Hall, probably. Max Hall off at Old Hall. Ash Sutton's just gone 7th quickest, ahead of Senna Proctor with a 124.812. At the moment, he's going to be in a different group to Tom Ingram, because Ingram's first, odd number. Sutton, oh, no, he's gone 7th now, so he's in an odd number. He's going to be in the same group. And he's got track limits warnings for turn 2 as well on the exit to Old Hall through Denton's.
Must be annoying for teams if there are 4-car teams, get all 4 cars in one group.
Yeah.
It's like, oh God.
Yeah, because the chances of them all getting through
gives a break.
Slim. Yeah, yeah. That's true. There's not much. You can't really engineer it, can you?
No,
Because
you
you can't control what anybody else is doing. Just makes it very interesting to see. We've definitely had certainly Brands Hatch. There were the one group that I thought that's a tough group compared to the other one. Just the way it falls sometimes. Dorling goes 4th.
Wow, good time.
Yeah. Which also means Sutton goes down to 8th, which means now Sutton is not in the same group as Ingram. So there you go. We'll see what it is in a minute and 3/4 time when the flag comes out.
Sutton getting in trouble for track limits too.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those, hasn't he?
Yeah.
If I remember rightly, he got a black flag here a few years ago for doing what Max Hall did, getting track limits warnings too often in the free practice session. You've got to find the limits, but don't keep going beyond them, certainly not in qualifying. Dan Camish comes in, might go out for a practice start, but he's not going to get any more lap times in as Chris Smiley goes to the top of the times again, 124.378.
That's so close, isn't it? 0.08.
Yeah, 80 thousandths of a second between him and number 80, Tom Ingram. He was absolute best in the 3rd sector. Ingram's had a slow start to this lap, 28 seconds through the 1st sector, should be 24. So he's not going to improve because he'll run out of time before he gets back, I think. We might just get back. It's going to be close. We might get one more lap in. Depends how he pedals on for the rest of this lap. And James Dorling back up to 3rd. Another good lap, 124.541.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah. He said we're still not there when I spoke to him this morning, but we're getting there. He's starting to come together now, and he can sense that. Certainly performed well. Didn't get the results he probably deserved, certainly in race 3 with that misfire they had. The sensor issue when he was running for top 6, started on reverse grid pole position, but had a good result in race 1, was on the pace, and they're in 3rd place now, looking good. Aaron Taylor-Smith, almost from nowhere, goes 2nd quickest, was 12th. He's gone 2nd, 124.4. Yeah. So now you've got 80 thousandths of a second between the top 3. Feels like it's going to be tight in qualifying, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
We've got 8 tenths between the top 19. Stephen Jelly still hasn't properly set a lap time. He did an out lap, came straight back into the pits.
At least he's done a lap.
Yeah, at least they've found something out, hopefully that it's working. But yeah, he's not going to get any running really at all. It's going to be difficult for him going almost fresh into Q1 after the issues that he had with the exhaust manifold, the engine change potentially, and then hardly any running. An out lap is about it for Stephen, so difficult. Time has now run out. Checkered flag has come out. Smiley has taken the flag. He's quickest as it stands. I've had an absolute best from Mikey Doble in sector 1, but he backed off a little bit in sector 2. He's lost a couple of tenths there, or 3 or 4 tenths actually. So he might not have enough in hand at sector 3 to improve his overall lap time as Nick Halstead comes through to complete his session, his teammate. He's the only one that looks like he might improve somewhere near the top, but he needs a good final sector now in the 2nd of the Power Max Astras. He comes through now. He's an improvement, and it's better lap time, 124.655, but he stays in 8th place. So Chris Smiley, top of the times, with a 124.288. That was a really good lap time. Thank you, Matt, for your company, your insight. Good to see you. So Chris Smiley fastest lap of the whole day so far, after a session which was rain interrupted for the first 15 minutes. It was just over a tenth up on Aaron Taylor-Smith. He did a 1:24.422. So Irish drivers first and second. Tom Ingram second in the championship, third place with a 1:24.458, despite the fact he didn't really get going into the last 8 minutes or so of the session, but it was all under control. 1:24.458, only 36 thousandths of a second behind Taylor-Smith, but nearly 2 tenths behind Smiley. James Dorlin impressing at 1:24.541, given he hasn't raced here for 3 years, and that was in a British GT car. So 1:32, number 132, James Dorlin with a 1:24.541. He was only 40 thousandths quicker than Adam Morgan, number 33, who was 5th. Adam was only 3 thousandths of a second quicker than Dan Lloyd, who was 6th in the 123 car, the Hyundai. And then 7th, number 52, Gordon Shedden, 53 thousandths of a second behind Lloyd, and 18 thousandths of a second ahead of Doble. You get the gist, basically. Apart from the gap from first to second, all the other gaps in the top 12 are just thousandths of a second as the cars now come up for the practice starts. So Gordon Shedden, 7th, Mikey Doble, 8th, Dexter Patterson, 9th, and 10th place was Dan Camish. 4 tenths of a second between the top 10. Half a second covered the top 12, and 9 tenths of a second covered the top 19. 11th place, Rowbottom, 12th, De Leon, 13th, Sutton, 14th, Proctor, 15th, Chilton, 16th, Rainford, 17th was Cook, 18th, Moffat, 19th, Hill, 20th, Osborne, 21st, Leslie, 22nd, Hall, 23rd, Hamilton, 24th, Halstead, and no lap time set, so 25th for Jelly. The position in which you finished in that session determines which of the two groups you'll be in for the first part of qualifying, when they're split into two and they get 10 minutes each, and the top 6 from each group go through to the second part of qualifying. So the odd numbers in the first group, we're going to have Chris Smiley, Tom Ingram, Adam Morgan, Gordon Shedden, Dexter Patterson, Dan Rowbottom, Ash Sutton. So the top 3 in the championship, Sutton, Ingram and Rowbottom, are all in the same group, Group 1, for the first part of qualifying. And then also in that group, Chilton, Cook, it's a tough group this, isn't it? Hill in that group as well, the reigning champion, Leslie, Hamilton and Jelly, who's had next to no running. So he's not only hardly had any running, he's probably ended up in the toughest group. So that is a really tough group with the top 3 in the championship all in there, and the reigning champion in there as well, and Tom Chilton, who's had a good start to this season. The other group, even numbered cars, will have Taylor Smith in Group 2, Dorlin, Lloyd, Doble, Camish, who is 4th in the championship, De Leon, Proctor, Rainford, Moffat, Osborne, Hall and Halstead will be in the other group. So, yeah, Stephen Jelly's feeling a bit miffed about that. He's got his work cut out. That first group looks really, really tough. So that's the way it will work. They'll be divided into 2 groups, one of 12, one of 13, the 25 cars. 10 minutes each. Fastest 6 from each group goes through. The rest of them are out of qualifying and line up 13th and below for the grid positions for race 1. Then everybody that's left goes into the second part of qualifying, which is 10 minutes long again. And the 12 cars get whittled down to 6. The fastest 6 go through to the final part of qualifying. For the others, it's 7th on the grid down to 12th for race 1 tomorrow. And then a final 10-minute shootout between the last 6 remaining cars for quick 6 qualifying to see who's going to be on pole position for the first race of the day tomorrow, which of course will be around 13 of the championship. Chris Smiley then ending the free practice sessions, top of the times, 1:24.288 seconds. Qualifying coming up at 3 o'clock.
Expert commentary, interviews and behind-the-scenes insights. This is the sound of the BTCC weekend. Toka Live.
And racing coming up at 1:40 this afternoon. So between now and then, your messages and some guests up here in the studio. And a look back at some of the interviews that we did after the last round at Thruxton on Tin Top Tuesday. And we We'll hopefully hear from Dan Rowbottom and Josh Cook in our build-up, maybe even Senna Proctor as well. And all of those pre-recorded. They went out live on Tin Top Tuesday, on the Tuesday after the last meeting at Thruxton. And there were plenty of stories to tell as well. So all of that coming up on Toka Live, and of course your messages as well. This one says, hi, it's Mason. Please could I get a shout out for my best friend Daisy? It's her 21st birthday today. Daisy, happy birthday. Great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, happy 30th to my other half, Josh. Hope you have a fantastic weekend here at Oulton Park for the BTCC. And that comes from Alice and Josh. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, morning Alan and the team. We're listening to you as always, as we always do. We're in the car on our way to Scotland and loving listening to the action at Oulton Park. That comes with love from Mark and from Sue as well. Great to have you listening on the move, guys. Could we shout out to John? Yes, we can, but you do need to put your name on the message. So on WhatsApp, it's your message plus your name and then your shout out names as well to 07482 877 877. This one says, can we say hi to the Chorley crew, especially to Lucas and Seb for their first BTCC weekend. Hi guys, great to have you here. And this one says, please send a big hello to Ted and Rosie with Grandma and Tim, Mummy and Daddy. So 07482 877 877. We were asked for a little bit of music. I think we can play music on the PA system here at, yeah, we've done that before, haven't we? So we can play a little bit of music with, I think it was Dan earlier on that asked for a little bit of this.
Dan FP1, Dan, in a very humid Oulton Park. How's the session for you, first of all?
Not very good, to be honest. Was not happy with the car for quite a few reasons, struggling with the brakes, understeer, snap oversteer, so not very good. We ran on the hard tyre for all of that, so obviously we're down on times, which not worried about, but we need to sort the balance out and solve these issues, which we're working on. Chris had a good run, so which is good. You know, when one teammate isn't so good and the other one is, that's the whole point of having a team. So yeah, we'll just see what we can learn and making quite a few changes for the second one, but we'll be on the softs for this one.
And it's that delta between the softs and the hards which could make a big difference this weekend.
Oh, it's massive. You know, the timing screen, I wasn't taking much notice of that. It's more the feel of the car and what it's doing. That I was more unhappy with rather than the position. So there's quite a few ran on softs on that one. So yeah, we'll just keep working at it.
Just watching everybody going down into the first corner, the quick fit board on the left tends to be a bit of a marker for braking, but when you hit that bump as you turn in, that really unsettles the car, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Ideally you want to brake just after that, but yeah, no, that's what Oulton Park's all about, you know, the bumps, undulations, you know, it's a great circuit, and yeah, when the car's great, it's great. When the car's not so great, it's not. So yeah, we've got some work to do, but it's all good.
Looking to put some points in the bag this weekend for yourself and for the team, for the independents.
Yeah. yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, we should be strong round here. I love the circuit, and this car's good here. So yeah, looking forward to making the changes and going out on some soft tyres and see where we're at.
Aidan, FP1 over and done with. Humid, high track temperature. You're smiling, so is that a good combination or not?
Certainly bloody hot, that's for sure. But no, it was good. The car felt good actually. We just stayed on old medium tyres. We never put softs on, so we just kind of worked for some stuff with the car, and actually the car felt good. So yeah, it wasn't really a session for chasing times. We were just working on some stuff, and quite happy with the car.
Yeah, so overall, the setup suits you around here.
Seems all right. We'll see how it reacts to softs in FP2, and then take it from there. But it seems a good starting base.
Track temperature being really high equals more degradation of the tyres, doesn't it? The delta between particularly the soft and the hard could be a deciding factor this weekend.
Yeah, well, it depends what the weather does, doesn't it? It looked like it was going to be glorious sunshine, and it looks like that's changed quite a lot, so I don't know where we're going to stand.
Is it more difficult round here for the rear-wheel drive cars?
I think it suits us a bit better actually. I think it's always been a track that's suited rear-wheel drive in the past. I think the weight of the cars has took away some of that advantage. The front wheel drives obviously don't struggle on the brakes and traction like they used to. Now the cars are lighter, but the car, we feel a bit more comfortable with the car here than we did at Snetterton or Donington. So yeah, I mean, we just got to keep plodding away and get our setup right, and I think we shouldn't be too far away.
Good. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, Dexter, FP1 out the way, really humid here. Track temperature really high. Everybody's going to be thinking about tyre wear, aren't they?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I'm not really sure what the weather's going to do, especially tomorrow. Looks like it maybe get a bit of rain, but it is just mega humid. That's why even struggling with brakes a little bit in that first FP1, you know, just getting hot air all the time. Yeah. But yeah, no, it should be interesting.
Did you run all 3 tyre compounds in that session?
Just the soft and the hard. Literally just an out and an in on the hard to scrub them, and then the rest was done on soft. So
it was interesting watching the timings and the delta between the soft and the medium and the hard. There doesn't seem to be a vast amount, the difference between the soft and the medium, to be honest.
No, I mean the big difference is when you go to that hard. That's the horrible bit when you most tracks we've been to this year, we went from soft straight onto hard, and it's a big difference. It's nice when you go from a hard to a soft, but not when you go from a soft to a hard.
I was watching down the pit straight as you come to turn 1, and there's the quick fit board, which most people are using as an indicator of braking, aren't they? And then just as you turn in and you've got the car balanced, there's that bump, isn't there? What's that like to hit that bump as you turn in?
I know it's probably actually one of the trickiest corners on the track, because you sort of go in and thinking that you've done enough. You actually need to steer more, because you can run so much inside the curb that you just sort of need to force yourself to use it a little bit more than what you think in your head.
Absolutely. You're looking forward to a good weekend this weekend, though?
I hope so.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
You mentioned weather. Did you feel that then?
I know, just spitting a little bit.
We shouldn't say it, should we? Have a good weekend.
I'm going in the truck anyway, so I'm fine.
Well, Santa, good to see you again. Here we are, your second weekend back in the British Touring Car Championship. FP1 in a very humid, high track temperature Oulton Park. Thoughts on that session?
Yeah, tough one for us. We put the hard tyre on. It's kind of what we had left over as a carryover. Second-hand hard, it just didn't really feel great. But, you know, there was a little bit of thought process behind it. We tried to put it on to give me more track time so we could use it the whole session, but again it dropped off as well, as you know, so we'll see. We've got the stuff for the next one, I think, so we should be slightly better, and hopefully we just work on my driving style a bit and then go from there.
You had a barnstormer of a return to the championship. Can you carry that? You're smiling, so I know you enjoyed it. Can you carry that momentum over now this weekend?
I think we've started too well. I think the expectations have shifted a little bit, and you know, I think then we had a disappointing session, and I think we had a, you know, like I said, maybe too much of a good first weekend. So manage expectations, and we'll try have a good one this weekend.
Just finally, how important is the delta between the soft, the medium, and the hard going to be this weekend? Because obviously, you know, you have to use the various compounds, but track temperature high, degradation.
Yeah, I mean, we could have carried over a medium to this first one, but we don't race on a medium here. So, you know, the thought process was let's put the hard on and we'll see if we can feel what it's going to be like, and I did, and it wasn't very nice.
Have a good weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
I think it's very clear that when Napa Racing was formed and when it came to be in 2022, they really struggled in the first year. I think we all remember that, and they'll accept that. And then somebody had to go and take that journey, and the right people to do that was Tony Carosa and Ashley Sutton.
Yes.
You know, and they transformed the product into what dominated 2023. But I think what's difficult for that is you're always compared to that. And whilst Ash is absolutely incredible, it is very difficult when you're perhaps trying to drive a car that has been not developed for him, but maybe developed around him. Because at the time, that was the right thing to do, because the car was a mess, right, in 2022. So it needed to be. And I, honestly, I think it's just taken, you know, it's taken a while. We had a change of engineer last year. I changed to Paul Ridgway, who I'm still working with now. And that took a while, I think, for Paul and I to really understand what each other needed.
There's someone that's got a lot of experience in BTCC, that's for sure.
Exactly. And I've known Paul for a very long time, and sort of had to coax him over because he's got a really nice gig in WTCR.
Yes, yeah.
So it's just taken a bit of time, and we've just not given up, I guess, is the truth.
So that's the bit that I picked up on my intro, and I absolutely mean it, because watching you, and I'm very friendly with you. You're a good bloke, and I like being around you. But I've watched you for the last couple of years, and I think, how is he not losing faith and confidence? Because this is like blow after blow after blow.
Yeah, I think I did lose a bit of faith, if I'm honest, and I did definitely lose a little bit of confidence. It's because, like I say, you're in an environment where there is a lot of success, and you keep comparing yourself to that success. And as far as everybody's concerned, everything's the same. All 4 cars are identical, and you should be able to do what the quickest car is doing. And it just doesn't work like that. We're all different drivers. We all require different feeling. A little bit like the wet on Saturday. Not knocking anything from Ash. I don't think I would have been as fast even if I had the perfect car, because Ash, what he did in qualifying was incredible. But for sure, we shouldn't have been 2 seconds off. But I couldn't. We didn't have the balance that I needed at the time, the way the track was, in that horrendous rain. So these cars are really difficult to drive, and if you're not comfortable, you're almost better off not getting in them, to be honest with you, because they're hard. It's a hard job. So, but that was a prime example of, yes, we've developed a long way, and we're near, I think we're very close to where I need it to be now in the dry. But for that moment in time on Saturday, that's all we could do, and it wasn't good enough. Do you know what I mean? So it's very, very difficult. So yeah, you just got to keep plugging away at it. And we've lost a bit of confidence, but I've got really good people around me. I've got, the team are fantastic. Everybody at Napa Racing UK are incredible. I've obviously got long-term partners in Cataclean, and those guys they just put enough of a hand on the shoulder, let's say, just to say, just keep going, it'll be all right.
I mentioned the fact that you kept faith in yourself, and and relentlessly continued on the journey despite getting knocked back. But also, of course, your partners, your sponsors, they kept with you as well.
Of course, and that's something that's really, really rare, and it's hard to find sponsors that I have now, in the industry, in the world that we live in today. So yeah, I have to keep going, really, for everybody that's put their faith in me. That it's not really an option, is it? You just got to keep going, and eventually, if you keep going, it'll all come good. And I think we're finally at a point where I don't think we're completely there. I think there's still a little bit to find. I feel that, if I put all my cards on the table, I don't think we have the ability of Ash and Ingram in qualifying at the moment, which is ironic, really, because they don't have any of the turbo boosts. We've moved up to P3 in the championship, so we have less than we've had before. But I still think we're going to need every bit of that to match them.
Are you superstitious?
A little bit. Why? What
Are you? No, it's a good sign. You have moved up to P3 in the championship. You drive the number 32 car, and you have points 132.
Oh well, let's go with that then.
See what I mean?
That's got to be either a good omen or a really bad one.
No, it's a really good one. All the stars have aligned. You see, third in the championship, heading up to the halfway point, isn't it? Oulton Park, we're halfway already.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Where does the year go? That's the only problem with Alan's calendar. It makes you age very quickly. Because
it does. You're right.
Your years appear in 2-week blocks for 3 months times 2, and that's your year.
You're right.
Gone. So,
you're right.
You age very quickly. But look, I'm excited for it. I'm up for it. I feel, I probably felt it in race 2 at Thruxton on the weekend. I thought, hang on a minute, this feels quite fiery. We just need a few tweaks. We can get a win in here today, and we did. And I've came away from Thruxton thinking, do you know what? There's a bit of work to do. Ash is a little way up the road. He scurried off into the distance early on, but everybody has a bad weekend. Everybody has a bad race. We've just got to make sure that when that time comes, we pounce on it.
Well, you see, Tingram's had one no score in the second race at Snetterton.
Yes.
It is almost impossible to get through the whole season without at least one where you don't get points on the board. So these things do happen. It's largely inevitable.
We've just got to capitalise when it does, and at the end of the day, Ash and I, we get, and Dan Cam, we all get on really, really well. I think we'd consider each other friends.
Mm.
But obviously on the racetrack, we all want to beat each other. So that's kind of where we're at. We've
I'm
got to try and keep going.
Just looking at the points table now, you're third in the championship. You've had 2 no scores this year.
I know.
So despite that, you're third in the championship. Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. But we can't have any more. That's in a negative.
No,
of that
no,
strategy.
no. You've done it now.
We've had our bit. So hopefully, as the pendulum swings and others get no point score, we'll capitalise. So that's all we can do.
How was it reflected on your everyday life? Do you think that you're a happier person this year because it's all hooking up at the day job, if you like?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I live and breathe this. I'm actually working now. We're doing some product stuff with the Napa Auto Parts team, which is great. But I do live and breathe it, so it's everything I do, and I put a lot of energy into it.
Yes.
And obviously, the sexy bit is the bit you see on race weekend, and when that's not going very well, it kind of does make you feel, what's the point in doing the rest of it then?
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess it makes everything easier. It would be nice to arrive at Brands GP as a mathematical champion potentially.
Yes.
Yeah. Because then at least you feel that the season's been a success. I always find that if I get to the end of the year and I can't mathematically win a championship, the season's been a failure, because we're only there to win the bloody thing.
Of course,
you know what I mean?
yeah, of course.
So I think we just got to keep going, keep plugging away, don't get too carried away. Matt Neal taught me a really good phrase that's always stuck with me, to be honest. One of the things that did stick with me, and he said, win with humility and lose with grace. And he always
I can hear him saying that.
Yeah, he always tried to keep me very, very a lot of people go, you're not very happy. I'm like, well, I am happy, but I'm just also trying to be, neutral, because if you get too excited, things happen, and if you get too down, things happen. So just sort of stay in the middle somewhere. So that's my strategy.
Every day's a school day, isn't it, with this championship? Every day is a school day. Yeah, it's fascinating. Finally, Dan, just let me get my thoughts from you on Oulton Park Circuit. Does that excite you?
Yeah, I love Oulton. We're going to like happy hunting ground for me now. Like, I love Thruxton, I love Oulton, I love Croft, I love Knockhill. So we've got 4 weekends now that I am absolutely. Don't get me wrong, I love all the circuits. I don't think you can have a dislike for any of them, because I think that's a negative attitude before you get there. But these are my those are my 5. And I love Brands GP, but we don't get there till the end, do we? So
no.
Yeah, I think we're going to some good places for me now. Oulton always provides a great weekend. I love Oulton because the atmosphere, when that campsite's full, sun's shining, it's just, you roll out that pit lane, and I don't think there's anywhere else in the country when you roll down that hill and you just look in front of you and you go, all these nutters have paid to be here.
and they've been sat there since 7 o'clock in the morning to see you.
Exactly. And it does make you feel very, very lucky indeed. So yeah, Oulton's I'm really looking forward to it. Can't wait.
Absolutely brilliant. Robo, well done. Thank you very much indeed. I did say when we got you on the series early on this year that we'd be getting you back on. Maybe this isn't the last time, I fancy. Maybe this is not the last time. The season is going in the right direction.
Yeah, I hope not. I think I think it's important we keep winning races and see where we end up at the end of the year. That's the plan.
Top man, Robo. Thank you so much for joining us here on Autoglim Tin Top Tuesday. Dan Rowbottom here, 3rd in the championship, 132 points for the number 32 car.
All the news, all the stars, all BTCC. This is Toka Live.
And Andy has just written in to say, hi Al, I'm just listening to the Robo interview as I missed it live on Tin Top Tuesday due to work commitments, and this is why I'm so proud and have been a huge Robo fan, being a fellow West Midlander myself. Every race Dan races, my emotions get very high. Andy, thank you very much indeed, and good to hear from Dan Rowbottom. We might play a few more of those interviews that we did a couple of weeks ago on TTT just after Thruxton, but we've got a studio guest that has joined us. I'm delighted to say we are joined, and we've been trailing you all day, James. James Wilson from ITV is here. First of all, good afternoon, James. Did you stay dry this morning?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, kind of.
Dry enough. But
Yes.
I was out putting some antennas on a scaffolding platform out at Hilltop, and I heard your trailer, and it was very intimidating. An in-depth interview with ITV's James Wilson. What am I going to say?
I want to know what you've done. So so does we. So do we, says ITV commentator David Addison in the background. Because when do you get here on a touring car weekend, James? When do you get here?
Well, our heroes are the riggers. If you look around the circuit, there's cameras, 13 cameras all the way around the circuit. We put in around 16 kilometres of fibre optic cable, led by our rigging team, Guy Langley, Steve Carville, Dan Fisher and Pete Palmer. You'll see them in golf buggies, taking trailers with large drums of cable around the circuit. So they arrive on Wednesday afternoon.
Okay.
We have dawn till dusk on Thursday to put the entire technical infrastructure in, because of course the track's live on Friday. So that involves JTA scaffolding, putting up the camera platforms. It involves the cables going out. It involves the cameras being rigged.
Do you not think at some stage, I wish we had enough money to just leave these fibres in from year to year?
Well, there is that, but our friendly rodents out in the woodlands
They
tend to
nibble
nibble
through
through
them.
them.
Yeah.
Not so bad here with the timid mice and rabbits, but when we get to Brands Hatch, because of the
They love to
estate
nibble through the cables.
There's the housing estate just behind Dingle Dell, and the rodents there are a bit more adventurous.
Do they really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, afraid so.
So you get here on Wednesday, you drive around in the inverted commas TV car, which is a red Tesla, which you've been driving around the paddock, around the circuits for quite a long time. So you're working in conjunction with the riggers.
Correct. So ITV hire our company Cloudbase to provide all the technical facilities. So, for instance, we turn up with 4 articulated lorries. One's full of cable to run around the circuit. One's full of flight cases full of cameras. And the other 2 are mobile studio control rooms to bring you the racing coverage, but also all the presentation from Steve and Louise and the team, and David's commentary. And so we are live, so there's no chance of any turning back the clock.
Yeah.
So the director,
and everything's done here. It's not done remotely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the whole race is cut here. The director's got to look at the most exciting part of the racing. So let's say the gap between first, second, and third widens. We'll look to stories down the field. But the spotter, Mark Cross, has got to keep a very close eye on the timings pages to ensure we don't miss overtakes. So we generally don't miss much, but if we do, we've got a team of replay operators to bring you it back in slow-mo. And we've got 4 cars this weekend. It's Ash Sutton, Darrell Leon, Aaron Taylor-Smith and Dan Lloyd have got on board 4 cameras on their cars, so we can see multiple angles. And occasionally, when we put our cameras on the front bumpers, they get destroyed.
Who decides which cars they go on?
David Francis, our race director, makes the decision based upon recent results, but also form at the circuits. Certain circuits suit certain drivers.
Yes, yeah.
As we know, we just heard Robo talking about his Fan 4 circuits that over the next 4 rounds he's going to really enjoy. So ITV do the creatives, and basically as a company we do the plumbing.
Yes.
So we've got around 55 people to bring you the coverage, including the 13 camera operators, replay operators, vision and sound engineers. And that's added to with around 20 to 25 personnel from ITV. So it's a large team to bring you what is always exciting, 7 hours of transmission on the Sunday.
So is your work done by the time the broadcast goes on air? And if everything has gone according to plan, you can just sit back and enjoy the racing?
I am often, maybe during the lunch break, spotted at the back of the truck having a little shut-eye moment. So
having a nap.
Everything is done and dusted by qualifying today.
Okay.
This is our real, dry run effectively for tomorrow. So we go out live on ITVX and YouTube today and tomorrow. Not only are we going out live in the UK and ITV4, but we're going out in the USA on Racer TV and Canada and Racer TV and worldwide on YouTube. So we've got a whole worldwide audience this year for the first time.
Where does the distribution to all these outlets go? So you produce something here.
Yeah.
Where do those pictures and sound go to?
Well, the pictures and sound for ITV go out on a fibre optic cable and on satellites, and then they land in a Salford Playout Centre for ITV domestically. But then we stream our pictures to Globecast America.
Yes.
And they distribute in the States,
Okay.
and then we stream straight to YouTube. So there's lots of signals going in lots of different directions.
I was going to say the tentacles from Oulton Park go in a lot of places, don't they?
And of course, there's Toka Live going out on
there
what
you
it looks
go.
like the Starlink outside.
Around the world, yeah. Absolutely superb. Thank you, James, for giving us an insight into what you do. You do every round of the BTCC, but you work for Cloudbase. That means you go off and do other television programs as well.
This is it. We set the company up on a upward trajectory in 2012, 2013, when certain other suppliers were leaving the market. So there's me and 4 owners, and I still like to keep my hand in, and so BTCC is one of my personal favourites. But for instance, the hardware that's on site, there's £6 million worth of broadcast equipment, and each of the camera channels is around £100,000. So we've got to sweat these assets hard. So next week, one of the trucks is going to do the pyramid stage, the other stage, and
is it really?
Yeah. So when it's not here, it'll be doing England women's football next week, and Glastonbury, and
so where do you choose to go next weekend?
England women's football.
Do you?
I don't want to stay in a bunker bin at Glastonbury, or the hour-long drive in would probably not work. But yep, we do all sorts of stuff, whether it be 120 matches for Sky for the Premier League, or rugby, or all these different genres, and we've just finished Springwatch. So we're not filming cars going around the circuit; we're filming
busy
wildlife. So yeah, it's a great career to have, and we're just delighted to be supporting the Touring Car Championship, because I've been involved since 2007, 2008, and the characters in the paddock are absolutely terrific. And just like to say a word of thanks to Toka Technical and Alan and Dan and the rest of the team because we really try to set ourselves up as the sort of TV team telly, rather than being a broadcaster standing off from the event. We really try to integrate with the championship and help with the technology side of it as well. So it's all fun and games. Every day's a learning day.
James, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
From ITV, from Cloudbase, from the technical suppliers for ITV's broadcast. And we're going to stay on the theme of the television coverage of the BTCC weekend, because David Addison, ITV's commentator, has joined us.
All the news, all the stars, all BTCC. This is Toka Live.
And great to get your messages in as well on WhatsApp. Message plus your name to 07482 877 877 from Brandon here at Oulton Park for this weekend for the very first time and my first BTCC event. I guarantee you, Brandon, it won't be your last. My tickets were a present for my 20th birthday here with my dad this weekend, who's called Mark. Love the action so far, and as a motorsport journalist, nice to have a day off after Formula E remote reporting overnight. Keep up the good work this weekend, guys. Love the Dan Rowbottom interview. Bring on the racing this weekend and the qualifying later on. Good emoji use of a checkered flag and a racing car as well. I said that David Addison has joined us up here in the commentary box. Relax, DA. I won't request that you speak for 55 minutes. Just press the little mute button on channel 1. No, not that one. That one there. And we get you on air. There you go. You have people to do this for you.
I know, I'm not technical anymore. Happily, I have a 13-year-old present who is looking after me and therefore knows all about techie things. So the fact that you've asked me to speak suggests there must be a red flag, of which I'm not aware.
No, we're fine.
Oh, okay, that's a relief.
We're clear. We're just having lunch.
Oh, right,
we're just kicking back and finding out about TV. Interesting to hear about the technical build-up for the broadcast, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot more that goes into this than you think.
Yeah.
And as James was saying, the guys are here days in advance, making sure everything is as it should be.
There is one huge truck full of only cable just for Oulton Park this weekend.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's a long old lap, and Brands Grand Prix the same. It's out in the woods and back again.
Yes. Yeah. And the reason they don't leave the cable in is because wildlife will nibble through it by the time we come back here next year. So.
Yeah, I mean, another company that we're familiar with, Hey Fisher, that looks after GT coverage here, they have a problem in as much as they rig it, and then the GT race weekend here is always Saturday and Monday over a bank holiday weekend. And so on the day off for everybody else, the rabbits seem to come out in their droves, and quite regularly.
On a Sunday?
Yeah, they'll arrive on a Monday and find a cable has been nibbled through.
Well, you know why that is. It's always Easter weekend.
Wasn't this year, though.
Oh, right.
No,
Okay, sorry
no.
about that. Okay, I was looking for the Easter bunny gag, but it fell flat, didn't it? Yeah, sorry about that.
That's a relief, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spared us that humiliation.
I still shoehorned it in anyway.
It's nice to see old friends, isn't it?
It really is. This is your local circuit, David. You live just 20 minutes down the road.
And it all started here. Somebody asked me this morning, what do you think of Oulton Park? I said, well, I've been coming here since I was 5. 1977, we first came as a family and stood over at Deerleap, and that's how it all began.
And you're still coming as a family now because little Liv, who is not so little anymore, 13 years old, fortunately has an interest in motor racing.
Well, yes, and it's a recent Formula One and then touring car interest, but she's become a McLaren fan, and what's his name?
In
that
particular,
bloke, Random Morris, something like that. I can't remember his name.
Handy Morris.
Handy Morris, that's the one.
That's the one. A big Lando Norris fan who just a few years ago was in this paddock competing in Ginetta Juniors and British F4.
Yeah. Which underlines the quality of the TOCA package and the support races, and you come here to watch touring cars, but actually have a look at other categories. Well, take for example this weekend Porsche Sprint Challenge, because you never know, in a few years some of those quick pro class drivers may well be on a international GT grid or Le Mans, for example.
I'm fascinated to know. So Olivia has an interest in motor racing. That's very, very good news for your household because there really isn't an option. What about an interest in broadcast?
Apparently, it is growing. Liv doesn't do things by halves. So she announced the other week that she wants to work in Formula One media, not touring cars or sports cars, Formula One, and wants to live in Monaco in order to do this. So,
I blame the parents.
Somewhere we went wrong, didn't we, really? Didn't take a hard enough line.
I'm afraid so.
But having said about the media, the plan B is to be a Formula One strategist.
Okay.
So computer studies, computer skills, maths, all being channeled towards Formula One.
Oh, that's interesting. So definitely motorsport. Well done, Liv. That's fantastic. That's really cool. I remember you coming here. Sorry, Liv hasn't got a microphone, but I will, if I can. Didn't you come here, Olivia, as a sort of a guest with your school some years ago on a sort of a setup day at Touring Cars?
Yeah.
You did? And you were sort of shown around the paddock and the teams and all that kind of stuff? It was with QuickFit, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Cataclean.
So. Yeah.
Was it Cataclean? It's Cataclean, yeah. Yeah, so you came along with the school, and your interest in motor racing has only happened over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I would say that. Like, I grew up with it, but I only really sort of took an interest to it as I've got older because I understand it more.
And are some of your school friends coming along this weekend? No. Oh, they're not? No. Okay, well, you need to work on them to get them into the BTCC. That's the thing. Was it Drive to Survive on Netflix that sort of got piqued your interest in Formula One?
Yeah, but I don't watch it anymore.
You don't? No. Because you've left that alone. That got you into the sport, and now you're a budding young Addison.
Yes.
Yeah. Very good. Liv, pass the mic back to your dad. Was that a broadcasting debut, proud dad?
It was. Well, yes, apart from, you're right, the Kids in Motorsport thing a couple of years ago. So Liv went to Whitley Primary School, which is not far down the road, 10, 12 miles down the road. And you right, Cataclean sponsored a Kids in Motorsport
That's
day.
Right, yeah.
And we did a piece for the ITV show. And I said to, who was the headmistress? Mrs. Broom. Mrs. Broom. I said, I need 4. I'm not going to choose them because I don't want any favouritism.
Yes,
but let me have 4 children I can talk to.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Broom gave me Liv, perhaps inevitably. So the most surreal thing was interviewing my daughter for television. But also, I was talking to Adam Morgan or something in the morning. And suddenly somebody came over to me and said, I think it was Alan Gow's wife, Anna, who was running the day. She said, do you know where your daughter is? I thought, oh, God, what happened? She said, because ITV wanted for the local news to interview her.
How cool is that?
So
I remember
that was
this.
quite bizarre
I remember
as well.
that.
So that's probably the debut. But in terms of a Toka live moment, that's definitely a first.
This is where your dad started. This is where it all started for your dad.
Yeah. Downhill from then on.
Look where we've ended up.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just a couple of thoughts, David, about what we've seen today. Maybe that last session not so meaningful because we didn't have a full dry session, but the forecast for this afternoon, dry.
It is, and based on what we've seen and previous qualifying sessions, flip a coin into the air, really. It
is a bit like that, isn't it?
And round here, the extra boost that people have is certainly going to matter to drag you up the hills. So maybe we need to start to look for people sort of, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in the championship for a surprise pole position. But it's a great circuit, this, as we know, but it's people say Oulton Park's narrow. It isn't. When I came here, they were still racing contemporary Formula 1 cars up until early 80s.
Yes.
Cars have got bigger, and that's the downside. So you always get close racing, but you've got to really get your elbows out to overtake, and that's why the hairpin is so important, because that is a place that you can do it. And therefore, the importance of qualifying can't really be overstated.
And with BTCC, over the years, we've had every configuration of Oulton Park, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've been on the long circuit here just probably half a dozen years ago, I suppose.
That's right, yeah.
And on the Foster's circuit back in Super Touring days.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to when I first came here, that was the circuit. The Island Bend hairpin was long redundant, and that was brought back in 84.
Yes.
And then round about 87, I want to say, the Shell Oils loop, used to be Esso, now Shell Oils hairpin, was brought back into operation, but with the Britain chicane. That was put in, because otherwise they'd have been arriving at Knickerbrook very, very quickly.
Yes.
And that was pre-Knickerbrook Hislop chicane days, of course, that happened. So, that part of the circuit has changed a little bit over the years.
Have to ask a final question. It's a big weekend. We're going to be talking about TV coverage quite a bit this weekend. Steve Ryder, you and I grew up with him on our television screens. It's a sad weekend that Steve is retiring and is not going to be around. We've kind of taken him for granted with the BTCC.
Yeah, I mean, as a viewer, you're right. We all grew up watching him. On a personal note, this is a conversation when we've got even more time and red flags. But he did have an involvement in me starting out doing this, which is another long, convoluted story.
A great story
for another time. So save that thought. So on a personal level, to end up working with him has been quite special. And you don't know what you have until it's gone sometimes. And you're right in terms of taking it for granted. In 1987, I'm sorry to be an old fart, but in 1987, the British Touring Car Championship was on television if you were lucky.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
And it was largely Steve who was able to persuade the BBC that we ought to do for touring cars and Formula 3 what British Rallying had. 20-minute highlight package. And you think now, well, it was a no-brainer to get touring cars on television, but that was a massive thing in 1988.
It was.
And it was Steve with Barry Hinchliffe that made that happen. And then that grew into, I mean, this was before Alan Gow era, don't forget.
Yeah.
That then grew into occasional races live on Grandstand, which dates us because, a mixed sport live Saturday, Sunday afternoon show long gone. So it went from 20 minutes of highlights 2 weeks later, if you were lucky, to then some live races and lots of highlights. And it's gone through different broadcasters, yes. And now we have a full day of racing live on ITV4. But if Steve hadn't had the vision and the commitment and the determination to do British motor racing justice by lobbying to get it onto the BBC Grandstand programme in the first place, we may never have been here. We may never have got to a point where the championship was well thought of enough to attract the star names to grow in that super touring era. So if you dial it all the way back, in 87, Hay Fisher, Richard Hayes' company, put it onto Screen Sport, channel long gone. But in terms of a massive audience on Grandstand, step forward Steve Ryder. It
was fairly equal between British Formula 3 and British touring cars with those 20-minute segments on Grandstand, wasn't it?
And British Formula 3?
Yeah.
Anybody remember that? Sadly, long gone.
Yeah.
I found an article in an old Autosport the other week. I was researching something, and it was a quote from John Webb. Now, John Webb, for people that don't know, was the great promoter of the 1970s, 1980s. of the Brands Hatch group of circuits as we now have Motorsport
Yes.
Vision. And Webby was quoted as saying, the British Saloon Car Championship, as it then was, will never make a headline act in its own right. It's always got to support something like Formula 3, like the Grand Prix, like the Race of Champions. He didn't get much wrong.
No.
But he got that wrong. But what he hadn't done at that point was ever hear of Alan Gow.
No. Spectacular turnaround that wasn't it?
Yeah.
David, thank you so
Always
much
a
for
pleasure,
joining us here on Toka Live. Here at Oulton Park on 94.9 FM. It's Toka Live on Radio Oulton.
I think
Well, Gordon, humid here. I'm not surprised you're taking on fluid and electrolytes and goodness knows whatever else. FP1 over and done with. Everybody trying different tyres out with such a track temperature as it is. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, the session just goes so quickly by the time you scrub some tyres and things. You get a wee go at it at the end, so not much to kind of take. Ultimately from lap times in session one, but feels okay. We've certainly got a basis to work from. We just got to try and inevitably everyone's going to find a step in FP2, and we need to do exactly the same.
What is the delta between the soft, the medium, and the hard, do you think?
Don't
know yet.
Don't know. Just out of the car. I've got no idea.
Out of the box, though, this morning, you seem to have some decent pace, which perhaps, arguably, might have struggled a bit earlier in the season with.
Yeah, we're just doing everything we can to try and improve. Like every session, we're chipping at it. It felt good. It's obviously been a few years since I've been here, so it all comes at you quite quickly on the first couple of laps out the back. But certainly I got better and the car got better as the session went on.
Yeah, it's going to be a very hot weekend, very humid weekend. Track temperature, tyre degradation we talk about all the time. But this weekend, and with this circuit, with its undulating nature, is really going to pressure the tyres, aren't they?
Definitely got to look after these tyres. I think there will be you talk about the delta between the soft and the hard. I think that will be quite big, given the nature of the circuit here. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how everyone's strategy plays out.
Have a good one, Gordon.
Thank you.
Well, Santa, good to see you again. Here we are, your second weekend back in the British Touring Car Championship. FP1 in a very humid, high track temperature Oulton Park. Thoughts on that session?
Yeah, tough one for us. We put the hard tyre on. It's kind of what we had left over as a carryover. Second-hand hard, it just didn't really feel great. But, there was a little bit of thought process behind it. We tried to put it on to give me more track time so we could use it the whole session, but again it dropped off as well as so we'll see. We've got the soft for the next one, I think, so we should be slightly better, and hopefully we just work on my driving style a bit and then go from there.
You had a barnstormer of a return to the championship. Can you carry that? You're smiling, so I know you enjoyed it. Can you carry that momentum over now this weekend?
I think we've started too well. I think the expectations have shifted a little bit, and I think then we had a disappointing session, and I think we had a like I said, maybe too much of a good first weekend. So manage expectations, and we'll try to have a good one this weekend.
Just finally, how important is the delta between the soft, the medium, and the hard going to be this weekend? Because obviously, you have to use the various compounds, but track temperature high, degradation.
Yeah, I mean we could have carried over a medium to this first one, but we don't race on a medium here. So the thought process was let's put the hard on, and we'll see if we can feel what it's going to be like. And I did, and it wasn't very nice.
Have a good weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
Humid Oulton Park. How was the session for you, first of all?
Not very good, to be honest. Was not happy with the car for quite a few reasons. Struggling with the brakes, understeer, snap oversteer. So not very good. We ran on the hard tyre for all of that. So obviously we're down on times, which not worried about. But we need to sort the balance out and solve these issues, which we're working on. Chris had a good run, so which is good. When one teammate isn't so good and the other one is, that's the whole point of having a team. So we'll just see what we can learn, and making quite a few changes for the the second one, but we'll be on the softs for this one.
And it's that delta between the softs and the hards which could make a big difference this weekend.
Oh, it's massive. You know, the timing screen, I wasn't taking much notice of that. It's more the feel of the car and what it's doing that I was more unhappy with rather than the position. So there's quite a few ran on softs on that one. So, yeah, we'll just keep working at it.
Just watching everybody going down into the first corner, the quick fit board on the left tends to be a bit of a marker for braking, but when you hit that bump as you turn in, that really unsettles the car, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I ideally want to brake just after that, but yeah, no, that's what Oulton Park's all about, you know, the bumps, undulations, you know, it's a great circuit, and yeah, when the car's great, it's great, when the car's not so great, it's not, so yeah, we've got some work to do, but it's all good.
Looking to put some points in the bag this weekend for yourself and for the team, for the independents.
Yeah. yeah, pretty much. Yeah, no, we should be strong round here. I love the circuit, and this car's good here, so yeah, looking forward to making the changes and going out on some soft tyres and see where we're at.
Commentary box this afternoon, but we've kept him here in the main commentary box. So for at least the first two races, Chris will be up here in the studio on Toka Live. This message says, "Hi guys, Martin and June from Dorset here, again supporting Tingram and the team, and Dan Zelos in the Porsches. Massive thanks to Leslie Hansford and all the sponsors who make this happen. Leslie, of course, and her husband, who run Hansford Sensors, who have been a long-time supporter of Tom Ingram in his motorsport career, right back to the early days in Janetta Juniors. This message comes from Lauren and from Ellie. Happy birthday, Neil. Have a great day. Thank you, Lauren and Ellie, and happy birthday, Neil. And this one says, hello, can you wish my dad, Robert, a happy 69th birthday today? He's here at Oulton Park. He's having a great time with all of us. That comes with lots of love from Emma, Jack, Vicky and Alfie as well. Got loads more messages that we can get through. This one says, hi, Alfie here with my dad Simon. They're down on the start-finish straight. Hi guys, great to have you here. This one says, can we have a shout out? This is Sam who's written in. Shout out to my girlfriend Katie, who's marshalling down at Cascades while I spectate in my car in the dry. Well, I think it's going to be dry for this afternoon. The weather hasn't turned damp for about the last hour and a bit, so I think you're going to be all good for this afternoon. This one is from Hayley. Says, I'd like to wish my husband Gary a big happy birthday for Thursday. He's marshalling on the start-finish line today. Thank you, Hayley. And Gary, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Dad, with love from your number one son, Callum. Is there any chance that you could shout out to Richard for his birthday on the 23rd of June? Yes, we can. That's on Monday. Yeah, you share your birthday with the big boss here at the BTCC, Alan Gow's birthday on Monday as well. And this one says, it's from Scott. Please can you say a big hello to Brody, age 6, who is here today for her second BTCC meeting at Oulton Park. Huge fan and having a great day as well. This one from Mason could give a shout out to Lee, coming to our first ever racing event. And that just about brings us up to date, I think. No, we don't. We've got some more as well. We are here celebrating Paul's birthday today. He's the one with the birthday badge on. Oh dear, he's wearing the birthday badge of shame here at Oulton Park, and we'll be back tomorrow to carry on the celebrations. We are big Jake Hill fans and Lydia Walmsley fans as well, so we'll be cheering them on this weekend. From Vicky, Dan and Birthday Boy. And if you see him with his big badge, wish him a happy birthday, won't you? If you want to send your messages in, it's all on WhatsApp. Message plus your first name to 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp. Right, we're about to go racing. Get the racing underway this weekend with the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Let's get into the main commentary box and rejoin Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Al. You never too old for a badge, are you, I think? Never too old for an ice cream, never too old for a badge.
I like the massive ones, yeah. The really big ones. Yeah.
Well, at our age, you need really big ones to get the number on, don't you?
A very good point, well made.
Yeah. Not quite 3 figures yet, though. Right, so cars on the grid. The race due to get underway in less than 5 minutes' time. And our first race of the weekend, everybody, here at Oulton Park. It is the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. The entry list is on page 48, Spotter's Guide on page 49. After qualifying this morning, it's the local driver, ex-Porsche Carrera Cup racer. Second season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge for Tom Bradshaw, who's done all sorts of racing, historics, single-seaters, you name it. And Tom, delighted to be on pole position with a 1:23.094. Great effort, though, with his best qualifying so far for number 70, Samuel Harvey, to be on the front row of the grid with him. So 1:23.112 for Sam Harvey puts him second. There is space to write the grid in your programme if you wish to do so. 43 and 70 on row 1 then. And then it's Jacob Toffs, number 27, who stepped up from the Club Sport category into the new RS Club Sport cars for this season, having won the Club Sport Championship last year. And Jacob, who's an ex-Formula Ford racer himself, number 27, starts third on the grid, with Toby Trice, who's the Pro Championship leader in the RS division, starting in car 22, fourth on the grid. Then on row 3, Ben Moore-Ryan, number 11, and 45, Dan Zelos, with his best qualifying so far in his third weekend of Porsches. I mean, of course, being a superstar in the Mini Challenge in the JCW category, the 3-time champion, also a British touring car racer at the back end of last season. So he's getting to grips with these cars now. He's sixth on the grid in car 45. Row 4, we've got Joe Marshall, number 99, who's in the top 3 in the championship in the RS division. Pros, and Matthew Carl-Henny, number 25. His dad, Peter, was a very accomplished amateur class racer in the Porsche Carrera Cup for many years. Then on row 5, 32, Ethan Hamilton, who's raced everything from VWs to touring cars to Clios to Porsches, with number 88, Oliver Meadows, another ex-mini racer, alongside there on the 5th row of the grid, 32 and 88 to complete the top 10. Another ex-mini racer, Oliver Cottam, number 98, starts 11th. Jason Baker, number 29, ex-Ferrari racer, a Porsche racer these days in his first season of this championship. He stepped up after the first 2 weekends racing in the Club Sports. He's now in the newer Cayman, racing in the RS division as an AM driver, and he starts 12th in car 29. Row 7, 50-16 Burden, 33 Reece Summerfield. Row 8, 19 Daniel Lewis, and 7 Amy Watts. Row 9, 3 Karim Sekat, and 12 Jonathan Moore. And then row 10, Lydia Walmsley, number 82, Hannah Chapman, number 44. Row 11, 95 is Charlie Tuthill, a driver making his debut this weekend with a rally background. His dad Richard was a rally star as well in British Rally Championship. And Katia Loggi, number 5, starting alongside, 22nd on the grid. Paul Porter had an issue with his car, didn't get out for qualifying, but he has resolved that and should be on the grid for this one. So number 87 starting 23rd on the grid. Just one non-starter after a crash yesterday, which I'm afraid is Alistair Weston in the 52 car. And just to update you on the championship, coming into this, Toby Trice, 55 points. Now with a slightly reduced lead of 6 points over Tom Bradshaw, because Tom got the point for pole position this morning. So Toby Trice and Tom Bradshaw, the top 2 in the RS Club Sport Pro division. Joe Marshall third. In the AM division of that category, Matthew Carl-Henny leads. He's had 5 wins out of 6 in the class and is ahead of Oliver Meadows, both on the grid and in the championship. And then in the Club Sport division, in the pros, Jonathan Moore leads. He's had 5 wins out of 6 in the class as well. The other class winner has been Lydia Walmsley. Those two are battling over class pole this morning, but Jonathan got it in the end. And Hannah Chapman leads the AM division in the Club Sports from Paul Porter. Hannah's had 4 wins, including 3 on the trot at Donington. But 2 of the last 3 wins went to Paul Porter, but he's further back on the grid after his issues in qualifying. And just to reiterate that the RS Club Sport cars, which there are 17 of, which is the biggest entry that we've had since the car came in, the newer Cayman came in last year. There are 17 of them. They are the more modern car, 500 brake horsepower for those cars, and high top speed for them than the cars which started the championship back in 2020, which now run in the Club Sport division and have around about 425 brake horsepower, all running on Michelin slick tyres. So the car's coming up, ready for a 20-minute race, standing start. Ian's joined me up in the commentary box. Should be a good one, this. These cars always deliver really good racing, don't they?
This is going to be excellent, and I am very much looking forward to this. By the way, Chris, well done, all of that. Take a breath. Take a breath. You deserve it. Yes, they're lining up now. This is going to be fantastic. It's really nice to see, because a number of the drivers I interviewed back in their junior racing days, Oliver Cottam when he was in Fiesta Juniors and Junior Saloon cars, And Daniel Lewis as well. When I saw his name pop up, I was like, oh, fantastic. I remember interviewing him in the Fiesta Juniors. Quite the change, isn't it? And what a change it is as well for Charlie Tuthill, like you say, from rallying into the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Fantastic stuff.
They probably wouldn't mind a bit of rain. But it's dry for now as the lights go out red and we are underway. And it's a perfect start for Tom Bradshaw. He's going to lead easily into turn 1. Harvey's going to be second. Who's going to be third, though? It's very tight. Toff's just about fending off into Old Hall Corner. The challenge from Toby Trice. They now, unfortunately, go out of our sight here. We get the run into the first corner, and that is it. We won't see them again until I get to the end of the lap now.
Well, I think Harvey might have had a bit of a twitch on the entry into Old Hall there, and it might have cost him a couple of positions. We'll find out shortly as they make their way around the circuit. Yeah,
they're making their way out of Cascades now, and alongside Lakeside, they'll then go into the Island Bend hairpin, which they do now. Turn right. It is nose to tail between the top two. I think Harvey just about held on to that second place. Perfect start for Bradshaw, but he's not as far forward, as far clear as he was when we lost sight of them going into Old Hall Corner, that's for sure. So they'll go over Hilltop now, and then it'll be down into the Hislops chicane through there, through the right at Knickerbrook, and then climbing uphill through Clay Hill. I think everybody survived the hairpin, which doesn't always happen. They'll fire their way up Clay Hill. Tremendous sight as these cars flash up through the hill. It's a narrow part of the circuit. They'll go into the fastest corner on the lap at Druids, the right-hander. Which, Ian, he's under the tree cover, so if it's still damp anywhere on this track, it's going to be at that corner, I would think.
What a circuit, isn't it? If it does rain for the spectators as well to get some shade, then we can see them now. Actually, they're just coming around Lodge now into Deer Leap, and then they're going to thunder into our lights. There they come, headlights ablaze as lap 1 is complete, and you're absolutely right. It is Bradshaw who does hold the lead.
Yeah, through they come. Bradshaw, 0.6 of a second clear of Harvey, and then it's Toffs in third. There's a bit of a gap back, though, to Toby Trice in the Blue 22 car, the championship leader, remember, in the pros. He's over a second back on Toffs, so may have had a moment somewhere. Ben Mulrine, number 11, fifth, holding on to his position. Dan Zelos holds his position in sixth, and Joe Marshall holds his position in seventh. So no changes between the top 7 on that opening lap. There was a place gain for Ethan Hamilton, though, number 32, got ahead of Matthew Carl Henney. So it's all RS pros now in the top 8, but Matthew Carl Henney still leading the RS AM division. He's the points leader in that category. His nearest rival is Oliver Meadows, and in between them we've got Oliver Cottam. In terms of the club sports, Jonathan Moore, number 12, leading the pro division from Lydia Walmsley, number 82, only by half a second at the end of that first lap, and behind both of them, the AM class leader, Hannah Chapman in the 44 car, who's another one who's come up from Minis. She's always been a bit underfunded, Hannah, so she's only for the last few seasons done part campaigns in Mini Challenge. So it's great to see her getting the opportunity to hopefully compete a full season in the Porsches.
It's great to see Jonathan Moore as well. He's flying this season, isn't he? Of course, he was runner-up in the Junior Saloon Car Championship last year, and Lydia Walmsley going well too. They are actually about to come back onto the start-finish line. Here they come now, and it's still Bradshaw who leads.
Yeah, it's looking a bit tighter for second place, though, because Jacob Tofts looking menacing as he came out over Deer Leap. He shows his nose on the way into Old Hall. Clouds are looking a bit menacing as well. Further back, we're going to get 3 abreast on the way into Old Hall Corner as well. Great battle going on between Meadows and Cotton, the 2 Olivers who were side by side in the battle for 10th place in cars 88 and 98 respectively. Jason Baker just behind them, now an RS driver with another 75 brake horsepower to deal with compared to what he had at the start of the season. Doing okay, running just behind the pair of them in 12th place.
Yeah, indeed. It's a 20-minute race. There's still 16 and a half minutes to go on the island circuit here at Oulton Park. And we didn't quite expect this weather, actually, did we? You can see the flags fluttering on the lorries for all of the teams, the BTCC teams. And, I wonder if this has caught a few people maybe by surprise a little bit.
Yeah, it's certainly not absolutely guaranteed that this is going to be a completely dry race, this, looking up at the clouds, a bit breezy as well.
But I did speak to Jonathan Moore, actually, in the lunch break. I went over just to say hello, and he thought it was going to rain, actually. He said it's going to be a lot of fun if the rain does come down in the closing few laps. So we shall see, indeed. And my son, Landry, hasn't had any use yet whatsoever.
Saving it for tomorrow, hopefully. Fun might be one word. I'm not sure I want to drive one of these cars on slick tyres in wet conditions.
They've got no fear, these drivers, have they? No fear.
Different level, isn't it? But Harvey holding on to that second place, and he's a bit further clear of Tofts than he was into Old Hall Corner last time. Trice isn't quite on their pace, is he? Mulroney's hanging on to him, but not closing the gap. So no change there. That battle between the 2 Olivers, Meadows came out on top. We've got Dan Zelos getting a track limits warning, so he's got to be careful in the 45 car, currently running in 6th place. It is still Jonathan Moore from Lydia Walmsley. The gap's growing between the number 12 and number 82 cars. Jonathan, as I say, leading the categories, had the most wins in that class so far this year, coming into his second season of the championship. First season of the championship. He is just ahead in points, though, of Lydia Walmsley, because there's not many more points scored for winning a race or winning a class than there is for finishing second. Chapman is still leading the AM division, but right behind her is Tuthill, and he's impressing, isn't he, in the 95 car, given that he hasn't raced here before and he hasn't raced one of these cars before.
He's used to going sideways, but he is pointing it in the right direction and going very well indeed. Just looking at Bradshaw's times, he did a 1:24.2 last time out, 0.4 of a second faster than Harvey. If he keeps this up, he's going to get a bit of a gap and see if he can control this race. Still a long way to go, though. 14.5 minutes left for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. This is round 7 of the championship. We have another one coming up later today as well. The final race of the day will be round 8. Looking forward to that one as well. And here comes Bradshaw now, and you can see that gap has just opened up a little bit more.
Yeah, and Harvey keeping about a 2-car length advantage over Toffs in the battle for second place. 1:24.6 for both of them. Just, 28 thousandths quicker was Harvey on that lap than Toffs.
Well, I think that's doing him a favour. It's doing Bradshaw a favour, isn't it? The battle between Harvey, Toffs and Trice is getting involved now as well. Toby Trice, of course, the championship leader. Those three battling is probably allowing Bradshaw just to get away a bit.
Yeah, Toby's just done his best lap of the race, 1:24.297. So he gained 3.5 tenths on that battle for second. So you're right. Keep an eye on the championship leader in the pros, the blue number 22 car of Toby Trice. He's got a bit of a gap back to Ben Mulryan as well. About 1.3 seconds, which means he's free to attack, doesn't have to worry about defending at the same time. So the race leaders have already long since gone through the Island Bend hairpin and going through currently Knickerbrook and about to go into the third sector of the lap, heading up Clay Hill. Fastest part of the circuit now. Race leader goes through. That gap, looks a bit tighter between second and third as they come through potentially. A bit quicker through the first sector and very similar through the second sector. So Toft slightly closer to the second place car of Harvey than he was previously, I think. They'll run down over the roller coaster ride into Lodge Corner. They go up and down over the rollers through there into probably one of the best overtaking spots on the circuit at Lodge Corner. The leader is long since gone, but that gap right down, isn't it, Ian, for second place?
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. A number to keep your eye on as well. Carl Henney and Meadows in the RSAM class. Certainly worth keeping your eye on that one too. And as we know, Jonathan Moore and Lydia Walmsley going toe to toe. Though it looks like Moore's got a bit of a gap on Lydia at the moment in the CS Pro class. So the final few just coming over to start finish straight here. In fact, there is Jonathan Moore, just seen the number 12. He comes through in as Lydia Walmsley just behind the number 82.
Yeah, we've lost Oliver Cottam, who's tumbled down out of the top 10, so he hasn't come through yet. And looking at the monitors, I think he's pulled off at Clay Hill, hasn't he?
Well, actually, we've got some news as well. The car number 43, that is our leader, Tom Bradshaw. The start of car 43 to be investigated after the race.
Okay.
Could make the podium exciting.
So it's close enough that they think that it's worth looking at whether he jumped the start or not, but they're not sure, so they're going to look at it. It doesn't mean anything's necessarily going to come of it, but a question mark hanging over it. Bradshaw 2.1 seconds clear. His last lap, 1:24.3, was about 4 tenths quicker than Harvey and Tofts. Tofts is just taking fractions of a second out of Harvey's advantage. Less than half a second now between the cars in second and third, and last time around slightly slower than them was Toby Trice. He had been catching them, but he lost a bit of time on that lap. So he's now about 1.3 seconds back in fourth place. Club Sport Pros, Jonathan Moore, well clear now of Lydia Walmsley, 3.6 seconds clear. Chapman and Tuthill, the gap between those two in cars 44 and 95 for the AM division is over a second as well. The RS AM division still being led by Carl Henney, but he's got number 88, Oliver Meadows, now in his mirrors almost, hasn't he? 8 tenths of a second between them. So another battle to watch. That one for class honours and for 9th place overall.
Yeah, number 56, Burden, just dropped down. Yeah, that's Dean Burden. He just dropped down the order according to our timings here. I didn't see what happened with that one, but yeah, certainly worth keeping our eyes there. Bradshaw, of course, leading this one, but start is under investigation. Harvey, Toss and Trice. I just wonder if maybe Toby Trice is just thinking, I'll stay close, but I'm just going to preserve my tyres for a bit of a late assault here. We're not even halfway through, 10 minutes and just coming up to 30 seconds left on the clock. A 20-minute race in total for round 7 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. And it is going to be a thrilling finish to this one, I think, Chris.
Well, Harvey's just done his best lap of the race in second place in the 70 car, 1:24.5 for him, which was nearly half a second quicker than the race leader. He's still a fair bit back, 1.7 seconds, but has given him some more breathing space over Tofts. That gap of second to third has yo-yoed really through the entire race, but Samuel Harvey on the last lap having the upper hand for sure. They come through. Over the line goes the race leader. Does a 124.616, a 124.614 for Harvey.
Almost identical.
Yeah, quicker, but only 0.02 of a second quicker.
It's going to take quite a while to catch up.
Yeah,
I think.
Forever. Yeah, absolutely right. Harvey was second in Club Sport Pro division last year. 1.7 seconds is the gap still, but he's a second clear now of Tofts in third place. Trice back on it. I think he had a wobble somewhere on that previous lap, so he's back in the 124s now and a bit quicker than the car ahead to try and get onto the podium. And Tofts is the only driver separating him from the podium at the moment. And bear in mind that Toby Trice so far this year has been on the podium in all but one race. He's had 5 on the trot. And the only time he hasn't been on the podium was race 1 of the season at Donington, and he was 4th, only just off the podium.
And it was Tom Bradshaw who won that one, of course, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But then he went on to have a DNF actually in race 3 there. So Tom Bradshaw looking for his 3rd win of the season here. Toby Trice has already got 4, and I believe he's got 6 overall as well. I think the record is 8 in the history of the Porsche Sprint Challenge. So. He could get there this season. Yeah, it's had a couple of seasons in this championship prior to 2025, Toby Trice, and a couple of top 6 finishes in the championship, and never had the best of luck. He had a big crash a couple of years ago, which put him out for a couple of rounds as well, including his home round at Brands Hatch. He always has a big following. He goes through now, the orange wing mirrors on the blue machine. The gap coming down as well is from 6th to 7th. So Dan Zielos being caught by Joe Marshall by about 10th and a half on that lap. And on their pace as well, Ethan Hamilton, number 32, just behind them. He's just at his personal best lap. So it's starting to concertina up 6th, 7th and 8th positions. The leader and the driver in second, Bradshaw and Harvey, almost matching each other again on that lap. 124.6s for both of them, but Bradshaw slightly quicker. They are both pulling away from Tofts, but Trice on that last lap was the quickest driver on the track, wasn't he? And look at that weather. It is chucking it down again. I can see the rain is coming down, although with 8 minutes to go. Chris, I'm going to have to leave you because I've got to get myself down to Parc Fermé podium as well.
Get your coat on. Thanks very much, Ian. So, the podium's coming up. The rain coming down, and will it last? It's actually weirdly a bit brighter than it has been for the last 10, 15 minutes, but that rain is showering, certainly on our side of the circuit, over the start-finish line. So they're going to arrive at each corner with zero clue about how much grip or how little grip they've got until they get there. And, of course, it always magnifies it when you're doing these sorts of speeds. Any slight amount of rain on the windscreen looks much harsher than it is.
The weather forecast now says we've got rain for the next hour.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
On and off. Doesn't mean constantly, does it?
No.
But, kind of quick shower at the moment. So they come through. The top 2 massively clear now of Tofts in third. He's eased off a lot more than them. They've done 126s. He's in the 127.7s. Old Hall corner looking particularly wet as they tiptoe through that corner now. Go out of our sights and drop down through Cascades. And again, an adventure into the unknown. I'm going to get to the hairpin and try and struggle through that corner as well. That's the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. So get to that corner, and will they make it through? Everybody so far okay, but it's absolutely throwing it down on our side of the circuit now. I'm willing to bet it's not wet everywhere, or not this wet everywhere, because we've got one off at Cascades. I can see running through the gravel trap and on the grass, and maybe, just about getting back on track from further down the order. So possibly, not certainly, but possibly Anna Chapman, who's in and around that zone. It's a red and white car, but we shall see. But they're all going to lose loads of lap time now. 124.2 is the best lap. They're just doing, most of them, high 126s or 127s or worse, and it's getting slower and slower out there. But Bradshaw using experience, keeping the gap for now at least to 1.2 seconds over Harvey. Harvey putting miles clear of Tofts though in third, and Trice you fancy might be one to watch now, because again he was quicker, took 0.3 out of Tofts on the previous lap, and he's got more experience of these more powerful RS cars than Jacob has, having won the Club Sport division last year.
Chris, I bet Charlie Tuthill's loving this right now.
Yeah, the rally driver, sideways, wet conditions, get the handbrake on, he'll love it. So Bradshaw comes through, lap time 132.9, so we're like 8 seconds a lap slower than we were at the start of the race. Harvey and Tofts, that gap's come right down, and then we've got 3 of them together, and Ben Moore Ryan losing a place to Joe Marshall on the way into Old Hall Corner. So Marshall in the black and dark green car, number 99, getting ahead of Mulrine, I reckon, for 5th place. And Dan Zelos was also losing a place to Marshall. So I think Marshall's gone from 7th to 5th. He's loving these wet conditions. Ex-Ginetta racer, made his debut in this championship last year, running as a guest driver. But he has certainly carved his way through. Jason Baker and Reece Summerfield both got ahead of Oliver Meadows as well. So Meadows is off the podium in the RSM division at the moment. He was 2nd in the championship coming into the weekend, and he was 2nd in the race behind Carl Henney in the AM class for the RS cars. But he's had a moment, clearly, and the 88 car losing 2 positions to both Baker, number 29, and Summerfield, number 33. So how's that rain doing? It's eased slightly, but it's still very treacherous. Coming through now, so it was Moore, I reckon, that was off the road. He still hasn't come through either. So Moore, who's was leading the CS Pro division, comes through now, but a very, very slow lap relative to everybody else, with a 2 minutes 11. He lost about 20 seconds there. So Moore tumbling down the order. That means that Lydia Walmsley is up into the lead in the CS Pro division in the 82 car and has a massive lead over anybody else in the category. In fact, the 2 cars behind her are, yes, Club Sports, but they're both AM drivers. In fact, the next 3 are. And so she's got a huge cushion now. And Lydia Walmsley on course potentially to pick up what would be her 2nd win of the season. And she's been 1st or 2nd in class in every race so far this year, the former Mini Challenge front runner. Marshall got another place on that run through as well, because Toby Trice comes through having lost a couple of places. So Marshall went from basically in a lap from 7th to 4th in the 99 car, loving these conditions and going way quicker than anybody in front of him as well. It's just done a 1:33.4. The race leader did a 1:35.5. He's 2 seconds quicker than the race leader, driving on slick tyres in damp conditions and loving life at the moment. So terrific effort by Marshall, up to 4th place overall. Bradshaw leads, Harvey 2nd, Tofts is 3rd, then it's Marshall, Mulrine is 5th, Trice has lost 2 places down to 6th, lost about 2.5 seconds on that lap. Zelos 7th, Hamilton 8th, Baker going well in 9th in car 29, and 10th, number 33, Summerfield, and Carl Henney has lost 2 places and 2 places in class as well in that 25 car. So Carl Henney, the AM class leader in the RS division, losing his class lead to Jason Baker, who's, remember, making debut in that car in this class. Some damage I can see to the right rear corner of the number 12 car of Jonathan Moore, which is the one that lost about 22 seconds on the previous lap and lost the lead of the Club Sport Pro division. Bradshaw next over the line, then the gold, blue and black number 43 car of the race leader into Old Hall corner with a 2.4 second lead. Last lap 1:33.1, so it's starting to get a bit grippier than it was. Ben Mulrine is the latest one to have had a moment on that lap. He's lost 2 places now in the 11 car, so he's gone down from 5th to 7th. That puts Trice back to 5th, Zelos back into the top 6 as well. So it's all yo-yoing out there. 1:33.1 for the leader, 1:33.0 for Harvey in 2nd, 1:33.3 for Tofts in 3rd, a 1:32.9 for Marshall in 4th. So he was 2.5 seconds back. He's now trying to get himself up and onto the podium. He's had no wins this year, but he has had 4 podiums. And one of those is 2nd place. The other 3 podium visits were all 3rd place finishes for Joe Marshall. But if he can get on the podium here, it'd be a great effort, given he was 7th a couple of laps ago. Karim Sekat struggling, just going through now. Had a slow lap there as well with a 1:39. So we're waiting for the race leader to come back into view shortly. Lydia Walmsley comes over the line next, leading the category in the Club Sport division. Then Hannah Chapman, then the 95 car of Tuthill. Less than half a second between those two as they come out of Old Hall corner. So Chapman, number 44, she is just ahead of 95 Tuthill, and they're battling over the AM division honours in the Club Sport category. The race leader is going to start to get to lap some slower cars now. Paul Porter is his next target for a lap rate. 43, the race leader, Tom Bradshaw, into the final minute of the race now. And he might have a busy final lap of the race with traffic to deal with. So through they go. Marshall 2 seconds back on Tofts. He caught him again, but only caught him by 0.2 of a second on that lap. So the 99 car might not quite make it onto the podium. All he can do is keep up the pressure and hope he forces Tofts into a mistake somewhere. But it's been a brave effort. The clock will tick down to 0 in less than 30 seconds time, so it should be checkered flag next time around for the race leader to become the race winner, Tom Bradshaw, to take more points out of the lead of Toby Trice, who at the moment is running in 5th place on this potentially final lap of the race. So they come through into the final sector now. They will be heading, or about to head, on the run up through Clay Hill, coming out of there, up the hill, over the crest and towards the right at Druids. Looks like the top 4 making it safely through. Looking at the CCTV pictures, and it looks like Toffs has got just enough in hand to keep Marshall at bay. They're about to come on the run through Druids, and then out of there they now head down towards Lodge Corner for what will be the final time, because the clock has ticked down to 0. And we've still got a lap to go as well for this battle in the Club Sport AM division around the outside of Hannah Chapman. That's a great move from Charlie Tuthill, number 95. If he made that stick, which I think he has, he's got the class lead as the checkered flag comes out. Tom Bradshaw wins the first race of the weekend, and Joe Marshall comes through in 2nd place. Then it's Toffs. Harvey has disappeared down the order and not made it back to us on the start-finish line, and he still hasn't come through, and that is heartache for the driver that was running in 2nd place for the entire race. And he's come through now, miles back, absolutely miles back, and that has plummeted him all the way down the order to 10th place. He lost 16 seconds on that last lap out of our sight. So Bradshaw wins, picks up 10 points. He'd already got the gap in the championship down to 6 points. And Toby Trice, promoted up to 4th, will get 5 points. So he's closed the gap, I reckon, to point. Fastest lap of the race is a bonus point as well. And that did go to Bradshaw, that 124.202. So quick maths, I think they're tied on points. There were 7 between them before qualifying. Then that came down to 6. And 11 points going the way of Tom Bradshaw for a win and a fastest lap. 5 going the way of Toby Trice. They'll be dead level on points. Toby's got more race wins than Tom Bradshaw, so will still be the championship leader, but he won't have any points advantage now going into their 2nd race of the weekend this afternoon. So double delight as here we come for the checkered flag for the Club Sport AM division, and he did make it stick into Old Hall Corner, held it on the last lap of the race, and Charlie Tuthill on debut wins the Club Sport division in the AM class, coming through with a great effort. Got ahead of Lydia Walmsley as well on that lap. Not that it affected his class position, but Tuthill, that great move around the outside of Hannah Chapman at the start of the final lap of the race. So 43, Tom Bradshaw wins 2nd place, and he was 7th with about 6 minutes to go. It was Joe Marshall, went from 4th to 2nd on that last lap of the race, found a way past Tofts. Wonder if Tofts was delayed, probably was, in whatever happened with Sam Harvey, because he lost about 5-6 seconds as well on that last lap, did Tofts. So he may have been delayed, or it may have been a separate incident, but either way, Marshall got past the pair of them and leapfrogged them both from 4th to 2nd in the 99 car. 3rd place, number 27, Jacob Tofts. 4th place, number 22, Toby Trice. 5th place, number 45, Dan Zelos. And that's his 2nd best result of the season, and a 4th in the opening weekend at Donington. And then 6th place, number 11, Ben Mulrine. Bit of an up and down race for him, but he was always in and around 5th, 6th place. 7th place, number 32, Ethan Hamilton. And 8th place, well done on his debut in the class, to Jason Baker, who wins the RS AM division from Reece Summerfield, number 33, who was 2nd in the class and 9th overall. A really disappointing end to the race for number 70, Sam Harvey. He'll get another chance this afternoon from the front row, but number 70 plummeting from 2nd down to 10th place on that final lap of the race. 11th place, number 25, Matthew Carl-Henny. He also had a moment when it was raining, so he lost the class lead then in the AM division and ended up 3rd in class, the points leader. And then in 12th place, number 88, Oliver Meadows. So he still beat his nearest rival in the championship. They were 3rd and 4th in class. 13th place, number 19, Lewis. 14th place, number 7, Watts. 15th, number 56, Burden. 16th, number 3, Sekat. 17th, and winning the Club Sport AM division, Tuthill, number 95. 18th, number 82, Walmsley. 19th, number 44, Chapman. 20th, number 12, Moore. He went off the road when he was leading the Club Sport Pro class at mid-distance as that rain came. 21st, number 87, Porter. He missed all of qualifying. 22nd, number 5, Loggy. And number 98, Cottam, didn't finish the race and classified down in 23rd place. So, in terms of the classes, top 3 overall, number 43, Bradshaw, Marshall and Tofts. They were the top 3 RS Pros. The top 3 RS AMs. 8th place, number 29, Baker. 2nd in class, number 33, 9th overall for Summerfield. And then Kyle Henney, number 25, 11th place overall, third in the class. Club Sport Pros, Lydia Walmsley picks up second win of the season, and that is now 7 consecutive races, finishing either first or second in class for Lydia. So Lydia, number 82, winning the Club Sport Pro division from number 12, Jonathan Moore, and they were the only 2 finishes in the class. Club Sport AM division, a victory on debut for number 95. Great effort. Loved the rain when it came down, didn't he? Charlie Tuthill with a victory in the 95 car over number 44, Hannah Chapman, who was a couple of places behind him on the road in the end, and Paul Porter, third in the class in car number 87. So that concludes the first race of the weekend for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. And as Ian said, the first race of the day for them, in fact, because they've got another one to come with a quick turnaround. They will be final activity of the day today, with race 2 getting underway at 10 to 5.
Right, Chris, I've just been writing all the results down. As you can imagine, we're going to have 4 podiums, which is fantastic. And actually, I've got Lydia Walmsley here, who she's just won the CS Pro, but she's like, I didn't win, it was Charlie Tuthill with it. Charlie Tuthill's in the CS AM, Lydia, so we're pretty sure you have won.
Well, I don't know, but either way it was a fairly well, it's an incredible move at the final corner from Charlie, so he totally deserves the win, to be fair. I think I was taking it a bit too cautious when the rain came down. I'd already had an off. I'd seen Jonathan had a fair off as well, so I just wanted to make it to the end, to be honest. I'd already had a trip through the gravel and the grass, so I didn't want another one. So, yeah, maybe a bit too conservative on the final couple of laps. But
how slippy did it get when the rain started to come down?
It was pretty awful, really. I mean, within a lap, it was treacherous conditions. I thought perhaps if the rain kept coming, we'd have a red flag, but everyone seemed to, on the most part, keep it on the black stuff. And, yeah, when you've got heat in the tyres, it's okay. But, yeah, it did fairly come down. So it was hard, but, yeah, a good race.
Typical. It's stopped raining now, hasn't it, as well? Thanks, Lydia, there. Yes, by my reckoning, she is the winner of the CS Pro. Takes a second win of the season. Tom Bradshaw takes his third win of the season in the RS Pro. In the RS Am, as you said, Jason Baker, Reece Summerfield and Matthew Carl-Henny. And in the CS Am, Charlie Tuthill, the rally driver, takes the win there.
Yeah, you were dead right about him enjoying the rain. He did very well, didn't he, in that second half of the race. A great move to get the win at the end of the race as well. So podiums coming up for the Porsche Sprint Challenge. The Caymans back in action, as I say, at 10 to 5 for another 20-minute race. And then they'll go again tomorrow afternoon, get a lie-in tomorrow, so they're not underway until 1:45 for their third race of the weekend tomorrow afternoon. Still to come today, and next race, race 2 of the weekend, the Virtue Mini Challenge JCW cars, their first 20-minute race of the weekend. They get another one tomorrow, a slightly longer race tomorrow at 25 minutes. And then we go qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship in just over 50 minutes' time at 3 o'clock. 1 hour of qualifying split into 3 sessions, or 3 parts, but 4 sessions really, because the first part split into 2 groups, 10-minute sessions throughout. We whittle it down to a quick 6 shootout at the end for pole position. The Vera Tools British F4 Championship go with their first race of the weekend at 4:15. Then the Porsche Sprint Challenge, as I mentioned, at 10 to 5 coming up. So that's the lineup for the rest of the day. Rain coming and going, it sounds like, for the next hour, so it's almost eased off for now, but it looks like it might be around potentially for what could be an interesting qualifying session to come for the touring cars.
I've given up on the weather forecast. It is changing literally with the weather. So
yeah, unpredictable.
I'm very sorry about that. I've got a couple of messages. We might have time to do that before the podium.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
Can we have a shout out, please? Happy birthday to Jackson, who is turning 8 years old, celebrating his birthday. We're here with Mum, Dad, Sister Faith, Nana and Grandad, and met up with some friends as well. I hope everyone is having a brilliant weekend. That sounds like a great team that you've got here at Oulton Park, and thank you for messaging in on WhatsApp. Message plus your name to 07482 877 877. Please say hi to daughter Melissa, who's chosen to visit Oulton Park over her school prom. She's the petrol head, by the way. Have a great day. That comes with love from Dad. A great decision. great decision. And this one says, morning, can you please wish my wife Bambi a happy 20th wedding anniversary from her husband Jason. No better way to spend it than spending the weekend with the family at Oulton Park Touring Cars. Thank you. You are very welcome, and I agree with the sentiment as well. And this comes from Dad. Happy 15th birthday to Oliver, who's enjoying his first ever race weekend. Currently enjoying the views from the Old Hall Grandstand. If you do want to get in touch, then we can get you on air today. This one is from George. Says Sutton for triple P1 tomorrow. Shout out to Joe Marshall in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. This one says, hi, my name is Emily. I'm 7 years old, here to celebrate with my dad Reese for his 28th birthday. We would love that's for a bit of music, and I'm not sure we're going to get a chance to play any more music today, but we'll put it on the list. Now this one says, hello there. I'm here with my boys Jensen and Freddie for their experience of watching the racing, and they're having a blast. Can't wait for the rest of the weekend's racing. Thanks from Gareth, East Riding of Yorkshire. And maybe time for one more before we get back down to Ian. Can we please say hi and happy birthday, 60th birthday to Uncle Jerry. Wishing you a great day, lots of laughs and quality time with the family. He's a racing fanatic and the best uncle, sister and partner to Auntie Lucy. Lots of love from Auntie, I beg your pardon, from Archie, Deck, Lucy, Katie and from Brian as well. Last one for now. Can you wish a happy 12th birthday to Lewis? For the last 5 years he's asked to come to BTCC qualifying as part of his birthday, and this year we made it happen. From Dad, Mark, Freddie, Todd and Harry as well. All of that on WhatsApp message plus your name to 07482 877 877. Let's see if we're ready for 4 podiums. Down there on the podium, Ian Waterhouse.
Alan Hyde, yes, we are ready for the podium for round 7, a very soggy podium as well. We've got, as you say, 4 podiums in total. Can we please welcome to the stage and hand out the trophies? It's Ian Fletcher, the championship manager. Here he comes. Give him a round of applause, everyone. Whoa. Just you and me, Ian. Right, we've got 4 podiums to get through. We're going to start with the Club Sport AM category. In 3rd place, the 7th podium of the season for Paul Porter. Well done, Paul. Give me a fist pump. Don't leave me hanging. And in 2nd place, 6th podium of the season for Hannah Chapman. Hannah making her way up. Hannah, do I get a fist bump as well? Look, 2 for 2, yes. So Hannah's just getting her trophies now. And your winner on debut. Please give it up for Charlie Tuthill. Well done, Charlie. Good rallying conditions for you out there. There we go, just having the customary photos now. The trophies are aloft. The bottles of champagne. They can't open them yet, though. They've got another race later today. Good stuff indeed. Right, 2 of you, don't go far. Because we're going to do the Club Sport overall podium now. Hannah, you may as well stay there, because in 3rd place it was Hannah Chapman. This is the Club Sport overall podium now. And in 2nd place, Lydia Walmsley. Big cheer for Lydia, she makes her way up. Well done, Lydia. And he's hanging around because he knows in 1st place, Club Sport overall. 1st place, Charlie Tuthill. There's a slight change to the podium. We're not doing a CS Pro category, just the Club Sport overall. And there we go, on to the top step for the photos. Congratulations. And that is the Club Sport podium complete. Now we move into the RSM category. 6th podium of the season. In 3rd place was Matthew Carhenny. Big cheer as he makes his way up. Do I get a fist pump? Do I get? Yes. That's another one. Good stuff. There we go. Matthew Colhenny on to the podium in second place. 5th podium of the season for Reece Summerfield. Well done, Reece.
Thank you.
And a first win of the campaign. Please give it up for Jason Baker. Woohoo! Well done, Jason. Trophies aloft. Can't open the champagne yet. Got to do it all again later. On to the top step for the photos. Great stuff. Rain still coming down here, though. Oulton Park, plenty more racing action coming up. And we will now move into the RS Pro category. It's a 3rd podium of the season. Please give it up for Jacob Toffs. And in second place, 5th podium of the season for Joe Marshall. Well done, Joe. And a light to flag victory, a 3rd win of the season for Tom Bradshaw. Oh, a huge roar for Tom, wow. Popular man, Tom Bradshaw. He makes his way up. They're going to get the trophies. I can hear cars on track. That does complete the podium for round 7, Ian, of the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. We'll be back for more a little bit later.
Thanks very much indeed to Ian Waterhouse down there in the rain, unfortunately, as it eases off just a little bit here at Oulton Park. The time is just after 2:15 here at Oulton Park on 94.9 FM and Toka Live. We have another race to look forward to, and then qualifying for the BTCC coming up at 3 o'clock, 3/4 of an hour for the weather to make up its mind and decide what it's going to do for an hour of qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. But that comes after a race for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Let's get back to our main commentator, Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Alan. Yeah, they're on the formation lap. It's busy in the pit lane with wet tyres at the ready. They will have made their way to the holding area, the assembly area, probably before it started to rain. So I doubt anybody, unless they've had a lot of foresight, would have put the wet tyres on. But some of them might gamble to put them on now, because I think I'd rather be on a wet tyre than a dry tyre at the moment. If you're going to gamble, it's going to be somewhere near the back of the field. It's almost got nothing to lose as well. So there might be some darting into the pits at the end of this one. Before the race starts. It's going to be a big if, though, because that rain may come, it may go, it may stay, it may disappear, the track might dry. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes. Entry list on page 50 of the programme. Grid is shaping up like this. Tom Ovenden, number 24, starts on pole with number 18, Lewis Selby, his first front row grid of the year. Second on the grid, winner at Donington yesterday in changeable conditions. See what he can do. Second row of the grid, 94, Josh Porter. They're going to get 2 formation laps because of the change conditions. And 27, Marlo Cordell starts 4th. Row 3, number 2, Albert Webster, one of the front runners in the Club Sport Pro, the JCW Sport Division last year, and he starts 3rd. Max Edmondson had a broken drive shaft at the start of qualifying. Tim did a mega job to get him out there, and he starts 6th on the grid. And already at the end of the first formation lap, drivers are coming in to make the tyre change, presumably from wets to 6 to wet. So number 25, Cameron Richardson, comes in, and the other one that's come in is Jacob Hotchkiss, number 95. So they've got wet tyres going on. So Harry Hickton, number 64, starting 7th. Number 12, Alex Solly, starting in 8th place. On row 5, 21, Nathan Edwards, if he can get out there. He was with a problem with the car, was reported before the cars came onto the grid, and he was still in the awning, so there might be 21 missing from 9th on the grid. Harry Campy, number 13, might be alone therefore on row 5, starting 10th. Row 6, 55, Charlie Hand, 70, Owen Hillman, who had an off at the end of quali. And then row 7, have been Cameron Richardson, number 15, and it would have been Jacob Hodgkiss, number 95. But they're both in the pit lane, changing to wet tyres. 8th row of the grid, 32, Ned Anthony, and the championship leader, Jamie Osborne, who had a fuel pressure problem in qualifying this morning. Didn't get out till at the very end of the session, and just as he was starting to put some lap times in, the rain came, the red flags came out, and that was him done. So Osborne, who's normally at the front of the grid, at the back of the grid, number 77. He did say to Ian earlier, though, watch out, there's going to be some fireworks. Then rows 9 and 10 are kept clear. They're all 275 brake horsepower turbocharged cars in the main category. They are slightly less powerful cars in the sport division, which is brought in as an entry class, so slightly less power and H-pattern gearboxes, old H-pattern gearbox, rather than sequential gearboxes for the sport division cars. So they're a fair bit slower as Cameron Richardson leaves his pit lane apron. Will have to hold at the line and rejoin the race once they've all gone past him. So he'll be held there, as will Hodgkiss. So pole position, Archie Johnson effectively on pole for the Sport Division in car 10. Ben Crossley, number 56 alongside. 10 and 56 on row 11 as the front two in that category. 42, Henry Howarth, who was racing in Fiestas last year. He is the driver that leads the standings. He's third on the grid for this one. Nicky Gauci, number 22 for company. And then on the third row, row 13 for them, 210, Chris McKenzie. Second season in this category for him. And Will Crooks, number 29. Hodgkiss now makes his way to the end of the pit lane with his wet tyres on, although it looks like it's eased a bit now, typically. And they're the two that are going to start from the pit lane. Everybody else is on the grid now, and it looks like they're all opting to stick with the slick tyre. So those towards the back of the field making a gamble. It might be a gamble worth having a go for. The red lights are going to come on. As soon as they go out, we're going to go racing. Jamie Osborne, the championship leader. Tom Ovenden, his nearest rival, on the front row of the grid, on pole position, leads them away, and they're going to struggle for traction here on the slick tyre. It's going to be three abreast on the way into the first corner. Ovenden has got Josh Porter for company, and trying to go with the pair of them around the outside then is Lewis Selby. Selby's definitely going to lose one place. From second down to third place, he's going to go from his first front row start of the year. The two on the wet tyres that have come in and changed from the pit lane are released. They join at the back of the field. They've got to make advantage of this now while it's still slippery, still greasy. It still looks pretty wet on the run through to Island Bend as they come off and turn onto the island circuit. They cut off before they go through the left-hander at Island down to the bottom shell hairpin. They cut off right here, and this is where they hit the brakes and find out if there's any grip whatsoever as they turn in. And still side by side for second place. Looks like Ovenden has held on to the lead of the race. Selby, though, didn't make the best of starts, did he? Lost a place off the line as he lost another place on the run through that first sequence of corners. They're about to come over Hilltop and then down towards the Hislop chicane through Knickerbrook. They make their way right, then they go left, and that lead train of cars all in line coming through now. Josh Porter maybe losing a place or two after what looked like a pretty good start for him. He was challenging for the lead into the first corner.
Josh Porter was lightning off the line, wasn't he? I actually thought it looked a bit like Selby, and Ovenden looked a little bit lethargic as the lights went out, but Porter was absolutely flying. He did get past Selby, didn't he? But what has happened since, we are about to find out very shortly, as they will very shortly make their way into Lodge Corner.
Yeah, it's about trying not to get too much wheel spin off the line on the slick tyres. Front-wheel drive cars, of course, for them. So into Lodge Corner they come then at the end of the first lap of this 20-minute race. 18 minutes left on the clock, and out of Deer Leap over the start-finish line they come, and they are led by the pole sitter Tom Ovenden. Selby second, third Albert Webster. So Porter made a lightning start, but he did drop back. It looked like he had on the CCTV pictures at the back of the circuit. He's fourth at the end of that first lap. Albert Webster's gained 2 places from fifth to third ahead of him in the number 2 car, and then it's Max Edmondson gaining a place as well, number 33 up to 5th. Alex Solly's gained 2 places in car 12 up to 6th place. Marlo Cordell, not a great start, number 27 losing 3 places down to 7th ahead of Campy, and then Osborne 6 places on the first lap of the race.
I'm not surprised, Chris. I'm not surprised. This is the joy of actually having Jamie Osborne starting in. I think started 16th, ended up getting promoted to 15th, I think, due to a couple of tyre changes. So very interesting indeed. In fact, these conditions really do spice things up, don't they? Where is Cam Richardson? Because he's on the wet tyres, isn't he, I think?
Yeah, and Hodgkiss as well, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not so sure it's the right choice at the minute, but you never know what might happen. 17 minutes to go. It's like they might have to take a bit of pain before it comes good.
Yeah, maybe if it's going to be better, it's going to be this next 2 laps, but that rain is eased, and actually the sun's trying to come out, which is the worst thing possible for cars 15 and 95 who switched to the wet tyre.
I think that cloud is going away, isn't it, over Lodge Corner, and what's coming in is actually sunshine, so yes. I wouldn't be too surprised in another lap or so if Richardson and Hodgkiss maybe come into the pits and change onto the dries. But to be fair, damage is done by then.
Yeah, they need another shower, don't they? But they're stuck with it now. They can't really come in and they might as well have tried something from a loaded grid positions. So Ovenden trying to make the most of this. He gained 6 points back on Jamie Osborne by getting pole position earlier on. There are 3 points for fastest lap in the race as well. But he's got to try and win the race first. And he's got Lewis Selby crawling all over him. Selby going around the outside into Old Hawk Corner. That would be a brave move. He's still trying, but he's stuck on the outside line at the moment. I think he's going to have to back off as they come out through Cascades and into the left-hander at the bottom of the hill.
I think he might end up losing a place as well to Edmondson, who was flying around the inside there. So I think Ovenden held on to it, and Edmondson was maybe up the inside of Selby.
He's got him. I think he's got him. Looking at the pictures, so he had to do it. I mean, he was committed. Like you say, if he'd backed off, he might have lost 1 or 2 or 3 places. But yeah, he's done it around the outside, kept his foot in, and say he got this historic win last year, the biggest ever winning margin when he picked the right tyre. When the circuit went from wet to dry. So changeable conditions Lewis Selby loves, and here he is winning the race. We think the fastest lap of the race has gone to Hand, back in 9th place with a 1:39.686 second lap. And Edmondson, the other mover on that lap, gained 2 places up to 3rd place. He went with Webster dropping back behind him. In terms of the sport division, Howarth has got into the Edmondson has got into the lead, we think, looking at the pictures. Was 3rd at the start of the lap, so he's got past Selby, Ovenden and Selby. Sport division, Howarth, the points leader, Fiesta racer last year, intermediates for the first time this year, number 42, has got the lead away from the pole sitter in that class, number 10 Johnson, but only 3 tenths between them.
He will love this right now. Civic Cup champion, of course. He is a master of door-to-door racing, and here he comes now over the line. Yes, it is Max Edmondson who leads this race from Ovenden and Selby. Where is... I'm trying to find Jamie Osborne. He looks like he is... Oh, has he dropped down a bit? Has he? I think he dropped down, didn't he?
He's dropped back and got 1 back, so he's 11th, but he lost a couple of places on the previous lap.
I think he was up to 9th at one point, wasn't he? Yeah. But just dropped back a little bit.
He dropped to 12th, got 1 back. He's ahead of Harry Hickton and behind Anthony, so 77 up. An up and down start to the race. Edmondson, though, mega, given that he didn't think he was going to get a lap in quali after that drive shaft issue. Car was up on jacks for the first half of qualifying, and the team now being rewarded by having their driver leading the race. Fastest lap of the race, bonus 3 points coming his way as well. 1 second clear of Ovenden in 2nd, who stayed ahead of Selby in 3rd, but they both lost out to Edmondson. Webster is 4th, Ruck is 1st and 4th in the race, and then Porter 5th right behind them. 6th place is Solly, 7th is Hand. Cordell's 8th, dropped a couple more places. Campy 9th, and a black and orange flag coming the way of Harry Hickton, who's into the JCW class for the first time this year, which means he's either got fluid coming from the car or he's got some bodywork hanging off, but he's going to have to pull off the circuit and into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Harry Hickton. He had a bit of a difficult start to the season, but he's got quicker and quicker and quicker. Max Edmondson is leading this race. He has been on the podium 3 times so far this season, but yet to get a race win. He's in about 13 and a half minutes. Could that be about to change? I do not want to give commentators curse. There is still 13 minutes to go, but look at that. He has a sizable lead in the Virtue Mini Challenge JCW. It's not often you see a lead this big.
Yeah, pulled away, hasn't he, on that lap? And they come through in the middle of the pack, by the way. It's absolutely side by side, and the rest of the top 10 are all together. Solly and Porter were together. Solly is just ahead of Porter going into Old Hall Corner. Hand, Cordell, Campy and Osborne were all in a battle as well. So Osborne, I think, is back into the top 10 now. The championship leader in the 77 car.
You know where you do that thing, Chris, where you always put your foot on an imaginary brake for them. That's what I was doing as they're all going around turn 1 there.
Yeah, they didn't look like they were all going to fit, did they? But they just about did, I think, because we haven't seen any yellow flags going into the corner at the moment. A black flag for track limits go the way of number 21, Edwards. So he's got out there, but he's right at the back of the field. This would be the 4th consecutive podium for Max Edmondson. It'd be his first win, though, if he can do it. He's had a 2nd, a couple of 3rds, but he's on for his first win. He's 2 seconds clear of Ovenden. Ovenden is only half a second clear of Selby. I think the next one to watch is going to be that other blue and yellow Napa car of Osborne, who had a moment a couple of laps ago, but really good first lap. And remember, from near the back of the field, has got himself up into 10th position as it stands. So the leaders have gone through Druids, about to come down into Lodge Corner. And I say leaders, it's leader singular, really, because Edmondson looking absolutely sharp. He gained another 2/10 through Sector 1, although Sector 2, Tom Ovenden has set the absolute best Sector 2 time, so he was quicker than anybody in the middle of the lap.
Well, only Osborne and Ovenden have won a race so far. This is round 7, of course. Osborne's got 5 wins to his name. Ovenden's got 1. But at the minute, Edmondson is absolutely flying, although you never know. What are we? 11 and a half, we're not even halfway through yet, as Harry Hickton now comes into the pits as well.
Yeah, Osborne's 9th, but his progress isn't lightning, is it, at the moment? So he's kind of stuck. I mean, he's hard to overtake here for sure.
I think he's got too much work to do, to be honest with you.
The wet weather would have helped because you get more opportunities, more mistakes to get through, but that's not been the case so far. I mean, he's up to 9th place, but he's stuck behind Milo Cordell at the moment. Harry Hickton has had whatever it was sorted and checked and removed, so he goes back out, but right at the back of the field. He needs a safety car now to get back into the mix.
I just wonder if it was something stuck to the front end of Harry Hickton's car, because one of the scrutineers was trying to get low to have a look just to make sure it was clear, but he's back out now anyway, but kind of out of this one, really.
Yeah, real shame for him. So Hand is the other one that's doing a good job in this race. Where did he start? 55 car of Hand has made pretty good progress, hasn't he?
11th he started,
So he's up to 6th place now in the 55 car. Rookies, 4 of them in the top 6 as well. Edmondson, who leads the race, then Webster, Solly and Hand. Webster's 2nd season in the championship, but he's first in this more powerful JCW category, having raced in the sport division last year. So he lost a couple of places on one lap, didn't he? But he's doing a good job. Had a really good start to the race as well. And all of the top 8, Ian, set their personal best laps last time around, so it's drying up.
Yeah, I'm looking at Porter actually, because he had that lightning start, didn't he? I think he got himself up to 2nd. Now he's down in 7th. He's had a story of a race, hasn't he? In fact, he's just coming past our commentary position now, just behind Charlie Hand. So it'll be interesting to speak to Josh Porter a little bit later, because he has had quite an eventful opening 10 minutes to this race.
Yeah, I was just keeping my eye on Alex Solly. He's looking much quicker than Webster at the moment. Albert Webster's keeping him at bay for the time being, but he's looking pretty rapid. He just can't find a way past at the moment in the yellow and blue number 12 Napa liveried car. So currently running in 5th place, but desperately trying to get through.
I tell you, Albert Webster, he's on for a big result this year at some point. I can sense it. I can just sense it.
Yeah, I mean, it was only because he had that awful start to the year last year that he wasn't a proper championship contender last year. Back into the pits to come Nathan Edwards. Issues with the car for Nathan meant he didn't make the start of the race. He got out there for a bit of a run, but he's now looking like he's going to retire it, unfortunately. So he comes in, team pull him in, and a real shame for Nathan.
Yes, right. We have got 9 minutes to go. That means, Chris, I'm going to have to say cheerio, because I've got to go down to Parc Ferme and do the podium for this one. I'll see you soon.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Ian. Right, waiting for the leaders to come back around. Just under 9 minutes remain. Edmondson looking in control at the moment. 2.6 seconds clear as it stands in the number 44 car. Looking for a 4th consecutive podium, a first race win of the season in the 33 car. Comes from Durham. He's a vehicle paint sprayer by trade, and as Ian said, won the Civic Cup title last year, his 2nd championship title. His 1st this year in minis. The gap from 2nd to 3rd looking tight. The gap from 4th to 5th looking even tighter. So Ovenden keeping Selby at bay. Webster having to work really hard to keep Solly at bay. And having talked him up a bit, I'm afraid Charlie Hand has lost a couple of places on that lap in the 55 car. He's dropped behind Porter and Cordell. So the 55 car down to 8th place on that lap. In the sport division, Howarth, number 42, still leads from Johnson, number 10, but only just. There's 0.2 of a second between them. And by the way, Richardson, number 15, and Hodgkiss, number 95, the 2 that came into the pits to put wet tyres on, they're now lapping in the 1 minute 40s, about 7 seconds a lap off the pace. They need a massive downpour now to have any chance of any kind of decent result. Lewis Selby set the fastest lap of the race last time around with a 1:33.5. That's why he's putting the pressure on Ovenden now. And the other one that's looking quick on this lap is Josh Porter. So having got past Hand, maybe that was holding him up a bit, because he's just on the absolute best first sector of the lap. So I think a personal best lap coming the way of him at the moment. Oh, we've got news of time penalties, though. 10-second time penalties coming the way of number 32, Anthony, and the championship leader, number 77, Osborne. So track limits coming to both, penalties coming to both of them. It might be for the start rather than track limits, because it's straight to a 10-second penalty, I would suggest. It doesn't give the detail on the screen as to why, but I think it might be to do with the start of the race. So Osborne's really troubled day continues to get worse and worse and worse as the race leader with a luminous yellow wheels. Number 33, Edmondson, goes through into Old Hall Corner with a 2.5 second lead, but Porter has got the fastest lap of the race in the orange and black number 94 car. He's just done a 1:33.096, so he is now going after the number 12 car of Alex Solly. But can he find a way past is the question. Alex, one of the drivers that's come up from the Cooper class, 2 wins in that category, top 5 finish in the championship last year, up into the JCW class this year, to the sport division top 2 coming through, with 3rd Ash Crossley, number 56, and 4th, number 22, Gauchi. Only about a second between those two, as Harry Hickton, that is, coming into the pits again, looking at the left rear corner of the car, and they're pulling away some of the underfloor this time. So Harry Hickton in the second visit to the pits now. The first one he had to because they told him to, with a black and orange flag, a mechanical defect. This time he's come in with something dragging, they've ripped it out, and he goes back on track now just to try and finish the race and get a few championship points. But a really frustrating race for another graduate from the Cooper Class Championship, Harry Hickton. So all looking good for Edmondson, who made the most of that little shower, didn't he? And that's where he got his head down, got through, got past everybody, 3rd to 1st in the blink of an eye. And since then, on a dry track, he's not been catchable at all. They're keeping pace with him, Ovenden and Selby, but they can't close the gap. And the gap remains at about 2.5 seconds as he crosses the line with 5 minutes 25 seconds to go into turn 1. Not quite, but close to being nose to tail between 2nd and 3rd. Porter is almost onto the case now of Solly as they go through Old Hall Corner. So the orange and black 94 car, possibly the one to watch next. He's got Cordell with him in the 27 car in 7th place. And then we're going to wait for the top 2 Sport Division cars to come through over the line, through into Old Hall Corner. They now go. The pink liveried car of number 42, Henry Howarth, 12th overall, leading the class from Johnson, but only half a second between both of those drivers. Johnson, who got the pole position, the class pole position, lost it on the first lap of the race. Driver from Nottingham, racing Fiestas last year, trying to get that position back from Howarth as they battle for the win in the Sport Division. 3rd in that sport category, his 2nd season in the championship. In the 56 car is Ben Crossley. So they are out on track. We've got 4.5 minutes of the race to go, and the race leaders already through Clay Hill and about to go into Druids. That feisty right-hander leader miles clear. 2nd and 3rd come through, just about a car length between them. They've got a big gap over 4th, 5th and 6th. Looks like there's no change in positions there. Webster, Solly and Porter go through. Not exactly nose to tail, still pretty close together though. And then down towards Lodge Corner, the race leader already out of there. Through Deer Leap, over the crest he comes to start another lap of the race. And Edmondson goes through with the 1:33.168 second lap that time. Lewis Selby has a little luck at the inside of Tom Ovenden on the way into Old Hall Corner, just to show his nose. No real attempt to pull off a move, but just showing his intent there and just trying to put the pressure on Ovenden in that 2nd place as they make their way through Dentons and down towards Cascades now. And into that left-hander they go. Ovenden has managed to fend off Selby. Howarth and Johnson for the sport category leader, now nose to tail, and Johnson looking up the inside of the way into Old Hall Corner. The pink and blue number 42 car of Howarth for now just about fending him off, but Johnson definitely the quicker of the two at the moment. Archie Johnson 3rd in the championship, has had a win already at Donington. Has a class 2nd at Snetterton as well. 3 class wins for Henry Howarth. In between them in the championship is Ben Crossley, but Ben a distant 3rd in the category as it stands. So that's the race to keep an eye on between 42 Howarth and 10 Johnson for the class win, 13th and 14th overall, as we go into the last 3 minutes of the race now. The leader, meanwhile, is comfortably clear, just keeping that gap at about 2.5 seconds, lap after lap after lap. 33 Edmondson leads, 24 Ovenden 2nd, Selby number 18 right behind him, 2 Webster 4th, 12 Solly in 5th, 94 Porter in 6th, 27 Cordell is 7th, 55 Hand in 8th, 13 Campy is 9th, and 70 Hillman is 10th because of 10-second penalties for number 77 Osborne and number 32 Anthony, which demotes them to 11th and 12th on corrected times as the leader comes into Old Hall Corner. Selby just a little bit further back this time on the way to Old Hall Corner. Alex Solly trying to show his nose on a slightly battered number 2 car, the black and white car of Albert Webster, as they battle for 4th place, but nothing doing there. And then we wait for the Howarth-Johnson battle to come into sight. which it does now, out over the crest at Deer Leap, and it is still Henry Howarth in command, looking for his 4th win. He's had 2 wins at Donington, 1 at Snetterton, 2 other podiums in his class, but he's having to work really hard for this one as Johnson tries to attack him. Didn't get quite close enough to put him under too much pressure into Old Hall Corner that time through, but he was pretty close between them. So they'll be going off into the Island Bend section any moment now, on the brakes and into the right-hander, and then off towards the Hilltop section next up. And they are looking like they're side by side as well. Howarth was on the inside line at Island Bend. Trying to go around the outside of him is Archie Johnson. Archie got halfway alongside, then had to back off out of it, but he's putting the pressure on. They're going to come over Hilltop next, and they're still going to be almost together, nose to tail for sure, as they go then down into the braking zone for the Hislop chicane, and then they go right and left through there, through Nicker at the right-hander and up Clay Hill. So that the battle to keep an eye on, although the gap looks like it's widened a bit after maybe did he get on the grass coming out of Island Bend, but he's certainly all over him at the hairpin, and the gap has grown since then. So the last lap board is out, and it goes out to the leader with less than a minute left on the clock. Edmondson, number 33, into Old Hall Corner for the final time. Overden still fending off Selby, and then it's Webster a bit further clear now in the battle for 4th place, but Hand is just about holding on at the inside for his position in the 55 car. Campy, number 13, trying to go around the outside of him, and Campy looked like he might have had the better run going into that run down through Dentons and Cascades. So those two absolutely side by side, battling over, 8th place in the race. Campy looked like he might have been the favourite for that one. We'll see if he got through or not when they come back into view. But for now, we've got to keep an eye on the leader, and we've got to keep an eye on the battle for the sport division. Well, that gap, 1.6 seconds. I think Johnson might have had a moment after trying his luck at Island Bend hairpin, because he lost about a second on that lap, having been absolutely on top of the leader before that point. So the checkered flag will be readied, and it's going to go for the first time this season. So the driver of the number 33 car, 4th in the championship, Max Edmondson. Absolutely commanding performance. He's going to win by over 2 seconds. The last lap board is put away. The race leader is imminent and about to win this first race of the weekend in the Virtue Mini Challenge Championship, round 7 of the season. In the end, on a dry track after that sketchy shower right at the start of the race. He's into Lodge Corner for the final time. He's out over Deer Leap. There's the checkered flag, and Edmondson takes the win. Plaudits to the team as well. We got that car back together after that nightmare start to qualifying. Overden in 2nd place, closes the gap to the championship leader. 3rd is Selby on the podium as well. Webster comes home in an excellent 4th place as well. That's his best result of the season. His 3rd top 6 finish of 2025. Solly in 5th place, Porter in 6th, Cordell, Hand, Campy and Anthony round out the top 10. And it should be, once we get Hillman in his multicoloured car through the line, it should be Henry Howarth picking up a win, which it is in the sport division. He punches the air, puts his arm out of the window, and the pink number 42 car, pink and purple number 42 car with a win. It looked comfortable. It was fairly comfortable on the last lap, but only on the last lap because he was under enormous pressure for the middle part of that race and the last few laps up until whatever happened at Island Bend from number 10, Archie Johnson, who started the race on class pole, but Johnson has to settle for 2nd in class in the end. So great points haul as well. Maximum points there with 50 going the way of Edmondson for the race win. Selby and Overden ahead of him in the championship. 3rd and 2nd both had, of course, good results in that race. 2nd and 3rd in the race. But Jamie Osborne crossing the line with his time penalty back in 16th place, back where he started. There are 3 Sport Division cars ahead of him, so he'll be 13th in class. But he's only going to pick up 22 points, whereas 50 points are coming the way of Edmondson. And Ovenden, his nearest rival in the championship, he's going to pick up 44 championship points. So he's got double the points there, and having already closed the gap from 64 to 58 points, he's now going to close the gap to 36 points, more or less half the gap that he had to try and make up at the start of the weekend. He's already done half of that over qualifying and race 1. So number 33, Max Edmondson, with his first win in the Virtue Mini Challenge, taking victory in round 7 as the sun breaks through now, would you believe?
I was going to say that.
It was raining at the start of this race.
Unbelievable.
It's the nicest part of the day since this morning, isn't it? 2nd place to number 24, Tom Overden. And third place to number 18, Lewis Selby, who picks up his third podium of the year. And then Webster, number 2, fourth. Best result for him so far. And then fifth place, number 12, Solly. Sixth, number 94, Porter. Seventh, number 27, Cordell. Eighth, number 55, Hand. Ninth place was number 13, Campy. And 10th, number 32, Anthony.
All of it here on Toka Live on Radio Oulton, 94.9 FM. That was what's known in the trade as a coughing break, because poor old Chris needs to take a gulp of water.
The remnants of a cold from last week.
Oh no, it does get to you, doesn't it?
What a job, Chris. What a job. I tell you, have a little rest. Because I'm sorry if you're about to cut there, Alan, but I do have our race winner, Max Edmondson, down here. So, of course, the first win this season for him. Max, congratulations. When you got in front, there was no looking back, was there?
No, but obviously when you're ahead, you're kind of the crash test dummy, so I kind of needed to push, but not push too much to where I go off.
Was it a little bit nervous at the start with the wet conditions?
I didn't really know how much grip there was, to be honest, and I kind of just went the opposite of everyone else, where I kind of thought there would have been grip from obviously driving this track previously. But yeah, it's the best I could have done, so yeah, I'm happy.
Good man, Max Edmondson is happy indeed. Let's grab Josh Porter for a quick chat. Josh, can we have a quick chat? Because I was saying in the commentary, you were having an eventful race out there. You got a really good start and then just went backwards a little bit.
Yeah, we had a mega start and I managed to stay with him, but I was struggling when it was a little bit wet. I couldn't quite put enough pressure on the brakes as everybody else. I'm not sure why, but that's why we were struggling at the start, and then we took a step back and tried to get it back, but by that time tyres were gone, so it was quite a difficult race in the end.
Never mind, look, you've got another chance tomorrow as well. Thank you very much. Henry Howarth over here, our JCW Sport winner. Let's just see if I can... Henry, can I just very quickly... Congratulations, you were made to work for that one, though. In fact, get your helmet off first, and then we can actually hear what you're saying. I'm just seeing Cam Richardson getting out of the car as well. Ben Crossley's just walking past me. But yes, Henry, congratulations, another win in JCW Sport. But, as I just said, you were made to work for that.
Oh yeah, no, Arch pushed me all the way with that one. It was clear that he definitely was faster out for two of us, but I got such a good start to the lead early on and I just managed it from there. So I have to admit, I have to say big thanks to Archie. That was an amazing race between the both of us. But yeah, no, it's great to be back on top.
Always got a smile on your face, Henry. Thank you so much. And it's not too hard to see why, is it? A fourth win of the season. Owen's here. Let's just Owen Hillman. Owen, first of all, how are you? Because I know qualifying didn't quite go to plan, did it?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I wanted a bit more than that. I think with the drying track, I was struggling a little bit on the car set we went for. So finished, got some more points. You know, that's the main thing this year. We don't have any drop scores. So keep finishing, racking up the points, and then hopefully actually get some decent results soon, because that wasn't the best. But yeah, looking forward to the next one tomorrow.
As the old sport cliche goes, we go again. I mean, good stuff. Right, chaps, I'm going to make my way over to the podium. Two podiums coming up, one for the JCW Sport and one, of course, for JCW for round 7 of the Virtue Mini Challenge.
All of that is coming up ahead of qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Confirmation coming through, scheduled to get underway on time at 3 o'clock until 4 o'clock. 3 segments of qualifying. And as Chris said, the sun shines down on Oulton Park.
Live from every circuit, this is Toka Live.
Got a message from one of our team on the rescue crew from Stubbsy. Hi Stubbsy. Could you give a shout out to Marshal Edward Porter down at Lodge Corner? And that comes from John Bolton. Thank you very much indeed, Stubbsy. And hi to our marshals, not just those two marshals, but to all of the marshals all the way around the circuit, working on track and down in the pit lane, in the assembly area, in Parc Fermé as well, doing a fabulous job in all sorts of weather over the course of today, as they do all season. This one says, hello, please can you wish Dave a happy 43rd birthday? Love from Carol Ann, from Lucas, from Tom, Irina and from Theo as well. This one says, congratulations to Lee and Kerry from Doncaster, who got engaged after 7 years. Lee proposed on the 21st of June at Oulton Park on a blow-up settee in the tent. Here is to many more years to come. Wedding on the start-finish line sounds like a great plan. I'm not sure it'll be the first time it's been done, but it's certainly one for the photo album. And this one says, could we say happy 60th birthday to Uncle Jerry, wishing you a great day, lots of laughs and quality time with the family. He's a racing fanatic and the best uncle and partner to Auntie Lucy. Lots of love. Archie, Deck, Lucy, Katie and Brian. And we did say this earlier on. We did read that message out, but they sent it in again because they only caught the second half of the message. So there we go. We aim to please here on Toka Live. We take your messages all day, all weekend on WhatsApp. Message plus your first name to 07482 877 877. And to read the message out, we do need your name. So the sender of the message, we do need your name, but only your first name. That's all we need. WhatsApp 07482 877 877 here on Toka Live. How is Ian Waterhouse doing as far as a podium is concerned as we count down to qualifying for the BTCC?
Oh, Alan, I was just in my sun lounger. I didn't realise you wanted me to go do
it's
the
lovely.
podium.
You can put your sunglasses on now.
I can do. I am down at the podium, but I don't have any drivers just yet. So just bear with me a couple of minutes. I'm going to go round them up, and we'll get the podium done.
We certainly will. Ian Waterhouse and Chris Hartley joined tomorrow by Josh Barrett here on Toka Live. He'll be commentating possibly from the main commentary box, but most likely from the second commentary point, which is down at Knickerbrook. I'm sorry, Chris. We were going to send you down there today, weren't we? And we're still working on the technicals.
Okay. I'll get down there.
So I apologise.
Not for quali, but for the last two races.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to go for.
See a bit of the track.
See a little bit, and we've had some more messages drop in as we await Ian Waterhouse with the podium. Rich and Andrew, hi team. Shout out to Rich and Andrew enjoying a fine season here, a fine session at Oulton Park, powered by a generous slab of courtesy of jelly, beers in hand, cars flying past. Life doesn't get an awful lot better. Let the engines roar and the tins flow. So they are definitely having a good time here today. Lauren has written in to say Tyler here celebrating his 13th birthday and a first ever visit. So welcome and great to have you here at Oulton Park. I can't read that out, Tabby. You know I can't read that out. Hi, please could we get a shout out for Tegan, Brad and Martin from the Avoid the Tyre Wall podcast. We are here celebrating the end of Tegan's A-levels. That is something to celebrate for sure. This one says, hi, can you say a big hello to Oulton from Alexandria in Scotland here at first BTCC event ever. And this one says, please can we have a shout out for Carly and Theo? That comes from Ruby. Loads of messages are coming in, can't keep up with them. So you can jump in whenever you like, Ian, with your podiums down there for the mini challenge. This is from Sam. Shout out to Sam, Craig and Jaden. First weekend here and really enjoying it. That's great to hear. From Oliver, thanks to my dad for bringing me to my first ever BTCC race. This one is from Ash and Ian. Watching from the pit straight now, and the rain has passed. Excited for qualifying. And this one says, please can you shout out to Freya and her amazing tan lines. That comes from John. And a great picture as well has been sent in on WhatsApp from Lee and Charlie camping and first trip, even though it's our local circuit, camping for the first time and cheering on Jake Hill as ever. And cheers guys, says Lee, and a great photograph. Lee is dad and Charlie is son, and a picture with Jake Hill, the reigning champion in the BTCC. This one says, hi Alan, want to say big happy birthday to JJ for his 21st birthday from Tyler, Curtis and Aaron. And this one says, hey Toka, can you give a shout out to Sam and Luke? It's our first time at Oulton Park. Thanks from Luke. Thank you, Luke. Thanks for writing in. And this one says, congratulations to Andy and Craig from Alan, Les and Dan for winning the 6-hour poker game, which ran from 9 p.m. until 3 a.m. My goodness, that is That's quite a session. And this one, Charlotte's 20th birthday weekend, first time at Oulton Park, from the family Durwoods from Exeter. Great to have you here, guys. If you want to get a shout out on air on Toka Live, all you have to do on WhatsApp is to message plus your name to 07482 877 877. Ian Waterhouse has now had long enough to assemble enough drivers for the mini challenge podium.
Yes, I am pushing them over here right now, so we are just moments away. So you may as well stay with me, Alan, because I think we all want to get this podium ceremony underway as we make our way up here. The venue is looking extra spectacular here, and the sun is really coming out now. Do we have all of our drivers as they make their way around? The crowds are just starting to gather. We're right in front of the hospitality as well, so who knows, I might even have a chance to nip in and grab a coffee after. Right, I believe we're about to get underway. Are we ready, everybody? It looks like we are. That was round 7 for the Virtue Mini Challenge, JCW and JCW Sport. We're going to start with the podium for the JCW Sport category. Actually, I've got a very special guest who's going to hand the trophies out as well. We've got Ella. Ella, please come up here. The daughter of Matt Salisbury. Here she comes. Ella, you excited for this? Yes, absolutely. Okay, right. In third place for the JCW Sports categories, just celebrated his 18th birthday as well. Please give it up for Ben Crossley. Here he comes, birthday boy himself. I did say I might sing happy birthday to him, but I don't think we're going to, Ben.
No,
so
we don't have the license.
Wow, Alan, you said that quick.
Oh,
Blimey.
yes.
Blimey. Okay. No record deal for me incoming then. Ben Crossley makes his way on to the podium. In second place, and a third podium of the season for Archie Johnson. Here comes Archie now. Well done, Archie. Big round of applause as he makes his way up. Handshakes there with Ben Crossley. Hands on over. Ella gives him the trophy. It's a long way up there. Well done, Archie. And for the 4th time this season, your winner in the JCW Sport, Henry Howarth. Oh, what a fantastic fight it was between Henry and Archie Johnson. But Henry, for the 4th time this season, takes the win, makes his way up onto the podium, gets a handshake from Ben Crossley. Ella hands him the trophy. We'll just do the customary photos. Henry has a photo first. Hold the trophies up high. Well done. Guys, can we get you all onto the top step, please? Thank you very much. It's round 7, of course. That's the JCW Sport podium. Well done. And now we'll move on to the JCW category. Thank you, Ella. Great job. And I'm delighted to welcome Adam to the stage now. Matt Salisbury's other child. Up he comes. Adam, you excited?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Excellent. Right, JCW podium in third place. A third podium of the season for Lewis Selby. Come on, Lewis. Good man. Oh, Lewis Selby, a great fight with Tom Ovenden in the end. Fantastic stuff. He holds the trophy aloft. In second place, 5th podium of the season for Tom Ovenden. Well done, Tom. Just as the sun comes out for you as well. Almost as if it knew. Tom makes his way onto the podium. Takes his trophy from Adam over there onto step 2. Trophy aloft. Time for the photos. And your winner. Also your rookie winner, overall winner, first win of the season for Max Edmondson. Oh, a huge roar for Max Edmondson. Got into the lead, never looked back. He makes his way up onto the podium. He gets his trophy from Adam. Up and he goes. Good stuff. Time for the photos. And chaps, again, if we could get you all onto the top step for another photo, that would be fantastic. Well done. Right, Alan, Chris, that is the podium for round 7 of the Mini Challenge complete. The JCW and JCW Sport. The best news, though, we do it all again tomorrow. Thanks,
nice
chaps.
one, Ian. Thank you very much indeed. Ian Waterhouse down there officiating over the podiums.
All the news, all the stars, all BTCC. This is Toka Live.
And as engines fire up down in the pit lane, we're less than 1 minute away from getting qualifying underway here at Oulton Park for the half-distance meeting. This is the 5th meeting of the year for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. 1 hour of qualifying. The sunshine has come out. I'll grab the radio mic off Ian down in the pit lane, but in the main commentary box is Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Alan. Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, qualifying about to get underway. For those of you new to the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, I know most of you know this, but I'm also always conscious that there are some first-time visitors here to explain how qualifying works. So it's split into 3 parts, but 4 sessions. So the way it works is that half of the drivers are going to go into this first group in the first part of qualifying 1, and they are the drivers that all finished free practice 2 in an odd numbered position. Either they were 1st or 3rd or 5th or so on. I'll go through the drivers in a moment, but they go into this group. 10 minutes of qualifying for them. The fastest 6 go through to the next stage, to qualifying 2. Then we'll have the second group of cars doing exactly the same thing. 10 minutes of qualifying, fastest 6 go through. So the top 12, 6 from each group, go through to qualifying 2. They then all run together, 10 minutes of qualifying for them, fastest 6 go through to the third and final part of qualifying, and 6 get knocked out, and then the quick 6 shootout, 10 minutes to see who's on pole position for tomorrow's first race of the weekend. The way it worked out was that Chris Smiley topped the times in free practice 2. He's in the first group, therefore, finishing in an odd-numbered position. So these are the drivers in this first group. Chris Smiley, Adam Morgan, Dexter Patterson, Ash Sutton, Josh Cook, Finn Leslie, Stephen Jelly, Tom Ingram, Gordon Shedden, Dan Rowbottom, Tom Chilton, Jake Hill and Nick Hamilton. I reckon this is a tough group because you've got the top 3 in the championship all in this group. Ash Sutton, Tom Ingram and Dan Rowbottom, and the reigning champion Jake Hill also in this group. So the fastest 6 will qualify for the next stage of qualifying. Same in the next group. We'll have 12 left. As for the remaining 13 that get knocked out, the way it works is if you top the group in Group 1, you end up on the odd-numbered side of the grid from 13th downwards. So if you top the group in this group, if you just miss out on qualifying in this group and you're 7th fastest, you'll be on the outside of the grid in 13th place. And then if you're 7th quickest in the second group, you just miss out, then you go on the even side of the grid. So everybody that gets knocked out, 13th down to 25th on the grid, 12 will remain for qualifying 2, 6 will go into the final part. The championship coming into this 5th weekend of the season, Ash Sutton leads the championship on 181 points. Second is Tom Ingram on 172 points. Third, Dan Rowbottom, 132 points. Fourth, Dan Camish on 128. Fifth, Jake Hill, the reigning champion, on 114. And sixth, Adam Morgan on 92. Seventh, Josh Cook on 90 points. Now, the top 7 are important because these 7 drivers in qualifying and in race 1 tomorrow get less use of boost than everybody else. So the boost effectively gives everybody another 60 brake horsepower to add to the 350 that I've already got. Now, if you're not in the top 7 in the championship, you can use that extra delivery of power for 15 seconds per lap, anywhere you like. There are no zones. You don't have to be within a second of the driver in front or anything like that. You can use that extra delivery. We know they're using it because the blue light in the rear windows, the rear side windows, flash. That's when they're deploying the boost, and that gives them an extra 60 brake horsepower, and that will give them extra acceleration, extra speed, etc. But if you're in the top 7 in the championship, you don't get to use it for 15 seconds per lap. If you're Ash Sutton, the championship leader, you only get to use it for 1 second per lap. Not 15, 1 second per lap. If you are Tom Ingram, second in the championship, you get to use it for 3 seconds per lap. If you're third in the championship, Dan Rowbottom, 5 seconds per lap. Dan Camish is 4th in the championship. He goes in the next group. He'll have it for 7 seconds per lap. Jake Hill, 5th in the championship, gets 9 seconds per lap of boost. Adam Morgan, 6th in the championship, gets 11 seconds, and Josh Cook, who's 7th in the championship, and gets to use it for 13 seconds per lap. Not only that, you have to wait longer before you can deploy it. So for everybody else, they have to get to 115 kilometers an hour or 71 miles an hour, and they can press the button and they can deploy that boost. If they trigger it early, it cuts out the system for 5 seconds and you have to wait. So 115 kilometers an hour for them, but Ash Sutton has to wait till he gets to 135 kilometers an hour or 84 miles an hour before he can press the button. Same for Tom Ingram. And same for Dan Rowbottom, the top 3 in the championship. For 4th and 5th in the championship, they have to get to 130 kilometres an hour, that's 81 miles an hour, and 6th and 7th in the championship have to wait until they're up to 125 kilometres an hour or 78 miles an hour before they can press the button. So it affects where and how they can press it and how long they get.
And they have a lot of work to do in the car, don't they, Chris? My word.
And it's here at this circuit, it's really pays dividends to have that boost because it's an undulating circuit, and going up Clay Hill you need that extra grunt. It's really going to help. We're going to get a replay of a big lockup from Jake Hill going down into the Hislop chicane. So he's okay. I mean, he went down the escape road, but that's easy to do because you come in over hilltop, Ian, and downhill braking zone into the chicane, and all the weight's on the front wheels of the car, and the back end goes like very quickly.
I think, he was just a little bit put off, wasn't he, positioning wise? Was it going past Josh Cook there, and his front right won't thank him for that.
No, not at all. But anyway, hopefully that's not too much of a drama for him. Qualifying.
Did you see how quickly he was able to do the slalom, though?
Yes.
That was very impressive.
Working his way through there.
That'll be a new lap record, that one.
He could be a skier, couldn't he?
Done it before.
Yes.
Downhill. And as Alan said, absolutely no chance of rain whatsoever for the rest of today, as he absolutely swore to us.
So everybody get your umbrellas out, it might rain any second now.
Dan Cammish has had 2 poles this year, a 3rd and a 5th. He's been the best qualifier so far this year. Pole position last time out went to Ash Sutton at Thruxton. Not that he did much good in the race in the end. We've had a pole position for Jake Hill as well in the second weekend of the season at Brands Hatch, where the BMWs dominated really across the course of the race day in particular. So 6 go through. Will the top 3 in the championship go through is the question. And this format, it soon evaporates. It's a 10-minute session. It's down to about 8 minutes before you even start a lap. It's already down to less than 4 minutes. So you only get a couple of laps, maybe 3, to get a time in. Tom Chilton sets the first proper time of the session, 1:24.7. Rowbottom, 1:24.9. Patterson, 1:25.2. It doesn't matter, Ian, whether you're 1st or 5th or 6th in the session, wherever. You just got to be in the top 6 to get through.
I love formats like this. It really adds jeopardy to it, doesn't it? You know, especially when you say 10 minutes. I mean, I just looked at the clock. I was surprised. I was still thinking, we've got about 7 minutes or so. No, we've got just over 3 minutes to go. Yes, the jeopardy is real out there. One mistake, and that can be that.
Chris Smiley goes to the top of the times for now with a 1:24.166. He's 3/4 of a second clear of Dan Rowbottom. Robo got his first ever win at this circuit back in 2021. Loves this place, and he's looked good form so far today. Quickest in free practice 1 this morning. A 1:24.9 for him, a 1:25.1 for Josh Cook, and then Jake Hill 4th, 1:25.2. Patterson is 5th. Jelly is 6th. We're still waiting for a lap time for Ash Sutton. He comes through now. And Ash Sutton is 7th with that lap, but I think the next lap and the one after that are going to be the ones that really count for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I might have just caught the back end of it, but I think Ash Sutton had a lap time deleted a couple of minutes ago, right. So that's why he might be where he is. But yeah, he needs to get a bit of a wiggle on, doesn't he? As Ingram goes 2nd now, he's just 0.1 of a second off Smiley.
Yeah, some track limits warnings, didn't he, in free practice too, Ash Sutton? He certainly wasn't the only one. He's carrying one of the onboard cameras for ITV, making his way through the hairpin, up the hill now, over hilltop.
What a great shot that is, by the way.
It shows you how low the cars are as well, how blind it is going over hilltop. You can't see it till you get there. And it's a steep downhill run. Right, hit the curb, clip the curb on the left, but not the tyre stack, because that's going to ruin your car. Drag it across to the left, then hit the apex and hit the curb on the right as you go and attack Clay Hill. But again, there's a tyre stack on that curb, so you have to be careful. So Sutton on the attack. He's just done a personal best through the first sector, but the one to watch here is Adam Morgan, absolute best through the first sector. So he's behind Sutton on the lap. Sutton committed on the way through Druid's corner, wasn't he, drifting the car?
Well, Morgan did a 24.5 in sector 1, just to show you how close it is. Sutton did a 24.6, so that's was that a bit of a moment there for Sutton?
Yeah, he lost a bit of time through the second sector. He's lost about a tenth and a half through the second sector compared to the best sector time. He's just in.
He's on the bubble.
Sixth, yeah. Sixth place. He needs another lap, you fancy, to make sure of it. Hill is out at the moment, so the six that are through currently are Smiley, Ingram, Morgan, Cook, Chilton and Sutton. Hill is out currently in seventh. Rowbottom, you'd be surprised if he got knocked out today, the way he's been going. He's 8th, Shedden 9th, Patterson 10th, then Jelly 11th, Hamilton 12th, Leslie 13th. Got a feel for Finn Leslie being stuck in this group with all these drivers. This is a tough group, isn't it?
This is touring cars. This is what he's here for, though, isn't it? Right, so number 52 has had a lap time deleted.
Shedden, yeah.
Yes, and actually I think Robo did as well.
Yeah, I might explain why why he's back there. 33, it says. Morgan losing or getting a track limits warning at turn 1 as well. Old Hall corner. Right, so Hill, what can he do? At the moment, he's not on a flying lap. He's got how many seconds? 24 seconds to get through. He's done that. So this is his one lap, really, to get through Hill into Old Hall corner. This is going to be his one and only chance to get into the top 6 now. So the reigning champion going down through Denton's down to Cascades, see what he can do. Absolute best first sector for Adam Morgan, so he's on a good lap. Rowbottom goes through with 7 seconds left on the clock, so he's going to get one more lap, and he has to make it count because he's not in the top 6 at the moment. Robo's back in 8th place.
He does, and he has to not do the sideways moment that he had on that previous lap. He had quite a moment.
Sutton has crossed the line, but after the flag, so he's done, and he's only 6th. So one of them's going to go. Sutton, he's in at the moment, but Hill and Rowbottom are trying to get rid of him and get into that top 6.
Yeah, Hill did a 24.6 in that first sector, which is quick, but not lightning quick.
No, the fastest first sector time so far belongs to Adam Morgan. What's Adam done in the second sector? He's lost time. Second sector's not good, actually. He's lost about half a second, so he might bin this lap off. But he's through at the moment in 3rd place. So Hill and Rowbottom pushing on. Robo does a 24.8. That's a slow first sector, really. Hill does a personal best in sector 2, 32.3. 24.6 was about a tenth down in the first sector. And he's about 3/10 down in the second sector, so 4/10 down. He might be good enough, to squeeze into the top 6. We'll find out as he comes through. No, 7th.
No.
He's
Jake
out.
Hill's out. Jake Hill is out.
Yeah, 1:25.0 in the end, which was a couple of tenths away from his best lap. Just couldn't get anything out of it, could he?
I'll tell you what, though, Chris Smiley, he's looking quick this weekend, isn't he? Whatever he had for breakfast, I want tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he is. Fastest in free practice too. Fastest in this first qualifying group as well. So it's Smiley, Ingram, Morgan, Cook, Chilton and Sutton, the 6 that have gone through in that order. 7th for Hill. We've lost Hill, so he's going to wind up 13th on the grid. 15th on the grid will be Rowbottom, and then Patterson, Jelly, Leslie, Hamilton and Shedden missing out as well. Shedden last in the group, 13th place, and an issue, I would say, because his best lap was a 1:33.9 and he never got going. We think he lost a lap through track limits, don't we?
He lost another one. His last lap, I think, actually was disallowed as well. So Gordon Shedden there, yes, not quite the session he was hoping for.
No, absolutely not. It's going to be right at the back of the field for the race tomorrow, race 1. But Chris Smiley will be at least 12th on the grid because he's gone through. The fastest 6 go through to Q2. So Chris Smiley, fastest with a 1:24.166 for restart racing in the Hyundai. Then Tom Ingram coming through second, 1:24.282. Adam Morgan third, 1:24.303. Fourth, Josh Cook, 1:24.688. Fifth, Tom Chilton, 1:24.752. And sixth, a thousandth of a second slower than Chilton, Ash Sutton, just scraping in 6th place. So 2 of the top 3 in the championship go through, but Dan Rowbottom is one of the drivers, I'm afraid, that misses out, and he'd be absolutely devastated with that, given how well he's been going so far today.
I imagine so. I imagine it's high fives all round, though, in Team Virtue right now as their drivers make it through, and we're about to get underway for qualifying 2 very shortly. A nice view. We've got the pictures. We do benefit from the pictures today, don't we? Looking down at the pit lane. Now we can see some of the spectators as well. I don't know where they are, but if you're out on the circuit, just wave somewhere randomly. We might be able to see you. You never know.
A bit windy out there as well, isn't it? And
I know from my time, if I do a lot of live broadcasting, and crowd shots are always a go-to. So you could be on camera at any point.
Absolutely. put the makeup on. Right,
It's
Aaron.
as far as the weather is concerned, I know you're talking about it being windy. Yeah, the sunshine has gone away. That was just a brief appearance for the sunshine.
Yeah,
and it kind of looked a bit threatening again, I have to say.
I think so. I was just thinking exactly that. I was just looking up thinking, windy, dark clouds coming. Louise Goodman from ITV has gone straight down to find Dan Rowbottom.
She has.
Because he's the story of that, really. Him and Jake Hill going out. That's the big story, isn't it?
He throws his gloves over onto the side, does Robo, and you can see Louise is standing by. He pauses whilst taking the helmet off, gives her a look, and then carries on taking off his balaclava. On goes the cap. He's a pro. He'll do the interview, of course he will, with ITV, and he'll talk to us as well. The only thing that I'll do is put a caveat on what he might say.
Yes, he sometimes opts for colourful language. And
Colourful?
Definitely might be very colourful today.
Flowery language.
He's going to be very disappointed with that. Right, this group goes out, and again, the fastest 6 will go through. They'll join the 6 that we've just seen going through into Q2. So we've now got Aaron Taylor-Smith, Dan Lloyd, Dan Camish, Senna Proctor, 3 of the 5 Yorkshiremen, then Aidan Moffat, Max Hall, James Dorlin, Yorkshireman number 4, Mikey Doble, Darryl DeLeon, Charles Rainford, race winner at Brands Hatch, of course, Sam Osborne and Nick Halstead.
I'm going to try and get Dan before he runs away, because he's finished with Louise. He's just gone over to the screen. I'm sorry, Robo, I don't like talking to you at these points, but what a bitter disappointment.
Yeah, massive. You know, we didn't even extract the time we did in FP2 or even FP1, so I don't know. I've got nothing to say, really.
You had a bit of a moment as well, I saw.
Yeah, a couple of moments. Yeah. Just trying to get some more out of the car, but the car didn't feel bad. That's what you know. Car felt great. We just didn't get the time out of it. Yeah, and that's the result.
It's just perplexing, right?
Yeah. Well, this is British Touring Car, isn't it? So we'll go on tomorrow. We'll have a good day.
Okay, mate. Thank you, Dan. So, Robo, with no apologies for any of the language.
No, amazingly. It's only when he's happy he swears then.
Clearly it is, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real shock, actually.
Perplexing,
Didn't expect that at all. Ian, that track has changed a lot, hasn't it? Because when he went out in free practice 1 this morning, set the fastest time. Since then, we've had rain, dry, different tyre compounds going onto the circuit.
I didn't expect rain at all today. In fact, everybody told me it's going to be 30 degrees all day and sunshine, and make sure you got the sun cream. So I think it's caught a few people out, hasn't it? And like you said, that second practice session we had, sort of the first 10-15 minutes of it, it's a bit of a washout, literally.
Yeah, completely right. So this group going through, 6 of them will make it into the next 10-minute session, and the names that I've just given them to you. And again, doesn't matter where you are in the top 6, because the times get reset after this. It's just about getting into the top 6. So Dan Camish with a tyre swap, rears to fronts, fronts to rears. Same for Sam Osborne, and Tom Ingram will rest for a bit now. The next car up the road, so will Tom Chilton and Adam Morgan. And Senna Proctor is the next one up the queue from what we can see in the commentary box, and he's back in the pit lane as well. So quick turnaround. Camish is going to be the first to leave, followed by Osborne.
I wonder if Tom Chilton's taken his sunglasses off yet.
No. Even if it's snowing, he's going to keep them on. Going to look cool, isn't he? So this one, you'd think Dan Camish's been the favourite, because he's been the best qualifier this year. He's 4th in the championship. But the rest of it is pretty open, I would say. You've got a fair mix in there. James Dorlin's looked on good form at Thruxton, and he's looked on pretty good form here today, so he might be worth a shout to get through, possibly.
Charles Rainford and Darryl DeLeon, of course, picked up wins at Brands Hatch as well. You just never know, do you? We wouldn't have expected Jake Hill and Robo to have gone out just now, would you? So who knows, fingers crossed. Just watching Mikey Doble go out. He's taken a popular win this season as well. He makes his way out on to the circuit as well. Out goes Lloyd and, of course, Nick Halstead. Just wonder how much they can take from that practice 2 session and bring into this. Perhaps not as much as we thought, maybe.
Just looking at the BMW qualifiers, Charles Rainford obviously won at Brands Hatch. The best qualifying of the year for him was there, 2nd, but otherwise 11th and 12th. Qualifying been all right. It's his first season, but that was a definite spike at Brands Hatch for him. For reigning champion Jake Hill, his best result was there as well, pole position, and then 8th, 20th, and he's out in session 1 here as well for the 2nd time in 3 weekends. So that's been
quite a mix,
for him
isn't
as well.
it? That's quite a mix of qualifying. So
Darryl De Leon, again, best for him, 9th on the grid for race 1 at Brands Hatch, 13th and 18th otherwise. So BMW's qualifying's been difficult, apart from at Brands Hatch, where it was much, much better for them.
Yeah, we are just looking at Darryl De Leon on our screen right now. He's coming up to a little bit of traffic as well as they make their way around. Oh, you talk about time. 5 minutes left already. That's it. I feel like they've only literally just left the pit lane.
It puts the pressure. I mean, you can't afford to go off the road at all. I mean, before 30-minute session, you could have an off, get back, fix the car, get back out again. Not this session. The way it works, you got 3 laps essentially, and if you get any of them wrong. And even if you don't get anything wrong, you've got to get them at least one of them perfect, because it's so tight in British touring cars. So there's no room for error whatsoever. So Charles Rainford sets his first lap time. It's not bad, 1:25.061. De Leon 1:25.202. Moffat 1:25.749. WSR always get the laps in early. That's what they've always done in the BTCC, just in case. You never know, do you, if there's a red flag or an interruption or maybe some rain.
Well, we just heard Alan talking about the weather there. It's unpredictable today, isn't it? So yes, get something back. It's very, very sensible, I think, today.
Max Hall looking to get out of Q1 for the first time. The newcomer to the championship, the driver from Dursley in Gloucestershire, who went second in the JCW Mini Championship behind Dan Zelos last year. So see if he can get out for the first time. 18th is his best grid qualifying so far. Right, Cambish goes through 1:24.875. So that's the first into the 1:24s. That might be enough in itself, but he'll want to make sure with another lap, and he's on the attack on the run down through into Cascades. The Yorkshireman, the 3-time Porsche Carrera Cup champion, turns left, uses all the curbs on the exit. And there was a big old slide there from Sam Osborne behind him. He properly got the back end snapped out there, didn't he, onto the curbs?
He really did. Yeah, every time I see the name Osborne on a Napa car, I can't help but think of the Mini. That's just, I do a lot of work with the Mini Challenge, and that's all sometimes I can see. But yeah, big moment for Sam Osborne. I'm just looking at your sheet here, actually, as well, Chris. Is that for Dan Camish, an average qualifying position of 3rd this season?
Amazing.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's been brilliant in qualifying, hasn't it?
It's the same as Tom Ingram.
That's Max Hall almost losing control of his car. I mean, he did lose control of his car, but he almost went into a spin. He was properly sideways at Cascades, and massive tank slapper on. Right behind him on the track was the number 2 BMW of Darryl De Leon, which had to maybe get off the gas as well. So a massive moment for Max Hall. That's ruined that lap for sure, and there's only 3 minutes left on the clock. That was down at Cascades.
Oh, he did well to hold that, didn't he? I think he was going full pelt then, and looked like the back just stepped out a little bit. I wonder if it's still a little bit slippy out there.
Yeah, just he's made 1 or 2 mistakes, hasn't he, in the quali sessions so far this year, Max Hall. But he's a good driver for sure. But he's a young driver as well, not that much experience prior to coming into this season.
Still trying to find the limits, I think, isn't he?
Absolutely. But you've got to be on the limits to compete, to be anywhere near, because they're all top drivers in this championship. Right, how's Dan Camish getting on? Absolute best in Sector 2, personal best in Sector 3. So his last lap was a 1:24.468, better than the one before, still fastest in the group. That ought to do it, I think. I don't think anybody's going to knock him out of the top 6 with a 1:24.468. Dan Lloyd's second with a 1:24.688. James Dahl in third, 1:24.761. Mikey Doble fourth, 1:24.949. And then Osborne, 1:25.0 in fifth. 1:25.0 for Rainford in sixth. He's just in at the moment by, a 1/10 of a second ahead of De Leon and Moffat, his 2 teammates, as Mikey Doble puts the Vauxhall second in the session.
Yeah, De Leon's currently 7th and the first driver out at the minute, 0.7 of a second behind Camish. I think you could be right. I think Camish, what have we got? Just over a minute and 30 to go. So, 1 or 2 laps left. That is it. So I think we can almost safely say Camish is pretty much through.
Senna Proctor did a mega job, didn't he, to get himself into the top 6 on his return to the British Touring Car Championship at Thruxton, and got into the quick 6. At the moment, he is just out, and in fact, I think he's lost a lap time, hasn't he? Yeah, he was 7th, he was just outside, but he's lost that lap time now, so he's plummeted down to 12th place. So De Leon back up to 7th, Moffat 8th. Osborne goes through, 4th quickest, 1:24.890, his best lap of the session. Dan Cam comes through on a slow lap, and I'll have one more lap now with just over a minute to go, but I don't think he needs it really, because he's what is he, 7/10 of a second clear of 6th place currently.
Has he come over the line? I didn't. I was actually looking at the screen. I didn't see if he came past our commentary position.
Yeah, he's just going out of Cascades through Lakeside at the moment, Dan Camish. So a slower lap there, but he's well in at the moment. So Darryl De Leon, the first driver out at the moment, 125.2. Needs a 125.0. Needs to find 1.5 of a second. De Leon goes through. I think he was definitely held up by Max Hall's half spin in front of him on the previous lap. He's got one more chance now. Rainford's got another chance. Doble is already through at the moment, but he goes on to what will be his final lap of the session as well. Camish, Lloyd, Doble the top 3. Dorlin, Taylor Smith up to 5th place. And then Senna Proctor comes through, bangs in a lap that puts him 5th. Brilliant.
Fantastic stuff. And just like that, Osborne was on the bubble. He's now dropped to 7th, then 8th is Rainford, 9th De Leon, and Moffat Hall, Halstead. So Camish is through at the minute alongside Lloyd, Doble, Dorlin, Proctor and Taylor Smith. They are the top 6, and the clock has run down to 0. So this is it now. Last chance saloon. No more second chances.
Yeah, Taylor Smith on the cusp in 6th place. 31 thousandths of a second clear at the moment. Oh, Proctor's lost that lap time, though. Again for track limits. That's 2 laps he's lost. Oh. Back down to last place. So Taylor Smith 5th. Osborne's taken the flag, but he's back into 6th place now as a result of that demotion for Proctor.
He's on a lap, though, I think, Proctor, isn't he? He's just done a 24.5 in Sector 1. So that could, if he keeps going, he could squeeze back into that top 6. It's now Osborne back on the bubble. Alan.
Keeps going, but keeps it neat and tidy. That's going to be the key here.
Yeah, with no track limits. 32.4 through the second sector for Proctor, though. That's 0.4 of a second he's dropped. So he needs a really good final sector. 0.4 is okay. He can drop 0.5 and still be in the top 6. But he needs a really good end to the lap, and as you say, for it to be within track limits. So Camish, Lloyd, Doble, Dorlin, Taylor Smith and Rainford are the 6th through at the moment. Proctor would have been through, but for track limits. Can he sneak through right at the end of the session?
It's all on Proctor now, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's the only one that's going to have a chance to come through. Proctor goes
just missed out.
7th. 17 thousandths of a second off it. Brave effort. He'll be kicking himself because these other 2 laps were easily good enough, weren't they, for a top 6?
Oh, yes, and Alan, you were absolutely spot on there. Just get it through cleanly. Unfortunately, it's Proctor who just misses out. And is that Charles Rainford who just squeezes through, I believe?
6th place, yeah, absolutely, with a 1:25.002. His best lap of the session right at the end. And he does it by 17 thousandths of a second. Sam Osborne, 8th place, but misses out on the top 6 by 21 thousandths of a second. There's nothing between those 3. Rainford is that goes through, though. 6th place. Aaron Taylor-Smith will go through in 5th. James Dorlin, his teammate, will go through. So pretty good session that for Speedworks, the local team that run the Toyotas. And then Mikey Doble, another impressive session for the Setterton race winner. He comes 3rd in that session. Dan Lloyd 2nd, and Dan Camish topping the times by 72 thousandths of a second. They'll be the 6 going through to join the 6 from Group 1 in Q2.
Do you take your car in to get it serviced and you say, could you change the brake discs on the front of the car? Yeah, we can do that, sir. You can pick it up at the end of the day. Yeah. What about James Dorlin? He's just arrived. The discs still smoking. The pad's still smoking as well. But they're already off the car. New ones are already in place. And that's how quick you can do it in a BTCC pit stop. It's quite remarkable. One thing I just wanted to do was get a catch up with Finn Leslie in the garage, having his first day of experience in the BTCC. And hey, Finn, how long have you had in the car altogether now so far? About something over an hour.
Yeah, I mean, we had shakedown, obviously, but, you know, that's only at an airfield, you know.
That's nothing.
Yeah, just making sure the car works. I mean, I jumped in it this morning, felt quite comfortable, and we're just improving every time. Like, from FP2, again, we found more pace, more time. So over the weekend, we're only going to get better.
So how do you feel the day has gone so far? What did you expect at the start of the day?
I had no expectations, really, having not driven the car. You know, you can't expect much out of it. But, you know, as long as I wasn't last, I mean, that was always going to be a positive. And to have, say, 4 or 5 cars behind me already, I mean, it's a strong start.
It's the first time I've met you. Do you normally have this smile on your face, or is that caused by this thing?
I think it's more this thing that's done it, to be honest. I mean, I've always wanted to race British touring cars. It's been a lifelong dream of mine.
So when you say lifelong, from what age?
Well, since my dad's always had it on the TV since I was about 2 or 3. You know, I'd watch, you know, your Matt Neal, your Gordon Shedden, my own teammate at the time then, you know, progressed to, like, you know, your Ash Suttons, your top...
So does that feel funny now, having Flash as a teammate?
Yeah, I mean, having Gordon, you know, he's helped me bits here and there, and just to have him in the team, such experience that he brings, I mean, yeah, it feels a bit surreal.
Well, I wish you the best. I no doubt we'll talk again over the course of this weekend, but I get the feeling talking to you that you've kind of caught the bug. I'm not sure you're going to want to give this back, are you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a long summer break now, so we'll have to see what funds we can bring to the table.
You're going to be running around for the next 6 weeks, that's for sure. Finn, thank you very much indeed. It was good to catch up with Finn Leslie, and for those people that have been fans of the BTCC for many years, it was quite a moment actually seeing the surname Leslie on the timing screen. Yeah. Reminds me of David Leslie.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, you only got to think back a couple of years to mid-season at Croft, I think I'm right in saying it was, that a young teenager called Daryl De Leon, who we'd seen racing in Radicals on the support series to touring cars, came and made a sudden appearance in the championship halfway through the season. Look at him now, a race winner in BTCC just a couple of years later, and a WSR West Surrey racing driver with Team BMW. The remaining 12 cars, the fastest six from each group, now go out on track. One group, 6 of them go through, 6 of them get knocked out, and will be 7th down to 12th on the grid, depending on where they finish in this session. So times do count now for those that get knocked out. And in this group, we've got Tom Ingram, who was on pole position here last year. Ash Sutton, who was second on the grid after qualifying last year. There, of course, in reverse order. Sutton ahead of Ingram are the top 2 in the championship. Dan Camish, 4th in the championship in the session. All 3 of them, remember, with a much reduced amount of hybrid compared to anybody outside of the top 7 that has got a whole 15 seconds where they can use it. Ash Sutton's only got 1, Tom Ingram's only got 3 seconds, Dan Camish has only got 7 seconds worth that he can use. And yes, and ooh, what's that for?
What do I normally do an all about?
Rain.
It's raining. It is, honestly. They are just finishing changing the front brakes on Aaron Taylor-Smith's car, and big plops of rain have just started to come down.
Would you advise dry tyres or wet tyres?
So, at this stage, make the most of it now, because who knows what's going to happen with this. Is it a passing just little shower that's enough to spook, or whatever? I would say get a lap in now at the start of the session.
I think you're absolutely right. I'd be very nervous about sitting back in this one. Get out there just in case.
Yeah, you've got to do it now.
Well, it's like that's exactly what everybody's doing at the minute as well, isn't it? Just going back to that interview of Finn Leslie, 17 years old. That means he must have been born about 2008. 2008.
Don't be ridiculous.
I know, right? Terrifying, isn't it?
Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, I mean, he's a bit younger than my son, and he's driving a British touring car, and he's racing with Gordon Shedden.
And smiling from ear to ear, I have to say.
On a down note, hearing all these Yorkshire voices reminded me to check on the cricket score. I know you love cricket, Alan. And,
oh, yeah, it's my thing.
That's your favourite sport. It's at Headingley today in Yorkshire, in Leeds, and I wish I hadn't looked now. So thanks for that. It's not good if you're an England fan anyway. Right, 12 drivers remain. Ash Sutton, Dan Camish, Tom Ingram, Tom Chilton, Adam Morgan, Chris Smiley, Josh Cook, Mikey Doble, James Dorlin, Senna Proctor, Charles Rainford and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Top 6 go through. Doesn't matter where they finish as long as they're in the top 6. 10 minutes has already become 7 minutes. It goes by in a flash, doesn't it, this?
It certainly does. We keep saying it, don't we? It's not going to change, is it? The time is just going to tick away.
Well, that's for us. Imagine being in it as well, you know?
Yeah, it is brilliant. It really is. Right, yes, we are underway. Like I said, less than 7 minutes to go now. We've got the benefit of some ITV pictures right now. We're just watching Josh Cook launch his way around Oulton Park, the Island Circuit, of course, this weekend.
Yeah, and, well, Josh had that horror crash, didn't he, in very wet conditions at Thruxton in qualifying last time out. Team had to work till the early hours to get the car repaired.
What a job they did, by the way.
Yeah.
I saw that car and wow, what a fantastic job.
It's amazing, isn't it? You think, no chance. Like, if that was a road car, you wouldn't see it again, would you? It'd be a write-off. But they get it back out next day. Incredible.
It's a quick fit, isn't it, really, you could say.
Yeah, I think Josh Cook was saying Paul Hartley from the team has never not got a car back out for another session after he's had a big accident with one of his cars. So it was never in question, really. And Josh, the adrenaline got him through, saw right foot after that crash. He was a quick visit to hospital as well, but he's a super brave driver, isn't he, Josh? And it didn't put him off and stormed through to a podium finish. His best qualifying so far, Josh Cook, has been a 7th. Seems odd to say this, but Josh hasn't made it through to the quick 6 so far this year. Just missed out at Donington, and he hasn't got quite as close to that since then. So 8th at Snetterton, his 2nd best qualifying this year. So this is his chance. See what he can do. Rainford sets the first time, but it's not really a quick one. 126.1, Cook 126.2, and a bit less track space. They've got to work out where they're not going to get held up here as well.
Well, they'll certainly perhaps be a little bit slow. This rain is still coming down, I think, Alan, is it? We're just seeing some tentative windscreen wipers on the cars.
Actually. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because it's brighter than it was, but the rain is certainly on our side of the circuit at turn 1, just spotting down now. And windscreen wipers coming on. Right, Josh Cook, 125.011, which is not bad given it's raining a little bit. So that is the fastest time so far. He, in the gold and black One Motorsport Honda, the same chassis with which he's won many a race a few years ago. That is quickest currently, the 66 car, the man from Bath in Somerset. And then second, Charles Rainford, former Porsche Carrera Cup race winner and second in the Pro Championship last year. His first season of British touring cars. 125.520 for Charles. Well, he just made it through, remember, into this stage of qualifying. And the only other one that set a time so far is Aaron Taylor-Smith with a 126.0.
Yeah, Ash Sutton's come over the line. He went very quick, didn't he, in Sector 2, and he's gone fastest of all now, 124.6.
Absolute best for Chris Smiley in Sector 1, 24.546 in the number 22 Restart Racing Hyundai. They've worked together as a team for a few seasons elsewhere in TCR. Last year in the British Touring Car Championships, only their 2nd season in the Championships, their first with that car this year, and it's looking like a good package. Ingram 2nd for now, 124.805 behind Sutton, so the top 2 in the Championship, currently in the top 6. Morgan has looked good so far today and this year. He's 3rd, he was 3rd, he's 4th. Chilton goes 3rd, Cook is down to 5th, Dorlin is 6th at the moment, but we've still got to wait for lap times from Camish and also potentially from Chris Smiley looking good as well.
Camish has just had his lap time deleted.
Just what he didn't need. Now, Senna Proctor's name has popped up on the screen. Why is that? We thought he was out, didn't we? So has there been a change? Has somebody been kicked out? Because he was 7th on our list. Wasn't expecting to see him, so something's happened there. Or is that no, he is there, absolutely going through. So we've had a change. We'll work out who we've lost now. Sutton, Ingram, Chilton, your top 3. 3 tenths between them. In fact, look at that. 124.8, 124.9, 124.9 for Ingram, Chilton and Morgan. They're within half a tenth of a second of each other.
Oh, it's superb, isn't it? It really
well,
is.
you only needed to ask. It's because Dan Lloyd apparently failed the ride height. So that's the reason that Senna has gone through.
Just looking at which one we were missing,
Yeah.
Dan Lloyd. So Senna Proctor did get through after all that. Two laps where he lost the lap time. 1 lap where he just missed out by 17 thousandths, and he snuck through in the end.
And he's still getting warned about track limits.
Oh dear.
So some things never change.
Okay. Track limits warning for Ash Sutton as well. Ingram has gone quickest for now, 124.409. Rain's gone then because they're all flying again now. 72 thousandths of a second behind him is Dan Camish, who keeps that lap time. So he's 2nd. Chilton is 3rd. Morgan is 4th. Sutton is 5th. Cook is 6th. And then Chris Smiley goes quicker than all of them, 124.132.
Wow. Chris Smiley is a 124.1. My word, that might even be enough, mightn't it? What have we got? 2 minutes left on the clock.
Sure, yeah.
Wow, Chris Smiley.
You'd have thought that would be him through, wouldn't it? Top 6 surely with that lap time. You'd have thought.
I mean, he's nearly 0.3 of a second faster than Ingram in 2nd place. In fact, who is 7th at the minute? Sutton is 7th, and Smiley's half a second faster than Ash Sutton. Remarkable.
Guess what? 2 things have just happened. Senna Proctor got into the top 6, and then Senna Proctor lost his lap time. A replay of an absolutely sideways Chris Smiley. I mean, that was proper drifting. So this lap's not going to be any good, but it doesn't matter. He's quickest at the moment, but he's had a proper scare there. Yeah, he lost 4 seconds through the first sector, Chris Smiley, and his tyres have been destroyed as well, I would think.
I think Charles Rainford has just had his previous lap time deleted as well. So what have we got? 1:20 on the clock. That is it.
Smiley is on for a qualification into the quick 6. He's fastest. Sutton is 2nd quickest. Morgan has just gone 3rd. They've all just done their best laps of the session. Ingram is 4th and in the pits, so that's it for him. He's going to hope that that's enough. Camish is 5th, Chilton is 6th, Cook is just outside the top 6 with a 91,000th of a second to try and make up to get into the top 6, but he's 7th, 8th is Doble, 9th is Taylor Smith, 10th Dorlin, 11th Rainford, and Proctor keeps losing lap time, so he's 12th.
I want Cook to get into the top 6, but I don't want anybody else to drop out either. I can't have it all.
You can't have it all. You can't have it all. Right, Senna Proctor. We're watching him on screen. Personal best through the first sector. Not too bad through the second sector. Lost a couple of tenths. Is it enough? No. 7th. 124.646. 60,000ths of a second away. But he's got one more lap because there's still 20 seconds left on the clock and he's already gone through. And Ash Sutton is peeling off into the pit lane. He can't find any more time. So he is done, but he should be okay. He's second quickest. So Proctor improved on that lap, but not enough. 7th. Rainford improved on that lap to 9th. Cook has gone into 7th place because, guess what? Senna Proctor, the 4th time today, has lost a lap time for track limits.
Yeah, he's borrowing a bit of extra surface there, isn't he, that he shouldn't be doing. And Smiley in the pits, he's happy with that. Sutton in the pits, he's happy with that. 124.346 from Ash Sutton, second place. Just a 0.2 of a second off Smiley, who sits smiling happily at the top, I think, right now. Morgan, of course, in 3rd. Who is that? Chilton's just dropped down. Dorlin and Camish in 5th. Ingram in 4th, so at the minute it's Dorlin on the bubble.
Yeah, and Dorlin snuck through.
Yeah, so Chilton's taking the checkered flag. Cook has just taken the checkered flag. He's in 8th. And the only person still circulating, I believe, is Rainford and Proctor at the minute. Camish in 5th and will be through.
Hold on to your hats. Proctor did a personal best in Sector 1. Okay, in Sector 2 as well. So he's about 3 tenths down. He might do it. He might not. He might keep the lap time. He might not. He goes through. He doesn't do it anyway.
Yeah,
10th place.
He keeps the lap time, but it's only good enough for 10th.
Yeah, 124.737 seconds. So he misses that by a couple of tenths of a second. So your quick 6 here at Oulton Park are going to be Chris Smiley, Ash Sutton, the championship leader, Adam Morgan, Tom Ingram, 2nd in the championship, Dan Camish, who's 4th in the championship, and well done as well to James Dorlin. He makes it through for the 2nd consecutive meeting into the quick 6. He was 5th at Thruxton. He's going to be at least 6th in this one because he's gone through. And then we lose these 6 drivers who will start 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th on the grid for tomorrow's race. So 7th on the grid, Tom Chilton will be. 8th on the grid will be Josh Cook. 9th, Charles Rainford. 10th will be Senna Proctor. And then 11th, Mikey Doble, and 12th place will be Aaron Taylor Smith. The rest of them, the fastest 6, go through. Times are reset. 10 minutes coming up for the final showdown to see who's on pole position tomorrow.
Well, based on what we've seen so far, Chris Smiley, he is absolutely flying at the minute. So, yes, watch out for him. 124.132, the fastest time so far. And we are about to get underway very shortly for the final bit of qualifying. This is going to be exciting.
Do you know the last time Chris Smiley was on pole position in the British Touring Car Championship?
I think you're going to tell me.
I am going to tell you. And the answer is never. He's never had a pole. Unbelievable that, isn't it? Been a race winner. He's been on the podium 6 times. He's never had a pole position.
Could we be about to witness history then? I certainly hope so. Well, he deserves it, doesn't he? He has been
he's looked good.
lightning quick. He really has.
He's looked really good. So we'll see. But it's going to whatever happens, it's going to be a good session for him, Chris Smiley. His best so far this year, 11th. So I think Brands Hatchet was actually, he looked like, he might do this. He was looking good in free practice. He was looking good in the first part of qualifying, and it all sort of fell apart in the second qualifying segment, and he ended up 11th. But that was the last time I remember mentioning, he's never had a pole. Maybe he could do it today, but he's got a really good chance now. He's going to be in that quick 6 shootout, and he's topped the times in the last 3 sessions that he's been in. He's been the quickest, hasn't he? Free practice 2, his first part of qualifying, and his second part of qualifying as well.
Yes, and just a reminder to get your shout-outs in as well. We do have a WhatsApp on the go. The number is 07482 877 877. If you've got a big birthday coming up, or even just a little birthday coming up, we'd love to hear from you. If you're here celebrating something, tell us what it is, and we'll give you a shout-out across the PA if you're listening at 94.9 FM. Again, that number 07482 877 877. we'll give you a shout out. Get in contact with us. We want to hear from you. We're just looking at the ITV pictures at the minute, and Louise Goodman just chatting to Josh Cook down there, Chris.
Yeah, just missing out Josh, but equalled his best qualifying of the year. Boils down to 91 thousandths of a second in the end. It's next to nothing, isn't it? But it's certainly a happier Saturday than he had at Thruxton. Still developing.
I was going to say, it's much better than ending up in hospital, isn't it?
Yeah, true. No, he'd be okay with that, I think. And as he said, we're still working together. We're still trying to get the most out of this car, and everybody's giving 100%, and you can't argue with that. So, yeah, he looks okay with that, I think. Would obviously have loved to be in the top 6, but he wasn't far away with that. And 7th is not a bad place to be on the grid. And if anybody can overtake around Oulton Park, it's Josh Cook, because he's one of those daring last of the late breakers, isn't he? He's a very brave driver, always good to watch.
James Dorlin is getting very good at this qualifying format, is he not?
Yeah, he was, as I say, in the quick 6 at Thruxton, qualified 5th in the end, and he was in the top 10 the one before that at Snetterton. So his last 4, he's got better and better. 20th, 10th, 5th. Let's see what he can do. It's going to be at least 6, isn't he, on the grid for tomorrow. Bearing in mind, he's never driven a British touring car around Oulton Park. That's not bad at all.
It really is quite superb. His car is being pulled back now because the green flag is waved. The quick 6 about to get underway with Ash Sutton, Dan Camish, Tom Ingram, Adam Morgan, James Dorlin and Chris Smiley. They all head down pit lane, and this is going to be something to savour as the rain spots keep coming.
Right. 2022, I reckon, was the last time James Dorlin was here. I spoke to him this morning. He said it's a few years, and I said I think it was when I randomly did a round of the British GT Championship here a few years ago, and he was racing. I hadn't seen him for a couple of years before that, and he had a good weekend here. That was the last time he raced here in British GT. He was our first ever Porsche Sprint Challenge champion as well back in 2020. Not that many of you will have seen that live because it was a COVID year, but he won the inaugural championship in that Racing Clio Cup before that, as I was mentioning earlier, and runner-up in that championship to Paul Rivette. So he's also looking for his first pole position if he can in the championship. And then we've also got Adam Morgan in the championships. He had one or not. I think he's had one off memory pole position. Yeah, he has had one pole position, and Adam Morgan's last pole position came at Rockingham in 2018. So just 7 years ago.
Never been to Rockingham. Never went.
Oh really? Okay, yeah. It was a very different vibe to everywhere else because it's this huge stadium. It was obviously built for IndyCar racing, and you got this sort of infield section. They used part of the banking, but this infield section in what was a tri-oval essentially. You could see the whole track, which was always good because the commentary box there is on the outside up at the top of one of the grandstands, and the racing was pretty good, but it always just lacked a bit of atmosphere really, because even when it was 20,000 people in there, it felt empty because it's such a huge place.
It was terribly conducive to BTCC qualifying pit lane punch-ups.
Oh yeah. I remember that one. Yeah, absolutely.
and just on cue, Matt Neal just emerged from Chris Smiley's garage to have a look at the weather.
May have had a debate with Jason Plato there. I remember that.
It was a debate. It never got as far as a punch-up as such, but to be honest, I was ringside, and I think I billed it as such.
I bet you. So
why am I not surprised, Alan?
Here's my quiz question, Alan. Who was the last ever British touring car race winner at Rockingham?
Who was the last? I don't know.
Race 3. Last time we raced there. Last time there was any race there for touring cars.
I don't know, but I'm keen for you to tell me because I like the question.
Well, it ties in, you see, because it was Chris Smiley. His one and only win.
Was it really?
He was the last touring car driver to ever win at Rockingham. Yeah. So that ties in. Adam Morgan.
How did we get onto the subject of Rockingham?
Because we were talking about Adam Morgan's only had one pole position,
right.
and that was at Rockingham in 2018.
Yeah.
So it all ties together, you see, which obviously means now we've absolutely messed it up for both of those drivers. Neither of them are going to get pole position. Sorry.
And Rockingham used to have music concerts in the evening as well, which was
that's right.
Which was always jolly good fun, except when do you remember a pop star called Jamelia?
Vaguely.
I
from Birmingham, I think, wasn't she?
So she performed on her CD, her backing track stuck. So she was quite cross and steamed off stage. And the floor manager, I was the person that introduced all the bands.
Oh, right.
So she told me to go on stage and just
sing.
Phil.
Oh, Phil, right.
And I did, but all of the people in the audience were Jamelia fans. so I got bottles of water thrown at me. I had to go to therapy the following morning. It was really traumatic.
You do know, Alan, don't you? Everybody under the age of 25 has just gone, what's a CD?
Yeah.
That's a very good point, well made. It can be anything you want it to be.
Well, it was the successor to the cassette, wasn't it, Alan?
It was the successor to the cassette. And what happens is everything goes round in circles. So we're back to vinyl now. Very soon, cassettes will come back in.
And vinyl does go around in circles, you're right.
I'm not sure cassettes are going to come back in, are they? You have to get the pencil in and wind the tape back in, and then you had to change sides, and you always had to wind backwards because the first side was always too long, and the second side you had to wind backwards, wait 5 minutes for...
That's a very good point, well made.
No.
What's happening on track?
Nothing. Right.
We're both on our sun lounges, Alan. We've got no idea.
Right, well, what's happening is that time is evaporating, and it's basically a 5-minute session, this, because we've only had one proper lap time, and that proper lap time belongs to proper driver Ash Sutton, 124.345. So he sets the benchmark time. That's not bad, is it? 124.3. Might not be good enough for pole, though.
Yeah, Dan Camish, of course, just come over the line, set that. Sutton in second, and that's it. Nobody else has set a time yet.
Yeah, both very similar time. 1/10 of a second between them. Camish, Sutton ahead of them. But we'll find out now. So absolute best first sector for Tom Ingram. So 24.3. So he's the next one to watch in the number 80 Team Virtue Hyundai. And that is around about, well, it's half a tenth, the 10th quicker than I think Camish managed through the first sector. So he's on track, he's on course. And pretty good first sector for Dorlin as well, 24.4 and a 32.0 through the second sector. But Ingram is the one. He's done the absolute best second sector as well. And he looks absolutely committed as he makes his way out through the fastest part of the course through Druids, over the rollers, into the braking zone for Lodge Corner. Camish is on provisional pole position at the moment. But Tom Ingram, who was on pole here last year, has won 3 races around this circuit, comes out of Deer Leap, goes over the line. Does he go fastest? Through he goes. Yes, of course he does. 123.856 mega lap.
Wow, 120. I thought I was going to say a little bit earlier. I think Chris Smiley's benchmark was a 124.1, wasn't it? And now we've got to Morgan off the track.
Yes, Adam Morgan has gone off the road and trying to get back onto the track, which I think he will. He avoided the barrier by the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't think he's made contact with anything, or at least not too heavily anyway. And the car he did start to get it rolling again.
That's just coming out of Old Hall Corner, he's had a moment, isn't it? Just out of our sight. Yeah, it seems crawling down Cascades now. So that ruins that lap, and hopefully the car is okay. Morgan currently 5th. He's got 1 lap in, but it's not a great lap so far. Smiley hasn't yet put a lap in. He's running slightly out of sequence with the others. In fact, did he lose it? Yes, he lost it. Smiley did do a lap, but he lost the lap time. Track limits at, guess where? Turn 1, Old Hall. So that pole position at the moment evading him. He's 6 out of 6. Still time though, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Yes, time is ticking away, isn't it? At the minute, Ingram is the man to beat. A 123.856. What a time that is. Nearly half a second faster than Dan Camish in second, and Sutton, Dorlin, Morgan. And Smiley, who is on a quick lap at the minute.
Yeah, personal best through sector 1, but 24.5 is about a 10th and a half down on the best first sector time set by Tom Ingram. Through the second sector, it is the 32.1. Ingram is quickest in all 3 sectors at the moment. So at the moment, he's about 4/10 down currently. But it would still put him in the mix, put him 3rd or 4th if he has a good final sector and keeps the lap time. Ingram, meanwhile, pushing it as he comes out of Old Hall Corner, runs down through Dentons, through Cascades. He looks committed. Ash Sutton goes over the line. It's Ingram fastest, Camish 2nd, Sutton 3rd, Dorlin 4th, Morgan 5th. Smiley yet to put in a lap time. Now puts in a lap time, which goes 2nd quickest. So Smiley onto the front row of the grid with a 124.329, just behind Tom Ingram. Well, just behind, 4/10 behind, nearly half a second behind.
I was going to say, still 0.43 of a second behind, so still a bit of work to do out there, and at least 0.2 of a second slower than his fastest.
That was a mega lap though, wasn't it? A 123.856 from Tom Ingram. Really impressive. Has blitzed anything that we've seen so far today. Smiley is 2nd by 16 thousandths of a second. Camish is 3rd, but it's another good qualifying as it stands for Dan Cam. Sutton 4th. Remember, he's only got 1 second of boost available to him, so good effort this. But then again, Tom Ingram, who's on pole, has only got 3 seconds worth. and he's still pushing on here. His last lap was
cast your mind back, Chris, to practice 1, and we were all thinking there might have been an issue with Ingram's car. Did speak to mechanics. They said, no, not at all. This was the plan. This is just routine. So now they've decided to come out and play.
And he's got the perfect lap as well. Normally, the fastest sector times are split between drivers. He's quickest in all 3 sectors, so it is the ideal lap time from Ingram. Nobody can touch that, surely. Half a second clear. That's a massive advantage in touring cars. Half a second normally covers the top 8, 9 drivers. Half a second covers first to second in this session. Smiley is not improving at the moment. It was a little bit off it through the first sector and likewise through the second sector. Adam Morgan is trying, after having his excursion coming out of Old Hall Bend, to get up higher than 6th if he can. 1:24.5 is his best lap time, but he had it disallowed again. So 1:27 is what counts. 1:24.5 would have put him still only 6th, though, wouldn't it?
You are right, though, about how close it is from 2nd down to 5th. Just over 1/10 of a second separates them at the minute. Can anybody get close to Tom Ingram? We've got 15 seconds left. That is all on the clock. And we are in the closing stages now. This really is it. This is last chance to leave. If you've got anything left in the locker, now is the time to bring it out. If you've got an ace up your sleeve, you've got to slam it down on the table right now.
The biggest gap in qualifying this year from 1st to 2nd is 0.294 seconds. And that was in the wet conditions where it spreads out more. That was at Thruxton. And he's basically doubled that gap in this session. 0.473 seconds. He's half a second quicker than Chris Smiley, who's still trying with a personal best first sector. 32.3 through the second sector, though, half a second down. I don't think he's going to do it.
He's not, is he?
No, he might improve his lap time, maybe, but he's not going to improve from pond second. It's still going to be a fine effort for Chris, though. Flag is out, and I think we're done. Adam Morgan crosses the line. And 1:24.553, that is his best lap time, but it still only keeps him in 6th place. So it is Tom Ingram, who is going to be on pole position for the 11th time in his career. He also gets a championship point, very valuable in his pursuit of Ash Sutton. 1:23.856 seconds for Tingram, and a whopping lap, nearly half a second quicker than Chris Smiley in 2nd place, who will be delighted with his best qualifying for restart, their best qualifying in British touring cars so far, start of their 2nd season. Dan Camish impressing again, 3rd place, the best qualifier on average this season, with Ash Sutton 4th, despite only 1 second of boost available. Dorlin in 5th for the 2nd consecutive qualifying session, and Morgan 6th, despite that spin coming out of Old Hall Corner.
I wonder if Chris Smiley is going to be a bit surprised when he gets out of the car and sees that lap time from Tom Ingram.
Yeah, maybe not surprised to be 2nd, but yeah, like you said, the gap is huge, isn't it? I think they'll all be surprised, and they'll probably genuinely go, I couldn't have beat that. That's unbeatable. I couldn't have found half a second. I don't think anybody's going to say that they dropped half a second somewhere on that lap with a mistake. That's just a mighty lap from Tom Ingram.
There's no such thing as the perfect lap, is there? As they say, there's no such thing as the perfect round of golf. But I think Tom Ingram there is just about done, as close as you're ever going to get to it.
That is, I'm just looking, that's the biggest gap in qualifying that we've had since Snetterton last year, where it was 0.8 of a second. It's so rare for there to be such a big gap. That was a mega lap from Tom Ingram. Absolutely brilliant. So 1:23.856 seconds. He smashed it. Absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, because from 2nd down to 6th, it's just over 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, you're right.
That's kind of 5 of them.
Yeah, what we'd normally expect. That's sort of how close it is. Just that one anomaly. And the anomaly is, well, he is an anomaly, isn't he? He's a mega driver, Tom Ingram. 2022 champion, former Independence champion as well. And looking to get that 2nd title this year. And pole position at Oulton Park is extra special because you know it's going to be hard to overtake him.
Ash Sutton has already been through the technical checks. Thoughts after that, Ash?
Yeah, okay, we've struggled a little bit since FP1 really. FP1 the car was good, but we struggled to get the lap time out of the car, which is a bit odd. I mean, I'm happy with our time and around the guys we are, but then I got told Ingram's time. And
do you want to see the times? Look, I've saved that for you just to have a digest. I mean, that's quite a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, he's broke the lap record by three attempts and done it without any deployments to some extent. So yeah, it's a flying lap. Fair play to him. Credit to them guys. We've not got half a second in our back pocket, I can tell you that much. So where they've pulled up from all of a sudden for one session is crazy. So credit to them.
I tell you what, the way this championship waxes and wanes from circuit to circuit.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You look, obviously, Tom's always there. We're always there or thereabouts, but it just makes racing really interesting, really exciting. Qualifying is always a question mark on what anyone's got. We know we've got a fairly strong car in race trim, so fingers crossed we can extract some of that and go from there.
May I ask about the spots of rain that we had as well? Did that affect anything?
It's enough that you don't worry about it. You kind of just have to put your rain goggles on and forget about it and pretend they're not there. So it's yeah, obviously the lap times in Q2 were all done sort of semi in the wet conditions, but it dried out, it stopped very quickly, and the lap times went faster. So yeah, as long as you can kind of overlook that, there's always a benefit there. So.
Top man, Ash, thank you very much indeed. Good to have a chat to you in Park Fairmont. Those little spots of rain, they're back again. Tingram has got out of the car, and
when you speak to Tingram, you can tell him he's beaten his own lap record. 1:23.856 beats his lap record from last year by 3/10.
Absolutely stunning, isn't it? I just wanted to, so I took a screenshot of the quick six on the timing screen to show to Ash and everybody else, and just get their thoughts. I think perhaps I was most interested in the thoughts of Ash, and Tingram pats me on the back as he runs over to Spencer, his engineer, and Louise is standing by to interview him. Chris Smiley wants to have a handshake with him. I'll speak to Chris because that was mighty.
Yeah, that's I think that's my best qualifying. A 40 or a. I might have had a 0. I might have had a 0 on my times there, but I don't think I had an 8.
Right. But from when qualifying started, you threw down your gauntlet. You showed your intent.
Yeah, the last year I didn't make Q3 once, and it's so frustrating whenever you know it's there, and you're watching all the other cars going around in Q3, and yeah, it's the first time I've been in Q3, and it's the first time in a long time that we've been truly competitive all day. So yeah, really, 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 thanks to all the team here, they've done an amazing job.
Coming into this weekend, did you think that it was going to? Yeah.
Yeah. After Thruxton, Thruxton's probably one of my weakest tracks, and that's probably the best I've ever went around there. So I knew that we're clawing away. This is only our 5th weekend with this car, so yeah. For me and the team, there's a great result. Yeah, so fantastic.
I tell you what, the celebration with you and the team was something to savour.
Yeah, that's why you do all this. That's why you torture yourself every day to come racing. The boys work night and day on the car. A little bit of payback for them. It's great.
Yeah, get yourself dry, because I can see you sweating and it's getting in your eyes and stinging, which is not surprising because these cars are incredibly warm. Quite a lot of grass being blown out the front of Adam Morgan's car. They're just leaning over into Park Fairmont and blowing it out. James Stalling, you're becoming a bit of an expert at this quick six qualifying.
Yeah, it's going better. I'll agree with you when we get our first pole, but
see, the thing is to convert that into race day. That's what we need to happen now.
Exactly. I think we had decent pace at Thruxton. We managed to hold our own in the top 7, but obviously race 3 we didn't get a chance with a misfire. But yeah, the guys are working super hard, and that shows when we're getting results like this. So yeah, we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
I'm going to ask a similar question to what I just asked of Chris Smiley. Did you go into qualifying thinking that was going to be a strong qualifying?
I think we had a good chance after FP2 when we were P4, but there weren't a lot left in it in FP2. So I think that was everything I had right then, which I think is evidence when you see where the talent of my teammates are. So I'm really happy with what we've done, but just it's tomorrow when it counts. So we'll see what happens.
Top man, James, thank you very much for having a chat to me. Right, is Tingram finished? Yes, he is, because he's now meeting up with Marv, his team manager, and I can squeeze through and speak to Tingram, and I'll speak to Adam Morgan in a moment as well. But if I can speak to Tom first of all, let me come round here and say, that's it. He's got his microphone on. Say, well done. Do you want to have a look at that and just have a look at the data?
I'm pleased with that.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Was it a perfect lap? You've broken your own lap record.
It just hooked up. We tweaked the car after FP1 and found a lot of time with the tweaks. And we've got this car in such a magnificent window that it is. You fail to believe that you're in a front-wheel drive heavy touring car, because what you're able to do with it, the grip that we are generating out of this thing is something else. The cornering speeds that we're going through is absolutely outrageous.
Clearly, yeah.
But it feels honestly phenomenal, and absolutely beyond a joy to drive. So I I tried to go for another lap and a cool down and go again, but I couldn't quite get there. So I think the sort of the stars aligned, everything kind of hooked up at the right time, and all fell into place at the right moment. So as Team Virtue, we've done a blowing good job there.
This sets you up for a great day here tomorrow.
Yeah, we can't rule anything out. Look, Ash is obviously close, and we've got some
He couldn't believe the time either. He just had a look at it.
Well, probably similar to what his race 2 start was at Thuxton. It was similar kind of thing to that. So yeah, he only needs to go and produce another race 2 start, doesn't he? And we'll all be scratching our heads again. So let's wait and see what tomorrow brings. There's rain on the horizon. There seems to be no one really with a clue as to what the weather's going to be, other than it feels very warm.
Very hot.
We are suitably ready to take part in the PQCC.
Okay, can I think about that later?
What's that?
The PQC. Right, what have I said?
Well, it's the post-qualifying cake club.
Oh, right, I don't know about this.
If you watch the Tingram 24/7 series on YouTube, all will become clear that we're partaking in the PQCC.
Well, you're in your super trim season mode. You're not eating cake and things, are you?
I have a tapeworm chaser, and it sorts me out.
That's superb. Well done, Tingram. Right, Adam Morgan, what was all this grass about?
I'm just checking the intercooler system works with a bit of grass in it.
And does it work?
No.
Not perfectly.
No. I just, I don't know, maybe over committed into turn 1, just caught a bad bounce off the inside of the apex of turn 1. It smacked me onto the grass, and then I thought I had it under control, and I was going to back out the lap, and then I came off the brake and it snapped on me. But we picked up a bit of grass, and the charge temp started going up and up, so I was losing a bit of power, but the car's been mega all day. I've really enjoyed driving it. I enjoy driving a car around Oulton Park. It's mint, so yeah, not a bad day.
I often associate you with Oulton Park because this was your home circuit, wasn't it, when you were feeding up into BTCC, so it's still a favour of yours.
It is. I think if you ask any driver, Oulton Park is always one of the favourites to pick.
Driver's circuit.
It's a driver's circuit, and in a touring car around here, it's mega. The car is just moving around constantly. You've got to be on top of it. But, by the look of it, Ingram's put one hell of a lap together. So
yeah, I'll show it to you because I did a little screenshot so you can just digest the data. Look at that.
That's quite a substantial lap time.
For this championship, it's unheard of.
Yeah, no, fair play with 3 seconds as well, something like that. So. Yeah, I'll be checking his data later on. I can't wait.
Yes, well, good luck with that. What an exciting Saturday evening you've got in prospect, Adam. I can't wait. And let me see, who have I not spoken to down here in Dan Camish. I haven't spoken to Dan Cam. He's talking on ITV at the moment. So if I join the queue and see if I can get a quick word with Dan once he's finished with Louise for ITV's coverage. And everybody else, apart from Tingram, left rather scratching their heads after that, because that was a mighty impressive performance by Tingram.
It's one of those laps where you have to look twice at the timing screen. You think, am I reading that
did
right?
I say
123.
that? Okay. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. So I'm still standing by for Dan Camish, but as you know, Dan Cam gives really full and frank answers when he's doing an interview. I think Lou is just finishing off with Dan Cam now, so I can dive in. Hey Dan, one interview to the next. Just a penny for your thoughts, really, after that.
Well, I always think when interviewed, back to back, it's either gone very well or it's gone very badly. So I'm thankful to say that at the moment it's going very well. That's another top 3 qualified. I think we were 3rd here last year, and we haven't been outside the top 5 yet, I don't think, this season. So I'm really, really proud of our qualifying days.
Yeah, your qualifying is absolutely spot on.
Feeling it. We're doing a really good job. Just annoying that everybody I'm racing keeps doing a good job as well. Yeah.
Speaking of which, let me just show you the times. I know drivers like data, but that's astonishing, isn't it, in this championship?
Yeah, it is. And, ultimately, we know the calibre of Tom Ingram, and we know what package he's got under him when it's unleashed in the right way and he puts it together. I don't think there's a faster touring car out there. He's done that today. He's driven a lap that's clearly very special and well done to him. I'm very proud of my lap. I think there was another 10th in mine, which would have pipped Smiley, but I'd have still been. Ingram would have still been somewhere in the distance. So no, I'm very happy with what we've done as a team. My car was great to drive. I think we're going around the corner very, very fast indeed. So I'm pleased.
And that for a driver is a good feeling, isn't it?
You want to feel what's under you, and I feel so at one now with this car. It's certainly a qualifying day. I think we've got a bit of work to do over a race distance because they're two different things. Right. But in terms of me getting the absolute best lap time I can out of a touring car, this is the best my Napa car's ever been. So I'm really proud of my team for working so hard on that. And yeah, we're consistently right up at the front, on a tricky day, because there were a few times where the rain did start to come, and you think...
I was worried about that.
Yeah, you think, have we done the right thing? I think it was the second one where I was a bit worried the rain was coming, and we still had to do the cross, and thankfully everyone had the same idea, because I thought, if there's a couple of people here that have left the rears on and just going for it, and then the rain comes, even if their lap's half sensible, it's going to be enough to knock out the wet runners.
So what advantage that crossing in terms of tenths of a second?
Well, it gives you, obviously, you got different schools of thought. The cross gives us, so imagine a perfect balance is what you're after. So if you have a procedure like we do where the cross allows us to get the fastest car possible, obviously, but the way qualifying works now with this, as you advance, the rear tyres are very hot. So technically, you could just put fronts on and keep going. Okay. It might not be perfect, but it'll be within a couple of attempts. And if it rains, your quid's in, aren't you? Because you've gained a lap. So it's in those moments where you think, I don't need the perfect car, I just need one that's better than everybody else's right now. I just need to get to the line, really. Thankfully, just as I thought that, the rain kind of abated and we got away with it, because there's the moments like that where you just think, this could go. We're in a fast car, feeling good, qualified in the end top three, but on another, if that rain had come and a few people had done a different strategy, you could have been 8th or 9th or 10th. The day is totally different tomorrow then. So.
And what do your weather forecasters say about tomorrow? Because they've got it totally wrong today.
Everyone's changing it every 5 minutes. I heard originally it was going to be wet Q1 today, then it was going to be definitely wet Q3, then we know wet in any of it. Tomorrow's been the same, it'll definitely wet race 1, now it's definitely wet race 3, and by the time we go to bed and wake up, it'll be dry, so I don't know. I think you got to race what's in front of you. As long as it's one or the other, I'll be happy.
Top man, Dan. Thank you very much indeed. Dan Camish down here in Parc Fermé. When you're the last one left at a party, that's what I've got now in Parc Fermé. All the cars are gone, all the drivers are gone, only me and Dan Camish are left. But that was a thrilling qualifying for tomorrow's 3 races here for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Well, that means you've got to do all the washing up now, doesn't it? For the last one there.
Certainly not, no. I'll just pretend I've had far too much orange juice and sit there and go to sleep.
I had a moment earlier with Tom Ingram.
Yeah.
I had one of those moments where I was walking through the paddock and he was there, and he comes out and he's looking directly at me and he's waving. But I was conscious that there's people behind me, and I wasn't sure if he was waving at me or the people behind. So I did that tentative half wave, and I still don't know whether he was waving at me or the people behind. But I like to think he was waving at me, but then again, probably not. Right, I'm hearing cars rumble on at the minute. So
just coming out,
yeah, we're about to get underway for round 13 of the Veritools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA. I was going to do a couple of shout-outs, but I don't think we have time, Chris.
Well, you can if you want. They're making their way to the grid. If you can do the tech.
I'll do a couple then. I think I can manage WhatsApp. I think I can do that. Don't forget, do get your shout-outs in. We would love to hear from you this weekend. Some of you have already. One's come in, says, please can we have a shout out for Annabella, Annie, Alex and Tobias, who are looking forward to Ingram showing how it's done tomorrow. There's no name on that one. Please do pop your names in as well. Someone else has put, can I get a shout out to my dad Mark, father and Sunday today, watch the touring cars. That's from Archie.
Nice.
Very
Enjoy.
Nice indeed. Somebody's just put hi from turn 2. Well, hi. Very nice. Hello.
Is that the person's name? Turn 2. I mean, proper motorsport
it could be,
enthusiast.
Yeah. It could be. Yeah. Right.
Dedication
we've got a happy
of parents, I'd say. Dedication.
We've got a happy 40th birthday to Mike. Love from Tanya and the kids. Mitchell, Mary, Moira, Matty, Mackenzie, Mason, and Mike Jr. Yes, happy birthday. 40th as well. Do you know what? I'm going to let you into a little secret here.
Go on.
It's my big 4-0 next week.
Is it?
It is. Yeah.
Well, you're looking well. Blimey, you've had an easy life. Have you got kids?
Well, if you believe Alan, I'll just sit at the sun lounger all day. We've got, can you say hello to Seb and Lucas? First time camping, and to the rest of the Chorley crew. Been camping here for 12 years. God, I haven't been home in 12 years. Been camping here for 12
they're going to
years.
stink, aren't they?
That's from Kat. Alan's come back as well. Alan, sit down. You have a well-deserved break, I think, from that. And, of course, yes, we are on to round 13 now of the Veritools F4 British Championship, certified by the FIA.
Very good, yeah. Alan and I are both looking forward to our 40th birthday at some point in the very distant future.
Some time off, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about that.
Way away.
You wouldn't believe it,
40s.
everybody listening right now, but both Chris and Alan's noses have just started to grow significantly.
I'm closer to... How's this work? I'm going to think about this now. I'm closer to 40 than I am to 70. Put it that way. I'm old. So grid. This is based on second best lap times, just to confuse you. Everybody's fastest lap time sets the grid for, if you want to call it the feature race. It's the same race distance, same race format, but it's the live televised race tomorrow afternoon. And for the middle race, which is tomorrow morning for Formula 4, it's the top 12 reversed. So if you want to write the grid into the programme, you can do so on page 52 for the Veritools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. And it's the championship leader from Hungary, Martin Molnar, that's on pole position for this one. He'll be on pole tomorrow as well for race 3. And he, in the Virtuosi racing car, set a time of 1:20.238 by 0.3 of a second, nearly 0.3 of a second. He got pole position. So 24, Martin Molnar on pole. Number 5, Finn McLaughlin is second on the grid, and he's second in the championship as well. And then it's Chase Fernandez, number 90, starting third on the grid. He's the British driver with the Excel Motorsport team. Got a large presence in the championship this year. Henry Jocelyn, number 26, is another British driver. He's with Fortec, Richard Dutton's team, all-conquering team in single-seater racing over the years, and they are fourth on the grid with that number 26 car. Row 3, we've got 23, Theo Palmer, who improved late on in the session, another Excel Motorsport driver. He's from Britain. And then number 46 doing a great job. He'll be higher on the grid for race 3, but he's still right up there, 6th on the grid for this one. 46, Ari Bansal, the Indian driver. He's done some GT4 driving to get a bit of practice in around here, but this is his first time at Oulton in a single-seater. And Ari starting 6th on the grid in car 46, another Fortec driver. Then row 4, we've got number 7, Thomas Behrman, first full season in the championship for him. Also, the first full season in cars for him, having come from a karting background. Made his debut in the championship in a very wet Silverstone last year. Actually got a reverse grid pole and a bit of a nightmare off the line, but got onto the podium in his second weekend at Brands Hatch. And he is there starting in car 7 on the 4th row of the grid. Thomas, one of the 4 high-tech TGR drivers, with Rowan Campbell-Pilling for company. Rowan in his second season of the championship. He's in car 42. Switched to the JHR Developments team this year. 8th on the grid for him. And then to complete the top 10, another second season racer in the championship from Sweden, August Raber. He's for the Argentine Motorsport squad. Car 47 starts 9th, and car 25, Ethan Jeff Hall, starting in 10th place. Row 6, 21, Tommy Harfield, and 6, Leo Robinson. Row 7, number 20, Ella Lloyd. One of 2 drivers that's also competing in the FIA Academy this year. The Welsh driver is on the podium several times last year. Number 20 starts 13th and 14th on the grid. Huao Fu in car number 69. Row 8, number 93, Jimmy Pizik, and number 4, Xavier Avramides. Row 9, 33, Cole Hewitson, and 13, Henry Mercer. And row 10, we've got Adam Al-Hazari and Elba Larsen, who's the other driver, the Danish driver that competes in the FIA Academy. She's running 4th in the championship. So 20 cars lining up, all identical cars, second generation Formula 4 cars, powered by 1.4 litre Abarth engines and running on the Tatius chassis, running on Pirelli slick tyres. They get 2 new sets of slick tyres to last for 1 qualifying session and 3 races. And in this race, and race 3, it's the top 10 that score points. It's an FIA point system, so same as Formula 1, 25 points for a win, 18 for second, 15 for third, down to a point for finishing in 10th place. We've also got a point for the fastest lap in the race, though. And championship-wise, Martin Molnar on 144 points now, because he got 2 points for qualifying on pole. So he's got a 12-point lead over Finn McLaughlin. who's on 132. Jimmy Pizik, who's further down the grid for this one than he would like to be. He's been a double race winner this year, the Australian Formula 4 champion. He's third in the championship on 110 points. Might be one to watch coming through the field potentially. He starts 3/4 of the way down the field on the grid for this one in car number 93. August Raber, fourth in the championship on 99 points. And then Henry Jocelyn and Tommy Hartfield are in the top 6 as well. In terms of the Rookie Cup, for drivers that have done no more than 3 race weekends prior to the start of this season, Finn McLaughlin is leading that one. It's a high-tech TGR 1, 2, 3 actually. Thomas Behrman and Xavier Avramides, the Australian, second and third to him. So that's 7 class wins in the rookies this year, Finn McLaughlin, and second overall in the championship. And finally, new for this season, the Challenge Cup for drivers that can't compete in every round, whether that's because they're not old enough to compete at the start of the season, you have to be 15, or haven't got the budget to do the whole season. You pick your best 7 weekends that you compete in for the Challenge Cup, and Tommy Harfield is leading that one. It's a Chris Dittman 1, 2, 3. He's ahead of Charlie Edge and Elba Larson, and has had 6 class wins in terms of the Challenge Cup, as the green flag is waved at the back of the field, because we're about to go into 20 minutes of racing for the Werra Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. About to go off the line, which they do, but not all of them. And there's contact there, because we've had one that stalled and everybody else trying to avoid that car then. One of them went right up in the air, lost its front wing. He's on the grass now, which is the number 42 car, I'm afraid, of Rowan Campbell-Pilling, and he's completely lost his front wing. I think it was one of the Fortec cars that stalled and caused a bit of a trigger action behind. And yeah, that car is still stuck on the grid, I'm afraid. I think we're probably going to get a stoppage, because the medical car is on the track at the moment, and there's lots of bodywork down there as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen a driver jump out of the car though, but yes, it is a red flag, red flag. So yeah, dramatic start here for round 13. I was just about to say, actually, 13th race of the season. 8 different winners so far this season, so I was going to say anything can happen, and literally anything just has happened.
It has, yeah. So just trying to figure out which car that was. So Rowan Campbell-Pilling was kind of, along with about 4 other cars, trying to avoid that stationary car. So he was 8th on the grid. I think it was one of the Fortec cars, but it's hidden from our view now behind, or mostly hidden behind the pit wall and the fence, so we can't quite see who it is.
I can see the driver, though, at the far end of the pit lane. They are now pit side, which is good, but they are very, very animated and frustrated, as I'm sure you can well imagine.
But safe, which is the key thing, because that could have been a very hairy incident, couldn't it, with everybody charging off the line.
Now, Chris, you've got your binoculars out, indeed. I'm very impressed with that.
Old school, this is. I've had these for a very long time. So
I feel like you're about to call the 315 at Ascot right now.
You don't ask me to gamble. I'm terrible at it. Just trying to spot who can see who it is. Right.
Well, whilst you try and figure it out, I can tell you the winners this season. August Raber's had 3 wins so far this campaign. 2 at Donington, 1 at Snetterton. You already mentioned it, James Pizik. He's had a couple of wins, both coming at Silverstone. Adam Al-Hazari, he's had 2 wins, 1 at Silverstone, 1 at Snetterton. Then Chase Fernandez, Finn McLaughlin, Martin Molnar, of course, our championship leader, Leo Robinson, and Salim Hanna. They've all had a race win each. Salim Hanna not here this weekend. He made his debut, of course, at Thruxton. Took a race win. Very, very impressive performance from the young Colombian. And Chris, have we worked it out?
They've got similar hairstyles. I only saw the back of the heads, and the race suits are similar as well. I think it's either Theo Palmer or Henry Jocelyn, which would make sense because they were both just ahead of Rowan Campbell-Pilling on the grid. So that's a guess, but again, can't quite see the car yet to confirm which of the teams it is.
Literally just tucked on that left side, isn't it? So our view is blocked completely off by the pit wall.
Yeah, with flatbed is there. So the drivers will be stopped on the exit to Lodge. They won't bring them back to the grid because that's occupied at the moment. There might be more than one car down there.
Do you know what? I was just about to say, I think there's 2 cars there. Yeah.
There is, yeah. So it's the number 90 car that's the first to be towed up. That's Chase Fernandez. Which was 3rd on the grid. So Chase Fernandez didn't get off the line. Now, it wasn't Chase. Maybe that was. I don't think it was that. I don't think that was the car that stalled though. I think it was on the other side of the grid. But he's obviously had an issue, whether that was same issue or unrelated. But that's the one that's been plucked up by the telehandler. And the flatbed is about to pick the next car up.
That's a real blow for Chase Fernandez. He was a race winner at Donington Park. He really would have fancied his chances from 3rd on the grid. But yes, we are under red flag conditions right now. The other car's been lifted up right now onto the flatbed. I'm just trying to get a quick look at the colours. Wonder if is it one of the high-tech cars? I'm not too sure.
So, yes, it is. It is number 7. Thomas Behrman, isn't it? Yeah, Thomas Behrman.
Oh, what a blow for Thomas Behrman. He was fastest in practice 2 yesterday. He was looking very, very racy indeed. And yeah, that is a real shame. But of course, only one race today, though, for the Veritools F4 British Championship. They are, of course, back tomorrow. So if there is damage, there might well be time to get it fixed ahead of tomorrow's proceedings.
Yeah, so Behrman was on that side of the grid as well. Fernandez was 3rd. Behrman was 7th. Could do with a replay, but we won't get it because we haven't got TV picture. But I'm still not convinced it was one of those that stalled off the line. Somebody else that got going, but then caused the trigger action, which caused Rowan Campbell-Pilling to lose his front wing as well.
I'll tell you what we could do then. We could ask I can see a number of spectators just along there, right underneath that Esso advertising bits there. If you're over there and you can hear this, please get in touch with us at 07482 877 877 because we can't see, but I think you can. Great job by the marshals, by the way, and the road safety crew. Look how quickly they've managed to get those cars onto the flatbed, and already they're being taken away down into Parc Ferme. We'll go and have a little look a little bit later. Of course, I'll be doing the podium straight after this race, and we'll hear from as many of the drivers as we've got time to do, because straight after this we will have the second Porsche Sprint Challenge GB race and final race of today. But don't forget, back tomorrow, plenty more to bring you as well. 94.9 FM if you're tuning in on radio. I think we're what time are we live from tomorrow, Alan?
Pit Lane Walkabout.
We are live with Pit Lane Walkabout at 10:30 tomorrow morning, and we'll stay on air right the way up until midday. But we will only be on FM 94.9 FM here at Oulton Park, and online as well from 10:30. We go live on the speakers at midday.
This is Toka Live.
I have 127 messages to get through, so if I could maybe do a couple of these. Hi, could you wish my dad, Melvin, a happy 60th birthday for yesterday? Been coming to the BTCC for a few years now, and I love it every year. Team Virtue, and that's from Tori. Thank you, Tori. Thank you for writing in on WhatsApp. This is from Rhea and Matt. Please could you give a shout out to Adam and Faye for bringing us camping for this weekend to the BTCC for our birthdays. What an amazing present. And this says, hi Toka Live, can you give my dad a huge shout out? I am Max Edmondson's sister and a very proud one after that win, but it's my dad's birthday today. Jeff Edmondson, happy birthday Dad, love from Faye. Thank you, Faye, thank you for writing in, and shout out and a picture as well to prove it to mega fans Steve, Keith, Carl and Bobby as well. A great picture, guys. Thank you for sending that in. Say hi, please, to the Chorley crew, especially Lucas and Seb for their first BTCC weekend. Sport by Grandad Ian shopping for Lando Norris tops and hats. Having loads of fun. Great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This is from Charlie. Hi, please can you do a shout out for Jacob, his 40th birthday. Happy birthday, love from Charlie. And this one says, hey Alan, can you give a big shout out to my dad John? It's his 70th birthday today, celebrating here, and that comes from Emily. Thank you, Emily, and happy birthday John. And this one says, can you shout out my dad Mike for bringing me to my first race weekend in celebration of the end of my GCSEs, and that comes from Freddie. Thank you very much indeed, Freddie. We've got more messages, but you can tell me, Chris, about what's happening down there on the track.
They're slowly regridding. So we've got our front two. Martin Molnar is going to be there. Finn McLaughlin is going to be there. The next one that they brought up was, as far as I can see, Ethan Jeff Hall, who's 10th. So he's there as well. Right, okay, the next one has just been brought up. So that's one of the four tech cars, and that's number 26. So Henry Jocelyn, he's all right. He's still there and on the grid. It will be a full restart because it was the first lap of the race. So no racing had been done, and it should be a 20-minute race when it gets restarted.
So I have a moment.
You do.
I can get through a few more of these. Thanks very much indeed, Chris. This is from Gavin. Big shout out to my little brother Corey for his 19th birthday, who is currently in awe of Ash Sutton. And well, I think we all are to a certain extent, and today a little bit in awe of Tom Ingram as well after qualifying. But Gavin has sent in a picture of Corey and Dan Camesh, Ash Sutton and Sam Osborne surrounded by their Napa kit. So thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, hi, can you please give a shout out to my daughter Tabby, who has just successfully flown her first Boeing 747. Wow.
Crikey.
We are so proud of her. Lots of love from Mum and Dad.
That's amazing.
That gives me flying envy.
Was she supposed to? Did she have permission to fly this plane?
Well, I don't think she just sort of rocked up and decided to take it for a spin.
Yeah.
This says, hi, please give a shout out to David and Stu, and a big thank you to David for bringing Stu to Oulton for the first time as a 40th birthday present, and 5.5 hours travelling down from 5.5 hours travelling down from Scotland last night. Totally worth it. What a superb circuit. Great to have you here, guys. And also, as a side note, great emoji use. This one says, shout out to Mike on his birthday weekend, loving every minute with his bros. Happy birthday, Mike. This says, great to be camping again at the BTCC with my son Harrison, supporting the 4 BMW cars. Let's go. And that comes from Rod. This one says, please can you give a shout out to my Yes, we're not going to do that. I don't do surnames on this radio station. This one says, hi, can you wish Jonathan a happy 18th birthday, please? Sat at Old Hall Stand. We're having a fantastic time. Whatever the weather, for the first time for the whole family. That's absolutely superb to hear. And just to let you know, when you do send a message in on WhatsApp, we don't want your surnames, only your first name. That's all we need for a shout out. So just your message and your first name to 07482 877 877 as the sunshine comes out.
Told you it wasn't going to rain.
No,
Alan told us it wasn't going to rain.
Exactly.
The last 4 hours, it didn't rain at all. So I've seen coming back very slowly into the Parc Fermé area, a 23 Theo Palmer with a completely misshapen rear wing. So that's probably the one that stalled off the line, got a whack at the back, because Thomas Behrman was right behind him on the grid. I won't explain why he's out, and the one that was right in front of him was Chase Fernandez. So that side of the grid is the one that's kind of been wiped out. So they're regridding. Martin Molnar is on pole, but there's no Chase Fernandez right behind him. There's no Theo Palmer at the moment right behind him, and there's no Thomas Behrman. So you've got this massive gap on the left-hand side of the grid. Pole, and then nothing until you get to 9th place, which is August Raber. So Raber's got a nice clear track ahead of him. He ought to be getting a good start from there, hasn't he?
3-time winner this season. Maybe he fancies his chances a little bit. And like you said, this is the best part of the day now, isn't it? The sun coming out. I've also been told down at the Pro Allies awning, apparently there's a paddling pool. And
they're optimistic, aren't they?
Well, I've got my shorts with me. That's all I'm going to say. So if I go missing for a lengthy period of time, you probably know where to look for me.
Sun lounger,
Is that the minute board's gone up? Looks like we're about to get underway very shortly.
Yeah, TSL still says 20-minute race. I mean, we're not anywhere near in danger of running out of time for the day before the curfew, so no reason why it can't be a full 20-minute restart. So as far as we can work out from here, we're going to have Martin Molnar, number 24, on pole, Finn McLaughlin, number 5, second, nobody third, Henry Jocelyn, number 26, starting 4th, nobody 5th on the grid, Ari Bansal, number 46, starting 6th, nobody 7th on the grid, Rowan Campbell-Pilling, he'll be there because he had a front wing issue as well, didn't he? No, he won't be there because he had a front wing issue because he got involved in that pile-up as well. So nobody 8th on the grid, and then August Raber 9th on the grid. So August has got 4-car gap in front, well, 3 right in front of him and 1 on the other side.
I've got a feeling August Raber's going to make up a few positions on this.
I thought so, wouldn't you? And 47 being wheeled down the pit lane now, which is, oh dear, August Raber. We've cursed him.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So has he got any damage to the eye? Can't see. So has he got an issue, technical problem? But he's in the pit lane. So now you've got Martin Molnar on pole, nobody 3rd on the grid, nobody 5th on the grid, nobody 7th on the grid, nobody 9th on the grid. So the one behind Martin Molnar is 11th on the grid, if he's there. Tommy Harfield, which I think he is. It's the oddest looking grid I've ever seen, I think.
It's very sparse.
I've got a quick message which has come in from Mark Cross, who is was referred to during the lunch break when we were talking about ITV's coverage, who is the spotter oblique sort of director we would call, talking about directing cameras for television. That's the simplest way to put it. And he says, can you please thank David Addison over the PA for putting on such a lovely pre-BTCC barbecue last night.
Oh, right.
Yeah, very nice indeed.
Nice. Where was our invite, Alan? That's all I want to know.
Well, I hate to say it, but I did have an invite.
Oh, did you?
Yes,
I
did.
Just me, then. Did you get one?
No, I didn't get one.
Oh, you didn't get one either.
My invite was a KFC at a motorway service station.
I've not been to Addison Towers before, and it was everything that I thought it would be.
I bet the Belgian beer was flowing.
Oh, yeah, with peculiar ways of drinking it. So sort of little wooden holders for the glasses.
Oh, he's got all the proper, yeah. He's got all the proper, the glasses and everything, yeah. He's a big Belgian beer fan, as am I. But yeah, I wasn't available last night anyway. So
were you not?
I was washing my hair.
Which
I was having the beard.
Okay.
I was enjoying the rigours of motorway closures last night.
Yeah, it wasn't great, was it?
No, it wasn't great. No. And then I got diverted off, and then the diversion got closed as well because there was an accident there. So I went backwards before I could come forwards last night.
So I know your pain, and I set off yesterday. I had to go to Thruxton first thing yesterday morning, so that was bright and early.
Down the road.
And then I hit the road at 7:30. It took me exactly 3 hours and 25 minutes to get here, which I've never had before. It was there was no traffic.
Right.
So first thing on a Friday morning is the answer. Yeah.
You didn't come on the M5 last night then, did you?
No.
I think they were all just waiting for us, weren't they?
Well, they're all at Addison's barbecue. That's why there's no traffic.
In fairness,
the free Belgian beers.
In fairness, it was an extensive guest list, so I don't know what you've done to upset him. But
well, he knows I'll have drunk all his Belgian beer. That's probably why I didn't get invited.
There was nothing to worry about. There are only 30 or 40 of us.
Oh, okay.
Wow, you're not helping, Alan.
I'm going to remember this, Ian. Are you? I'm definitely going to remember this.
Actually, I might have my own barbecue later. And Chris, you're invited.
You've got a paddling pool, I believe,
yes,
as well, haven't you?
Yes.
So, yeah, sounds good. I'll be there, part of 2. Right. So, some cars, but not many, are remaining for the
Can I just give you another quick update? Because I've had...
if it's to do with the barbecue, I don't
no,
know.
it's nothing to do with it. But so it's from Alice Powell. Hi, Alice. We are enjoying listening to you on the radio TSL from Cancun, and a photograph from a hotel window.
Sounds awful, Alice.
It's not awful.
See the picture.
It is far from awful.
Oh my. Is that a cocktail? That's a cocktail in the
I think
foreground,
it is.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Hello,
I think
Alice.
It is. Hi, Alice.
Well, I mean, it's 25 degrees here, Alice, and we've got a paddling pool, so you've wasted your money. You should have come to Oulton Park.
Do you know, in the last 5 minutes, we've not been invited to a barbecue.
No.
Or Cancun.
And just been shown how nice it is somewhere else.
So if anybody else wants to it's our new feature, upset the commentators, you can get in touch with Toka Live. Or not. No, don't actually.
No, I was going to say there are so many multiple ways people could upset commentators, so don't do it.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I'm intrigued as to what's going on down there at the minute, because we did see the 1 minute board
a
while ago, didn't we? And it's like maybe all the team's mechanics are still on the track. Of course, these cars can be quite technical, can't they?
Yeah, it's kind of good news for August Raber, because it's given them time to have a look at the car, isn't it? And hopefully he'll be able to start from the pit lane. But at the moment, he's still there. They're still looking at the car. Got the cover off, haven't they? So
it is an almighty gap, and of course you never want to see anybody go off the track or anything like that. But Martin Molnar perhaps can't quite believe what he's seen in his mirrors, because he's seen nothing exactly.
The next car is somewhere in Northwich, I think, behind Martin Molnar. I mean, there's literally nobody behind him at all until you get to 11th place.
I think my hotel's closer than Martin Molnar's got behind him.
So this season, Martin Molnar has had podiums in every weekend so far. They've been to Donington Park, and then they had a non-Toka weekend at Silverstone, around the Grand Prix circuit. Some of them, as I mentioned earlier, will be, in fact, many of them, I'm sure, will be back there in a couple of weeks' time, because they've got a non-championship F4 race. Great opportunity for these young drivers to impress in front of some big names, because they're going to be on the support bill to the Grand Prix. with Formula 1, Formula 2 and Formula 3. Then we've got an early start, so teenagers love that, don't they? But they'll be there, and they'll be out of bed, and they'll be enjoying it. He had 2 podiums at Silverstone. He got a podium at Snetterton. He finally got his first win at Thruxton and got another podium there as well. So he is banging in the podiums. He's also been in the points every time he's been out there. But despite that, he's still only got this 12-point lead in the championship, because also going well has been Finn McLaughlin. His first season, he's had a win at Snetterton. He had actually 3 podiums out of the first 4 races this season, and there's only a couple of races where he hasn't finished in the points yet.
It's all about consistency, isn't it? Because as you say, Finn McLaughlin and Martin Molnar, they've only had 1 win each outright, and of course we've had 12 races so far this season, so consistency really does pay. And of course the next competitive round is Zandvoort, and
nice.
I'm going to be there as well.
Oh, lovely. It's great, Zandvoort.
Yes.
Well, I was there a couple of weeks ago, but the weather was not very it was very Zandvoort. Like, it can be beautiful there, or it can be incredibly windy. And it was the latter. It was incredibly windy and overcast, but it's still just a joy to be there, isn't it?
I was there last year, and I always like to do a bit of a wacky show opening, so I decided to do it in the sea, in Dutch. In the sea.
In Dutch?
In Dutch. In the sea. Don't ask me what I said, because I can't
you have no idea what you said.
And I might have upset an entire nation. But
did you have a wetsuit on?
No, I just rolled up my trouser legs and in a popped.
I bet it was cold, wasn't it? North Sea, that is.
It was very cold.
Yeah.
I didn't last long. It was a very short piece to camera.
I had a walk down the beach a couple of weeks ago. It was lovely. As the sun was setting, it was actually the best day, the day I got there. And 9:30 at night, there's still about 40 surfers surfing in the sea there.
Yeah, it's very windy. Very windy there it was there.
It was. They kept falling off, but they're having a go anyway. That's great. If you get a chance to go to Zandvoort, go. It's a proper old school circuit, and one of my favourite places to watch trackside is up the hill, the Slottermacher corner, up at turn 6, where they come charging up the hill. It's as narrow as Oulton Park, and they're flat out up there. It's brilliant.
And you can sit and have fish and chips on the beach at the end of the day.
Yeah, and a couple of good pizza places as well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place.
Lovely place.
Right.
Apart from the seagulls, which are quite annoying.
There is that.
Well, you get that in Scarborough as well, though, don't you? Although it's not an international racetrack at Scarborough.
But you're right, it's about the consistency, because only as we get 32nd board now, there's no drop scores. It's 30-round championship, so you've got to keep scoring. Deegan Fairclough last year, in his second season of the championship, he finished 3rd in his first season. He won it last year. He got 14 wins last year, which was a record. The previous record was Alex Dunn, who's doing good things on his way potentially to Formula 1, the Irish driver. He was the championship winner 3 years ago now, in 2022. He got 11 race wins up in Formula 2 now, albeit the Grand Prix as well. Zane Maloney got 10 wins the season he won it in 2019. Formula E driver now, of course, as well. Lando Norris got 8 wins the season he won it in 2015. But it's about scoring consistently, as you say. Martin Molnar leads them around then. He was the rookie champion last year, the Hungarian driver, and he's going to lead them around. It's going to be a 20-minute full restart then. So back to the grid, standing start, and away we will go once again with Martin Molnar, 17-year-old from Hungary, first Hungarian to compete in an FIA-accredited championship, not just Formula 4. As I mentioned earlier, went to Donington 2 years ago to watch, thought, this looks good, I'm going to go and race in that. And he turned up on the grid last year and did a very good job, as I say. Got on the podium, 2nd at Knockhill, 4 third-place finishes. One of them was at Zandvoort, so I'll be looking forward to going back there. And ended up winning the rookie championship with lots of rookie class wins last year. So he's the points leader. And then alongside him, from Londonderry, Northern Ireland, the Red Bull livery, because he's part of the Red Bull Academy, Finn McLaughlin, 6th in the World Karting Championships last year, 7th in the European, first season of car racing. And he doesn't look like it's taken him long to get into the flow. I always think with the drivers that are back for a 2nd or 3rd season of the championship, Ian, you've got to make hay at the start of the season when the rookies are still finding their feet. But Finn has already found his feet, so he's only going to get stronger and stronger, you would think. Yeah,
this is a stepping stone, isn't it? So you need to make a big impact. I've got some bad news. August Raybeard looks like he's out of the car and out of the race, unfortunately.
I think they're looking at the front suspension. Couldn't quite see it from there, but whether he had a knock as well in that. I mean, he was on that side of the grid, wasn't he? Behind Behrman, Palmer and Fernandez, so it might well be front suspension, possibly.
Yeah, shame for him. He's 3 wins this season, the most of anybody, the man from Sweden. but he will take no further part in round 13 as the cars make their way onto the start-finish straight. They will grid up, and we will get going.
It's almost going to feel like a single file restart, this, isn't it? Because they're all on one side of the grid. There's not many on the other side, except for Martin Molnar, who looks in the mirrors, as we said, and sees nothing, because you have to look back to 11th place before there's anybody else on that side of the grid. Tommy Harfield in the 21 car. But the other side of the grid is well populated, mostly. You've got one missing from 8th, Rowan Campbell-Pilling. But otherwise, we're ready to go. 5-second board held aloft, green flags wave, and let's see if we can get them cleanly off the line this time as they build the revs, ready to go racing in the Formula 4 action. As the red lights go out, we get underway. Martin Molnar comes dragging across to the left-hand side to try and defend. He can't defend because Finn McLaughlin has already got him off the line into the lead of the race, and McLaughlin gets into first place straight away, followed by those two, Jocelyn in third and Bansal in fourth place. And I'm happy to say, Ian, everybody's got off the line this time.
Do you know what? I think it's a carbon copy, actually, of the earlier start. Finn McLaughlin was lightning fast, and he got away again, equally as quick, and it's McLaughlin who leads from Molnar.
So they're about to go into the Island Bend hairpin for the first time on the brakes. Molnar's reeled him back in a bit, but there's still a car length between them, and then there's maybe 3 car lengths between those two, and third and fourth as they come up the hill now, go over Hilltop. And they're about to go into the Hizzy chicane, where they go right, then left, use the curbing as we've seen, then accelerate up Clay Hill. And it's the Red Bull livery car that still leads the way, followed by the pole sitter and championship leader. So he's going to pull back, if it stays like this, at least 7 points. He can get the fastest lap. He'll get a bonus point for that as well. And there's only 12 points between these two. So we've got a real fight on our hands already at this stage of the championship between these two. Then it's the 26 car of Henry Jocelyn, which I think was running in third place, one of the Fortec cars from that side of the grid, and also another Fortec car, his teammate Ari Bansal, who's going to be on the second row of the grid for race 3 tomorrow. So they then charge over the line at the end of the first lap of the race. McLaughlin number 5, Molnar number 24, Jocelyn number 26, Bansal number 46, Harfield from 11th on the grid, 5th. It's not quite as impressive as it sounds because everybody in front of him was missing, but still, he's had a good start and he's in 5th place in the 21 car with Leo Robinson 6th as well. He's made good progress from 12th on the grid.
Yeah, if you are looking at the timing sheet for the first time, you would be there's an awful lot of people who've made up places on that opening lap. But of course, yes, no Fernandez, Palmer, Behrman, Campbell, Pilling or Raber, unfortunately. But it is Finn McLaughlin who leads. It was Molnar who started on pole, but Finn McLaughlin from the line was like an absolute rocket ship.
Yeah, it was a great start, wasn't it? And, that's usually the trickiest thing for drivers coming out of karting, where they used to direct drive trains. So no clutches, no standing starts, just single gear karts, rolling starts. They have to get used to standing starts as well as everything else they have to get used to, aerodynamics and wings and all sorts of things. But it's the start that can often be tricky for them. Well, that was a great start for somebody that's only in his, 5th weekend of the championship. McLaughlin with a 7/10 of a second lead after that first lap of the race from Molnar, Jocelyn, Bansal, Harfield and Robinson. Jeff all up to 7th. Lloyd up to 8th place as well. Ella Lloyd, where was she on the grid? 13th on the grid as they come through at the end of the second lap of the race.
I tried to speak to Ella Lloyd at Thruxton when she was in the assembly area, but the noise of the engine, I couldn't hear anything at all. But back to Finn McLaughlin here, because he leads the Rookie Cup. Thomas Behrman, of course, is in second, but he's out. So Finn McLaughlin could take a giant step, even bigger lead in that Rookie Cup. He's looking to take advantage.
Yeah, and he's looking good for the Rookie Cup win, isn't he? Because Hewitson is the next best rookie. Number 33 is back in 10th place. And then Avramides, who has just dropped a place down to 12th position behind Al Azari on that lap. 15 remain. 10 of them are going to get points out of this race as well. So it's an opportunity for those a bit further back. And looking at Jimmy Pazik as well, who's out of position to where he normally would be in his second season of F4, but his first season since 2023. The Australian, who was the winner of the Australian Formula 4 Championship last year, number 93, 13th place, trying to get up the order and get something out of this race if he can by finishing in the top 10. That's his objective. So keep an eye on the 93 car. Avramidis is his next target in the number 4 car.
There's a good chance as well, isn't there? We've got 15 of the original 20 currently circulating Oulton Park on the island circuit. They make their way over. It's still Finn McLaughlin who leads by, what is the gap now? 0.9 of a second over the line.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race for the race leader, 121.482. 121.6 for Molnar and Jocelyn in second and third, and losing time with a 121.8 Harfield. But he gained a place because he's got ahead of Bansal. Look, Bansal had a off moment somewhere because he's done a 123, a slow lap then for the Indian driver, which puts him down to 5th place. So Harfield on a charge, yeah.
Harry Bansal, isn't it? He's been quick all day so far. In fact, we caught up with him a little bit earlier in Parc Fermé as well. But yes, Tommy Harfield, the man who's flying in that Challenge Cup. He is back into the lead. 5th on track, 1st in the Challenge Cup.
Ella Lloyd going well as well. Her second season, the Welsh driver. She's in the points. Car number 20 running in 8th place. She's 4th in the FIA Academy this year. She had a win at Saudi Arabia at Jeddah, part of the Formula 1 Grand Prix weekend. And then she was in action last weekend in Canada, Montreal, and got 3 second place finishes there. Remember, she got some good podiums, good second place finishes last year. And remember at Knockhill on the Saturday race, the car ended up upside down. Team had to rebuild it. She went out the next day and got a podium finish in the, I think it was a reverse grid race. So a great effort by her.
She'll be getting some good air miles as well, won't she?
Absolutely right, yeah. It's been a busy phase for her, hasn't it, doing these 2 championships.
Now, I think Molnar is closer this time to Finn McLaughlin. In fact, he definitely is. He's taken 4/10 of a second out of him on that last lap. You see Molnar now starting to get a little bit more confidence and showing that qualifying pace in the car.
Yeah, 121.209, new fastest lap of the race. That's a championship point as well, and with so few points between them, only 12 at the start of this race, that could be important as well at the end of the season. Can see it being a very tight championship. So Molnar coming after the Red Bull liveried car, looking pretty quick. Is Jocelyn as well in 3rd place. Yeah, he's done in fact, everybody in the top 10 has just done personal best laps, except for McLaughlin, who still was pretty quick with a 121.5. But everybody behind him, personal best laps, including Jocelyn and Harfield, is up to 4th place now. Bansal in 5th, Robinson in 6th place. Avramidis has got that place back from Al-Azhari, so he's into 11th, but not yet into the top 10, not yet into the points.
He's 3rd in the Rookie Cup, though, isn't he? And yeah, he's actually 3rd overall in the Rookie Cup as well in the championship. So he'll be desperately looking to get past Hewitson, because that would be for 2nd place and actually 10th place and a point in the championship.
So as it stands, McLaughlin's going to get 25 points for the win. Molnar's going to get 18 for second and a point for fastest lap. So he's outscoring him by 6. He's 12 behind. He's going to halve the gap. It's going to be 6 between them at the end of this, if he can stay ahead of Molnar. And that's looking like it might be a more difficult proposition. As you say, Molnar is absolutely tracking him. Another driver to watch is Jeff Hall, who's getting in the blue number 25 machine, a bit closer to the back of Leo Robinson, the British Algerian driver, and that's the battle for 6th place. Number 25, Ethan Jeff Hall in the blue JBMotorsports car, looking pretty rapid. His last lap time was a 121.829, was about half a tenth quicker than Robinson, so he's pushing him hard as well.
Yeah, Robinson's a good racer as well. He had 2 podiums at Thruxton. One of them was a win too. So so McLaughlin, Molnar, Jocelyn, Harfield, Bansal, Robinson, Jeff Hall, Lloyd, Fu and Hewitson. That's your current top 10 here for round 13 of the Veritor's F4 British Championship. We've got just over 12 minutes left on the clock, so we still got just over half of this race to go.
Yeah, and apologies, we haven't been able to get the Knickerbrook box working. The plan was to go over there today, if we could, to get a much better view of the circuit from there for the 4 races. We'll get the TV pictures tomorrow, but we're both in the main box. All we can see is the start-finish line and half of Old Hall Corner, turn 1. The rest of it is obscured, so then we're relying on slightly stuttery CCTV pictures to see what's happening around the rest of the lap. So if you're seeing something happen further around the lap, you're wondering why we're not exactly talking about it. It's because we can't see most of it, unfortunately, today. But we can see that gap coming down, potentially. Yes, it has. A 121.389 for Molnar, a 121.419 for McLaughlin. So he's got the gap down to just over half a second, and he's certainly keeping the pressure up. We've got a track limits warning going to Fu in the 69 car in 9th place, so he's got to be a little bit careful. Hewitson is the last driver in the points at the moment, number 33 in 10th, but he's about 1.4 seconds ahead of Avramidis, the Australian driver, so looking okay for a top 10 finish currently. Bezique, I suspect, is saving his better tyres for tomorrow because he's struggling in 13th place at the moment, not able to move forwards. And so Jimmy Bezique back into the championship, the Australian, for a second season. Got the opportunity to come and race back in Europe after being here 2 years ago in 2023. Finished 5th in the championship, got wins at Silverstone and Snetterton, got podium finishes at Silverstone and Knockhill, then went back to Australia, raced in Australian Formula 4 last year, but he's not having a great day today, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry about that, Chris. I was having my own little pit stop there, changing the batteries in the mic.
Right.
Is, what I was doing in the roaming mic. We dropped down to one bar, and the last thing we want when we're in the middle of a podium is for the microphone to stop working. But this battle at the front is fascinating, isn't it? Finn McLaughlin is still ahead of Martin Molnar, but Martin Molnar, he's right in the mix. 0.7 is the gap. That is it. It is kind of stabilising around just over the half-second mark. Is Molnar maybe preserving some tyres for a late push? We are going to find out.
Bansal looks like he's coming back at Harfield. He lost 4th place to Harfield about 3 or 4 laps ago, but he's starting to close that gap again now. Did a 1:21.6 last time around, which is 4/10 quicker than Harfield. So Bansal, number 46, might be one to keep an eye on for the second half of this race. We're just into that now, 9 minutes and 3/4 ago. Somebody's had a big old luck up on the way into the hairpin at Ireland, but got away with it.
Yeah, I'm quite interested in the battle between Hewitson and Avramides, just because there's quite a lot on it. Hewitson is in 10th place, and that, as you said, is worth a point in the championship, but it's also the battle for second place in the Rookie Cup category as well. So quite a lot on that. The championship point's probably worth a little bit more, actually, isn't it? But interesting stuff, so keep your eyes on that one. That's the battle for 10th and 11th. Car number 33 and number 4 going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, gap's coming down for sure. It's down to 7/10 of a second now. Personal best lap for Avramides with a 1:21.5, 6/10 quicker than Hewitson on the previous lap. So that's for the rookie podium. McLaughlin is the overall race leader, is the best of the rookies by a mile. Top 3 Challenge Cup drivers are Harfield, number 21, in 4th, Bansal, number 46, in 5th, and Lloyd, number 20, who's also running in the top 10. So lots of duels going on at the moment. Nobody quite close enough to have a go at anybody currently, though. What about the gap from 1st to 2nd? That's just under 6/10 of a second now. It's come down by a couple of tenths, 2.5 tenths, because Molnar puts in a 1:21.2, nearly a 1:21.5 for McLaughlin. So just keeping up that pressure. It's not all really getting close enough to think about an overtake anywhere, but all he can do, Ian, really is make McLaughlin drive flat out. And if you drive flat out, there's more chance you'll make a mistake.
It's changed. It's just fluctuated a little bit, isn't it, between sort of half a second up to 0.7. I can't help but think maybe if Finn wants to go a little bit quicker, he might be able to.
Yeah, there is that idea, isn't there, of also trying to preserve your tyres, which you're going to have to use again with 2 more races to go and only 2 sets of new tyres that you can use over 3 races and 1 qualifying session. So win at in the Gilles Villeneuve sense, win at the lowest possible speed, look after the car, look after the tyres. Also knowing that there aren't many places where there's an obvious overtake here for Martin Molnar. So I think you're right, controlling things at the moment.
I think so. In fact, it's just gone up to a second as we say that, don't we, as they come over the line. Right, Chris, we've got 7.5 minutes left on the clock, so that means I'm going to have to make my way down to Parc Fermé.
You go in the sunshine for once, so it's not raining for one podium at least today. So Ian goes off. Thanks very much. We'll hear from him on the podium at the end of this race. Still a Porsche Sprint Challenge race to come as well to round out the day. Their second race of the weekend follows this. 20 minutes of action for the Porsche Caymans to round out day 1 here at Oulton Park. Right, so a new fastest lap of the race. You know what I said about looking after the tyres, winning at the lowest speed possible. McLaughlin was not listening to me. He's just on the best lap of the race, 1:21.043. So, yeah, as Ian said, he's over a second clear now of Martin Molnar in the 24 car. Jocelyn about 1.3 seconds behind. He's actually on a similar pace to Molnar, but he can't, at the moment, close the gap. Harfield in 4th, Bansal in 5th, and Robinson in 6th have all just done personal best lap times as well. So in a sweet spot at the moment in terms of the tyres. Of course, the fuel load is getting lighter, and possibly the track getting a bit quicker as well after the rain earlier. It's starting to grip up again. It stayed at about 27, 28 degrees, the track temperature, even when we had that bit of rain. So that's what it's when we've had a bit of rain, it's dried up very quickly because the track temperature is still very warm as the leaders come out over Deer Leap. The Red Bull livery car of McLachlan, the Northern Irish driver, makes his way into turn 1 at Old Hall Corner. The gap, Yo-Yo's again, comes down by a tenth of a second. Personal best lap for Molnar with a 1:21.1. McLachlan, of course, making sure he gets the fastest lap of the race and the bonus championship point for that, which would, I think, get the gap down to 6 points at the top of the championship table. Still a pretty tight fight going on outside the points between the number 14 car of Elba Larsen, the Danish driver. She's only 0.4 of a second clear of the number 13 machine, Henry Mercer. They've been shadowing, well, one and another for the last 3 or 4 laps now, with Larsen staying ahead of Mercier for now. Larsen, as I mentioned, another driver that's competing in the FIA Academy this year, the Danish driver, as is Ella Lloyd. She's currently 6th of that championship, so had 4 top 5 finishes, and this is her first season in Formula 4, the Danish driver. At the moment, though, outside of the points, 4th in terms of the Challenge Cup entries for drivers only doing part seasons. We've got 5 minutes 14 seconds to go in the race. It's all tight out there, but nobody's really attacking anybody else at this phase of the race. Bearing in mind there's a long way to go this weekend with the reverse grid race tomorrow morning, where the top 12 from qualifying are reversed, and race 3 to come in the afternoon. That gap looks like it might have come down to the eye again. Yes, it has. A 1:21.4 for the leader, a 1:21.1 for Molnar in second place. So the gap back down to half a second. It was 1.1 seconds two laps ago. So Molnar just trying to squeeze a bit more pressure onto the race leader to try and force the error somewhere, make him work the car, work the tyres hard, maybe work himself a bit too hard as well. They come into the braking zone now for the Island Bend hairpin, and the gap looks very tight. It's down to less than a car length. Martin Molnar's had a good run at the start of this lap down to the hairpin, and through the first sector, yes, he's gained over a tenth of a second there with a 23.3. So those two pretty much nose to tail now as they make their way out through Hislops and into Knickerbrook. So they lead the charge up through Clay Hill now, heading towards that mighty quick right-hander at Druids. They just flash past one of the cameras now. Still about a car length between them. Actually, a bit of a gap back to Jocelyn, who's kind of on his own, really, in third place now, number 26, and looking to get a podium finish. He's well clear of 4th, though, so he can't catch the leaders, but he can't really lose that position unless he makes a mistake or has a problem now. And that would be for Henry Jocelyn, a 4th third place finish in the last 5 races. So good form for Jocelyn in his first season of the championship. The British driver looking good for that 3rd spot on the podium as the top 2 come through, and McLachlan responds by getting a new fastest lap of the race, 1:20.908. So that's 2/10 he's gained on that lap alone, and that stems the tide, stems the pressure, and nearly 8/10 of a second is now his new advantage. Jocelyn in third, 2 seconds behind them, but 2 seconds, more than 2 seconds ahead of Harfield. Bansal was catching Harfield a few laps ago, as reported, but that gap has grown recently as well to just over a second. And then Robinson, number 6, in 6th place. Number 25, Jeff Hall, in 7th. They've both done personal best laps. 8th place is Lloyd, number 20. 9th, number 69, Fu. And 10th, number 33, Hewitson. But he's still got Avramides desperately trying to find a way past for 2nd in the rookies and for 10th place and a championship point overall. Running out of time now, really. 2 3/4 minutes is all that remains in the race. The 15 cars remaining after that pile up on the original start, where we lost Fernandez, Palmer, Behrman, Campbell, Pilling, and ultimately August Raber as well. So the race leader looks like he's got it sorted now, and he might get that bonus point for the fastest lap as well, which would give him 26 points. Molnar would get 18. There'd be 8 between them in this race. There was 12 between them, so the gap, quick maths, should come down to 4 points. Mighty, mighty close in the championship between McLachlan and Molnar. Molnar will hold on to the championship lead as it stands, though, and he's got pole position for race 3 tomorrow, but they've both got to work their way through the reverse grid race, which can be pretty treacherous as well. And then we've got points for the top 8 in that race tomorrow morning, and a bonus point for every place you gain to encourage overtaking, up to a maximum of 10 points, 10 bonus points that you can get in the reverse grid race. 1 minute and 3/4 to go then. The leaders have made their way over Hilltop, about to come, I think, into the Knickerbrook section, through Hislops, through Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill. And there they come. Still pretty tight, actually, looking at the monitors. 2 car lengths maybe between them, that's all. half a second or thereabouts. It feels like one lap McLachlan is quicker, the next lap Molnar is quicker, and it keeps yo-yoing. The gap's been as big as 1.1 seconds, as small as 0.4 seconds. At the moment, it's just over half a second between them. They've gone through Druids. They're about to head down towards Lodge Corner. And braking now is the Red Bull liveried car of the driver from Londonderry, the 17-year-old, who's about to start the last lap of the race then with 56 seconds left on the clock. McLachlan, number 5, heading into turn 1 at Old Hall Corner. Just got to bring it home now, really. And Molnar and Jocelyn 2nd and 3rd. Hartfield 4th, Bansal 5th, Robinson 6th go through. Then Jeff Hall, Ella Lloyd in the orange and black number 20 car has been shadowed all the way through this race by the 69 car of Yu Hao Fu, the Chinese driver in his 2nd season of the championship, but racing for the Excel Motorsport team this year, unlike in 2024. And Hewitson just about hanging on to that final position in the points. Number 33, Hewitson, 10th, Avramidis 11th, and there's only 0.4 of a second between them now. So Avramidis going to be tempted into having a go somewhere just to try and get this point, because there's nothing available for 11th. Should he risk it? Should he go for it? If there's damage to the car, it could compromise him tomorrow. Could cost him a bit of money as well. So he's got to think about that. But it's got to be tempting, if there's a chance, to go for it rather than finish in 11th. If you're 11th, you might as well be 20th, really, because you're still not going to score a championship point. If there's half a chance, he might have a go. His last chance will probably be that run down towards Lodge Corner, the last big braking zone of the lap. But we're almost home now for Finn McLachlan, who is looking to pick up a 2nd win of the season to follow on from his race 3 victory at Snetterton. Here's the flag and here's the driver. He wins the race. McLachlan crosses the line, 0.9 of a second clear of Molnar. Jocelyn gets a 4th podium from the last 5 races in 3rd. To establish himself as a title threat, certainly going into the second half of the season. And then Harfield from, where was he? Back in 11th on the grid, but with lots of gaps in front of him on the restart. Will be pleased, I think, with 4th place. A 4th place finish for Tommy Harfield, who's 2nd in the championship. That's his equal 4th best result of the season. He's had a 2nd, 2 thirds, and now 2 4th place finishes. And Ari Bansal coming home. And we missed the first 3 weekends of the season at Donington, Silverstone and Snetterton. He joined the championship at Thruxton last time out. And he's now got his best result of the season, a 5th place finish in his 2nd weekend of F4 racing. And he's got a better grid to come for race 3 tomorrow. So Ari Bansal, although he lost that place to Tommy Harfield, it's still a good result for him. 5th place in the 46 car for the Indian driver, ahead of Leo Robinson. So off the screen, number 5, McLachlan wins. Number 24, Molnar 2nd. 26, Jocelyn 3rd. 4th, number 21, Harfield. 5th, number 46, Bansal. 6th, number 6, Robinson. 7th, number 25, Jeff Hall. 8th, number 20, Lloyd. 9th, number 69, Fu. 10th, number 33, Hewitson. And then 11th, number 4, Avramides. 12th, number 12, Al Ashari. 13th, number 93, Pizik. 14th, number 14, Larson. And 15th, number 13, Mercier. We lost from the first part of the race. 90, Fernandez. 23 at Palmer. 7 Behrman, 42 Campbell Pilling and 47 Raber. The fastest lap of the race, the bonus championship points going the way of the race winner, Finn McLachlan, with a 120.908. So 26 points for him in that race, 18 for Molnar. The gap should be down, I reckon, to just 4 points. So the top 3 overall, McLachlan, Molnar and Jocelyn, the top 3 rookies for the rookie podium. McLachlan again, the race winner, and then back in 10th place, Hewitson, number 33, who was the 2nd best rookie, and 11th, 3rd best rookie, number 4, Avramides. And in terms of those competing in the Challenge Cup this year, Harfield in 4th place, the best of the Challenge Cup entries, number 21 coming home 4th, ahead of Bansal, number 46 in 5th, and Lloyd, number 20 in 8th place. So those the drivers from the first race of the weekend that will be making their way towards the podium for the Vera Tools F4 British Championship, certified by FIA. Their next race tomorrow afternoon at 1:05 is the reverse grid race. I kept saying this tomorrow morning because we don't have any racing in the morning because of the noise curfew here on a Sunday. But we'll see them in action at 1:05 and we'll see them in action again at 4:05 for race 3, where Martin Molnar will once again be on pole position. And just to reiterate the fact that these drivers getting lots of support from the organisers of the Championship, Motorsport UK, in terms of the connections that they can potentially have going forward with the Formula One teams that support the championship, like Mercedes, who have been tied in with the championship for a couple of years now, and also the tyre testing opportunities that the champion will get with Pirelli tyres next year, plus money up for grabs for the Rookie and Challenge Cup winners this year, supporting them for their next campaign in 2026 if they come back to F4. Ian.
Yes, Chris, just going to run down here. I've got Finn McLaughlin, your winner. Finn, let's have a... Just going to move over to the car. He's going to put his helmet down so he can come do his media duties with us. Of course, Finn, he got a lightning start, didn't he? Finn, you had 2 goes at the start and you nailed them both, didn't you, really?
Yeah, I think that's the most opportunity you can get around here, so I just knew to get a good start and that would set me up for the race.
You were under a little bit of pressure from Martin. Did you have a little bit more in the tank? Were you just looking after the car, or were you on the limit?
Yeah, I was definitely on the limit there, full push, so yeah, it was a good race. Martin put me under pressure, so hopefully everything was good.
How does it feel to get 2nd win of the season?
Good.
Top man. We'll see you on the podium in a minute. Anyway, we've got Martin over here. Let's grab a quick chat with Martin. Martin, it's really good to see you again. Was it a little bit weird when you're looking in your wing mirrors? You could see that much behind you?
Yeah, definitely. There was quite a few cars crashed at the first start, so it was quite empty behind me. But yeah, wasn't a bad race, just couldn't get the start. We'll have a look what I did wrong. And yeah, let's hope that tomorrow I can get a better start and hopefully get a win.
We know it's quite tricky to pass at Oulton Park, but you were within a second of him for most of the race, just no way through, hoping that he might make a mistake.
Yeah, I was trying to put him under pressure, but he did really well, so yeah, good job to them. They did a really good job. Yeah, I just know that I need to get a better start next time, and then I'll be the one up there.
I think I said it to you at Trucks, and points make prizes, Martin, and you are certainly collecting. Oh, sorry, almost walked straight in front of the photographer there, who's Finn McLaughlin having his photo taken. Let's grab Henry Jocelyn for a chat as well. Henry, it was quite a chaotic start, but when we got things going again, you kind of just found a nice rhythm.
Yeah, no, the first start was interesting. Just, yeah, unfortunately stalled, but we got lucky with the restart, start back in where we wanted to start in the first place, and just went from there, didn't lose anything. And just, yeah, came home with P3.
So you say it was you who stalled, was it? Because we were trying to work it out.
Me and Chase. I think Chase stalled as well, and it just all became a massive mosh pit. But no, we're really happy with P3 after quali. But yeah, just need to work on a bit of the pace for tomorrow, but other than that, really happy.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Henry. P3 for him. Right, chaps, we're going to make our way over to the podium now, but I hope, Chris, that sort of clears up a bit of the drama at the start.
Absolutely, thanks for that. Yeah, we're just talking as well about a bit of potential post-race drama from that first Porsche sprint race as well. So just had a look at the grid and the results. Nothing's been amended yet, but I'm hearing that Tom Bradley, we remember he was under investigation for a potential jump start. It hasn't been applied to the results yet because another incident's been investigated, so there's no official amended result yet, but I'm hearing that Tom Bradshaw, he's going to get a 10-second penalty. He was the winner of race 1, remember, and he's second in the championship, and a 10-second penalty, depending what happens with drivers behind, because there are a couple of drivers behind that are being looked at as well, but that would put him down to, 5th place at the moment, and Joe Marshall would become the race winner, Jacob Tofts would become 2nd, and Toby Trice 3rd, but as I say, there's another incident that's been looked at, so that's not confirmed as yet. It won't affect the grid anyway for this race because that's based on drivers' second best lap times from the qualifying session this morning. Their fastest lap time set the grid for race 1. Their second best lap time set the grid for race 2. So while we're waiting for the podium for the Formula 4 drivers, let me give you the grid for this second race of the weekend for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, and it will shape up like this. If you want to write it into your program, you can do so on the correct page, which is page number 48, Spotter's Guide on page number 49. And Tom Bradshaw, once again, will be on pole position in car 43 with Samuel Harvey, number 72nd. Samuel, remember, was 2nd all the way through the race until the last lap of the race where he dropped back to 10th place in race 1. So another chance to have a go at it from 2nd on the grid. Then on row 2, 3rd on the grid, number 27, Jacob Tofts. 4th on the grid, the Pro Championship leader in the RS division, Toby Trice, number 22. So 27 and 22 on row 2. Row 3, Ben Ryan, number 11, another driver that stepped up from the Club Sport division to the RS division this year in the more modern, quicker 500 brake horsepower Caymans that are used in that class, which is the majority class these days. And 25, Matthew Carhenny, starts 6th. He's on the outside of row 3. He had a moment in a rain-affected race 1 earlier on, which cost him the the class lead, not the Champions League, the class lead in the RS Am division. He was leading the class. He ended up 3rd in the category in the end after a moment in the rain. On row 4, then Joe Marshall, number 99. He loved those wet conditions. He went from 7th to 4th in a lap, and then he potentially has ended up winning the race with. We'll wait for news of that penalty, but he finished 2nd on the road. He might get the race win away from Tom Bradshaw.
Chris, can I interrupt you because we are ready to now go for the podium for round 13 of the Veritools F4 British Championship. I am delighted to say to present the trophies. Please welcome to the podium Sebastian Martin, the F4 Sporting Coordinator from the FIA. Welcome, Sebastian. Okay, we're going to go into the Rookie Cup. Fantastic racing all round. In 3rd place, Xavier Avramides. Congratulations, well done. We're doing a funny sort of handshake here. One of those normal handshakes which we try and go to a fist pump, but it doesn't work anyway. Right, 2nd place in the Rookie Cup. Please give it up for Cole Hewitson. I'll take fist pump, that's easier. Well done, Cole, congratulations. Cole just making his way up. He gets his trophy now from Sebastian Martin. And your race winner in the rookie category, Finn McLaughlin. Well done, Finn. So Finn makes his way up. He's going to be a busy man on this podium very soon. He takes his trophy. Handshakes all around. Just go through the customary photos now. Guys, we get you all on the top step. Fantastic. Thank you very much. I am aware that I can hear the Porsche's out on track at the minute, but we will crack on with the podium here. Fantastic stuff. Sebastian's just going to jump in the photo as well. I'm going to tuck myself in the corner so I don't get in it. And there we go. That is the rookie podium done now. Let's move into the overall podium, shall we, for round 13 of the Veritools British F4 Championship. In 3rd place and the 5th podium of the season for Henry Jocelyn. Well done, Henry. He makes his way up, takes his trophy from Sebastian and poses for the photos. Right, in 2nd place and a 7th podium of the season for Martin Molnar. Martin Molnar onto the podium. The trophy is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. He poses for his photo. And once again, your outright winner. 2nd win of the season for Finn McLaughlin. Congratulations, Finn. The biggest trophy of all goes to Finn McLaughlin. 2nd overall win of the season. Straight into the teams as well. And the 3rd win of the season. Please give it up for High Tech TGR. Congratulations, guys. They're going to go through all the photos. Chris, I'm aware that we do have Porsches heading out on track. So that rounds out the podium for round 13 of the Veritools British F4 Championship.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, they're just on the formation lap. Give you the rest of the grid. I got to Joe Marshall, number 99 in 7th. 8th, Dan Zielos, number 45, row 5. 88, Oliver Meadows. 98, Oliver Cottam. And then row 6, 29, Jason Baker. Got his first RS class podium early on his debut. Having started the season in club sport. Reece Summerfield, number 33, starts 12th. Row 7, 56, Dean Burden. 19, Daniel Lewis. Row 8, 7, Amy Watts. 3, Karim Sekat. Row 9, 32, Ethan Hamilton. Might be one to watch from further back there. And Jonathan Moore, number 12, who led his class but went off the road when the rain came earlier on. Lydia Walmsley, number 82, and 44, Hannah Chapman, numbers 19 and 20 on the grid. That's row 10. Row 11, Charlie Tuthill, car racing debut, podium already in his class when the ex-rally driver enjoyed the rainy conditions on slick tyres. And Katya Loggy, number 5, 22nd. Paul Porter, last on the grid. We are away, and Tom Bradshaw leads the charge into Old Hall Corner with a perfect start once again. He leads fairly comfortably from Sam Harvey, who I think had some contact on that first race, which on the last lap dropped him back. That's one of the things that's been looked at, but the result's still provisional from race 1, and that potentially cost him a podium finish. And Jacob Toff's 3rd off the line, 3rd through the first corner, ahead of Toby Trice, looking to come through Wasn't quite on the pace of the leaders in that first race, but let's see how they get on. It's all very concertinaed up under braking on the way into the Island Bend hairpin, that's for sure. And a bit further back from the top three, fourth, fifth, looking like they're getting side by side coming out of the turn as well. Looking at the CCTV pictures, they come over the crest of Hilltop into the right downhill braking zone through the first part of Hizzies, then the left, then the right again through Knickerbrook, and then from the lower part of the circuit they begin to climb again uphill through Clay Hill, flat out through the left-hand kink under the footbridge there, and then into the darker section, which is under the trees now, into Druids, and then eventually Lodge Corner. So Druids, almost flat out right-hander, mighty quick corner, just on the brakes through there. Massive gravel trap on the exit, because if you have a big off there, it is a big off. So the gravel trap gives them some distance between them and the barriers for sure as they come through Lodge and out through the first lap of the race, with Bradshaw, Harvey and Toffs as the top three. Trice has stayed fourth. Marshall's had a good start, gained 2 places up to 5th place in the 99 car, and then Mull Ryan lost a place on lap 1, number 11 down to 6th position. Dan Zielos moved up to 7th in car 45. Oliver Meadows moved up to 8th. The one that's had a particularly bad start was Matthew Kyle Henny, number 25, who's dropped to 9th place overall from 6th on the grid. And 10th place at the end of the first lap is Oliver Cotton, number 98. In terms of the Club Sport drivers, Club Sport Pro being led after lap 1 by Lydia Walmsley, who gained 2 places up to 17th position, including one on championship rival Jonathan Moore, number 12. So Lydia Walmsley has got ahead of Moore, looking for a second class win of the day. And then leading the Club Sport AM division, Hannah Chapman, but with Charlie Tuttle not far behind her, about half a second behind her. They're in cars 44 and 95 respectively. So the leaders have already on this second lap of the race negotiated the Hislop chicane and Knickerbrook, going up through Clay Hill and about to go through Druids now.
Yeah, what a debut it was, by the way. I've come back, by the way.
Hello. Yeah,
I
didn't notice you there.
What a debut it was for Charlie Tuthill, by the way. Of course, taking the Club Sport and the Club Sport overall win as well.
Yeah.
So fantastic stuff from him. Did he say Bradshaw didn't hold on to that win from earlier?
It's yet to be published, because they're looking at another incident. But we're hearing that he's going to get a 10-second penalty for a jump start, so he'll lose the win and potentially drop down to 5th place, depending on what else happens behind. Which means that Joe Marshall would become the race winner. Remember, he was 7th in that first race, and then went on an absolute mission when the rain came down. And he's had a good start here, 99. He's up to 5th place currently, from, again, 7th on the grid. Best lap of the race has gone to Bradshaw, probably a bit fired up. Apparently he was fractionally out on the start of the race, so that's a
fine margins,
long look at it. Yeah,
indeed. A good battle going on actually again between Lydia Walmsley and Jonathan Moore. They're resuming battle, 17th and 18th on track, but that's not the real story. 1st and 2nd in the Club Sport Pro and overall in Club Sport, and that matters, that one.
Daniel Lewis has got an exclamation mark next to his name and full start, so this one's a bit more obvious, because they had to look for quite a long time at Tom Bradshaw's potential full start after race 1. But they've decided straight away that 10 seconds is going to be applied to the number 19 car of Lewis, which pops him back down to 22nd place once you add 10 seconds on to the time, which TSL do automatically. So it's a shame for Lewis, and that drops him behind everybody except for Katia Loggy as the race leader sprints out through Deer Leap. 2nd and 3rd, that gap looks tighter between Harvey and Tofts. Harvey goes through 125.0, 124.998, fractionally quicker for Tofts. So it's marginal, but the gap has come down a little bit. The next 3 over the line are running in close union, aren't they? Watts number 7, Burden number 56, and Summerfield number 33.
Oh, and Moore's got past Lydia Walmsley there as well for that Club Sport Pro category.
Hannah Chapman into Old Hall Corner. The red and white number 44 car still leads the Club Sport Ham division. For Zentech, she is still only about half a second clear, though, of Charlie Tuttle in the 95 car. And the self-run car, family-run team, that, the Oxfordshire-based driver. Keeping the pressure up, but not really close enough to attack as yet.
No, she's going well, though, isn't she? But Bradshaw leads from Harvey, from Tofts, from Trice. We saw a good battle, actually, didn't we, between Harvey, Tofts and Trice. And Marshall, of course, Marshall in the end, pipping him to 2nd place right on the final lap. It was full of high drama. We've got somebody pulling into the pits now. It's like it's
Karen
Sekat.
Sekat, yeah. He's come in his 2nd season in the Porsche, ex-Ginetta racer, and looks like he's lost power. Engine's still running, actually. No, just slowly in.
He's conveniently stopped his pit space is right in front of our commentary box, so it's very convenient.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tyre rub marks on the front right corner of his Porsche Cayman, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does. The mechanics just opened the door, having a quick chat with him. He's looking like he might be able to get back out again. We'll keep an eye on that for you as and when it happens, as the cars thunder over the line once again. 14 minutes to go. This is the final race of the day, but plenty more action coming up tomorrow as well. Bradshaw leads once again from Harvey, from Toss, from Trice, from Marshall, Morine, Zelos, Meadows, Carl, Hennig and Cotton. They are your top 10 overall as it stands. But Bradshaw's your leader in the RS Pro. Meadows is your leader in the RS Am. Jonathan Moore is your leader in the CS, the Club Sport Pro. And I think it's Chapman, your leader in the Club Sport Am.
And we've got a 10-second penalty for another full start. This time it's Jason Baker in the number 29 Porsche. Got a RSM class podium earlier on, so 10 seconds added onto his time, dumps him down to, 15th place.
Yeah, not just a podium, he had the win as well. So a good day has just been tainted slightly there.
Lewis is making up a bit of ground because he had 10 seconds onto his time, but if he can pull away from those behind him by enough, he'll get some of those positions back. So he's up to 19th now, but there's only one RSM behind him, which is the one that he's in the pit lane, Karim Sekat. So Bradshaw leads. Track limits warnings coming out for Lydia Walmsley, number 82, and also number 7, Watts. So they've got to be a little bit careful. Bradshaw goes into Old Hall Corner, looking more and more comfortable now. 2.7 seconds clear of Harvey and Tofts. Trice has got his mirrors full, though, of Marshall, who's the quicker of the two. They're going through Old Hall Corner now. Another one to watch is the metallic blue number 32 Porsche of Ethan Hamilton, which started 17th on the grid, but he's up to 11th place now. His next target is going to be one of his class rivals as well, Oliver Cottam, number 98, one of the RS Pro drivers. Having got past Lydia Walmsley, 3 laps ago, Jonathan Moore, number 12, has absolutely left her behind in his wake, so he's charging at the moment. We'll feel that he should have got a class win earlier on, but went off the road big time when the rain came down, lost about 22 seconds on one of the laps.
He's won all but 2 races this season, isn't he? I think he was a little bit frustrated. I saw him in Parc Fermé, and he was a little bit downcast. But still a solid enough result. At the minute, he is the Club Sport Pro leader and overall leader in the Club Sport category.
Just keeping an eye on the battle for second in the Club Sport Am division as well, because Chapman's leading that by 1.2 seconds now, Hannah in the 44 car. Charlie Tuttle was kind of keeping with her a few laps ago. He's dropped back from her now, and he's slipping more and more into the clutches of number 87, Paul Porter, the white, blue and yellow number 87 car. So that's for second place in the Club Sport Am division. But if they fight each other, that's going to help out Hannah Chapman for sure. Lights ablaze. Over the crest comes a driver that knows this place like the back of his hand, all the different cars he's driven around his home circuit. Tom Bradshaw goes through the Lancastrian, 3 seconds clear now of Harvey, with Tofts third. Marshall up to 4th, Morine up to 5th. Toby Trice has slipped back down to 9th place on that lap.
Oh, what has happened to Toby Trice out there?
His lap time, 1:33.1. He's lost 7 seconds, so it suggests, unless he had a technical issue, he's had a moment somewhere off the road, doesn't it? Out of our sight again, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Toby Trice. Of course, he came into this weekend as the championship leader. 4 wins so far this season. It's not going to be a 5th today, unfortunately for him.
Into Old Hall Corner, the blue, white and yellow number 87 car of Paul Porter, closer again to Charlie Tuttle. So that's the battle for second in class in the Club Sport Am division. 95 Tuttle down at the bottom of the hill now at Cascades, but with his mirrors full. Scottish driver Katia Loggy goes through. There's a track limits warning going up for Ethan Hamilton, who's still in 11th, still can't find a way past Oliver Cottam, as we wait for the race leaders to come overall back into our view shortly. So through the 3rd sector at the moment. Absolutely dominant performance this though by Tom Bradshaw, 3 seconds clear, and trying to make up potentially some of the ground he's going to lose if that is going to be a race loss.
Down here, Chris, and one of the Total Verde GT team mechanics has got some questionable headgear on. It looks like it looks like a parrot or something on his head. Not a real one, I hasten to add.
No, I hope he's tied on well, because he's poking his head out through one of the windows at the moment. All that draft coming off these Caymans as they charge past at 140, 150 miles an hour. But it's tied on nicely.
It is, isn't it?
Is he a pirate? Or, yeah, okay.
It could be a pirate. I'm not too sure what it is. What I do know, though, is Tom Bradshaw has got a 2.5 second lead in this race and looking to make it back-to-back wins if the race 1 result stands. But, we'll worry about that in race control a little bit later. Harvey in second, Toffs in third, then Marshall, Moraine, Zelos, Meadows, Carhenny, Trice and Hamilton now. That's your top 10 overall. We've got 9 minutes left to go, and Chris, I think that's my cue to start making my way down to Parc Fermé.
Thanks very much, Ian. Just keeping an eye on the monitors as well, so we get these sort of slightly jittery CCTV pictures, but it looked like Toffs was a fair bit closer to Harvey than he was when they last passed the commentary box at the start of the lap, so keep an eye on that. But 70 Harvey in second place, looks like he's starting to come under a bit more scrutiny from Toft, and those two were potentially the two that they were investigating an incident with at the end of race 1, so they come through. Bradshaw on his own, yeah, it's pretty tight between them still, but Harvey maybe just about 3 car lengths clear. So in the middle of the lap he seemed to lose a bit of ground, but at the end of the lap he's away again. Ben Mulryan coming under fire from the light green or yellowy green and dark green Dan Zelos number 45 cars, only 0.3 of a second between those two. Running at the moment 5th and 6th, then the next 3 over the line. Summerfield coming through just a length or so clear of Watts. Then we've got the 2 with the time penalties, Baker number 29 and 19 Lewis, up to 15th and 16th now. Have made a bit of ground back up. Next into Old Hall corner number 12, leading the Club Sport Pro Division, Moore from Walmsley. He's 2 seconds behind him now in the purple and pink number 82 car. Hannah Chapman looking very comfortable in the lead of Club Sport Am, and more comfortable in second place is Charlie Tuttle. He's left now Paul Porter, who was absolutely with him about 2 laps ago, but that gap has grown to 1.7 seconds. Last lap was okay for Porter, so maybe the lap before this one he had a slight moment somewhere, because he's certainly lost a fair bit of ground. So Bradshaw looking for, assuming he loses that win from earlier on, that'll be his 3rd win of the season now. And he's had, 3 second place finishes as well, but 1 retirement and 1 disappointing drop down the order to what potentially is going to be 5th or 6th place from race 1 for a full start, we're hearing. So 7 minutes to go the race. He leads, was 3 seconds clear. It's only 2 seconds clear now. Next 2 over the line, still pushing each other hard. Ben Mulryan in the gold, white and black number 11 car, and then behind him the 3-time JCW Mini Challenge champion, his first season at Porsche's, Dan Zelos. Then a bit of a gap back to Oliver Meadows, who's again being shadowed by Matthew Carlhenny. So RS Pro drivers are the top 6 drivers. The RS Am top 2 are Meadows number 88 and Carlhenny number 25, 7th and 8th, separated by just 0.3 of a second. 3rd in that class is Burden, Dean Burden number 56 in 12th. Club Sport Pro being led by number 12 Jonathan Moore from 82 Lydia Walmsley. They're just going down through to Cascades at the moment, with 3rd in the category. Well, in fact, there's only those 2 in it. Then we've got the Club Sport Am drivers. Chapman has gone through, still leading, 3 seconds clear now in car 44 of 95 Tuttle and 87 Porter. The fastest lap of the race from lap 4 to the race leader, Tom Bradshaw, 1:24.652 seconds. A bonus championship point coming his way for that as well. Also worth pointing out that qualifying doesn't set the grid for race 3, only races 1 and 2. The grid for race 3 is based on the results of this one. So wherever you finish this one, that's where you start on the grid for tomorrow's final race in the afternoon. So Bradshaw would be on pole position once again for a 3rd time, because he's on course for a race win. 2 seconds clear of Harvey, who would start 2nd on the grid for the 3rd time this weekend as well. Then Tofts and Marshall next through in 3rd and 4th. And it's becoming now a 4-way battle for 5th place, because Mulryan and Zelos have been caught by Meadows and Carlhenny, the 2 RSM drivers catching the 2 RS Pro drivers. That's heading down towards Clearways, wrong track, wrong county, wrong end of the country, heading down towards Cascades. And it is about a second and a half between all 4 cars there, with Mulryan mirrors full now of 3 cars, not just 1 that he's got to fend off for the remaining 5 minutes. Jonathan Moore going through in the number 12 car, looking comfortable as well. He's had a mixed day, as we've said, but he's certainly driven well whenever the conditions have been dry. He's looked super confident, so he's looking like he's going to get another win in the category, Jonathan Moore. 3rd in the Junior Saloon Car Championship in 2023, runner-up in that same championship last year, and this and his first season, his first half season of Porsche racing. Started out in Caterham's actually in 2021 in the Caterham Graduates Championship, and doing a good job at the moment to convincingly lead the Club Sport Pro division in that number 12 car. He's over 3 seconds clear of Lydia Walmsley, also in her first season of the championship. 4 minutes to go. Leaders going through. They've lapped Katia Loggi now in the number 5 car with the Scottish Saltire upon the design of the car. Joe Marshall's lost a bit of ground in the last couple of laps, so he's on his own in 4th place now. And then 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th all going line astern into the Old Hall corner right-hander. Behind them, sort of bit more spread between Trice, number 22 in 9th, who lost all those places on that one lap mid-distance. And it's had a bit of a rough time of it so far this weekend. I mean, okay, result in race 1, but this a 4th place, which should become a 3rd actually, once the results are amended. But 9th place here is, for Toby, a disappointment given how well he's gone this season thus far. And then Ethan Hamilton behind him in 10th place. So a time penalty coming for track limits. And that's 5 seconds that's going to be added onto the time of Watts now. So Daniel Watts, that's his second penalty. 1 for a full start, 10 seconds. 1 for track limits now. So 15 seconds added onto his overall race time. The leaders just making their way through Druids down towards Lodge Corner into the braking zone for Lodge now. Goes our race leader, Tom Bradshaw. He's going to get back with about 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Through he comes over the line, 2:53. So time for 2 more laps in this race. And 2 more laps where Harvey's got a chance to catch him up. Gap has been dwindling bit by bit, down to 1.7 seconds now. And we've got side-by-side action between Dan Zelos and Ben Moore-Ryan. He's trying to overtake around the outside. That doesn't quite work on the way into Old Hall Corner, but that's as close as he's come. But Ben Moore-Ryan just held his line, held his nerve, and the 11 car remained 5th, but 45 Zelos was all over him. And then we had Carl Henny having a luck up the inside of Meadows behind, but he backed off out of the move as well. So that's as close as we've come to an overtake in that particular battle. And there's still a lap and a half to go, and they'll have another flat-out run down into that Old Hall Corner at the start of the last lap of the race to see if they can switch around again. And Ben Moore-Ryan will have to defend again, potentially from Dan Zelos, but Dan looking more comfortable this weekend in that car than he has so far this year, and looking like he's going to get another solid top 6 result to match the one he got earlier on today. Alan Chapman, the Club Sport AM leader, going into Old Hall Corner. Gap's come down again, but not drastically, but it has come down again between 2nd and 3rd in that class. The white car of Tuthill in car 95, a 1:30.6 Porter goes through in the 87 cars. About a second between them. And another time penalty coming, 5 seconds for, guess what, track limits, this time to one of the front runners, Ben Mulryan, as we go through onto what's going to be the last lap of the race. So Mulryan held his position on track, but he's lost it because of track limits, maybe because he was defending so hard. You get 2 warnings, and then a 3rd time you start getting penalties applied. So Ben Mulryan is ahead of the 45 car of Dan Zelos, ahead of the 88 car of Meadows, and ahead of the car right behind them of Carl Henny. But he's going to drop behind all of them, and he's also going to drop behind Toby Trice because they're adding 5 seconds onto his time. So that drops Ben down to 9th place, 4 positions lost. It means that up to 5th comes Dan Zelos, number 45. Up to 6th comes number 88, Meadows. Up to 7th, number 25, Carl Henny. And up to 8th place, number 22, Trice, to at least get one of those positions back. So frustration, that, I'm sure, for Ben Moore-Ryan, who dropped back a bit in the first race as well, in the second half earlier on. Not through a track limits warning that time. Every time you do it after that first penalty, you get another 5 seconds slapped on as well. So you've still got to be careful on this final lap of the race. So that's 4 drivers that have picked up penalties in this race, some for full starts, some for track limits, some for both, as the top 3 in the Club Sport AM division go through to start their final lap of the race. And the last lap board being held aloft for the ones at the tail end of the field. But the checkered flag is about to come out, or should have come out, for Tom Bradshaw. He comes through over the line and takes the win, but I don't think has taken the flag. So a lot of the time had ticked down to 0, but didn't get the flag. And so we're still racing conditions. Bradshaw, Harvey, Tofts and Marshall, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Ryan's 5th on the road. Dan Zelos might not know that he doesn't have to overtake. Hopefully he doesn't pull off a risky move here, because he's going to be ahead of Zelos Zilos is going to be ahead of Moll Ryan anyway, due to Moll Ryan's 5-second penalty that is being added on. Screech of tyres on the way into Old Hall Corner. Moll Ryan on corrected times in car 11. He's down to 9th place and he's 2 seconds behind Toby Trice. So it's going to be tough for him to make up any positions on what has become the final lap of the race. So Bradshaw, 1.4 seconds clear. Harvey's absolutely chipped away at him, hasn't he? But hasn't yet been close enough to put the pressure on. And I don't think he will, because Tom Bradshaw is a massively experienced driver and he's not going to make any mistakes here. I don't think with pressure as it might be coming from Harvey, it's not going to be enough to make him buckle. So Bradshaw looking good. Ben, though, doing a very good job. Samuel rather doing a very good job in 2nd place. Got a bit closer on the final lap between 95 Tuttle and 87 Porter. Here's the flag though, and it goes to Tom Bradshaw, the winner of race 2. 2nd place to Harvey, 1.6 seconds the gap in the end. 3rd place to Tofts, and then 4th place to Marshall, who's had a good day here today. And then it's going to be side by side across the line, but it will be Dan Zielos any which way that takes the position because of a 5-second penalty going the way of Moll Ryan, who crosses the line right alongside him. So Dan Zielos gets 5th place in car 45, and then Meadows 6th is the winner of the AM division, ahead of Carl Henny in 7th, who's 2nd in class. Trice 8th, Moll Ryan demoted to 9th, and Hamilton rounding out the top 10. The Club Sport Pro winner ought to be Jonathan Moore when he gets around here in the number 12 car, because he was 6.1 seconds clear of Lydia Walmsley. So Jonathan Moore goes through now, takes the checkered flag and gets the class win in the Club Sport Pro division. Lydia Walmsley comes home in 2nd, winning the 2nd for her today. It's been a strong start to the weekend at Oulton Park for the X-Mini podium finisher. And then Hannah Chapman has had a very good day, and Hannah, number 44, has looked absolutely serene on her way to victory once again in the Club Sport AM division. So Hannah Chapman takes the flag, the team cheer her over the line. Absolutely flawless performance from her, and it's almost nose to tail on that last lap of the race. But as they come across the line, Tuthill by 0.3 of a second fends off Porter for 2nd in class. So number 43, Tom Bradshaw, wins from the number 70 car of Samuel Harvey. 3rd place, number 27, Jacob Tofts. 4th place, number 99, Joe Marshall. 5th, number 45, Dan Zielos. 6th, number 88, Oliver Meadows. And he was the winner of the RS AM division. 2nd in that class was 7th overall, Matthew Carl Henny. 8th place to number 22, Toby Trice, the points leader in RS Pro. Demoted to 9th with a penalty, number 11, Ben Moll Ryan. 12th was number 32, Ethan Hamilton, from, what was he, 17th on the grid. Pretty good result in the end. 11th place, number 98, Oliver Cottam. And 12th place, number 56, Dean Burden, who is 3rd in the AM class for the RS division. Then 13th place, another one with a penalty, number 29, Jason Baker. 14th, number 33, Reece Summerfield. 15th, number 7, Watts. And then I think she got a penalty as well. 16th place, number 19, Lewis, who got a penalty. 17th, number 12, Moore, who's the winner of the Club Sport Pro division, ahead of number 82, Walmsley, in 18th. Number 44, Chapman, the winner of the Club Sport AM class, she was 19th. 20th, number 95, Tuthill. 21st, number 87, Porter. And 22nd, number 5, Loggy, with one non-finisher, which was Karim Sekat, who dropped out at mid-distance. And the fastest lap of the race overall going to Tom Bradshaw, 1 minute 24.652 seconds. The fastest lap for each driver in each of the classes gets a bonus point, though. And in terms of the class top 3s, top 3 overall, Bradshaw, Harvey and Tofts were the top 3 in RS Pro. Top 3 RS AMs were Meadows in 6th, Carl Henny in 7th, and Burden in 12th. Club Sport Pro top 2 were Moore and Walmsley, and the Club Sport AM top 3 were Chapman, Tuthill and Porter. So the podium ceremony coming up shortly at the end of what's been a very good day of mixed weather here at Oulton Park.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for coming down. I've got a very happy Tom Bradshaw. Oulton Park suits you well, Tom, but I know you know it well too.
Yeah, I do know it pretty well, in all honesty. I started here when I was 16 doing Northwest Formula Ford. Guarantee I've done more laps around here than anybody else, but when the standard's high, it doesn't, it gives you a bit of an advantage, but not that much. Yeah, car was phenomenal. I think that's what gave me the advantage, to be honest with you. Managed to eke out that early lead, and then it was a case of managing tyres to the end because it was so hot. There was no safety car periods. so there wasn't really much let up for the car. But yeah, managed it well, and yeah, took home the win, which is even the more sweet after this race 1's debacle with the penalty. So yeah, really chuffed.
I'm really happy for you, Tom. Well done. Congratulations. Good stuff. I've got Jonathan Moore over here, of course, winner overall in the Club Sport and Club Sport Pro. So let's just have a chat. Jonathan Moore, that makes up for race 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, race 1 was disappointing. Had a similar lead to what we had just now and threw it off by myself in switching wet, which obviously I've never driven before, but it was still quite frustrating to win, but I don't know what the gap was, but it was pretty sizable. The pace is clearly there, and we're on pace to win races last year as well. So yeah, it's going well. To be honest, a bit more of a learning year than anything, just because the cars are that different to what I've driven previously, but seems to be going well so far.
It's a little bit different from a junior saloon Saxo, isn't it?
Honestly, I don't think, unless you took a rally raid truck and an F1 car, don't think you could get much more different. Literally everything's different, the way you drive them, the way they react to curbs and things like that. It's just took a while to get used to it, to be honest, but now that I'm a bit more comfortable with it, we're bringing results in.
Congratulations, Jonathan. I'll see you over on the podium very shortly indeed. We've got Hannah Chapman as well. Hannah, I've already seen you on the podium, but we're about to see you again over there. How was it?
It was very, very hot, and it felt like a very long race, but thankfully for me, I wanted a quiet race, and that's what I got. At the start, I had a bit of pressure, but I managed to pull a gap and then just try and bring the car home in one piece in first place, and that's what we did, so I'm really happy.
Sometimes they're the best ones, aren't they? The quiet-ish one. Not that it can ever be quiet in a Porsche, can it?
We're all here to race, but I think we all love a quiet one where there's no trouble.
Congratulations, Hannah. We'll be catching up with you shortly. Chaps, I'm going to make my way over to the podium.
Thanks very much indeed to Ian, and I'm going to get through as many of your messages that we've not got to. We have loads, so if you've sent a message in today and we haven't got to it, apologies, we've had so many, but you can try again tomorrow on WhatsApp with your message and your name to 07482 877 877. This is from Hayley, Matt, Hayley and Leo from the Lakes are camping in the roof tent. First time at Oulton Park, and they are loving it. This one says... this is one of my drop races, but wishing Chris Dittman Racing all the very best for the weekend. That's from Charlie and from family. Happy 18th birthday to Nicole from Dad and Leslie, enjoying another brill weekend camping here at Oulton Park. Sam and Co, thank you very much indeed for sending us a knock-knock joke. I'm not going to do it live on air, but only because I don't deliver jokes particularly well. And Vicky says, loving the commentator banter. I'd invite Alan Chris if I was having a barbecue. So that's nice, Chris.
Oh, thank you.
So we've got
somebody likes me.
Somebody likes us.
I appreciate that.
Hi, newlyweds Robbie and Aaron are here at Oulton Park enjoying the racing and the weather. Please say hi to them, and you're all invited to the honeymoon. Well, you're on the honeymoon, so there we go. A big shout out to Oscar and Alfie from Mummy and Daddy, first time at Oulton Park, and a photograph as well. Now this says, please give a shout out and commiserations to Steve for losing the BTCC sweepstake, and now has to buy a round of beer for everyone from the BTCC drinking gang.
That sounds expensive.
I guess that's as a result of qualifying. I'm not sure any of us predicted that the qualifying was going to go quite the way it did. It's a very difficult thing to predict, and I wouldn't be betting money on it. Absolutely not.
No, I'm also terrible at picking winners.
Yeah,
I
me
never
too.
do that anyway.
Hi, can you shout out Andy, Jordan and Paul? This is our 4th year here, and also thanks to Jordan for my new tent for Father's Day. That comes with thanks from Andy. This is from Chris. We'd like to give a big shout out to Johnny. You've been you've been a superb wind block over the course of today. This one says, hi to Mia Louise. Been coming to the BTCC at Oulton Park for 7 years and congratulations on passing your level 2 swimming coach and spending it with her cousins Lucas and from Seb as well. This one says, could we have a shout out to our mum Paula? She's been having a hard time lately, and we've been having a lovely day at our first race supporting our brother Richie, who works in the paddocks. That comes from Davey, from Sophie and from Declan as well. This one says, please give a shout out to Mike, who's almost recovered from knee surgery. Thanks from brothers Matt and from John as well. This one is from Stuart. Can you tell Lindsay and Lucy that the doctor doesn't drive the medical car himself? No, he doesn't. It's a professional driver. I think it's probably Nick Foster this weekend, and Ian Waterhouse is ready with the podium.
Yes, Alan, I hate having to interrupt you whilst you're doing the shout-outs, but we are ready for the podium for round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Once again, please welcome to the stage to hand out the trophies, Ian Fletcher, the Championship Manager for Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Welcome back, Ian. It's good to see you again. And slightly warmer conditions this time, I think, as well. Right, we've got 4 podiums to get through. We're going to start with the Club Sport AM. It's an 8th podium of the season in 3rd place for Paul Porter. Well done, Paul. Back again. Top man. 2nd time today for Paul Porter on the podium. He gets his trophies there. And in 2nd place in the CSAM, Charlie Tuthill. 2nd podium of the day as well for Charlie. Welcome, Charlie, again. Well, welcome back. He takes the number 2 spot. And your winner in the CSAM, 5th win of the season for Hannah Chapman. We've just heard from Hannah, of course, in Parc Ferme. She comes up now, takes the big pot. Ian Fletcher, Championship Manager for the Porsche Sprint Challenge, hands over the trophies. Time for the photos. Hey guys, we get you all on the same top spot if we can for another one. There we go. Good stuff. Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's the podium for the Club Sport AM. Now we move into the Club Sport overall. Don't go far, Hannah. 3rd overall in the Club Sport category. It's Hannah Chapman. Need a new trophy cabinet. There you go, Hannah Chapman there. Another trophy for her in 2nd place, an 8th podium of the season for Lydia Walmsley. Big cheer for Lydia. Well done, Lydia. Lydia takes her trophy from Ian Fletcher. And your winner for the Club Sport overall, Jonathan Moore. It's the 6th win of the season for Jonathan. Up he comes. Well done, mate. Good stuff indeed. We're just going through the photos now, and when we're ready, if we could all get on to the top spot. There we go. So your Club Sport overall, Hannah Chapman in 3rd, Lydia Walmsley in 2nd, and Jonathan Moore in 1st place. Now we move into the RSAM category, and I believe it's a 1st podium for Dean Burden. Well done, Dean. He takes the number 3 spot. Feel good, Dean? Does that feel good? It feels great indeed. Right, in 2nd place, 2nd podium today for Matthew Carl-Henny. Do you prefer Matt? Matt or Matthew? Matt's fine. So we'll call him Matt now. Matt Carl-Henny. We're on first name terms now. He gets his trophy. And your winner, 2nd win of the season for Oliver Meadows. Well done, Oliver. Congratulations. He gets his trophy as well. Round of applause around. He acrobatically gets onto the top podium spot as well. Don't think I could get my legs that high. Good stuff. We could all get on the top spot. Sorry, Dean, if you could just jump up on the top spot as well. There we go. Get used to it, Dean. Dean was trying to escape the podium. But there we go, photos done there for the RS Am category. In third place, Dean Bird. In second place, Matthew Carl Henney, and your winner, Oliver Meadows. Now we move into the RS Pro category, and it's the second podium of the day for Jacob Toffs. Well done, Jacob. Congratulations. He gets on to the third spot, takes his trophy from Ian Fletcher, the championship manager for the Porsche Sprint Challenge. In second place, and I make this the first podium as well, for Sam Harvey. Big cheer for Sam Harvey. Well done, Sam. Congratulations. He gets his trophy from Ian Fletcher. Looks very happy indeed. Almost stunned. He has his photo taken. And now in first place, the local boy, Tom Bradshaw. Another huge roar for Tom Bradshaw. Well done, Tom. And everybody, thank you, Ian Fletcher. Thank you for that. And there you go, chaps. That is the podium complete for round 8 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. But don't forget, we are back tomorrow, everyone.
We most certainly are. Thank you very much indeed to Ian Waterhouse, and our thanks to Chris as well. Things get underway here on Toker Live in the morning, Chris. 10:30 tomorrow, we'll all be in place. Ian will conduct the pit lane walkabout at 10:30, and we will be live on 94.9 FM here at Oulton Park and around the world at tokerlive.net. We go live on the speakers at 12 o'clock tomorrow, midday. And Chris, that always means here at Oulton Park that we have an absolutely flat-out afternoon of excitement.
Frantic afternoon, yeah. It'll be brilliant to watch. 3 races for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, 15 minutes long. A mighty lap from Tom Ingram today, putting him in a great position to close the gap at the top of the championship table to Ash Sutton. More from Formula 4 as well. 2 more races from them, including the reverse grid race, another Porsche Sprint Challenge race, and another mini race to come. So thanks everybody for joining us today, and a massive thanks as well, Alan, to all the marshals who've done, as ever, a great job.
Absolutely right, and plenty of you have actually been on WhatsApp today saying, can you say hi to the marshals? We've read out loads, and there were loads of messages that we didn't quite get to this afternoon. So apologies if you did email in and we didn't get to your message. Try it again tomorrow on WhatsApp. Message plus your name to 07482 877 877. Have a great evening, everybody. Stay safe, and we'll see you bright and early online and on FM radio at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Good night.
Chris Hartley and Josh Barrett with expert commentary, Ian Waterhouse in the pit lane and the paddock, and Alan Hyde in the pit lane and the Toker Live studio. This